Yes, I come and go as you command, and it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Set you free, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no.
I never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sleep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving been walking through the valley of the shadows. I let them tell me who I was. I've been talking myself up onto the gallows. Every time I tried to walk away, I couldn't make it through another day. Every turn seemed to be an uphill battle. I was trying to make it on my own, my way. You were knocking on the door that I've been looking for. It was right in front of me. I was lost, but now I'm free. And I was blind, but now I see that your love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I know the truth, and now I'm in a new light. Forever starts today and won't stop now. Your face shining on me, walking in the truth that set me free. It's all I need. If it ever only for me, then who could stand against? Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. I wasn't an enemy until you took my place. You were a friend of me, so I got to see your face. Yeah, keep fighting the fight of my faith. No, I don't have to be afraid. Forgetting the past, I press on to the prize of the upper call of Jesus Christ. I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how you love. Your love. Love is better than life. Your love is better than life. But I ain't turning back now. It's never so amazed how your love is better than life. Doesn't matter what come my way. Doesn't matter what the enemy say.
And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
This is the cue, guys. Good morning, everyone. We're all here at the same time, totally not rehearsed, which is evident by the lack of movement by some of our people. It's all good. Good morning. We have something special planned. What's up, Jenkins?
Are we missing?
No, that's no.
This is it. Okay.
No,
Look out!
that's
This is gonna get
you. So we have something special planned, which is why we come all out at the same time, because we don't have any time to waste. We got our quiz master. It is none other than Alex Sheepstick Roberts.
Sheep. All right, and I mean, we still have a space. I'm missing a guy. I can't do this game without one more person on my couch.
I don't know.
Am I not good enough for you?
No, and you never have been.
Do we have another person?
That's true. That was.
Why do we need an extra chair?
I see him in the background.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to bring on our new panelist and fresh blood in the studio. It is Winter! Hello! How are you doing?
Good to be here, finally.
Finally, it took a while. Yeah, that's why we
Look
out!
I just thought I was standing for the game.
Winter, are you ready? You're being thrown into the deep straight away because you're joining us for some quiz action.
Can't be worse than tomorrow. Yesterday, sorry.
Can't be worse than That's a really bad outlook on life.
Man, yesterday was a rough day. Today is going to be good for me.
That's a life philosophy right there. You know? Like, just enjoy your life. It can't be worse than tomorrow.
That's the most nihilistic thing I've ever heard. Can't be worse than tomorrow.
Well, it will...
It's a true Dota player.
It will be better than your yesterday. It will be better than your yesterday. I can promise that. Well, can I promise that? I'm not. I am not the quiz master.
I think it's going to be a bad day
We can promise that it's going to be friggin' awesome today.
There you go.
I have a good old game. I don't want this. Take this back. Today we're playing a really cool game of Pictionary, but it's not Pictionary, but it is!
Woo! I love Pictionary, but not Pictionary.
All right, we got also something I forgot to do. We got the Peppy Pandas today, and the Peppy Pandas will be the guiding music to the Pictionary.
Wonderful. Okay, cool. So, the way that this functions is, first of all, I asked all of the talent to draw me pictures of something that represents a Dota hero, or an item in Dota, or a player name, or a talent name, and, you know, like 3 of them did it. So most of the pictures are from me, first of all. But the ones who did, thank you very much. Now,
you're welcome.
There is, I wonder if tapping works.
One sec, Alex.
No.
You guys do like a do while she's talking?
What is that?
Hit us with the Jeopardy.
That's Jeopardy. Oh.
Yeah, but Jeopardy is not a Dutch thing, so these are all.
Well, Dutch Jeopardy.
Dude, Dutch
Did we have a
Jeopardy.
Dutch Jeopardy?
Guys,
See, I asked the
We got
exact
game to
same
play.
question.
Just do some sort
It's
of
just
song.
literally
little
the most
sound.
famous quiz show
There we go.
Cool. All right,
in the
cool.
world.
In
All right.
America, Cap.
In the world.
In America, Cap.
Everyone shut up. Shut up. All right. So here's the way that it kind of works, is that usually there will be two types of images. There will be one that is built of different images that mean a thing. So in this case, it's Bat Rider. It's a drawing of a bat. It's a drawing of a guy riding a horse. Very cool, very easy.
Yeah.
Then there's other more referential ones. Now this, for example, is meant to be a hockey puck,
I
which
see that.
means puck.
Yeah.
There you go. So it just is the whole thing. I told people, do not draw the actual heroes. Some of them started drawing the actual heroes. I had to tell them, stop doing that. So there was a lot of wasted art.
Yep.
That was
But
me.
yeah, overall, very good. We're going to move on to number one. When... I don't know how to, like, do a buzzing system.
Oh, no, don't worry. We're
We got that
scouts.
sorted. We got that sorted.
Yeah,
Yeah, you want to... Do you want to do an arm-raising thing?
No.
And we'll shout.
You just want to scream?
What?
Okay, I don't care.
I thought we were doing.
That's a different.
Oh, my God.
Oh, okay, never mind.
All right, cool. Here's number one. Drawn by Pudge. I got all the artists
Oh,
to
wait.
sign their work.
There's one thing that I forgot to mention.
Okay, don't look then.
So don't look. But Cap and Avery are the same person because technology. So hereby.
I don't like
Oh
this
yeah,
game
our
anymore.
scoring point system can only
Yeah.
handle 4 people. So, all right, thank you. All right, cool. And the first one by Pudge, everybody.
Train Ink Cowboy.
Yeah,
That
that's it. So if you guys guess it wrong for a certain period of time, I will give you a hint, and then if you continue to get it wrong, I'll give you an easier hint.
Is it a hero?
That's the first hint. So please guess actually. Use your brain.
Train Ink. Train Writing. Steam.
Yeah.
Power.
So it can be a hero, it can be a
It can be a
talent.
hero, an item, a player name, or a talent name.
Why is the cowboy
we
with
need-
his feet on top of a
see.
chair? Is he having a shoe shine?
Maybe, really think about what it indicates, what the artist was trying to convey to you, what the
Yeah.
artist wanted you to see in this. I thought this was fucking easy, so the
What?
fact you guys don't have it yet is insane.
Train Ink Cowboy.
Trickle
Training
boots.
Cowboy.
Hey, Cap for the list for 1 point
What
for
was
him
it?
and SVG.
Tranquil boost. You're right. That was pretty like it was
Wait,
boots.
wait,
I just was literally cycling,
Will.
No,
cycling
we need
through
a second
boots.
half. Avery, do you agree with this?
I concur.
Okay.
All right. Hey, 1 point for the boys. All right, if you don't see it, yes, it is Tranquil Boots. Wow.
Why
I mean,
does
we
the
knew that.
cowboy have a hat?
Giving him a
Who
chance.
cares? He has boots that he's putting up
It's
for
a
you.
red herring. It's a red herring.
It is a
little
red
bit.
herring.
All right, on to the next
Not a
one.
red herring.
Oh no, this is gonna be hard.
If it works. Do it again.
Okay.
Here we go. By me. It might be hard for you guys to see from over there, maybe. I'm a little...
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to show up.
If it can show up on the screen again so that our panelists could see it, we're able to get a bit more of a zoom.
What's in the picture? It looks like there's green or something
I
in
can't tell you without spoiling it.
So
there. What color is it?
it's somebody like throwing.
It's got a
Green.
nice pattern on it.
It's somebody throwing Kool-Aid.
Wait, is it a pattern? Wait, why does... Wait a
pattern
second.
on an object that they're
the
holding.
picture that we have here does not show the green.
Well, the green's not relevant.
I mean, is it-
That's-
oh, okay.
The
Is it a
green
Twitch-
was just
Is
designed
it a
for
Twitch emote?
No, there's no Twitch emotes.
What Twitch emote do you think it is?
Baby Rage?
Is it
not
Baby Ray Cheap?
Congrats, Jenkins. It's baby. No, it's not. Please don't ever talk to him. All right, you can.
It's gonna be
does
hard to
not
win
want the bottle
quiz if
refill.
you can't talk.
It's look at the shape of the object. It really is the key to this one.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, it is Juggernaut. He's one no to the Jug. Jug, I think not.
He doesn't
I am
want
really
it,
bad
so
at
it's
this game.
Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Wait.
He doesn't want it.
What?
What do you mean what?
Jug?
Jug
There's a
or
guy holding a
not?
jug
How
and the
does that
guy's
mean
like-
or not?
How is that or not? That's a guy
It's not or
having
not.
the
It's
worst
just
day of his life.
The act of not
It's jug
in a
nut.
jug. It's clearly he got it, so it was good.
Yeah,
Nonsense.
but I
No,
thought
he just got it off of Jug.
No, I
Yeah,
thought
the second half was
Juggernaut.
irrelevant.
I thought Juggernaut. You two, shut up. You have.
Us
You
one.
are one person.
Yes,
so you
us, so
speak
don't
as-
say us two.
I want
Don't
to
say
do the
us
next
two.
one.
I'll do the next
I'm sorry,
one.
I'm
and
sorry.
While they
here
are
we go.
I shouldn't have said that. I actually
It doesn't
shouldn't
want.
You guys
I
are
would like a
augmented.
lead. So that while they're arguing, I will get ahead on this.
There
one.
we go.
What
We
is
got
this?
Cinderin art, everybody. He is so talented. This man came straight out of art school. to
Naga
provide
Siren.
this. No.
Why is there a band?
Why is there a band, Shiva?
Is that?
And
Wait, who has yellow hair? Cheever. Is that Cheever?
It's not Shiva.
You're the only one with yellow
There
hair.
are some
something
real
with an
nice
arm.
details that really help give away the identity.
Arm.
Arm and chin.
Bob! It's Bob!
It's Bob! Wait, no.
Dude,
How's
it
that
actually
Bob?
is Bob.
That's Bobby's
It's actually not Bob, and there's one key defining element to this guy's face that gives away the fact that it's not Bob.
The ears, it's an elf.
It is an elf.
But it's an elf that with points towards the chin and the arms.
Yes.
An elf?
There's more than one picture on this screen, and they combine together.
Okay.
A singing elf?
And elf.
You guys are really bad at this
Band of
game.
Elven Skin!
Yes! Jenkins, you're on fire, my man!
All right.
It is a band, and it is an
I
elf
want to be
and
a
his
team with
skin.
Jenkins.
It's the skin, I understand.
Pointing to the arm was really got me on the skin
No,
part.
it's
I was
so
just thinking
bad.
of arm.
I mean, of course you'd get the
Can you give
skin
me a
one.
question
Yeah,
that's
you was
easier?
really thinking about
One that's
skin a
easier.
lot.
I
Yeah,
think they
it's
only
brain.
get harder when.
Oh no.
I'm
not
gonna
doing
try
too well.
to skip it to the next one again. I
That's
feel like you
fine.
almost have to do
You
two.
guys are on a team.
All right, cool. Here's some more of my art.
Brood Mother and Meepo.
These are actually good.
Yeah, thank you.
Brood Meepo.
Broodmother
Remember
has
to
an
yell
anus.
because I can't hear sometimes.
Earthshaker.
No.
You drew
Meepo.
You drew the
Not
hemorrhoid on
Meepo.
Broodmother.
Well, it is Meepo, but it's not the answer.
Pangolier.
Nope.
Wait, what? This is supposed to portray a different hero than what we see on the screen.
Yes. Well, it's not necessarily a hero. It can be any of the four, sections.
I would like to give for the non-native English speakers. I would like to have the category listed as well, please.
All right, everybody. The category is an item.
What? Spider.
Spider legs.
It's not spider legs. Why would Meepo be there if it was spider legs?
Because there's a lot of legs. If
Yeah.
you're playing Meepo, that's a lot of legs.
That is a lot of legs. There's enough legs on Brood to carry
give
them.
me your
Hey, I
sass.
thought Brood had 8 legs. This is not accurate.
Shut up. You can clearly tell that I've drawn Meepo 8,000 times, and this was my first ever drawing of Brood.
I do like the
He's-
Brood. What I like about Brood is the little butthole.
the little bottle. Thank you. I tried hard.
So if I
Steve,
ask-
are you even trying
Can
to
I
win
get
at
a
this
tip?
point?
Can you
I-
get a tip?
Yeah.
It is a consumable.
It's another mango. It's
You're gonna
another tango.
feel really silly when you get it.
Block of cheese.
It is. It's cheese. Hey!
Okay, cheese.
Come on, guys.
Wait. Why?
Because the
they're
heroes
cheesy
are
Mother and
cheese
Meepo are
cake.
Brood
cheesy
and Meepo.
heroes.
They're cheese heroes.
Oh.
This game is.
Oh, I see.
I just wanted an
No,
excuse.
don't
Winter
say
got
you
a
see.
point.
I
Well
Don't
done.
say you
understand.
see.
I understand.
We don't see that.
Can we mute
Nobody
the ogre?
saw
Can
that.
we mute the ogre?
Nobody
Next
saw
one,
that.
can't mute
believe.
the
Which
ogre.
one's the dumb ogre? That's my question.
All right.
Me.
Yep. Here we go. The next one. This one's
Holy
a real
crap!
piece of
This
art.
is some effort put into
I put
it.
colors on this one.
I love this one.
All right.
What?
It's a
Can
full-on
we get a
illustration.
zoom in on the camera?
Yeah, can
Yeah.
we?
I can't-
We
I
need
can't
to
see
see it
what
big,
that is.
please. Is that a pan? I can't see it very well yet. No, I would. Well,
Pavis?
Nope, not a Pavis.
is it a pan? Yes or no?
Why would I tell you that?
No, but I need to see it.
You gotta get in there. This is good. This is a good zoom. You have everything you need now.
Is it an item?
I'm not giving the first hint till you guys try, at
I
least.
think it is an item. I just can't think of the one. I don't want to say my thoughts out loud because then they'll steal.
No, say the thoughts out loud. We are running out of time.
Pot race. I'm thinking some sort of pot race thing. I
Who
thought
wasn't thinking that?
Okay.
I thought pan
Oh,
start.
shut the fuck up. You've got a single point yet.
You're getting there,
We
Sheep.
what?
I was closer. She just said I was closer with
Can
pan
we
start.
we dock the point
Pan?
from these
Pan
two?
start.
All right, guys, it's a hero. Oh.
Pan.
Pangolier?
Pangolier. Steve, you were so close.
Why is it
I'll give you
Pangolier?
half
It's
a
a gun
point. I'll
because
give-
he's racing. It's Pan Go.
I'll give
Tango.
Shiva half a point.
You'll give Shiva half a point.
Yeah.
Can we do that
I
production?
appreciate that. Can I get half a point?
It was a collaborative effort. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
The pan did go. I'm gonna try and move on very quickly. Here we go. Another one for you.
Holy, your art is insane, Sheep.
Thank you. But flutter will
art.
get you nowhere.
Rock. That's a
Is
rock.
that Warlock Rock?
It is not.
Chaotic Offering.
No.
That does
Mars
look like
Arena?
Chaos Covering.
It is not Maz Arena.
What are the
Game
little
Duel.
things underneath him?
Really
Game
think
Duel
about what this
rocks.
man is doing to this rock.
Is he a DJ?
No.
Staring it down. Stare rock. Is there something to do with staring at a rock?
In some ways.
Stare.
Stone Gaze?
Sinister
It's
Gaze.
not Stone Gaze. It is not a spell name. We don't have spell names included
Oh.
in this
Oh.
game.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
It's either a hero, an item, a player name, or a talent name.
A player name.
That's
Or a talent name.
Yeah, potentially. Might not be the case here, though. Oh. All right, I'll give you the category. It's an item.
An item. Can we get closure on whether the person is Gabe Newell, Warlock, or Zeus?
Well, it's a play on the man pondering the orb meme image, but he's still kind of relevant to the image overall.
Oh.
It's like, what is he? What does he kind of represent in the image?
I don't know what the thing is that's below it.
Phylactery.
It's clearly a rock.
Yeah, no, the thing below
That's a table. He's at a table.
What are the little
He's
squares?
pondering the orb. He's pondering the rock.
Refresher orb.
Philosopher's Stone!
Yes, Shiva!
I got it!
Gosh, she's so good. Let's go. I didn't even have to give the next hint. The ogres have gotten really stupid in the last one every round.
That's why they're on a team.
All right.
This is rigged.
Moving on. All right, this one's a bit hard, actually. Maybe. We'll see. I went for another big old illustration
flag?
here.
What is...
It's not Swedish
Speed
flag.
breaker, space cow.
No.
What is that flag? Is that the flag of Spain?
Yes. I'm glad you can recognize flag.
Queen of Spain.
Wait, I just asked if that was the Spanish flag. You said no.
I
Then
didn't
she
say
said
that.
it's the flag
No,
of Spain.
you-
You're like, yes, good job, Shiva.
Shut
I
up,
see how
ogre.
this game is
Stop
working.
Shut up, ogre.
The only thing
Get
that
back
is
to your
Spain in
casting
it is
desk.
Literally
Queen of Spain.
rigged.
Queen of Pain?
It's not the Queen of Pain.
Mars Arena.
No.
The Spanish.
You're just
Inquisition.
guessing Mars Arena every time.
Spain.
Mars Arena.
No, it's not Mars Arena. Again, there's no spells in this, Jenkins.
Oh.
Is that Mars?
That is Mars, the planet. Yes. But it's not the hero. Why is there a little
No,
astronaut
I
on
was just,
top?
I get it.
You gotta pull the
You
whole
said it
thing
would be hard. I knew
Yeah.
it wasn't.
It's a little difficult. I wouldn't say it's like the hardest if you can figure out the relevance of the Spanish flag.
A Spanish astronaut.
I think
Spanish explorer.
Is it talent that's here?
Christopher Columbus.
It is a hero.
Oh.
Genocide.
Genocide what?
I'm just connecting the dots.
I see, yes.
Jesus.
I'm not connected to that half of the ogre, by the way.
I need a hint.
All right.
Thumbs up.
Look at the little thumbs up.
Yay.
Is that relevant at all?
Wait, what'd you say was a hero?
Yes.
It's a hero.
That's a thumbs up.
Legion Commander.
It's not Legion Commander.
That's a yay. That's a yes.
All right. What affirmative word in Spanish?
C.
Marcy.
Marcy!
Yes!
Oh! Okay.
That was a big old steal.
That was the steal.
We are
Are you-
so dumb. That
Are you
is
gonna
very
be
well.
kind like Winter and give half your point to Shiva?
I don't know Spanish.
Ah.
I don't know Spanish. I'll give a 0.5 to Shiva. Yeah, I'll throw a 0.5.
All right.
Yay! I'm gaining. Here.
Oh shit! This is our last one.
Okay.
Apparently.
Okay.
This one was not signed, but it was drawn by Shane O'Mad.
Ooh.
He came in for one day, he drew this, and then he left, and I never saw him again.
Purge.
Demonic
It's not
purge.
Very beautiful art here, real throwback to a great man. Miss him every day. I'll give
Is that
you
a
some
light
time.
bulb?
Yes,
Fear.
it is. That's
right?
a light bulb.
Yeah.
Fear.
It's not fair.
So first there's patch nose and confusion,
Then he gets an idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what that little drawing is, though.
and then
This
he's
is-
fighting.
I believe he said this was meant to be Void Spirit on the drawing.
What?
I
Is
would
that
say-
relevant?
I would say
or-
it was more relevant to like pre-D patch when he
Quinn.
was good.
Quinn.
It's not Quinn.
Universal heroes
Nope.
as a concept.
All right, here comes your clue.
Overpowered.
It is a item,
Mars Arena.
not a Mars Arena. No spelled names in this game.
Echo Saber.
Nope, no Echo
Ultimate
Saber.
Orb.
No,
Manta
isn't
Style.
not an ultimate orb. Okay,
Scotty.
Dual Scepter.
I don't know
Scythe
how
of
much
Ice,
time we
Dagon,
have.
Witchblade.
Power Treads. Tranquil Boots.
No,
Boots of Speed.
Void Stone.
it's not Void Spawn. It's a consumable item.
Salve. Raindrop.
It's not a lotus.
Stop
Mango.
cheating.
Clarity.
I'm
South.
disqualifying him.
Tango.
Can you remove
Clarity.
all of the points
Yeah,
from
clarity.
the cost?
Yeah,
That
he
sounds
does
good.
gain clarity.
Clarity.
Yeah.
It's clarity.
Yes.
Good giving it to them.
Qualified. That
The
should go to
ogre
Shiva.
brute force.
No, I actually thought about that one. He was brute forcing it. I was
Oh,
thinking
look,
about
you
it.
guys have
You guys have
deducted
zero.
a
Oh,
point.
there we go. Minus
Holy
one.
crap.
Rigged.
Well, maybe it's like golf.
It's disc golf.
Did we
I
win?
think
we got under par.
It keeps going down.
Guys, we're done here. This was the last round. Thank
I
you very
love
much
it.
for playing.
I
Jenkins,
Yeah.
my winner. I'm dodging your tea on the ground. My man.
Yeah.
That's a +1 badge for you, my co-host.
I love
Hopefully.
that, and I think we should have a part 2 at a different time.
Of course, I have way more.
That is cool. We'll definitely revisit this, and this time I'll be more prepared. I think the casters would like maybe a second chance at some point, but I don't know. We'll probably continue with the scores.
Keep your score.
You gotta work your way up from that.
Well, no, that's not the score. That's the IQ of the combined
I think we won
teams.
in the hearts of the people.
True.
And that's what counts.
Oh.
What is? I don't have anything funny to say to that.
Back to you, Jenkins.
I have nothing to say to that.
Because you know it's true. And you're
No.
ashamed of your false
No,
victory.
I wanted to ignore everything that you were saying.
You didn't give a half point to Sheever.
Yeah, I did.
No, but yeah,
That's
well, he
actually
did.
messed
But
up.
he said it so quietly that production didn't hear it and didn't give me the half point, which is fine.
Yeah, give Sheever 0.5. I didn't want to embarrass you. You know what I mean? I just didn't want to embarrass you in front of everyone.
Do you think it's embarrassing
this
for
is
me
embarrassing
getting?
for you.
It is embarrassing.
points?
Can we leave? I don't want to be near Jenkins.
Yes, you
anymore.
can. You can leave because
you.
we want to have a word with Winter anyway.
Okay, goodbye.
Please leave.
I'm an ogre.
I'm not going to touch
Actually,
you.
could you do could you do
You
me
have
a
to walk away
favor?
together.
Could you do me a favor? Could you take the orange chair that Sheep's sitting on as well, so Sheep can sit
Why
comfortably
do
on
we
those
always have to
hands?
move the furniture?
Avery,
Seriously.
Avery, grab
Don't we do enough here?
Hi.
Quit complaining.
We do the most
Can you
work out
please
of
be-
all of you
Can you
guys.
please be grateful? I just set up a
Take
whole
the
game
chair.
for
I
you,
got
and
my
this is how
tea.
you treat me.
Sheep, I
so
thought that
strong.
was great.
That's
Bye.
I thought your art was definitely the best out of anyone's.
Yeah,
I don't know,
it was
Shane's
actually
was
so
pretty
good.
Guys, come on.
It looks like the game that I always play at Arvo's house. in
Arvo's?
KL. Yeah, we would go to the house and we would draw some random thing on his TV, and everybody tries to guess it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that's the normal
That's
picture.
the-
right?
I have
Yeah.
a serious question for you. How many
Yes.
of those pictures could you not show on stream?
Quite a big number of it, probably. And the funny thing is, I would always guess my wife's picture, and she would always guess my picture, and none of them would get our pictures.
Oh, that's pretty cute.
It means it's
Soulmates.
yeah. It's,
You guys
it's
are both-
too hard.
you guys are
The
both-
lore goes too deep.
Sick freaks, both of you.
Yeah, they would complain we are both big nerds.
Yeah. I do need to address the elephant in the room. Winter, you're here, but Sheep, what happened?
So I'm glad we had a lot of fun there, but
Yeah.
it's obviously it's in sad taste because we lost
Been a tough
we lost
day.
we lost a good man.
Oh no!
I don't know if any one of you watched the broadcast yesterday, but that was Fear's last broadcast.
You got taken
No.
down.
No,
He didn't make it. He didn't make it to today.
What?
Sometimes you go around the track so many times, you just get tired, Sheever. He's an old man.
Not that old, surely.
He said he was leaving to go to the gym, and then he never came back.
He picked up a 5-pound
It's
dumbbell.
always the gym.
His brittle bones couldn't handle it.
I hope this works.
Oh no, he's been through so much.
This is an homage to his life. This is Fear when he won TI.
Yeah.
This is the last photo we ever saw of Fear.
It's this last life picture. We have to memorize that. We have to keep that in our hearts.
This was him as a baby child. Like a sick alien photo.
Oh my god.
I can't remember this one. I think it was during the Great Depression.
Yeah.
This was him during the World War.
One or two.
I don't know. Probably
Vietnam?
both. He's really old.
He was on the bad side.
I have
Hey, we're not dead. Get this off.
I have some blades to put down in his honor. He would have loved these. He did. We had so much fun. I'm gonna put this on the floor. May he rip in peace.
There is when he won TI again, guys.
Oh,
He won 2
Remember,
TIs
he's a
in our
TI winner.
hearts.
memories.
He would really like you to know that.
I miss him so much.
Do we really only have 4 pictures of him?
Yeah.
Well,
I think we didn't like him that much. Only 4.
we're gonna.
He was very elusive.
Who's this crying? Their eyes out in the back.
Winter, I know it really hurts.
I know.
It's okay. Another dad is here to replace the previous dad.
Don't pick up a 5-pound
But
dumbbell.
I need a moment. I'm sorry. I need a moment. Can we just take a moment here and then I mean I know there has to be Dota today, but please just give us some time, just a little bit.
feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. This is a shakedown.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 20, and don't worry, Fear is fine. We sent him home and we replaced him. An upgrade. We have Winter.
An upgrade? You can't do that.
Yes, I can. I just did.
Winter, say something Fear would never say.
Yeah.
I love fish.
That is a very Winter thing to say. That is a very Winter thing to say.
And we're here, of course, for some Dota 2. We have Gaming Gladiators versus Team Spirit. The draft has begun. Interesting fact, so far, most of the teams that have been playing have always been wanting pick priority, and second pick seems to be the favorite. However, Gaming Gladiators decided they woke up and they chose something different today. They actually just wanted Radiant.
Oh, okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Instead of
really
a pick priority. Yeah, they went to it was their priority. They picked Radiant and therefore leaving Spirit. And interestingly enough, Spirit then chose first pick, which is the unusual thing to pick at the moment. But we'll find out how it plays out so far. Of course, Gaming Gladiators have not done too well. They've lost 2 series. They were able to take a game off of Bad Boom, but they could not take the series. They lost 0-2 to PSG LTD yesterday. Team Spirit, they also lost 0-2 to PSG LTD a couple of days ago, and they went 2-1 against their fellow Eastern European team, 9 Pandas. So far, of course, Team Spirit doing a little bit better. Gaming Gladiators definitely leaving some to be desired.
Yeah, they suck right now. What can you do? It's fine though. I'm more interested in this Radiant pick on whether, because the win rates are like pretty even on both sides, right? So do they feel like the triangle is like more stackable or something, and they want to pick something that clears that out of? Because they're the team that stacks the most in the entire like tournament of any Dota team ever by quite a large margin as well. It's like, yeah.
So sometimes when I don't know what to do, I would just pick a side.
Yeah.
Like if both sides 50-50, and I'm not really sure if I want to be on first pick or second pick. This is something that I would actually do. I'll just pick a side and let the opponent choose what side do they want to, and then I'll just adjust my draft against it.
Do you think that's like a bad thing if you're feeling so lost that you're not even?
Yeah, it can be a bad thing.
Oh no.
Like usually first pick right now, I feel like I would prefer first pick more because there's a lot of heroes that are very highly contested, like Timber, Wind Ranger, like Undying, Techies. There are so many heroes that I want to first pick. And it's easier to structure the draft and strategy around first pick, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it might be that Gaming Gladiators felt that the losses they've experienced, they lost mostly on the way they were able to construct their draft, and this would be a good way to have more control over it. We'll see if it actually plays out that way. So far, we've got a Bad Rider Pugna banned out by Gaming Gladiators, and Team Spirit, they banned out Undying and Timber, leaving the Techies for first pick for Team Spirit. And we got an Enchantress coming out
Yeah, Celery Ench, very impressive. I was memeing when I said they suck right now. I think in their series yesterday against LGD, Gaimin looked pretty strong. I just think LGD looked stronger. Like there was just a lot of, they just outskilled them, outplayed them.
Yeah.
But Gaimin overall like had some pretty solid starts to their game, especially off the back of the Celery Ench in game 2. He was owning. So I'm very happy that they're able to pick that up. I don't know what they want to pair it with. Ember. That's okay. Another quick point. They've been trending a lot towards last picking Quinn's hero in mid in the last few series, it feels like. So to move now and put him in first phase potentially could still be Dyrachyo, but yeah, that's a change up.
I mean, going back to your point, I feel like in the previous series, they also show that they have weaknesses with morphing. I feel like they are not a team that knows how to use that hero really well, or Dyrachyo is not very comfortable with the hero. Like in a couple of occasions in the team fights, I felt like he was copying the wrong hero. Like he should be copying the carry, but he's copying the Besage in a couple of fights, and that was rather strange to me. And in some of the early fights where I felt like he could have come and helped his team defend the tower or take a fight that would be advantageous to them, and he just decided to split push, So it tells me that he's not really comfortable with the hero, because he's not a carry player that likes to farm alone and use his team to make space for him. He likes to fight.
Jenkins, you've not said a single word yet. I know you do that intentionally, but what's your input so far?
I'm led they had a good back and forth going. I mean, Ember, I think this is like a yoink from LGD, who's been highly favoring the hero. It seems to be like among the changes to a lot of the mid heroes, which were universal heroes. This seems to be the hero that people are just like favoring as. I was looking at a lot of the win rates last night, and I noticed that a lot of the heroes that have increased their win rates over this last ladder patch are the heroes that literally did not get touched. So it is the heroes that are strong, like relative to the ones that got nerfed, rather than the heroes that got buffed.
It's also from a draft point of view, when you're second pick, you're opening with a hero that I would say it's rather neutral. You don't really care about your matchup. You're gonna be giving your team some setup, some team fights, some damage, and Ember's definitely like a hero that can do that. In the previous patches, I think a lot of people are doing that with Beastmaster, Doom, Bat Rider. You just open those off-lane heroes, and you don't really care if they get countered, because those heroes don't really care about the lane.
Right. And Gaimin has done this before, where if the Ember does get countered with the Huskar, they'll run the Ember Spirit as the safe laner, and they'll last pick like Quinn Sniper mid or something like that to dumpster the Huskar. So they feel like they have an answer to the potential counters if they did come out.
I would honestly argue that I don't think they need to ban Huskar or even lane swap potentially. I've seen Gaimin play the mid Ember to Huskar, and then I've also seen in this tournament Gaimin play against BetBoom, who ran the Ember vs Huskar mid, and both times they had just a support that could roam mid like Ench, and then they just kill the Huskar. And then they just feed off the Huskar, or the Huskar out-overplays potentially, and if he's under the tower, they TP in and they just respond, and then those couple of kills just basically catapult Ember back into the game, and then he has like an easier game than Huskar, who's very immobile, and it's hard for him to play.
Yeah, that's why it's not so good to draft a lineup where you're just counter-picking the mid hero just based on winning the lane, and the hero doesn't have much synergy with a lineup. I think it's very hard to accomplish that right now in the drafts, because of like what you said about the supports are really, really strong right now. That everyone is picking supports that can do a lot in the early game, so it's a lot of risk for you to do that as a Huskar.
I mean, also Laurel just doesn't play Huskar, so that helps.
Yeah, that's true.
The fact of who they're drafting against, I feel like, is very important.
He's more of like a very sacrificial mid laner, so it's okay for them to do that.
I guess if we're looking at like Laurel heroes that could counter the Ember mid, like Viper is one of them.
Oh, he sounds like a Viper player.
he's a Viper player. Yeah, I'm looking at his hero pool. There's not much. I mean, Kunkka, I guess, but I've actually seen people pick Ember into Kunkka. You just go for like an early chainmail and you do fine.
He's played a lot this tournament. Like, Lal's pretty versatile. I don't know what it is exactly that you want against Ember.
DP, maybe?
Yeah.
DP's really good.
I think DP is a pretty decent hero right now. I mean, we saw a game yesterday, like somebody draft, I think DP, Doom, what was it, Terrorblade as well? Was it Spirit? I think it was them. The 3 cores that have very, very long cooldown, but they were able to execute it. Like sometimes you use one of the ultis to defend a tower, then you don't have to use everything, and then you can keep fighting.
Oh. Do we think there's a... Wait, did Gaimin open this phase, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We imagine there will be another support. I would like to see them pick...
Rubik? No?
Yeah, I want Rubik. or Lich. I feel like Rubik deals with Doom and the techies, so that's probably my preferred.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Wow.
You know what would be cool?
They're so confident.
Dude, this is what LGD does. LGD, they open this phase with a core,
right?
So that way they can get the counter pick in their support. And I think the reason that that's actually decent right now is because a lot of the supports have like one ability that's really important, or one ability that the enemy team like doesn't have an answer for. That just happens to be like, let's say some Oracle, right? You don't have a backline jump. It makes the game so hard to play against. But if you have a Terrorblade, like he's gonna do kind of the same thing no matter what.
Yeah.
So I actually like this, dude. Gaiman is learning from LGD.
Yeah, maybe they also feel like because they have Enchantress is so strong in the lane, so you don't really care.
Yeah.
I mean, you know your lane matchup anyway. It's a Doom techies. So I think whenever you see that, it's good that you pick your lane first, because you already know your lane matchup and save the pick for the other heroes later.
5 seconds remaining.
I think a lot of the teams are going to start to learn this, and they're going to pick like this as well. It's okay to keep the supports later, because right now the support picks, I feel like they are actually very
important. Yeah,
they're very important. And the cores are like, it's whatever, you know, you pick your hero early. As long as the support is very strong in the lane, it will let your pick be useful.
Yeah, we do. We've seen so many Terrorblades be picked like into Morphling, and then they just do fine because they have an Enchant lane or something like that, and they just get out of lane with a huge advantage, you know? So the counter matchup for the cores doesn't matter as much.
Can you confirm or deny this or speak on it at all? Earlier this year, didn't Gaiman just first 3-pick like their cores like a bunch of times? Like they just had this like the Underlord, like Pango, Terrorblade or whatever that they would just keep picking every single game. Maybe with a support mixed in, because they just were so confident in like the strats they were running that they just wanted to secure it.
It was also that if they didn't, it would all of those would be banned out against them. They kind of were. Yeah, I think they did it at least a couple of times.
Yeah, I just feel like I remember them being very, very confident in like the cores that they wanted to run. So seeing them pick Terrorblade here is, I'm happy. I mean, they always look really, really good when they run TV.
I mean, so Team Spirit goes for the Lich. They don't really care about the Dispel from the Enchantress. And it tells you how much prioritization they put on the lane, because Lich is really, really strong in the lane.
Yeah.
Like, having the ability to just secure the lane and get the Lotus early on is just so valuable right now. You don't really care if you get countered later, you know?
I agree. I honestly think like the Lotus trade is something that people don't think about enough.
Yeah, because I play a lot like support mostly, so in the lane I feel like if my hero is really strong in the first 2 levels especially, I would always mostly get the Lotus, and the lane becomes so easy.
It's like
after.
half a wand, it's seriously,
it's so imba, you know?
They can't kill you. They cannot kill you.
Are you aiming to win your offlane here? Like, do you not want to just pick something that can be left alone and then Mirana just goes and plays really hard with Ember on mid?
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, Ench is a hero that always wants to play mid as well, right? So I do think that's I mean, Timber would be a perfect pick, obviously, but, you know, this is a first phase ban hero, but a hero that fits within that archetype that can be left alone.
We have Ace playing a lot of Darks here.
Well, it just got banned.
Never mind that.
They understand that too.
Yeah.
You're on something.
Yay. So what's still in that that we like to see? We have quite a few offliners banned, actually.
To be honest, pretty much Ace's entire hero pool are the heroes that like to be left alone.
Yeah.
Because Gaiman typically do draft like this and play around quick mid.
The Underlord that we mentioned is to win, and they did play it earlier against Bad Boom. That was the one game they won.
I think it's a great Underlord game. You know, save for the Doom, it's magic resist for the techies and all this magic damage that comes out from Team Spirit. Root for the Pango as well, makes it hard for him to get his ult off.
And what's our boy Yatoro gonna play? Another question.
Yeah.
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, Lich Juggernaut, the lane's very strong.
Yep.
And I feel like Jug is actually banned. Never mind.
Oh yeah, I do like the Jug matchup against TB though, just because of the immunity and inability to sunder, but...
So what is still available? Slark? Dusa?
Yeah.
Bloodseeker ban does make it seem like it could be a Slark coming out. I really like Slark against Ember. It's I think it's the highest win rate hero, win rate advantage. Oh, never mind.
Well, we're on the same wavelength here as the teams. This is what we're seeing. It's like banned.
I mean, what they need something that can take objectives like your Roche. They don't really have that yet.
Phantom Lancer's also banned.
At what point would you not just ban the Bloodseeker so that they have to ban out Slark, but you had something else planned entirely all along? Why aren't teams playing the mind games? They go for the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hero against Terrorblade. Silence pretty useful this game against Ember and Mirana. I like that pick. Gives them a timing to win the game. Very early on, you can take buildings. And gaming, they definitely need like some Underlord hero, tight Underlord, some frontline hero to buy all the aura items. So they can hold the game and defend the towers until Terrorblade can come online.
Yeah. I think a lot will come down to how this mid plays out, like in terms of rotations and the supports. Because if you're able to get your Ember like a power rune and then they're the ones running top and pushing Drow out of the lane and like giving her less space, I mean, her game becomes so hard, right? You need these items to be able to not just die to being jumped on by Ember plus whatever they're going to last pick here.
Do they need an answer to Drow? Is Ember jumping the Drow enough? I mean, I've seen the Halberd build where people just go
I
on
saw that too. It was really good. That was played against Gaiman yesterday when he was playing Sniper on Quinn.
So maybe they don't worry too much about the Drow, but I could see like a Spirit Breaker if they do want to go for something that's like.
Can Spirit Breaker be left alone? Oh, it's a Lycan.
Oh, that's the traditional Drow counter.
Yeah, so they do go for something that can get on top of the Drow. Instead of charging, he's just gonna run at him. It could get fairly dumpstered in lane though.
Yeah, I worry about the lane a lot. I feel like the other heroes that we were talking about, the Tide, the Underlord, they are more stable in the lane, which you know what you're getting, but with Lycan, there's a possibility that you might just lose the lane very hard, and then your support cannot leave you to help Ember, and we were talking about how important it is the supports have to help Ember secure the runes. So I don't really know if this pick is going to work for them.
Yeah, I'm curious too, because you can still like drag the waves with the wolves and stuff and just play like that and just play to drag waves to yourself and then farm under your tower. Or they might just be like, okay, fine, he's going to suffer early, then we're going to do well mid, and then we're just going to like smoke top with like 2-3 heroes and kill, and then Ace takes a tower, and suddenly, hey, I'm happy again.
Wow. Great draft. Love it. There we go.
Epic Night Stalker.
We're back, baby.
Use Dark Ascension.
Got you there. So going into this first game, what are we thinking? Did Gaming Gladiators, did they make the most out of being, I don't know, Radiant second pick? I
think they're happy with their draft.
Can we see, based on their draft, why they went for Radiant?
No.
Is there anything in particular that is easier to do?
I remember back in the day, people said Radiant Lycan was better because then you would secure Roche because you take over the Dire jungle, which is where Roche was. Now Roche is on both sides, but with that being said, people are going for like a 15-minute Roche, which is on the Dire side.
Oh, okay. You're more timing based.
So technically speaking, if you go for that timing, it is Lycan on the Radiant side off lane is still good for the same reasons. It's very obscure, but you never know.
You never know what all these pro players are mind gaming about. We'll be kept on our toes the whole way through, and we're gonna listen to SVG and Cap for game number 1. But first, we're gonna listen to some Peppy Pandas.
Choice by Team Spirit, picking up the Drow Ranger and not having overall last pick. I don't know about this one, Avery.
Because the dog is about to get him. Ain't you, boy?
Does he got that dog in him? That's the question here. I feel like Yatoro's got that dog in him. If there's one player in the world you trust with Drow right now, it's got to be Yatoro. It's like one of his Siggies.
Yeah.
And if there's one thing I think about when I think of Drow Ranger, it's being lit on fire.
Wow. She really is on fire. God damn.
Yeah, nothing inspires the heat like frost arrows here. Very poignant here from Yatoro. But this also speaks to his confidence in the hero, right? Like, you gotta choose a hero to put these cosmetics on. You're gonna have faith in. I go back to that TI run. That was one of the sickest Drow games I've ever seen at TI-10.
Yeah.
Where he got demolished on lane. He was like 0-4, 0-5, whatever, and he made beautiful rotations that got him back in the game and just played the rest of that game perfectly. That's where I go back to, like, Yatoro is one of the best carry players at recovering from awkward positions with heroes that aren't that straightforward to do it with. You know, anybody, if you get shut down with a Terrorblade and Medusa, you're going to recover. I mean, whatever, you go hit neutral creeps. But when you get shut down on some of these more single target carries, like the Drow Ranger, the Phantom Lancer, your recovery process is not as straightforward as I'm just going to go do a giant Ancient stack and you know. So I think that's where Yatoro can shine. So I have faith in the Drow pick here for him. I think it's a very good Drow game. I think he will carry it if this game goes very late, which is also a position Team Spirit feel more comfortable in, I'd say. Just get your Lich Armor online, go late with Doom and Drow, and you're happy. You can survive the early game from gaming, which has been their strength as well. So both teams getting probably what they're comfortable with here. It's just going to be a matter of execution. And last pick, Lycan. You know, one of the cool things that I was thinking about with Lycan in this game is you can get the Ags on him, you can bite the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And Terrorblade actually gets ranged hits while he's in wolf form. He's one of the few heroes that overrides the melee forced induction.
Because the meta is overriding
Meta gives bonus range, yeah.
Right.
So it's not his full range. He hits at like a 400 distance, but it's kind of broken. Because you get the crit, you get the haste, you get all the wolf benefits, and then technically you're still a ranged hero.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. I mean, all you're doing is selling me more and more on Gate and Gladiator's lineup because I don't care how good you are at Drow Ranger. Like, surely bad matchups are still bad matchups.
Yeah, but he has mostly good matchups. I guess Dyrachyo has a great lane matchup here. And Terrorblade has been destroying the laning phase at this tournament.
Yeah.
I have not seen this hero lose lane to almost anything. Probably a reason it's getting upped in the priority, just being taken first. Especially when they see the lane in the Doom. They know they have a good matchup. You have an Enchantress. The opportunity for abuse is ripe.
I mean, there's just not as many magic damage dealing offlaners anymore, right? Like, so many of these offlaners are scaling in some way. There's some, like, universal hero or, you know, maybe they do magic damage, but they're not, like, I don't know, like a Sand King or a Venomancer or a Necrophos, yeah? So, natural high armor, plus the fact they buffed the melee form Terrorblade a number of times. And then
He's
you
just a
throw
good
in
laner.
Reflection.
He's kind of been a good laner for a while since the big reflection change going way back.
Yeah.
I think it just made his laning a lot more versatile. I think the only one that comes to mind is the Darkseer. I think the Darkseer causes his hero issues. Or, honestly, I think Doom is actually one of the better ones if you get a good creep early. Like, if you get the Harpy creep in early Arcane Boots, you just annihilate Dyrachyo on this lane, but...
Maybe the Tornado creep, that's another one.
Yeah, that helps as well.
Oh, swing and a miss there from Mira. Thought Dyrachyo was going for the flower, the Lotus, but Dyrachyo sidestepped it, and as a result, he'll run down Mira and get a kill for Celery.
And a courier.
2 couriers.
God damn. Celery putting in work. And Collapse went for that 0-1-1 build, so he's trying to just fight on this lane with the early Infernal Blade, not getting the creep eat despite a small camp being up, because it is an Enchantress lane, so this goes both ways. Nonetheless, Team Spirit losing 3 lanes early here. They're going to have to make a recovery. However, if there's one thing we've seen from Team Spirit this whole event, it is that first, they lose game 1 terribly and wake up in game 2, and that they almost always lose the first 15 minutes.
That feels incredibly unreliable, especially in this patch, which can be a little snowbally.
Well,
and maybe part of the reason that Team Spirit did lose a series, they managed to bounce back against 9 Pandas, but that could do more just with the fact of, I don't know, interregional matchup and such. And Dyrachyo keeps on trying to dodge Mira these blast-offs. He's actually going to go for the punish now. See if he can kill Mira. Mira's going to duck around behind the trees up the high ground, but Dyrachyo's just so much faster than him. He's going to be able to run him down eventually, and
early boots continuing to pay off as he goes 2-0-1 in the early laning phase, and still no creep in sight for Collapse. It's offlane not going how Team Spirit wanted with a very strong dual lane in Techie's Doom. It's not one to be scoffed at.
I mean, I guess Dyrachyo is very low on CS. That is the downside. Like, yeah, they're giving away kills, but he's 14-8.
I mean, does he care if his net worth is #1 in the game?
Damn, it is, huh?
Kills are worth a lot this patch. That's where you're happy to give up a couple waves to get some of these trades going, especially if they're solo kills. It's not that bad anymore. It used to be like, okay, well, you just lost a wave for a hero, that's hella not worth. But now,
yeah,
I think you take that every time.
Is it still worth, like, experience-wise? Is there
Yeah,
literally...
I think so.
Really? So there's just no downside to you as a carry just spending like 30 seconds to chase down some support?
Not anymore.
That feels weird to me.
That's my feeling of it. Why is that weird? It incentivizes skirmishing.
I'm fine with it. I guess it's just Dota hasn't been like that in a long time.
I mean, look, all I know is like there were 3 or 4 years where Crit was on Twitter complaining about how roamers were unplayable because kills meant nothing. So now Valve made the kills worth lane, and now Crit can complain about the universal heroes and all the other garbage in the game.
If I know Dota players, there's always something to complain about.
I mean, Quinn can't complain about getting Ember first faced here. This is his favorite hero of all time.
Wow.
Secure Pashka kill. He is doing quite well. Top of the CS.
He's owning
there.
Carl, yeah.
And didn't get the power rune, but I mean, he's getting everything else here. With that favorable matchup into Laurel. Very happy about that one, as Dirachi will finally go down. Tornado Collapse gets a creep and puts it to good use.
And 2 levels of Scorched Earth. You hit that level 4, level 5 timing on Doom, you really start becoming a bit of a menace.
This is where I like the Doom versus the Terrorblade. At least the early game in the lane, I don't think it's too bad. I'm not even sure the end game is that terrible. Toro does not like these wolves.
Ace was so focused on those wolves, he just straight up stopped moving his hero. Dazer goes off. That'll buy Mira a couple of seconds here. A couple of seconds that'll allow Collapse to close in and get the return kill.
Well, that Centaur's going for the Wisdom Rune deny.
Oh, no, you don't.
It's going to get there first. As a stop?
Yeah, but...
Oh my God!
Got him! Collapse will take out his frustration on that Centaur.
I feel like getting the Wisdom Rune denied feels worse than the enemy taking it.
Yeah,
I know it's not,
it isn't, but it just feels
it just
worse.
Feels so bad. It's like,
yeah.
Screw you, man. You know, come over here and take it like a man. Don't send some illusion or creep to do your dirty work.
Yeah, we've seen some of the craftier Terrorblade players do that a lot.
Oh, I hate that move, dude. Oh my God.
It is.
You know who does that? Arteezy does that every time.
Arteezy does it all the time.
Oh my God, these NA pubs versus him are so obnoxious, dude. It's like chill, you know? It's too try-hard for me, man.
Collapse is going to die here. He does pick up his level 6. Laurel is going to come in with a Rolling Thunder.
He can thunder somebody here, though. Yeah, another salve, too.
Shield Crash did stop the salve. Goes back to the wall here. He's going to give up on the kill. Maybe they could still kill Stellary with the Swashbuckle. Not quite enough damage.
The levels from the early exchanges here for gaming. Buffing them up, and that'll be a little free quick thunder for Duraccio. Mira's in trouble, actually. That
he's
shot.
Gonna die. Oh, never mind. Creep couldn't quite reach him. Already hit him with the seed shot. And the reflection wore out.
I mean, the Porcupine tried its best.
It's not a porcupine.
But it was stymied in its efforts.
It's a pine cone.
To each their own. I think it's open to interpretation.
No, there is an objective.
I think we can all agree there's room for debate on that topic. Quinn knows there's no Rolling Thunder. Time to heat up the mid-pressure with these slights that Team Spirit do not have a good answer for. Nice arrow actually lands in the back.
This part is not subjective. Maposhka, the Lich is dead. Oh, snag that one with the seed shot.
It's neither fair nor foul.
Goddamn. Celery is destroying this lane. Level 6.5 already.
You're really getting back into it. 4,100 net worth, all of the cores above 4K, and Team Spirit, their cores 3K, 3K, 2,600 for Laurel. He's 2 levels behind Quinn.
He got messed up.
This is becoming like, I don't have faith that Team Spirit, no matter how good they are coming back, are going to be able to do this.
I also just think it's the product of the draft. Like, they picked Pango into a first phase Ember. You're just giving Ember a free game. Free lane matchup, free game. It's a decent game matchup for a lot of time as well, with the chains controlling him. Pango has no answer to just slight spamming with Orb Corrosion early phase boots. Quinn's going to have both here very fast. It's going to probably just result in a killed mid tower as well, because Team Spirit don't have defense capabilities. This just takes a lot of time and space away from Yatoro and the Drow trying to get to the later stages of these matchups. Gaming in full control right now. They have a decent chance to just run this game over between the Enchantress and the Ember.
Gonna catch up to Celery here. A much needed kill for Team Spirit. It's gonna be hard though because the Untouchable take a little while to get it. Actually using the Rolling Thunder, and Maposhka's gonna die. They trade 1-for-1 in a 1 versus 4.
Nothing going their way right now.
And now Mira's going to die as Quinn is going to make use of this haste rune he picked up. The taser goes off, and that does purge off the haste.
Ooh,
now he's going to be doomed up. Okay. Is he going to die, though? Collapse and Laurel going to chase after him. Tofu's going to try and run interference with the body blocking, and Duraccio. The meta popped, so Team Spirit are going to have to back up. Collapse.
Ooh, the body
Terry stun. Ooh, sneaks past the Hellbear, but it's not enough. The Doom wears out, and Quinn still gets the kill and Collapse.
That's a hard chase, especially when they have a Thunder waiting. I mean, Duraccio can easily just Thunder Quinn if he was ever in danger anyway. It's just not a chase from Spirit, especially with that Swashbuckle missing. And the combinations just not lining up right now. I mean, they have Techies, Lich, usually two really good supports for pairing with these cores, but it doesn't feel like the synergy with Doom Pango at this point in the game is anything to write home about. Like, what are you setting up? Swashbuckle into a Techies mine? I mean, it just feels bad.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even have Techie's minds.
Where's the
super underleveled on Mira?
That is another problem. That Wisdom Rune getting denied, really holding the damage back here from Team Spirit as they want those support ultimates for the extra pop on the Ember. And Quinn feels like a god, and he probably is a god right now. I don't think he can die in this game for a very long time. And he knows it, and he's at the tier 3 at 12 minutes. And his supports have very good synergy with him, being able to play off the slice and the chains.
That's just the problem for me. Like like I get it. Game of Gladiators, they lost 2 series in a row. Maybe they're not in their full form, but come on, like Quinn is still one of the best mid laners in the world right now. Like you had a chance to be able to shut down his hero pick.
I don't like that either. Yeah. I think versus this team, you can't just pick something like Pango versus a first phase Ember and be content with it, unless you're winning the draft somewhere else really hard. I don't think Pango is even that strong enough of a hero to justify.
Oh, nice use of the Hurricane to push him into the arrow. Just a nice little small heads-up play. Maybe it was needed, maybe it wasn't.
Still looked cool.
Still looked cool. And that's the most important part about it.
It really is.
Looking cool.
I mean, if Dota's taught us anything, it's that people don't really care about the game. They care about looking cool in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, core players do anyway.
Support players like playing dress-up too, Cap.
I mean, 5 players never look cool.
What do you mean they never look cool?
Name one play in your career where you looked cool.
I was talking about cosmetics. What the hell are you talking about? Also, I had plenty of cool plays, man. Just because you weren't cool enough to be watching them, that's not my fault. And just because I can't think of one right now does not prove your point.
Maelstrom's going to be here soon for Quinn. That's just going to heat up the damage even more. Any slight chains is pretty much a guaranteed kill on anybody in this game.
Yeah, there's not much save.
There's no save. These heroes aren't tanky right now either. I mean, if they can catch Quinn right now, that would be massive. But Tofu is going to be the one to break the smoke, pops a Moonlight Shadow, and he's away.
Another issue, their catch is pretty limited. This Moonlight Shadow is going to cause some problems, both defensively and aggressively in the fights and the skirmishes. And this is your Chain Frost window to try and get some big core kills with that ult, because you're still missing Techie 6. I feel like the only real spell you have on Spirit that's going to influence this game right now is Doom, and you need to land it on this Ember or the Terrorblade off cooldown to start feeling good about the gold disparity, because it is just getting out of control. The problem is Collapse's lane was really rough, so he's just not in a position where he can have some uber fast blink and feel good about it and start running around the map. Kind of has to farm up here. It's going to be a very slow and defensive game from Team Spirit. They're going to have to try and bait some overextensions from Gaming, get the turnaround with a quick Lich pull into a Techie stun or a Doom, set those fights up that way. Just rely on the fact that the Drow is creating some sort of late game threat here. But man, Helm of the Overlord already done for Ace. Had an absolutely free game on this Lycan.
Yeah,
and
how much of a
gaming
late
are
game
going in
threat
row
are
two.
you? A Drow Ranger versus Lycan? Like, I
It's
get it.
not
Drow
great.
Ranger versus Terrorblade is a strong matchup. Super good, but you have a hero that's 2 heroes that are going to be able to gap close. Quinn could go the Heaven's Halberd build, too.
I do think 5-slotted Drow wins this game.
Okay.
But that is a lot of slots.
Yeah, doesn't have very many of those slots right now. Celery looks like he's going to be caught up here. Rolling Thunder put to use.
Nice little find.
Yeah,
These kills are worth a lot, right? That's like an 800 gold kill right there.
Yeah, so crazy. And they protect their Ancients, which is super important for Drow.
Also didn't have to commit a big Doom or a Chain Frost here, so still have that big threat up for Quinn if he overextends, which is what they're looking for. Okay. He's just going to try and suck the Golem dry. It is still alive, but it will die. That's 260, 250.
Yeah, but how much is Ace going to get out of this team fight? They're going to get both the supports very easily, and I think the tier 2 is probably forfeit as well. Quinn's going to cut in through the side here, but I think Laurel should be all right.
TP Doom up, try and get the cheeky Doom.
Yeah.
This is a hard Doom to latch. Oh, they actually got it.
They got him. Moonlight Shadow, do they have detection? Oh, an arrow snagged him too. And they don't have detection. Well,
guys,
it's actually
please.
terrible that they landed that in the first place then. Now Doom's on cooldown. Shield Crash trying to slow him down. The damage reduction, 40% of that damage was blocked, and it still wasn't enough.
Just slight misplay from Laurel here. Underestimating the impetus damage that's going to cut through that Crimson Guard. And it's another Doom that gets wasted here as they cannot convert on the kill. No detection in sight. Guys, you got to come more prepared than this. I mean, I know it's game 1 for Team Spirit, but can't write it off this much.
Well, maybe the upside is for Team Spirit. They'll be getting to game 2 pretty quickly here.
9K lead at this rate, yes. There is not going to be much contest. However, I go back to this is the period in the game where Team Spirit usually start heating up. The first 15 minutes is over. 9K deficit. It's probably better than their average.
I don't know about that.
If anything, they might be doing better in this game than the ones we saw yesterday. Yotoro's still finding farm. They're not that far behind. If you win one fight here, you're going to feel pretty good about the Drow Ranger scaling with some hypothermia.
They do have high ground defense. They do have high ground defense.
I forgot about that.
Why
did they give her this shard? This shard is so trash.
What is the shard now?
The glacier. You stand on a glacier. Oh my god. I knew they changed it. I was thinking about this Lycan matchup. Like, it definitely makes these matchups worse. The illusion matchups, the summon matchups. Hypothermia and the pops was a big part of that. So maybe this late game isn't even as secure as I thought, because I don't know if Glacier's doing much for you in these matchups.
Watch out, guys. He's got Glacier.
I feel like all you might do is just trap yourself on a hill and the Lycan runs in.
He gets an attack range bonus and bonus arrows per wave. One extra arrow.
I mean, you can get the hypothermia off the Ags, but I feel like having it on the shard that accelerated your farm rate too was a big deal for the hero.
Oh yeah, certainly. It was like a cheap buy-up. Now, like, building a fast Aghanim Scepter on Drow Ranger sounds bad.
It doesn't sound great. You want too many other right-click items. You need the range in the Dragonlance. You probably need a Hurricane Pike to create the gap. You kind of want a Yasha build up for the Moose Speed because this hero's rather slow. Then you need some more agi and damage and survivability items. Like, Ags just doesn't really fit in here. Maybe you get it off the Roche later. That can be part of the situation for Team Spirit that pans out in terms of going late here. But yeah, you're just going to be missing that interaction, which used to make some of these matchups a lot better in the mid game. Toro will have to find a way to overcome as Quinn snatches up that Aegis from a minute ago that Lycan guarantees you here. I mean, how many early Roshans do gaming get a game? It must be one of the highest percentages. Just because of how they play, right? They play for lane domination with early auras on their offlaner, and almost always guarantees the first 2 or 3 Roshans go your way. Big reason why their games almost always look one-sided in the first 20-30 minutes. And no
Light Shadow, they don't have detection again, I would guess?
They do not, and
They're
it
all
will punish them.
Scouted. Mirror's like, something's going on. I'm being body blocked. Help. Fortunately for him, Quinn was out of mana earlier.
Middle tower is under attack.
Arrow spots Miposhka, no stun.
They're all out.
Okay.
Not too bad. Space for Yatoro.
The arrow actually did snag Laurel in the very back.
That's just bad luck right there.
Yeah.
Did have a DD rune too. Team Spirit really would have liked to use that. They will have dust now though, Cap.
Will they?
Yes. They have dust on Mira and they have dust on Collapse.
Okay.
So that problem has been solved. Scotty, finish for Duraccio. He is very farmed, and he's going to have that Lycan to help buff him up here. You got the Vlads built in, you got the Howl to reduce armor. This is going to be a Terrorblade hitting you real damn hard if you're not taking the fight around. Collapses Aura's here with the extra armor from Meccan and the Crimson Guard buff up. Quick little two-man smoke, trying to find the Drow Ranger. Gaming do not want to let Yatoro continue to farm in this game.
Oh.
Chain missed, though.
Yeah, not even using the slight.
Will be with the Wisdom Rune, though. I like this timing on the smoke.
Yeah, sure. Even if you don't get a kill, works out anyway. And Quinn just challenging because he has the Aegis after all. He wants to be doomed, and it gives an opportunity for Ace to sneak in through the back line. Gonna kill Miposhka at the very start of this one. TP away from the Drow Ranger, but Collapse. Ooh, the Hurricane up to the high ground. Maybe he's okay, or maybe he's not. Maybe they'll just go into the tier 3s. No problem.
Cannot hide from this Wolf right now. HP buff up from the Golem, giving Gaming all the confidence in the world to just dive these towers. This is where this team is scariest, hitting early game timings with the auras, with the ball. This is probably just high ground here. There's nothing stopping them. Yatoro just has to TP out from these engagements, especially when your backline gets collapsed on like this. And this is without Quinn having mana, really. This guy needs some mana boots or something, man. The Diffusal is annoying him. But we're still on this first Aegis timer. He has it for another minute here. And that's a tier 3 gone. As well as bringing everybody back from Team Spirit. Insane efficiency out from Gaming in the first 20 minutes here.
Yeah, and I think the only reason they're going to back off is meta wore out, but also still working on BKBs. They have it on the Ember Spirit, but Duraccio is going to get his. He'll get an AC sometime for Ace. And then that is looking like the end game right there.
Especially if they're getting their Tormentor and their Wisdom Rune stolen all the time.
No, what about the Glacier?
Well, we'll have to wait another day. Smoke out on mid, by the way. It gets popped by Celery with this Golem. And that'll be that move down. Still no blink up for Collapse, so the initiation power from Team Spirit is just lacking in the reinitiation here. Do get the Golem kill. 253.
Now they get the Doom out onto Quinn. He's already used his BKB,
Still
though.
has Aegis for like a couple more seconds. It's out.
It's out.
Perfect timing.
Okay. Quinn, I guess, just thought he was... I mean, popping the BKB feels a little bit weird if you have the Aegis. You wanted to die faster there. Collapse almost dying, but Hurricane's going to get him away. Tofu will pick up the Miposhka kill, at least.
I think Quinn should have ran in. I agree.
Yeah.
He was not aware of that exact time, or maybe thought he could survive either way. Big kill for Spirit to get in a fight where they use Lycan ult, kill the creep, and it's not chunking their base. Anytime that happens, they should be happy. That was the Ags reveal for Laurel as well. Some extra damage going in. However, the Gold League continues to build, as Gaming do not have to overcommit these fights, and will continue to farm out the map here, scaling decently well. BKB for Duraccio is going to be very strong. Not a lot to contest Terrorblade in his final form. We should also mention how much net worth Celery has picked up in this game as he overtakes Collapse on a Doom.
Oh my god.
That is a bad sign for Team Spirit fans everywhere. As he has little friends online, plus that Hurricane Pike and Grove Bow. He is hitting damn hard.
Okay, so he got the shard, that's why. I was like, how the hell is he beating a Doom? Well, he got a free 1,400.
Yeah, but the fact he's still above a Doom is crazy. Right?
Yeah, I know it is. It is. Speaking of these two, little friends! Look at him go. All right, that's the AC for Ace. BKB is not actually Duraccio's choice. He's going to go back for a Manta instead. I would love for, yeah, let's just hit the high ground, guys. You don't really need a second Roshan.
These high grounds are way too free right now. There's some chip damage out of Team Spirit's lineup between the swashbuckles, the frost shield. It makes these high grounds annoying, but Gaming aren't losing anything by committing. They still are farming a lot of the map off the Terrorblade, and I mean, okay, Yatoro's getting a little bit here. He is climbing the ranks, catching up pretty nicely, considering the map position. Again, Team Spirit finding some network in all these situations, but he has to win that team fight at some point. And it's coming, it's knocking on your door. Dyrachyo finished that BKB before the Manta.
He did.
Is very strong in these engagements with 3,000 HP. Another Ancient Granite Golem for
Oh,
Ace.
the Glacier!
That is the Glacier.
Woo!
Look at him go. Untouchable.
What a god. Oh, Slight Arrow. Slight Chains Arrow. Always need these Force Staffs to be ready to get some of these heroes out of the way. The tier 3s are taking a lot of damage all over the place. Mid lane almost dies.
God
Top
damn, that
tower
golem.
almost dead.
That Golem Beefy just popped all the mines. Ran the hell out of there.
I mean, Ace could backdoor whatever he wants. Bottom's free for the taking, too.
That's the thing. Gaming can commit a push on multiple lanes. Makes it even more annoying for Team Spirit.
Yeah, wherever you see Drow Ranger use Glacier, push the other lane. It's too powerful of a tool to fight into.
I mean, if Glacier's going to shine, it's going to be in a game like this where you're stuck in your base, I guess. It's a pretty good high ground defense tool. The ultimate high ground defense tool, some might say.
Sure, a high ground on top of a high ground. Collapse pushing out here. Oh, that creep. The creep wave was following Tofu, so there was no arrow to follow up that Slight Chains. And next Roshan is up. Meta's up in 45 seconds. Objectives for Gaming Gladiators before they do the final objective. Yatoro, maybe he can get another item before the big bad push comes in, but kind of doubting it.
You can also just save buybacks here. I don't know if buybacking to defend your base feels good either. You kind of have to continue to scale up the damage here because he's the only real threat.
Yeah.
If you're Drow buybacks, that just feels like game as well. So I think Yatoro buys out here. Just get as much damage as you can. You're going to be having to fight through the HAL reduction. Something to consider here. Maybe even just some like small Crystallis or something for a base fight can pay off. Because Gaming are going to have a lot for that push, man. This Enchantress is a threat. At this point, the Ember is just untouchable. And those two big bad cores in the front with all the auras and all the buff ups in the world. Dyrachyo is going to be hitting real hard.
Come on, guys. Let's do Roshan. Speed it up. I want to get to game 2.
That little faith in Team Spirit game 1, huh?
Yes, I do. Yeah, they can bounce back in game 2, and I hope we see game 3 and everything. But, like, you know, we've seen this story
This game
before.
ain't over
Team
yet,
Spirit,
my friend.
Game 1.
I'm telling you, this game is not over yet.
Okay. Give me your dream scenario. How does Team Spirit win?
Yatoro on the Glacier.
Uh-huh.
Ace tries to run in and right-click him, but can't because he doesn't know what the hell Glacier does.
He's never seen it before? Okay.
And then Yatoro can get to Ags. Once he has Ags, he's standing on top of that hill. You get an extra arrow in the multi-shot. You're getting hypo stacks on everybody. A couple pops here or there. You land a Doom on the Ember, and bam, you get a high ground defense fight. Suddenly you're scaling in that late game. Yatoro, he's only 1,500 behind right here. That's nothing for a TI champion.
What happens if they push multiple lanes?
Yatoro on top of the Glacier, untouchable in this situation. You can always hold out on the last lane, brothers.
That's true.
What are 2 lanes of racks to a TI champion?
Just settle on defending 1 lane of barracks. That's all you need.
Maelstrom picked up for Laurel. So again, these small item buffs you can get to amp the damage for these high ground defense. That is what you were looking for if you were Team Spirit. Is Yatoro will go this Ags third. Try and get the hypo up 1,500 away. That is a huge item to get to maybe swing this game and swing those fights if he can.
No, he's only 500 away.
He has another. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He's close.
Yeah, he's real close.
That's a big timing if he can get there.
Sell your Wraith bands.
No, you don't sell those Wraith bands. You need those Wraith bands. Those are 25-minute Wraith bands. Another good arrow.
Your buildings. Oh, wait. 1 lane of barracks. That's right. We don't care about this.
No, 1 lane. Who cares 1 lane?
Yeah, who cares 2 lanes?
I mean, honestly, yeah, who cares 2 lanes? This is ages pushed by gaming. This isn't even fast.
The Frost Armor does a really good job of slowing it down, yeah.
Toro's living the life right now. Finishes his Ags off that top wave. It's time to fight.
Oh, coming in. Oh, it almost hit the Doom instead. God damn, those damage.
That's going to be meta out, though. If Spirit can heal right now, get back, and take a higher on defense fight that Gaming overcommit to, it's a good window. The question is, are Gaming going to commit without the meta? And probably not, when they still have 3 minutes left on this Aegis.
Yeah, there's no rush. Is there anything different about the Ags now?
That's what I was reading. I was trying to see. I don't know. Maybe they changed it slightly. It's very hard for me to tell. I mean, I'm assuming they buffed it, right?
Yeah, I mean, from sharp.
But I think generally it does the same thing. Maybe the numbers are slightly larger, but you're still looking for the big pops on the heroes.
I think it goes
extra
to
slow
more
damage.
stacks and probably does more bonus damage.
I think it is a higher amount of stacks. You can go up to 9 now.
Yeah.
I think it was 7 before.
Not a trial player. 9 is a lot, man. 90% regen reduction?
It's still very strong. And the thing is, it just gives them a lot more AoE in the engagements off these multi-shots that are getting buffed up by the Glacier. This Drow high ground defense is pretty damn strong, honestly. If you get 2 multi-shots off, you might be in a situation where you can win that fight.
Yeah, it's 540 damage. If you get them 9 stacks and they die, it's 540 damage on AoE.
I mean, I don't know if you're getting all 9. But yeah. That's
I think in this fight you're getting all 9 because I don't think you're killing them in 9 shots.
That is also probably true, yeah.
Your tankiness plays against you, gaming gladiators.
Fools. You should have won this game slightly less. Oh, he did switch out a Wraith Band here. Gonna be going for Shadow Blade, but meta is back up, and that is go time for Gaming to try and secure another lane. 2 out of the 3 on their way to Megas.
See what Ace does. Kind of expecting him to just go for the mid lane.
I mean, this push is not as... There's the Glacier.
Oh, wow.
Is that sarcastic? I can't tell. Quinch just in.
Okay, they go in a little bit, but so does Laurel. Pretty good Rolling Thunder, disrupting a lot of these heroes. They give
really
space
nice
for Utoro to get those multi-shots in. Lining him up. Ace, actually, he's going to brave it. He's going to go for Utoro. Pushed back by the Hurricane Pike while Collapse going to die. Controlled up by the Chains. Now the Chain Frost is going to be able to bounce around. Utoro, oh no, he's going to be sundered. That's a disaster. And the cheese was eaten by Ace. He was kind of baiting it out, and that is, well, no Drow Ranger, so that's going to be GG.
Well, yeah. That was a fast
Great
game.
Glaciers. Great Glaciers.
I mean, honestly,
you gotta give it to him.
That was so sad he glaciered, and then the second Glacier was out. Ace is like, all right, time to go. He insta-wolf forms in. He has to run away. Didn't even get to use the Glacier in the last fight. He did get 9 stacks on the Lycan, but never got the pop. And Gaming just run that game over with a last pick Wolf that was uncontestable here. A classic Gaming Gladiators lineup with a
Remember what
classic
you're talking
tempo.
about? Ace, the absolute professional.
Yeah.
Almost everybody on Game of Gladiators, I guess Tofu's not smiling, but everybody else on Game of Gladiators laughing, smiling, even Quinn cracking one, and then you go to Ace. Just another day at the office. No big deal.
I mean,
Still a series to play.
He wakes up, he knows he has to beat up some scrubs, he beats them up, he says, job's done. Goes back to sleep. And that is the average day in a life of Ace.
Yep, and Team Spirit are scrubs in game number 1. But game 2, they come back and look like the TI winners we all know them to be, right? Well, that's what we certainly hope so, because this game 1 was an absolute stomping, and we know Team Spirit can do so much better than that, especially watching that series yesterday. I mean, that series yesterday against 9 Pandas, super high skill series.
I'm
super fun to
expecting
be able to
a
watch.
70-minute barn burner.
Absolutely.
Also,
We
Ace,
promise you.
7.2k hero damage. Kind of embarrassing, honestly. Like, what are you doing?
Get your shit together here. Come on, Ace. All right, we promise you guys next game is going to be 70 minutes minimum. Come back. Well, actually, don't go anywhere because we've got our great panel.
Yeah, don't send people away, Cap, please.
Go
We need them to
coffee.
stick around, prove our
break.
worth. Just like Gaming Gladiators proved their worth in game number 1. I will say, though, yesterday we had an interview with Laurel after their series with 9 Pandas. And he did say that first game of the day, you know, they just need time to wake up. So we're hoping that that's going to be the case. Because Gaming Gladiators definitely seemed way more awake to Team Spirit. I'm joined by Jenkins, Sheep, and Winter. Winter, this game, it got out of control really fast for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I will attribute this loss to a draft loss. I don't even feel like they did anything particularly bad in the game. I just felt like when your first pick right now, the number 8 pick is your kind of win condition hero pick, and right now I don't know if Doom is good enough for the 8th pick. Because when you pick the Doom, and he struggles in the lane still, and in the second phase drop, they then pick the Pango, which it was an answer towards the Ember that they saw way earlier, and he still didn't really do well in the lane, then I feel like 8 picking the Doom wasn't good enough. I would just rather pick the Pango at number 8 and then figure out what I want to pick on the offlane later.
Yeah. It was rough. The Lycan worked out amazingly well, Sheep.
Oh, it was great.
Great.
I mean, it's Ace on the Lycan. What can you do? The man denied so many creeps. He's actually not even my MVP. Like, I was just watching the supports and how friggin' good they are.
Dude, Tofu.
I was going to say dude,
insane.
Celery.
I was going to say both.
Okay.
Both of them.
I want to say Celery, he always does the shit on Enchantress. You know, he's just the most annoying guy. He's the best Enchantress player, period. Like,
I mean, there's something about the Western Europe Eng players.
they're insane.
Yeah.
Those body blocks from Tofu, though, for that first Doom on Quinn,
Yeah.
if he doesn't like perfectly body block there, Quinn goes down, that whole game looks different. You have an Ember who's like winning lane, you know, feeding a kill to the offlane Doom. Dude, Collapse's net worth was atrocious.
Yeah, it collapsed.
It did. Imagine if he gets a kill on an Ember. That's a Midas.
Yeah.
That's almost a full Midas right there.
Tofu's a friggin' god. He was hitting really sick arrows the entire game. He was always set up in the right spots. Celery, he destroyed that Doom's game. And we saw it in the highlights reel. Oh, nice. Here it is.
Look at this.
Oh, Tofu. And then he hits and then he just keeps going. Hits the arrow.
Hits the arrow off of no setup.
And then body blocks.
Just stands right in front.
And then he gives his Ember a kill. Oh.
I will say the arrow was literally point blank. There was no way
It
to
doesn't
go.
matter.
No, it's hard. You can dodge those. I mean, especially with Scorched Earth, you just do a little boop, you know, step down and then it goes past. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Everything went well. He body blocked into arrow, into body block again, gives this guy the kill. Like,
He was doing that in the lane too. He was hitting arrows based on wolf body blocks. It's like that's not a setup. Don't tell me people in pubs are like, oh, they've a Lycan. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pick Mirana because my offlaner's a Lycan, so we can do the wolf move out of way into arrow combo. It's like so stupid, but if it works, it works. And sure, in the lane, it wasn't like netting kills, but it was netting a lot of harass, and it was enough that Ace was just free farming.
I will say though, this game, we heard our commentary team as well. At some point, Kev's like, just
Just
get
go
it
next.
over with, go
Yeah.
next. And then it took like another 10 minutes, Winter, before Gaming Gladiators could finish. Was that credit to how Team Spirit tried to delay the game?
I feel like it's kind of both. Gaming Gladiators, they also tried to end the game really systematically. They don't want to give their opponents any chances. They just farm the whole map because they have the whole map. So why even bother take the risk? And you don't want to just lose one fight on the high ground and we have to play another 20 minutes. So I'd rather take the 10 minutes.
Lich Frost Armor as well. Although there was one place where Winter said they should report that guy. Would you like to elaborate on that? Who's getting reported in this game, Winter?
I actually don't remember. Was it the Lich?
The Lich Frost Armor?
We don't know.
With the thought, oh, somebody clicked the glyph when the Lich cast Force Armor on the tower. And usually it happens in my pubs, and I wish I could tell who is that idiot that clicked on the glyph.
To shame them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to find out.
I didn't know we were allowed to like put our feet up on the sofa.
Of course you are. It's a
comfy.
couch. You can sit however you want, comfortably.
Who's off?
Apart from apparently me. Sitting behind a desk, very official. Okay, maybe not. No!
Oh, that's too much.
Oh,
what do you mean?
That's too much, Jenkins.
What do you mean?
At least I got a
Oh, I can smell it over here now. Jesus Christ.
I have
Jenkins.
Kelowna. It's Brussels sprout flavored.
Oh,
Not on your
dude.
feet, dude.
Yeah, I put on my feet.
You know what? I would like to be off camera for a little bit, which is what we're going to do when we're looking at the head-to-head, because we do want to see the offlaners compared. I think that was... We talk a lot about the supports, and rightfully so, but the comparison between Collapse and Ace, we had a very first phase. We had first phase Doom coming out, so you think that is... there's a lot of pressure on the hero that gets picked so early, right, Winter?
Yeah, and it's a little bit unfair for Collapse. Ace had the overall last pick, so obviously he's going to do a lot more.
Yeah.
And I think Collapse is a player that you really need to prioritize on Team Spirit. I would actually rather show Lao's hero early, because if you want to pick like a neutral hero, just whatever, pick his hero early. Collapse is the boss, man. I'm going to save his pick for last.
Yeah. Your feet smell like roses, by the way, Jenkins. Don't
Thank
worry.
you.
It's all good.
It's rose and Brussels sprout.
Sure. Let's focus our attention on game number 2. Now, we've seen yesterday Team Spirit turning it around completely. I remember us saying, like, where did this Team Spirit come from? This is the Team Spirit we're used to seeing. But where did that process begin, Jenkins? What do we need to see changed?
Oh my God, where does it begin? I feel like if Laurel doesn't understand it, I don't understand it. You know, he literally just like, yeah, we just play like shit game 1. I don't know what's going on. I do feel like, going back to what Winter said, between game 1 and game 2, they will usually start prioritizing Laurel earlier in the draft, which I think it's because, like, yes, he has played a lot of heroes, but I also feel like when he's on his S tier heroes, like, he's really, really good. And when he's on his, like, A or B tier heroes, maybe it's actually like C or D tier. So he's a specialist player, and I know Pango is one of his best guys, but then also getting Collapse something where he can carry the game with it, and he's given a good game, because even though, Team Spirit is not necessarily the best team in the world right now, they're obviously a very good team. Collapse is still argued to be potentially the best offlaner in the world, even over Ace. Like, he's always in the top 3 for people. So I think giving Collapse a good game is always what they tend to do on the second game. What are you doing?
Nothing. We're good.
What's going on with you?
No, I was just checking.
What are you doing with this thing?
I was checking how solid this was in here.
Winter, can you take this from her, please?
Sure, I'll replace that with a fish next time.
No.
Next time, a live one, please, and a little aquarium that I can feed every once in a while. That'll be cool. And then they can predict which team is going to win. We can't predict that because we're not very smart. Not smart enough anyway.
We can get the Blade Blades.
We can't.
Blade. That's so lazy. So not DMCA-able content there, guys. Absolutely
fine.
different from
Guys,
Beyblade.
game 2 is surely going to be a little bit more back and forth compared to game number 1. But did I just lie or did I speak the truth? You're going to have to wait and find out. We'll be back after a break. That's some metal right there coming from our Peppy Pandas.
You think Buckethead is good? How about Helmet Head? Play Buckethead. Play some Buckethead. I don't know if I haven't listened to Buckethead in a really long time.
I also.
It's like a metal guy.
Let's see.
Does metal.
That was really sick, though.
That was
with the
pretty cool.
helmet.
It was pretty
Yeah.
cool. Warm.
Nice job, Ty. He's about to pass out. The look on his face. That got me.
All right, we got the draft ready, though. We got Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant for game number 2 of this series.
What
Team
the
Spirit
heck?
on the Dire, and they have chosen second pick. So it went as follows. Team Spirit had priority. They chose second pick, and then Gaming Gladiators chose Radiant. And we got an opening for Enchantress again, because Celery is just literally the best at the moment at this hero, so why wouldn't you?
Hippo, I can feel the stress radiating off of you. Can you let me know what's going on with you right now?
What it like? Okay. So we all came to the consensus.
Yes.
The Ench on Celery. Celery's the best Ench in the entire world.
Yeah.
We saw last game how he absolutely decimated Doom. We also saw him denying Wisdom runes with a Centaur creep right in front of Doom's face. You go through all that, and you still think Undying is a bigger issue. Like, how...
Yeah, that's actually interesting.
That's my question. How OP is Undying to actually have to be a high priority ban than Celery's Enchant?
I mean, that's why they chose first pick in the previous series. They wanted to... There's too many things you have to pick. You have to ban, you know.
You want to
Right.
hear something interesting?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So far, this entire Dream League, so Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2, obviously Celery has played Undying.
Of course.
He's played it 3 times in total. And he has only won 1 game with that.
That's
Which was against Entity, and everybody was able to beat Entity.
I mean, there's one
So-
thing about banning Undying early, because we talk about how important a collapsed hero pool is. Like, he plays all the strength heroes, you know.
Yeah.
So maybe the Undying ban was also because he didn't want to deal with the Undying in the lane.
I'll allow it. And they banned Mirana. When they pick Mirana, Mirana is considered a counter to Enchantress. You can arrow the creep, Starstorm with a lot of burst damage, Enchantress dies,
what the-
burst
I like
damage, and
this.
they steal the Ember.
No, it's not about stealing the Ember, it's picking
Stolen!
Lar's hero early. That's important, you know, you have to pick collapsed hero later. I think that's the strategy I would employ. Keep his hero later, decide later. Show your mid hero first.
Yep.
Because the way Lau he plays, he always plays for the team, you know. So I feel like picking his hero out early is good.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's so funny because it's like, for God's sakes, Team Spirit does this every series. Every series, they lose game 1 picking Laurel's hero later, and then game 2, they're like, we're going to pick him early. We're going to pick Collapse later.
I think that's good. Okay, so on Game Inside now, do you think they just send it and pick like a Terrorblade? Or do you think, okay, well, it doesn't
Wow.
matter.
I think they
the
pick
conversation I still
Underlord.
want to have.
But why?
Do you think like you can pick that into like Ember, Mirana? Or do you, like, why are they prioritizing Underlord here when it's not actually been like super high priority in their drafts overall?
It wouldn't have gotten banned.
I mean, I would be surprised if they do this because it's boring, and Quinn doesn't like playing boring stuff, but mid Underlord does dumpster Ember Spirit.
He plays mid Underlord.
We haven't seen it.
I have no idea if
I mean,
that...
it's definitely good against Ember in the lane, but I don't know if it fits the player.
I'll look at his Dota 2 Pro Tracker because I agree. It does not fit the player, but it is one of the best counters to Ember mid. It dumpsters it.
I prefer to see Ace playing Underlord if I had a preference.
I mean, could it also be because when Quinn sees the opening, Mirana plus Ember Spirit, he doesn't think of a hero immediately, so he feels like he doesn't want the drafter to pick his hero there.
Yeah.
It could be one of the reasons, you know.
Or if they later pick Quinn's hero at the time where Team Spirit can't flex the Ember to safe lane, which they do. Yotaro has played the Ember on safe lane. Then Quinn can pick a counter, and then they can't flex it.
So they are pre-picking an offlaner that's already good against Ember in the safe lane.
Yeah, sure, exactly. So then when Gaiman picks Huskar, when they do flex the Ember, it loses anyway. If they do flex the Ember, or maybe they can't.
It makes sense.
So what do we think happens with Doratio now? Because
Terrorblade, just give him Terrorblade.
oh,
no,
it's banned now. That's why I was kind of asking, like, do we think they should just pick it first phase? Because I don't want to diminish his skills as a carry because this man has won 3 tournaments back to back and is an absolute beast. But I think he has looked the best consistently on Terrorblade, and then other stuff can be a bit of a toss-up.
Yeah, that feels like his best hero, hands down. I mean, he does have a few others that I think he looks pretty good on, like Lifestealer, but the game needs to be right for it.
Yeah.
Void also, but I feel like that's a a later pick, so it's hard to say right now. TB's nice because you just throw it in a draft, and it's like, Duraccio is going to just do fine on it no matter what. But when it comes to the Morphling, I don't think he's 23 Savage level.
Please, no Morphling for
He'll be
Duraccio.
fine no matter what.
It's on my
Didn't we
ban
see
list.
it yesterday twice, and
That's why they lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should just ban the Morphling
Yeah.
now so that it's just gone.
I mean, with this draft, I think he should probably be playing Faceless Void. There's a high chance. Faceless Void with Underlord has a lot of synergy because you're a long cooldown hero, and Underlord helps with that by pushing out the crit waves. And in the team fights, you can chuck your Firestorm onto the Chronosphere. So I think those two heroes work really well together.
And he like stands in front of towers like a wall. You just stand there, and it's like, all right, you delay for enough time for Chrono to come back up, basically.
Yep.
What do you think about just picking heroes that are really hard to kill, like Medusa?
That's a way to do it. Yeah, I think Medusa's good here. Whenever Medusa gets introduced into a draft, the game just goes so crazy. Like that's when you start thinking about the anti-mage off lanes. These like crazy.
Is there even a bad Medusa game? I feel like you can just pick the hero if you want to.
You can. It just depends on like the preference for the team. Like, do they feel like, do we want to make this a Medusa game or not?
Send the man to farm for 10 years, stack the Ancients.
Yep.
Buy Solar Crest.
Yeah, you're good.
I like this not every game because it was really OP. Like when it was every game, it was just kind of boring, but now the fact that you can pick it, it's still good, but it completely changes the whole draft. Is pretty cool.
Well, they're still able to get the techies. They feared the Rubik more than the techies.
And they have a lot of like explosive jump and play make now, at least on Spirit. You have many ways to make moves. Like you can combine a lot of heroes together and like make your smokes, make your moves, and do stuff.
Lots of damage between these heroes and lockdown.
So it's on Gaiman not to fall victim to that and feed away heroes.
Yep. Like we talked about in the last draft, probably we're going to see a Tofu support that can roam to mid for Quinn, and a hero that also likes to have heroes roam for them, so a Spirit type hero. What beats Ember in lane? How's the Puck Ember matchup? Oh,
Jesus
there you go.
Christ.
Ember in lane.
Oh my god.
That'll do it.
Okay, so the last time they played this Huskar into Ember Spirit, Quinn absolutely annihilated the lane. Like he destroyed the Ember. The Ember had like 8 last hits and Quinn had like 20 plus. It was a slaughter. However, what ended up happening was he got ganked mid, which can easily happen with these heroes on Spirit, and he then felt forced to rotate to side lanes where he also died because his side lanes went really poorly. So I look at this game now, I look at Underlord Eng, I'm feeling confident they need to win their side lanes, or they need to go even and not be behind where Quinn feels pressured to have to play to their games.
Yeah.
A lot of Tofu's ranged heroes that you'd like to play with Underlord are banned. The only one left is like Hoodwink. I'm just not sure how great of a hero it is. He's played Coddle, but there's no Coddle combo here. So that looks pretty bad.
There's no obvious good hero for him right now.
Yeah.
Does it have to be a ranged hero?
It doesn't have to be, but I was thinking like maybe Spear Breaker, but Ember counter Spear Breaker mid. You just
that's nice because you want a position 4 that can help your off lane and at the same time help the mid lane, and Spear Breaker I feel like fits that.
He does. I just feel like to charge an Ember is a little difficult, but maybe I'm thinking too like a few patches ago. Like Spear Breaker is pretty damn fast now. You can sometimes get the Ember like through the trees and stuff.
Yeah, you have to find an angle.
Yeah.
You just go after he uses Slight.
Can
Early.
you not go for... No, never mind. I have Willow and Wind Ranger in my head as ranged 4 is still in the pool, but I actually
Lion.
not sold by either.
Okay.
I wasn't going to be sold by Lion either, but there it is.
Well, this hero did just get buffed. They increased the width on his Earth Spike.
I wouldn't call that buff.
I feel like that's pretty significant, dude. They did that to Nyx Assassin, and he became immediately overpowered.
Yeah, but Lion's bad in the lane.
No, Lion is terrible. Don't get me wrong. But
Is he not just going to die? Is he not just going to get right-clicked by a techies and die?
yes.
He trades really bad with both of the
my
enemy
goodness.
supports, yeah. But it's
Oh
fine.
my goodness.
Oh my.
Oh, okay.
And
there
so
we
they're
go.
doing the flex that we talked about.
This is the... Gaiman did this before. I've seen this exact same thing.
Yes, so that's why the Underlord was in the first phase, because now Ember's going to go against Underlord. Underlord will win that one, but it still means you have a Huskar versus a Sniper mid, which is very difficult for the Huskar.
You're saying Underlord's
Yes.
going to win that one, but if Ember slights a couple of times, doesn't Lion just feed?
Or you can just play together like with if you just don't give him the slice.
I actually think if you're Spirit, you probably run the Mirana in the safe lane now. with the
Okay.
Ember, and then Techie. I mean, actually, Techie's Ember seems pretty good too. Chains
They're
into
both fine, I think.
into mines. They're both fine, but there's definitely some solid roam potential to the safe lane.
You just need to protect the Underlord till he gets the ring, and then you can do whatever you want. You definitely want to prioritize helping the Huskar, not the Underlord.
So, there needs to be some hero to jump on the sniper. There is not one of those heroes. Void would have been great.
Yeah.
Right.
And probably a Duraccio hero, unless they want to run Duraccio Huskar.
Water Boy is the best pick, but he's not a good Water Boy player.
Yeah.
There's another carrier that jumps on. There's two actually. They're the same person in the lore. Jumps on people.
Spectre.
Vector.
Spectre PA. Yeah.
You know,
I mean, both can get on top of a sniper.
I could see. I mean, those heroes are rough, dude.
Yeah,
Those
I
are-
know.
Don't counter a good hero with a bad.
How about
terms-
Lycan carry?
Liking.
In terms of meta heroes, I feel like Bloodseeker, is it banned? I feel like Bloodseeker could be good.
Bloodseeker. Yeah, there's still Bloodseeker.
Because I remember there was a while there where when it was like Nature's Prophet, Drow, Lina carry, everybody was picking Bloodseeker, eventually getting like a Swift Blink, blinking on top with the Basher, Bloodseeker Shard. You can actually outtrade the snipers of the world.
Yeah.
And it's more of a Duraccio hero that he's actually comfortable with.
Yeah.
I mean, it
I
is
think-
a game
ooh.
too. They're a game up.
You know, I really want to see Mr. Collapse play. Good old-fashioned Mars. That would make me really happy.
Oh yeah.
Just put your enemies in a circle so that you can do all the damage you want with everyone on your team. Some nice lockdown combos in lane nicely with Mirana. That would
Yeah.
make me super happy.
You just need a hero to protect the sniper
Yeah.
in the team fights. Any tight Mars hero will be fine.
Gaiman needs a carry that...
I mean, the fact that their enemies did not ban Morph here tells you.
They're not worried about that.
No, I agree. I agree with Winter. I actually think Morph is a really good pick, but okay, they go for the blood.
Yeah.
I feel like this makes sense too, because I feel like Ench Blood is not really going to lose lane to anything, and Team Spirit has the last pick for Collapse. So there's like, what can you really counterpick a Bloodseeker with in lane?
You want to win the lane, maybe like tight. You have the Gush with the Mirana arrow. I think that would probably be one of the things that I'm thinking about. You want a hero that can kill the Bloodseeker in the lane. Centaur tight, or
You don't
the
just
Mars.
fear him and then arrow him. The Mars.
Yeah, Mars is fine too.
Mars is my favorite here. Also, Shrapnel got buffed on Sniper, right? Because I saw the Sniper
Radius increase, baby.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huge.
I saw when Quinn played it, he went 2-2-1 build, but when I see Sniper versus
Wait, what? Live?
what is happening?
What? Who's the off lane? What the hell?
Not
Well, it will be a Laurel
I don't
sniper, so we knew that one.
Yeah.
Wait.
Collapse Marana.
Collapse Marana.
What the hell is going on? So they want to win the lane?
They just gave up on the Ember
And
concept. Okay.
Amira Ember.
Okay.
Wow,
So this is
that's
why they
fucking
This is
cool,
why they
dude.
opened the draft with Ember Mirana.
That is cool.
Was it Tiger that played a lot of Ember for? I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, it was Tiger.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel like Spirit just outdrafted Gaiman. That was some 5D chess right there.
Yeah, but okay, so it's indeed, yay, wow, Ember 4. Is it good?
I mean, it's even the last pick good. Lifestealer against Underlord.
Pretty good.
It's good. I think so.
uh,
I think so. I think Lifestealer has like a very positive win rate against Underlord.
The lane is good, but in the game later, is he still good? Like, he reduces your damage.
He
then
does
builds
reduce your damage by a
Crimson
lot.
Guard.
Yeah.
Unless you're building Radiance.
I like it. I like it. I mean, I like Lifestealer versus Bloodseeker too, because he ruptures you just infamous.
I actually think they went too far. They went in a circle.
You think this is so next level, it's previous level?
Yeah. Like, for me, Okay, here's the thing. If Lal destroys Quinn mid and Quinn doesn't have a game, then sure, maybe they can just run them over with this lineup. But they don't really have anything to start fights properly. Everything is very awkward. They rely on a lot of very awkward things, which they could execute. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it's a little bit less complicated on game inside. Their fights seem easier.
Well, let's see if the awkward things will work out and will work into Spirit's favor and force out that third game of the series. We're heading over to our commentary team, but first, some Petty Pandas.
Counterpicks into counterpicks into counterpicks. Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. Game 2 is going to offer us a very unique draft setup. Team Spirit are going to go for the support Ember Spirit. Avery?
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. Instantly, you're just like, yep, I believe in it.
All I know is every time I play versus support Ember, I'm like, I'm going to trash on this hero, and he goes like 10-0. So I feel like Spirit are just going to win this game, based on my anecdotal experience alone.
Okay. Honestly, like, I've seen a number of support Ember Spirits. I feel like it's never really that bad. And they do have the Ember Mirana combo. Now it's in lane with each other.
Yeah, I legit think the support Ember transition here was a decent decision by Spirit because of who they're playing against too. Like when you're playing against gaming, these guys try and go for these lane matchups that they can abuse and just snowball off it. It's some real nerd ass shit. So if you can just disrupt that and get something you're still comfortable with, then I think you're in a decent spot strategically versus them. As long as the support matchups are also playable. That's the big question. Like, is this support Ember going to be playable versus the Enchantress? That's a tough one, but like I said, I've seen this support Ember do, it always does better than I expect. So I have high hopes.
We'll see how Tofu does because they picked a support Lion for him. They were talking about how all the 4 positions that he normally plays were kind of out of the pool.
Already got a heal out of Celery with the early chains point.
Oh yeah, that is nice.
Ember's just a hard hero to trade with. He has decent armor, decent stats, 700 HP here with a Blood Grenade Fairy Fire. Chains is a pretty efficient spell for the damage on the mana cost. It's very viable. It's just a matter of can you get some early to mid-game action going so you don't fall behind on the support levels and get run over on the map. And I want to talk about the line, but something that's been happening is Celery, he did the boots buy because you don't see the very start of the game a lot of time.
Yeah.
Celery is buying boots on Enchantress, running out, you run the courier after, you put the boots back on the courier, run it back to base, sell it. Gets you out to mid lane a little faster. That resulted in Celery getting the obs on mid lane first, which scouted Spirits, which is why he got the D ward there, which is why he has an XP advantage going into this laning phase. Already almost level 2. I think more teams need to be aware of when this is happening and not just give up the free ward, because these wards, they matter a lot in terms of the support level advantage, especially if you're trying to run some of these weird picks like Ember to the Enchantress. Look, Celery's already level 2. Mira, he's not even half of level 1. These obs make a huge difference in terms of winning these little skirmishes, so...
Yeah,
nice
we might not
plays.
be able to see the true power of the support Ember Spirit when you're already up against a level advantage. Dyrachyo and Celery do some good damage to Mira and a bit more to Collapse. Go for the ultimate punish with the level 2 versus level 1 matchup.
This is a product of those little things going better for gaming. That's why they're a scary early game team. Still, these lane matchups should be favorable for Spirit over the long run. They have the Sniper versus the Huskguard, the Lifestealer versus the Underlord, Mirana versus a Bloodseeker. Should be fine. You're a ranged offlaner versus Bloodseeker. It's pretty much as good as you're going to get in terms of just not getting dunked on, as we've seen this hero demolish almost every lane he's going to. And then Techies should be able to get Yatoro through this lane. I feel like the panel is hating on Lion, but I actually like this hero this patch. I think we should see him more. I think he's pretty damn good.
Why? Okay, did you like this hero before the D patch?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
I've just liked him since the big Frontiers came through. I'm not even sure I can 100% explain to you why. I've just been playing him a lot, and it just feels a lot better. His Earth Spike got buffed. It deals a lot more damage now. He has a pretty decent level 10 talent to buff it up more, so in these fights, you're throwing out a lot more spells. You're slightly tankier, and I think you just build stats on him now. I think that's one of the components people are sleeping on. This hero with stat build-up in the lane is just a strong laner. He actually doesn't lose to much with just spamming impales with the extra HP so you can't get all in level 1. And Earth Spike is a pretty efficient spell. Like, it's 105 damage now level 1 for 90 mana. Larger radius definitely helps. The Hex got extra cast range, which is huge for a single target instant stun. Whenever that happens in Dota, it's a big deal as well. And his stuns are still some of the stuns that last a long enough amount of time you feel good going in and initiating on top of them. Finger also got a cooldown reduction. Level 1, it's pretty big. Going down to 140 means you're actually getting maybe 4 or 5 fingers off instead of 2 or 3 in the early game. And it just feels better. Everything about this hero is starting to get up there. I'm not saying he's some first phase pick or anything, but I think we are going to see more of this hero, and he fulfills a pretty big gap in a lot of these lineups, which is just having instant lockdown. Like, you look at the rest of gaming's draft, that's all aura-centric. They have some pits, they have some roots, they have a rupture, but there's no real hard stun. Lion will always give you that.
Yeah, kind of like as long as his laning phase isn't totally trash, Lion is always going to be a decent hero because of that aspect, right?
Yeah, and that's how I feel. I also feel like because one of the biggest changes for the hero was the kills being worth more. The fact you can go around and get like 1 or 2 cheeky kills in the laning phase and get you that finger and get the finger kill, and suddenly you have like 1,000 gold instead of where you would have had 400. And suddenly this one item you need online, like a blink or an aether or just extra stats to get you through that early game, is doable now. Whereas before it felt impossible. Because this hero does not farm neutrals. He doesn't really shove waves too well. He relies on the kills. Okay. But I think that was honestly the biggest buff to the hero, is you feel a lot better getting the 1 or 2 kills, whereas before it was like, okay, I got a finger kill, now what the hell do I do?
You're kind of convincing me. You're selling me a little bit. Yeah. I still have a problem with, 140 seconds is better than the, 160 it used to be? But it's still 140 goddamn seconds. And kills are worth so much, I want to get a kill more than once every 2 minutes. You know?
I think Earthspike dealing a little bit more, and it helps a bit. Blood grenades help this hero a bit as well. You have some kill threat outside of just finger. So anyway, that whole discussion is I think this hero is a lot more viable than people are giving him credit for. And I would be delighted to see more Lion in the meta.
Mira does time the slight nicely. The arrow comes through, but Dyrachyo does manage to sidestep that one. Does enough damage. They do manage to get the kill. Dyrachyo is low, but collapsed. Missed one of the right clicks. He was hidden away into the trees.
Got fogged.
He did get fogged, and he threw out an arrow into a creep instead of the Bloodseeker.
He's still going for it, but he's getting kited out. Oh, that's purple.
Oh, it's not enough. Celery's slow, but his heals are too much, and Game of Gladiators. Okay, Miro comes back in. He does manage to get that. Finally.
Very nice. Very nice for him. Might have even worked out a little better for Spirit, because getting the extra levels on support Ember is a big deal. Boot's already up. Mira's not in too bad of a spot, all things considered. You're battling through a very tough lane in Bloodseeker and Enchantress. Like, there's not a lot that's going to win this lane for Spirit anyway. So if you can get something out of it and go even, and your other 2 lane matchups are confident and comfortable here, which they are for Spirit, top of the board, then you're in a pretty good spot in this early game. Again, I feel like for Spirit playing against Gaming, you don't want to go in the early game expecting to destroy them. You want to go into it and go even. Like, stop their momentum and aggression, and you're going to feel good. Nice little sacrifice.
Yeah, uses the enchant to run in front of the arrow. And Celery is looking good to survive here. Tofu's actually going to come in, hit the 2-man stun. Maposhka dead first, still going for the kill onto the Enchantress. They do manage to get that one, but it is a buffed up Dyrachyo. The other support dies. Can Dyrachyo use this momentum to get anything more? Doesn't look like it. The phase boots just clips him one more time. That's it.
Team Spirit's fighting really well in this offlane. Collapse joining these fights with the early Starstorm and just max stats build on Universal Mirana here. Triple branch, double circlet treads build up. A lot of extra right click damage coming out from Mirana in the early game.
How is he only doing 77 damage? That kind of build up.
Mirana has extremely low base damage. She's one of the lowest starting base damages in Dota. I think it's like 42 or something. Ridiculously pitiful.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll do it.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Is her stat gain okay? 3.8 damage per level?
Yeah, her stat gain has generally been okay. It's slightly worse now that she got changed to Universal because you have to balance it out. But I don't think that's ever been the problem with the hero. It's just her laning was always bad because she never had any base damage.
Yeah.
You can't trade any of these last hits. But stats will turn her into a normal hero with very powerful spells.
How's the mid lane matchup going, by the way?
Laurel is winning it. He's not crushing it, but he's winning it. And Rune Control will help secure Celery here with the Assassinate.
Dire are scanning.
Down goes Bambi.
I mean, Quinn has just gone to jungle as well. He's just doing Ancients and some large camp stacks that Gaming has set up for him. Choosing not to play into that Sniper, probably a wise move here, as this is generally just more efficient for Huskar anyway. And so now's a big question for Spirit. You went into this game 1, you got crushed on the lanes, and the game was just over. You're in game 2, you've pretty much won 3 lanes here, versus Gaming, with your matchups and your draft, switcheroo. Now you have to transition into something. Start getting active between the Sniper and the Lifestealer. At which point does that occur? Because these are fairly static heroes. Outside of the Ember, maybe setting some stuff up for chains, it's a pretty slow and immobile draft from Team Spirit. You don't want to just get run around the map. You don't want to let the Huskar catch up.
Oh, he almost
Collapse.
got him collapsed. He got the last hit on the creep, and now he gets the last hit on the hero. Dyrachyo stays alive ever so barely thanks to good old Thirst Heal.
Sustain on this lane. Really paid off for gaming versus the Mirana and the Ember. Slight right-click spam. We'll get the tower mid off Laurel. That is the downside of going to the jungle for Quinn. He gets to maintain his level and gold, but he will lose some map control. Laurel takes full advantage of it and is very fat going that diffusal build. Some extra mana drain and control.
Something has gone wrong with Diffusal Blade.
What?
I mean, all these heroes are just like default building it now. I feel like that means that you went wrong somewhere with the item. Or it's just overhyped. Oh, stun comes in just in time, giving an opportunity for Laurel to be able to TP away. Great
Nice
timing, too.
sacrifice.
Since Ace was TPing in.
Fingers up for Tofu. So you know he wants to be looking for some big core kill now. Would not be surprised to see some early smoke action by Gaming in this early game just to go to the lanes and get some big core kills. Because their early objective taking isn't going to be as strong as they like with the Huskar having to play up into the Sniper. The Sniper tier 1 tower defense is formidable. So you kind of want to just play on the lanes, get some kills going, build some momentum that way while Ace continues to farm. Team Spirit looking for the same thing. We'll bring Yatoro in with the big Ghoul Frenzy.
Really good gank. Tofu does manage to get the return kill onto Collapse, the first finger kill of the game, and Mira's going to die too, as Quinn makes his first rotation outside of the jungle.
You starting to believe in this line a little bit more? Starting to look pretty good, isn't it?
No, he got one finger kill.
That's looking pretty good.
That always would happen. He always would get one finger kill. It could be a 300-second cooldown. He would still have that one kill.
Toro just puts the leash on Ace and walks the dog. A lot more XP for him. Puts that armlet to use. Both of Team Spirit's carries in a good spot. I mean, is there any other support that gets collapse in that situation? No. I don't think
Skywrath
so.
Mage.
Is there any other support that gets collapse in that
Techies.
situation? But is there any other support that does it and looks as stylish as Lion with the finger
Wait,
gun?
Lion looks stylish?
This hero's badass hero, man. Look at him. Look at his face. Is there any other hero that snags collapse that fast as Quinn runs for his life?
Run low, run!
Ooh, the Infest Bomb, literally.
The team coming in. Oh, that's a nice Earth Spike. Stuns up multiple heroes and helps Dyrachyo kite away. Mira's a little bit low, but he got the chains onto Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo maybe got a little bit too close there.
Ace just
Fortunately,
left.
he's got a lot of movement speed. Team Spirit, they caught too many heroes here. They're going to run down the Lifestealer. Tofu gets caught up. Oh, he doesn't have a TP, so you're surviving, but for what? Where are you going to go?
Through the gate.
Through the gate? Oh, push him away with Hurricane. Now he rages up. No infest. No.
Oh, it's Courier.
Oh, we
he
got
the
a
TP. He run it off, though. He has no rage now. I honestly think he's fine.
I mean, if he armlets, he'll
Take the bounty rune.
He'll lose the thirst vision.
Take the bounty rune.
Okay.
Didn't go for the Chad play, but I still respect him walking that off. And look, all of a sudden after that fight, Tofu with multiple impales, hitting multiple heroes here. Shadow Shaman ain't doing that, my friend. Slows up Laurel, gets him stuck in the blood right. I do like the Infest Bomb. He gets another finger kill, and he finds Yatoro. After all of that, he could not get the rage off. Collapse ruptured again. Not too happy about that one.
Yeah, I'll call it quits on a kill that could have been. Watch that one again.
Oh, it's just
BAM!
Oh my god. Look at the range. Couldn't have done that some patches back. Tell you that, my friend.
That was impressive. He spiked out of the smoke to catch the Lifestealer.
I mean, that's the other thing about that radius change. It means your length is bigger.
Oh. The girth affects the length?
That's right, Cap.
Huh.
He's girthing it up, he's lengthening it up.
Damn.
That Earth Spike's going deeper and farther and faster. And now he has a blink.
Chain's done. He's going to get off the rage in the infest, though. He's going to come back, though, and gets caught in the pit for a second, just a small little second. Yatoro does burn out. He did not have a chance to be able to toggle too many dots. He was double burning, both from the Firestorm and the burning spears.
You'll find Celery on the other end, but that is a consolation prize for losing your carry in a tower. And Tofu is destroying this game, man. That is the extra gold from the kills that pushes Lion up to this early Blink Dagger, and suddenly he's a lot more viable. Huge threat on the map right now. You can just set everything up. Gaming can bring in. They have global ability with the pit here, or the gate, sorry, off the Underlord. So that means if Tofu finds anything, you're just gating heroes in, gives you the extra damage. Finger up again in 40.
That part is, I mean, that was one of those like Shadow Shaman plus IO lineups or Lion plus IO lineups. I could see that. The instant disable combined with the extra disable you have on top of that with global relocation. That's a really nice combo. And he's got another Finger of Death coming up in 15 seconds.
2 charges online. We're looking for another. It's already plus 80 damage.
And the more kills you can get with Finger of Death early game also boosts you faster to level 12, which cuts down your cooldown even more.
Yeah, then you're feeling really good.
Then
90 seconds.
More kills, and next thing you know, you're level 18 and throwing Finger of Death around. Finger guns to everybody. Like Spider-Man 3, finger guns.
No, not going to indulge that meme.
What's up? What, you got me all excited about Lion? Now you're going to shut down finger guns?
It's because you're trying to disgrace an elegant hero with your debauchery.
Elegant. That is
Lion is a
about
refined
that face.
hero.
Nothing about that face is
This
elegant.
is a hero for refined gentlemen, for cultured Dota players who appreciate the artistic value of simple spells. You know, an Earth Spike, a Hex. Man, they're all straightforward. They don't need explanation. I don't need to read some 1,000-word essay on what some Void Spirit interactions do relative to 8 different spell immunities and bullshit. No, you just stun a hero.
Centaur Soviet-era
You
technology.
stun a hero. Well,
Is Lion the exact same?
No. Lion is an ICBM missile that has been upgraded with time. Centaur is a relic of the past who deserves to be left in the cobwebs in the trash.
So one is a relic of the past and the other is a classic.
Yeah, that's how life works. You know, people make music albums. Some of them become classics. Some of them become trash.
Okay.
Time and culture determine which is which. And in this case, me, because no one else has a mic. So I have determined.
I've got a mic.
Yeah, but you are also not culturally refined enough to make these determinations. Hey, whatever, people like watching Lion. No one likes watching Centaur. It's that simple. Don't know me.
There's
You like
tens
watching
of us
it.
out there.
This hero is so fun. Some of the greatest Dota players of all time have been Lion mains. Kaka. FY.
Name one outside of China.
MMY. Peter Pan Dam. There's one outside.
Okay.
He was actually a Lion main.
Blink Hex.
Ooh, that Hex.
He didn't see that one coming apparently, but Yatoro still. No, okay, never mind. He still dies.
Nothing to infest. Couldn't get in time.
Yeah, all the creeps died to the Firestorm.
Now Laurel's going to try and turn it around. They really want Dyrachyo. He has been elusive.
They gotta get him. They gotta get him. Earth Spike midway through, but they do manage to land the stun. Now the Rock of Atos, the Assassinate as
Arrow
well.
missed.
Collapse looking for the angle to hit an arrow, but no, he just goes in with a Starstorm. Now he's gonna be hexed up though. The impetus is just going to work. You gotta beware of the Celery Enchantress. Moonlight Shadow. Oh, the Firestorm gets him in the end.
Laurel's going ham. Huskar has finished 8. Roshan during all of this, by the way, as Quinn picks up an Aegis.
He's trying to get out.
Wondering
Don't
where
let
he
him go
was.
through that gate.
Oh, he got him.
Wait,
on the other side.
Wait, how?
Laurel sniped him across the map.
Well, he brought Quinn in, so Quinn, he's able to get revenge and kills the sniper.
Nice heads-up play from Ace to bring Quinn in after that Roshan. I think if it happened sooner, Gaming might have been able to just completely turn that fight. But Laurel will finish him off. The Quack. You cannot stop the Quack from following you across time and space here.
He died in the same frame? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he died, but he got through the gate, so that is life. Collapse, very aggressive with this Atos going in after the arrow miss. And Tofu decided to try and impale somebody else instead of Collapse, which made his team chase more here. Ends up getting the kill, but then you're just stuck battling this sniper with no real answer.
I mean, great heads-up play for Ace to throw the gate onto Quinn. So Quinn comes through.
Sees his corpse, is like, don't worry, brother, I'll avenge you. And gets straight on top of Laurel.
He literally just steps over Ace's corpse to get through the gate.
Pretty big fight for Gaming, especially considering they're doing Roshan that entire time. I do not think Team Spirit expected that to be happening at all. And it'll bump up Gaming's early Roshan percentage by another margin here. Vessel completed for Mira, though. He's had a pretty solid game on this support Ember. I think this is about where you expect him to be outside of if you just had some crazy snowball action go. But Vessel is going to be very valuable here versus the Huskar, versus the Bloodseeker, Enchantress. It's going to make him pretty damn tanky as well, just going in with max light and chains already up. But Team Spirit are really looking for this teamfight connection between Yatoro and Laurel. That's what they really want. For the Lifestealer and the Sniper to be hitting at the same time and helping each other out. That has just not happened yet as Gaming have consistently caught Team Spirit off guard. Part of that is the early blink Tofu picked up, just being able to find the jumps. But another part of it is just desynchronization here. Probably still waking up after game one.
It's magic damage. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The Vessel is helping, but the heal starts going off, and now one finger down. Techies is going to die as well. Tofu, does that push him to level 12? Almost.
Just about. That'll be a level 1 finger, but when you get a 4th charge this early in the game and you got Philosopher Stone running, he's living the lion dream.
He's feeling very, very good, yeah. Oh, look.
Nice illusion.
An illusion that's going to deny Wisdom Rune.
Very cheeky. Very, very cheeky.
I like this. Wisdom Rune should be undeniable.
I agree.
Structures are fortified.
Much like my appreciation for you, Avery. Undeniable.
Should be undeniable, but isn't. That's what you're saying. That'll be level 12 for Tofu. So those fingers gonna start heating up.
Oh,
there's another
the first infest bomb. We haven't seen that yet. They killed Duraccio very, very quickly. So despite the Huskar still being a big threat, Bloodseeker has fallen a bit by the wayside, I would say, and is going to continue to do so until he gets BKB, I guess.
Another chains up in 3. Team Spirit gonna try and force a response. They will get an underlord teleport and say that's good enough. Yatoro heads straight bottom to farm out this entire wave waiting for him.
Farm, farm, farm.
Deny a tower and maybe just take that tier 1. It's going to be a very efficient move from him if nobody contests. And Gaming are just smoking straight into Spirit as a result of showing that Lifestealer bottom. Blink on Quinn, by the way. He just wants to get in there and take some names straight onto Mira. Not who he's looking for, though. Doesn't have the lockdown, but they will find Raposhka off that impale. Start hitting a tier 1 of their own as Yatoro has to back off of bottom. Not confident enough to push into that tower.
Well, he's going to go back to it now, I think. Because Gaming Gladiators have 45 seconds left on the Aegis. Probably want to take as much as he can here.
Spirit will look at Duraccio again, but he has BKB finish, so now he's not as straightforward to kill.
Ooh, he infests into the range creep and runs away with it.
Wisely, too. That setup was coming. And this setup is just instant. You have to do this. You have to play this cautiously because the Blink Hex, you're just gone.
And soon it's going to be a Blink Hex into an Aghanim Scepter, I assume. Though Quinn is going to get a Boots of Travel first. Collapse TP away. Very smart.
So Team Spirit are successfully dodging this Aegis period. Something we've seen them do pretty well over the course of this tournament.
Now this is a Spirit game that I feel like they can bounce back from really well.
Yeah,
you know?
They're not even that far behind, honestly. It's just support net worth here. But support net worth, when your supports are janky, is not always the biggest deal. So Yatoro will start laying into the big body of Ace here.
Golly gee, that damage is pitiful. But it'll get there eventually.
There's just no help in sight.
Quinn's like, you can call me anytime, brother. I'll be there for you.
Well, he couldn't because he didn't have gate up.
Well, maybe you should get a refresher.
Now he has bots, so he fixed his own problem. Call my own damn Uber. That Ags on Huskar is going to be big power spike for gaming. That is what they're waiting for. Just a chain lockdown off the line initiation. Gives them another stun, which their lineup's a little lacking. Suddenly the Ember becomes a solo pickoff for Quinn. Pretty big deal in these fights as well, as Mira has proved to be too slippery for Quinn to stick on.
Yeah. Lockdown against the Life Stealer. You most need it.
That is where Moonlight Shadow is going to become more and more important for Team Spirit in terms of taking these engagements and keeping their sniper alive and keeping Yatoro from being the one getting jumped on. Really want to abuse the vision in this game. Make sure your cores create the right fight dynamic in terms of spacing. Any survivability Team Spirit get is going to feel great in this game. So I think that's all they have to do. Keep their cores alive. I feel like you'll win the fight eventually with Sniper pew-pewing these melee cores for gaming down. I count Husker as a melee core, of course.
Hey, it basically is. Oh, nice use. Stops the blast off away. Maposhka got to be ruptured as well, so. He'll die. He'll get some damage on Dyrachyo before he goes.
Noble sacrifice for Yatoro bottom, but they're instantly setting up.
Oh, Yatoro's going to be gone. Hex first. Earth Spike afterwards. Finger, and bye-bye Lifestealer.
And now you can go back through the gate if you're gaming.
Yep.
This Underlord making all these moves free and efficient. That was what Yatoro was afraid about earlier. Tofu instantly locking him down. Gets another finger charge. Instantly looking for more. And they found him. Mira in trouble. And he's gone.
Yeah, he had a remnant already left up farther up. Now, Quinn had to protect his own life with the BKB.
Oh,
Dyrachyo just went...
Dyrachyo
just went insane, is what happened there.
He vastly overestimated his strength into the BKB that got delivered for Laurel. And Ace wondering where his carry went. Well, he went back to the fountain, sir. You cannot gate to the underworld here.
Huh.
That's a big kill to give up.
Yeah.
When you're snowballing the map like that, you have hero advantage. You're giving 1,000 gold, giving a huge kill to Laurel, who was having issues getting involved in this game.
And it wouldn't be the first time we've seen Dyrachyo give up kills like that.
I was like, hey, that wasn't a fair fight, guys. I mean, I asked for the one-on-one. You brought in the support. What do you want me to do?
What do you think's going on there? Because Dyrachyo is having some rough games.
Dire are scanning.
It's just the nature of how he plays. He's a hyper-aggressive carry. It can win you games. It can lose you games. It can look great. It can look trash. Very volatile, as Spirit will send some volatility Gaming's way. Try and pick off Celery. Yatoro's gonna have to commit the rage. He's getting 4-staff kited.
This Enchantress is so annoying, man. The fact that he puts so much damage out in these team fights and takes that long to kill.
Still, it's a free kill for Spirit and another Deso charge for Yatoro, and they're looking towards this Roshan. Gaming are just feeding some big kills away. These are large death timers. A lot of time to set up vision, set up mines.
Oh,
look for another pickoff. Oh, they found the lion.
2 different wards to be able to spot him out. The last off onto 2. Dyrachyo down to half health. Wanted to be able to turn around on Yatoro. Now has to run away from the sniper as the Infest bomb is going to be able to catch up to him. Dyrachyo stuck in a corner. He can't get away.
Infest kiting out this Rupture, and Gaming don't have the lockdown. Even the Arrowlands, they don't have the lockdown to sustain these fights. They don't have the Huskar Ags yet. The timings are just all off for Gaming. They're giving up support pickoffs to start the fights. If you ever find the Lion, that is the dream here for Team Spirit. You just take all of their control, all their sustained control, especially out of the engagement. And that is just a free-for-all. I mean, you have a Rupture, but you have Infest, you have kiting mechanisms. Mira, the vehicle for his carry. Yatoro is getting a lot done in these fights, man. Just don't have an answer for the Ghoul running in and beating on him.
And soon he's going to have AC, so it's going to be tougher and tougher and tougher for the Bloodseeker and the Huskar to challenge him in these fights.
I mean, Bloodseeker traditionally wants Basher to be able to challenge the lifesteal in these engagements, so plus kind of your 4th item territory. Then this matchup can become okay, but Dyrachyo has fallen very far behind. He did pick up the shard, but he's just sitting on BKB Maelstrom. That is not good enough right now to be able to take the man fights. Versus Yatoro, versus Laurel, who he's probably going to get pew-pewed on by for a decent portion of that fight. Was
pew-pewed on?
That was not how. It did not sound that bad in my
Do
mind.
not phrase it that way ever again.
I think that will be an appreciated phrase in the chat. You. I mean, we all know what I meant. We all know what I meant here. Is gaming going to smoke up?
With the Moonlight Shadow for Team Spirit. Allows them to get a little bit closer, a little bit more vision. They do have the Sentry out, and they're going to jump onto Yutoro, but Yutoro's a very tough kill to be able to get.
Needs an
infest. He jumps in, Collapse, leaping to the rescue.
The savior.
What a save from Collapse, and now they're going to be able to kite out these heroes.
No
and
BKB
Yutoro,
for Quinn.
He's healing
He's
up
getting
over
quacked.
time. Yeah, they're getting quacked. They need to be able to deal with Laurel. They need to be able to close that gap, but Yutoro's back into play now.
Can't run.
He finished off Quinn. They jump forward, but Poshka, okay, they're just picking off supports, but that's all they can get at this point. Laurel, and they missed out on the kill on Yutoro. Those two are the big danger zones. Those two are the ones who are going to win you the fight.
I can't believe Yutoro gets out of there. The finger damage was not enough. He must have wanded up or gotten Lotused or something. I mean, he's so far too. I don't even know if he realizes he's this far. He's like, oh wait, I'm dying.
He
dodge
infested. I think he infested before the finger reached him.
He has the finger buff on him though, which means he got hit by it. But I guess there is a frame the buff gets placed on you, but you don't take the damage. That's crazy if that's what happened.
Crap.
That was very close. I mean, you'd have to go into the logs to see if it actually hit him. I genuinely can't tell. He might have just sticked up and arm was toggled or something.
He has so many stacks. Surely. I mean, he's doing like, what, 925 damage with that?
Yeah, that finger
there's
did
no
not.
amount of wanding and armlet toggling
I mean, I'm going
that's
to
going
assume
to
he just
that.
dodged it with the infest, and that is just a clutch play from Collapse to get in there in time, right?
Yeah. Is the 0.25 delay before the damage applied after the spell is cast?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can get the debuff on him and not deal the damage. There is always that frame you can hit to dodge it, and Yutoro pulls it off, and now Laurel in no man's land. They're doing a Tormentor right now. They're just a bad Cordes in this game, but a nice pickoff from Gaming to find him there and not lose momentum during this Aegis period. Remember, you still have this Huskar Ags online. That's why Quinn went in there, taunted the Lifestealer in. Maybe part of why he ended up getting dragged so deep, but you got to be wary.
What? I'm trying to think. I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. Was it Team Spirit? Yeah, it was. Team Spirit last series, they were winning these team fights, but they kept on giving away these like random free kills. Right?
I don't think so.
I mean, somebody was in that last series.
You're just
with
getting
Team
old,
Spirit.
my
One
friend.
Team Spirit and 9 Pandas.
You're just imagining series in your sleep.
Maybe this. Don't do this to me.
You're going to be 90 years old in the nursing home muttering things about Yutoro and Doraccio deaths.
The glacier.
Just take your meds, son.
There used to be these things called glaciers. You don't understand.
I think there have been some bad Cordes in this game, though, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's costing both teams a little bit. But Spirit, in classic Team Spirit fashion, after getting destroyed Game 1, have brought Game 2 back into a pretty decent position for them. As you can't help but feel like they are outscaling Gaming here with the Sniper and the Lifestealer to back them up with some Infest extra HP. There's not a lot of gap close on the Gaming side. Now, if they find Laurel at the start of the fights off the Blink line, the Blink Huskar, then you're looking at a pretty good engagement. But that's a big question. Are you going to find Laurel when he has Moonlight Shadow to back him up, a Lifestealer that can go in first, an Infest that can potentially save him, and he has a Shadow Blade of his own? This Sniper is a ninja.
Well, Quinn's going to try with his Blink Dagger. Popping out. He's got an Aghanim Scepter on Celery. Shows how much he's been farming and trying to carry Gaming Gladiators.
Another Rupture on Yutoro, but no cares. He's going Ags, by the way.
Yeah, why do you think that is? Just so he has an Infest opportunity?
I mean, the disarm is nice. Bloodseeker Huskar, good heroes to jump in and disarm.
Yeah.
I also think the cooldown reduction is something that's underestimated on this Ag. It's like 20-second Infest cooldown is pretty damn nice from this game because he can always Infest the Rupture, come out, and then maybe get another one off in the fight to save his Sniper or just dodge another spell. Like, these Infests have been very annoying for Gaming, so I actually don't mind the Ags here. I think it's pretty cool. Makes a lot of sense.
All I can think about it is just like, don't you just want more damage?
I mean, this is a form of damage, right? You hop in the Huskar. There's nothing you can do. It's a bit safer than trying to man up against the Huskar with your rage running out. I guess the alternative here was Yatoro could go BKB or Scotty or something and try and tank up through just raw HP or more spell immunity.
Yeah, he could have gone the BKB that a lot of people like to go, right? So you rage, BKB, rage again.
I think that's a fine option in this game as well. If he thinks he can man fight the Huskar and the Bloodseeker. Maybe he feels like the Basher coming out eventually on Dyrachyo will skew that a little bit. Dyrachyo is going his own ags here.
It might have to do with the Rupture as well, right? Like you were talking about.
Yeah,
like the rage, BKB rage doesn't work very well if you're just...
Yeah, BKB does not sound great here because it doesn't stop that. He's going to have to infest during the Rupture anyway. If the Rupture is consistently going on him, which it is. I kind of like the Axe. And it is finished here, so it's pretty damn fast. This might catch Gaming off guard. And another quick smoke by them to try and cross the map and catch any stragglers. Will Gaming get caught? Dyrachyo.
Not again. Oh, they
saw his courier run in.
Saw his courier, so they Moonlight Shadow. They're going to start moving in.
He has BKB, though, so you have to start on him.
Oh.
Or do you?
God!
Oh my lord.
Damage!
He just has no armor. The Deso puts him down to, what, 10 armor here? 6 armor. Oh, he got rid of the other orb, so he gets down to 12 armor. And that is just nothing for a sniper and a lifestealer pounding into you here.
Yikes.
I mean, Laurel's hitting hard, man. He finished a Silver Edge. He has Quiver on top of it.
Oh, look, they're going to use
cheeky.
The sniper as a delivery mechanism, but he missed the Silver Edge hit on the Enchantress.
What?
And
how do
now
you miss
Laurel
a right click?
Gets the beat. Okay, Quinn may have just killed himself. It's going to be close call, but yeah, Laurel did manage to do the damage in time. The cheese goes off onto Laurel, so he's going to be okay. Celery bumping himself back. Hurricane Pike pushing him farther.
This game is just chock full of questionable core decisions.
Yeah.
I feel like every player we go to is someone making an exasperated emotion. Like, oh, I messed that. How can both teams be mad about some of their gameplay? Tells you the clumsiness of this game too, but Spirit's still coming out on top. The sacrifice from Quinn yields nothing. And Yatoro finishes up a Sol Kuros. So now you're looking at minus 11 armor. Going into these gaming heroes that do not have a lot to buff up their own outside of Ace, who has the Crimson and the AC and the Greaves, but he hasn't been in a lot of these trades, right?
Yeah.
It's just Spirit finding a solo Bloodseeker, finding that Huskar. Quinn did finish Shiva's as well. I don't know if he had it for that exchange. He looked really squishy. But it feels like the single target physical burst from Spirit is just out of control. Lad's on top of Maposhka as well as a Solar Crest, by the way. They have identified their win condition and are playing towards it here, and the siege has begun. The shrapnel pew-pew into your base. What's stopping it? You have no gap close, you have no Huskar. He's so far back. This is just unfair.
Missed the arrow. Not that it matters. They're not focused on kills. They're focused on buildings. They're going to try and get an initiation on the side as they try and escape. Almost so close to being able to catch somebody, but it looks like everybody of Team Spirit is out in time. All right, Aghanim Scepter for Dyrachyo. How much can this change?
It's nice, but it's not amazing this game, right?
Yeah, there's no way he's just like out man-fighting the Lifestealer because of that.
I think you'd much rather have had Abyssal +1. Abyssal Scotty, Abyssal AC if Haste didn't want to be the one going in here. I mean, he does have the level 20 talent for the spell Lifesteal. This is kind of when this Ags really pays off. So he has the kick going. He will heal a decent amount. It will be a significant amount of magical burst going into Team Spirit's cores.
It does not pierce debuff immunity. So
True.
that Blood Mist isn't even doing anything to a raged Lifestealer.
He still takes some damage.
Yeah.
The thing is, Team Spirit have been finding the openings with the Infest Bombs, which is another issue that gaming have yet to address, is what happens when Yatoro just jumps in on you from an Ember Spirit or the Invis Laurel initiation.
Yeah, that's a weird one, but they made it work last time. They have no saves on the side of Gaming Gladiator.
And this Silver Edge is really potent from Laurel. You break the Huskar, you break the Bloodseeker, even breaking the Underlord, getting rid of Atrophy Aura. They're really good targets to start on with this.
They have the scan. They're going to smoke to it. They're going to wrap around to see if they can get on the high ground here behind Team Spirit.
So if we're going to place an Ob and jump.
Oh, they're just
Couldn't
leaping
get the
out too.
angle.
This is the perfect time. The arrow goes out. Oh, leap, leap, leap. Collapse. Reacts so quickly. Once again, Team Spirit.
What?
How did they get out of that again?
I mean, you know what that was, right? It was Tofu trying to obs up the high ground, but he was slightly out of range. The thing is he has Aether Lens, so I feel like that should have been guaranteed. I think he should have just placed it on the camp. Maybe he didn't want to block the camp, but that is like irrelevant. Either way, they don't get that obs out. There's no jump. Team Spirit all get out, and this is the Roshan spawn.
Oh, yeah. Imagine if they'd gotten 1 or 2 pickoffs there. Successful team fight straight into Roshan. Game of Gladiators have a game to work with again. Instead, it feels like the end is nigh as Aegis, Cheese. Was that a refresher shard too? On 3rd Roshan already?
Refresher will stick onto Laurel here for double BKB. So they give the Aegis to Yatoro, finishes up a Crystallis, but he can't use it yet, and has Penta Edge Sword. So he hits very hard, very fast. And I fully expect Spirit to do one of 2 things. That's either siege with the sniper or look for the jump with the Infest. Poshka will get caught and quickly fingered.
And the finger is enough to finish him off.
Quinn's broken.
He's got to get out of here. That double damage isn't going to do you any good while you're broken. Maybe
Laurel
Laurel
really
actually
deep,
out of
though.
position. They do have the backup, though. Yatoro in from the side. Quinn trying to
Can't find him.
and he does manage to duck away into the trees. Now he jumps in. Oh, he taunts him back in. Quinn is
That's
trying
a
to get
bold
the kill out
taunt.
of Yatoro as well, and he managed to get the debuff on him. So now that means Yatoro's going to lose his first life.
And they have an Impale waiting for him.
He's going to come back in to potential chain stunts. No, the Rage TP up, but there's it is again. Quinn with the taunt, then blinks away before he can get swiped.
What a team fight from Gaming, and what a misstep from Team Spirit, not respecting this high ground ward. And Laurel's just going in the whole time he's going in. Where the hell was the Infest Bomb?
I don't know. He saw a Quinn that was super low. You kind of, and it was Infest bombed onto the Ember Spirit, right? You figure Ember would be able to get there.
I feel like a lot of fights looking like, oh, what the hell is Laurel doing? But I feel like Laurel actually had a decent opening there where he breaks the Huskar, and if the Infest jump comes in, I think Quinn's just dead.
Yeah.
So the synchronization for Spirit completely off in that fight. And that Aegis advantage thrown in the trash as Gaming run down mid and are going to get at least a Rax off this, maybe more. 50 seconds with no Yatoro. He has no buyback. Gaming smell blood.
Oh,
they want
they're
more.
about to just start snowballing this one. Miro doesn't actually die, though. He's okay. Maposhka pushed away by the Hurricane Pike. The shots
rainbows.
raining in. Taste the rainbow.
Oh, he tasted it. He did not like it. Collapse is pretty far, but it doesn't feel like his damage has been impactful in these fights either. I go to like, where's this Mirana?
What a weird turn of events.
I mean, Celery is yoked.
Dude, they got it. Ban Enchantress against Game of Gladiators,
It's so scary, man. I feel like he is for sure a bigger threat than Collapse here. An Abyssal Blade done for the Abyssal Lord. He lost it in the lore, but he found it in the game.
We almost have level 25 on Quinn, and he just picked up an overwhelming blink, so his initiations are all the scarier. And, I mean, either one of these talents are super terrifying, actually. Burning Spear's pure damage against a Rage Lifestealer, or the 20% life break damage.
That is a tough call.
Life break damage combined with the Finger of Death, I mean, that burst damage isn't.
Yeah, I think he'll probably take the life break here just because he's also been playing the fights by ulting in, then blinking out, dragging people back, not necessarily committing his hero. It's one of the more annoying playstyles you can do with this hero.
He took the pure damage.
Oh, all right. I mean, that is a very strong talent as well. There are no downsides here for the late game Huskar. Daedalus completed for Yatoro, so more single target physical burst here, but you have to line it up. Spirit cannot get split on targets, and they need the Lifestealer and the Sniper to be hitting together. Synchronization is key to victory here for both teams. Gaming do not want to jump the Ember. They know he can potentially have buyback as well. looking for the big damage cores. And the Bashers have come through, right? The Basher's done on Dyrachyo and that Abyssal on Ace. Suddenly, the rage control significantly better than it was before. Yeah, Toro is not guaranteed a free man fight in these engagements anymore. Especially with Celery being the artillery support.
Smoking across. Tier 2 is still up for Team Spirit, so if they get into a team fight around here,
yeah,
buybacks are super deadly.
Maposhka showing mid right now, trying to make the smoke work. They're going to find Ace, they're going to break him, but the rest of the jump is not close.
Yeah, hard kill. Tofu helps get the Underlord back a little bit. Mira's going to be spotted by
His last
Dyrachyo.
remnant did cost him a decent amount, and they were not infested there. I feel like Yatoro wants to use this Ag's infest on the Huskar, but he also can't get the gap close unless he's infested at the start.
Yeah, and 20 seconds is still really long time for your next infest.
He kind of has to pick his poison. Team Spirit are trying to just kind of Moonlight Shadow walk their way into these fights, but Gaming are not giving it to them. For good reason. They're continuing to scale, and the Bloodseeker is caught up in this game. I mean, you have a 4th core in the Enchantress. Spoink has paid off as he has outfarmed Collapse here going into the late game. Almost level 25.
Yeah, if he gets that impetus damage talent, oh man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That is going to be a problem.
He is already a problem. That is going to be a bigger problem. Tofu in the back.
All the side lanes pushed in. Tofu looking to catch something.
Oh, that's a great ward.
Drops a ward.
He got spotted.
But he got spotted by the Gleipnir. 4 staff away. The arrow's going to miss, but he's still dead. Question is the team going to take advantage of this?
Yatoro inside Ace.
Best inside of the Underlord.
That who he
Yatoro's going to
wanted,
be in a bit
though?
of an awkward position. Abyssal Blade, the damage just comes raining in. Combined with the control up for the Huskar and the impetus damage that comes raining in, they lose their carry and just have to give up on this.
Every
Who's gonna
man
be
for
caught? Both
themselves.
the supports are going to die, but Laurel and Collapse both managed to get out in time. A very curious choice to infest inside of the Underlord.
That is the last person you want to infest in this game.
Yeah.
He is the tankiest. He also is not the biggest right-click threat, and he's not the threat that's going to be waiting for you when you come back out. That's the Huskar. That's the Bloodseeker here. Shredded Yatoro post-infest. You also kind of need this infest in the middle of the fight, I feel, unless you're killing the Huskar with it.
Yeah.
Which is just not happening. Quinn is playing the outskirts of these fights, waiting for his opportunity to go in. That'll be a gem taken away from Spirit, and they're going to cause more economic damage with the buybacks and another Rax threat. Yatoro does not have one here. This is a 4v5. How
They
much
get
can
those
you get?
buybacks out of them and a second lane. That's going to be such a massive lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Just too many carries on Gaming
Indeed
side.
they will.
You literally have 4 carries here, man.
Tanking the arrow, bodyguarding, and making sure that everybody gets out. Ace sits on the front lines. Butterfly soon for Dyrachyo, almost level 25 as well. Team Spirit missed their mark. They had a huge
They really
window.
missed it. It goes back to that high ground hill ward that Maposhka died on in that fight. Did not go their way at all. They just messed it up. Gaming have never looked back here as Dyrachyo will hit level 25. Very powerful talent for him with the multiple ruptures. Now those infests not even going to save you in the long fights. And a butterfly. There is no Pierce in sight for Team Spirit here. Celery also did hit that 25. So the damage ramp for him is fully online.
Yeah, they got to catch
going
him.
Scotty, this is out of control. Somebody stop this Enchantress.
He's going to have like 4,000 HP and untouchable.
They're going to find
into him.
Can
They
you
got
do
to kill
anything
this
to
guy.
it?
Uh-oh, Ace.
Yatoro doesn't even want to come out.
Again, they want to make sure that, yeah, they're going to keep this Enchantress alive. He is so important here.
Quinn's in trouble.
Push away Quinn. He's going to be in some trouble. The arrow spotted him for a second. The BKB was still up, collapse committing, but his damage is not quite good enough, and now he has to leave. The impetuses are a little bit too fierce, and Yatoro fighting for his life. No more invest.
He's winning the fight.
But it does look like he's going to be able to
How
win
is he winning
He's
it?
out healing this one. Now he managed to get the stun in. Celery is laying the damage.
What is
in, but
happening?
It's not quite good enough. Ace dying, almost the arrow coming through, and finally a mine blows him up. They do manage to finally finish up Yatoro, but the damage from Laurel is now cutting in through the other side. Yatoro did enough.
How was he winning that man fight? I refuse to believe that Yatoro was doing that alone. It had to be...
He got tasered. I think he got
Disarm.
tasered from the techies, and a lot of the right-click damage from those two heroes didn't come in.
He killed him so hard, the death summary's bugged. I can't even see, but we're going to watch it again. Laurel just manning up point blank, taking that man fight. And this is the big question. I feel like Yatoro was just going to go down here for sure, but you're right, that AoE disarm bought him so much time. And then Quinn has to commit onto Laurel. Laurel has buyback. Suddenly Quinn is getting pelted by Collapse. Just goes down. This Mirana coming alive finally in this game. And that is a huge fight for Team Spirit to win. They got a Roshan that they had no business getting. Absolutely no business, as 20k gold lead was what Gaming pushed it up to. It'll get pushed back down. It's another refresher shard. Probably not what Spirit want here, as they don't have a lineup that can use it too well.
No.
Though maybe giving one to Collapse for a second Rage or Infest would be pretty damn nice.
You gotta feel for Celery and Tofu in this game, though. They're like, guys, how is this game not over yet?
Yeah, how are we not won?
He's got 9 Finger of Death charges on Tofu. Celery is outputting more damage than his cores in these team fights.
The level 25s are coming out, and that's MKB for Laurel. Very big pickup here to pierce that evasion. He was thinking about Divine. If that was the old Divine, you know he would have gobbled it up, but instead he'll have to settle for MKB. He does have the shrapnel charges as well. A lot of very powerful level 25 talents in this game. He now has, what is this? 9 total shrapnel charges at the max. That is a lot of AoE, a lot of vision, a lot of slow. You just get stuck in these late fights because your BKBs go down.
9 shrapnels.
Extra rage duration will be Yatoro's. He needs every little bit he can get here.
That Infest served really nicely, combined with the Taser, to be able to delay the BKB usage of the Bloodseeker. Like, most of the BKB was useless because he was just infested inside the Bloodseeker for that entire time.
That is the one upside of the aggressive Infest. It's not doing any damage, but it's buying time. And there's no other target Yatoro can really go into when he's just getting chunked on by these 3 gaming cores. So at least then you're stalling the fight for your Sniper and Mirana to maybe carry it with the backline damage. We're just starting to heat up. It was looking a bit sketchier, but in Collapse, he has Mindbreaker, he has a Moon Shard. Mirana is starting to hit damn hard, and he is going to be infested here as perhaps Moonlight Shadow on top of a smoke. Team Spirit are just going to try and jam the damage straight into Gaming with the 2 lives on Laurel.
Let's see who they can get on top of first.
Also, multi-shot arrow. A big deal when you're scouting the start of these engagements.
Yeah, multi-shot arrow and the shrapnels. There's a lot of ways to get vision
here. They have a pretty good angle.
Spot some of these heroes. Stellar is going to be the first target. They get the Hex up, and he's already dead. The Silver Edge made that pretty easy. Meanwhile, Quinn goes for the initiation onto the techies. The man fight. Yatoro,
he's not winning it.
He can't win that one because he used the offense to be able to start the fight this time around. Didn't have it to be able to bail him out. Now Laurel, he's going to have to do the carrying without Yatoro, at least for a little while. He's going to die. That's going to be his first life. Second life coming in from Yatoro. He's going to go straight in for the Underlord. He's going to die first. Darachi, he's disarmed, he's chained up, now he's infested, now he's gonna get popped. Ace can't get here in time. His gate's gonna be too late, but they are buying back more, and the Bloodseeker on his second life is gonna be here.
He needs help.
Taunts onto Yatoro. Yatoro needs to be able to get away from this one. Collapse, he'll kill Quinn in turn, but he has a buyback as well, and Yatoro does not, Laurel does not. They have no more lives left to give, and that means Gaming Gladiators can go end it.
Is under attack.
Who has buy here for Team Spirit? Collapse has one, but the other 2 cores do not. And there's none on the techies. There is no way Collapse is holding this alone. 5 buybacks for Gaming there is just going to force the Game 2 victory, as Team Spirit do not have enough lives to fight through the manpower in the late game. Triple melee lineup with the Huskar being pseudo melee. Daracho happy they eventually get that win. But that has to be on the back of the gaming supports here.
Oh, 100%.
Tofu carried the first 20 minutes and Celery carried the last 20. I mean, the damage coming out from these two must have been ridiculous over the course of that game. And they focused Celery first off that jump. Some of that is who they found, but I think they would have taken that regardless there, just because of how big of a threat he was. You're looking at 30k hero damage for Celery, 16k for Tofu. I mean, Dyrachyo did his part, but honestly, that was a rough game for him all around. Team Spirit did a decent job shutting the Bloodseeker down, so it came down to the other heroes in this game picking up the slack. They indeed pick that slack up and get the job done.
And Team Spirit, while they may have come back in this game too, it was still a bit of a rough one. They weren't able to close it out, and still not a morning team, I guess. Them and Liquid.
No. I also think there's some room for improvement on Collapse's items here. I think you went for some defensive itemization because Mirana is a universal hero. So like you have this Manta, Gleipnir, Lincolns. It seems great on paper. You're getting decently high base damage, but I feel like he was never getting focused in this game, ever. And he could have just gone pure glass cannon with like some Daedalus, some MKB, Butterfly, I don't know, something to ramp up his threat because he did not feel threatening in these fights. Look at his hero damage.
Yeah, it didn't
for
even
all
beat
the free
Mira.
time he had. Yeah, it just wasn't there. So I feel like this itemization was a little too defensive for my taste, considering how the state of the game was going. But it goes back to that high ground throw with the Aegis. You're
All right.
kicking yourself.
Game Gladiators take it 2-0 over Team Spirit.
They do, and yes, Team Spirit almost brought it back. And the Gaming Gladiators, they did. That's not live. That was just a plant. It's all good. It's a real plant, by the way. Definitely nothing fake about it. Gaming Gladiators also had to bring it back after losing it again. And I just felt like this was probably one of the more, I could say back and forth. We promised a back and forth game, and it was definitely that, but it wasn't really back and forth based on skill. I felt it was a little bit sloppy, Winter.
Back and forth is just a nice way of describing that game. Like both teams are definitely not playing their best. A lot of mistakes from, I think from Gaming Gladiators, we kind of felt like after winning the early game, they should be like taking the whole map, controlling every part of the farm. And all of a sudden, I can't remember which fight, they lost one fight like against the sniper, and the game just started to turn around. And we felt like a game 3 was maybe coming. And then Team Spirit did a mistake again, and they threw the game back.
And then we thought the game 3 was maybe coming after that happened again. It kind of was a little bit of a back and forth that way, Sheep. It was an interesting game.
It was definitely an interesting game. I mean, I was once again just like drooling over Tofu's gameplay in the first half.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the whole game, honestly, but like, he just set up so much. He got a 13-minute blink dagger, maybe earlier,
Dude,
but that's when I saw it.
He solo killed the enemy carry without a blink.
Yeah.
He didn't have a blink. He fingers him. He hits the max range stun out of a smoke.
I don't know. He's just playing out of his mind. We see whenever I see a lion and it's not Kaka, I'm just like, oh, a lion. Like they're trying something kind of interesting. He played it like he'd played this hero 100 times in his pubs. Maybe he has. I don't know. But holy shit. He was constantly just there, ready, setting up. His rotations were really good.
Yeah.
Just all the time. And he got the stack, so he was like scaling as well. So he's just always relevant.
Yeah, there's pretty much like clumsiness from a lot of the players that we wouldn't expect, which does tend to happen when you have, high-level Dota going on. You have a TI winning team versus a, 3 major tournament in a row or premier tournament in a row winning team. So it does happen. But these supports on Gaming Gladiators, not a single mistake. Like this was the sort of thing where you're a 10k MMR support player, you get queued into like a 6k MMR game. And you're like, okay, not only do I have to like carry these noobs in the laning phase and get them farm, but I also have to literally carry the game myself as well.
That's why you need to be Lion.
Exactly.
It's the perfect hero for that.
Yeah, he's the one of the few heroes that can do that because of the infinite scaling damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I feel like we need to break down in this game. Lion, of course, being one of it because we rarely ever see it other than Kaka, which Sheep just mentioned. But we also don't really see an Ember being relegated to position 4 in a game. And I'm looking to hear opinions about how we feel like it played out. Of course, this was a close game for various reasons. But in particular, Ember position 4, Sheep, is that something that played out the way you liked it to? Or do you feel like it was like... Yeah, what do you feel about it?
It wasn't the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. It definitely wasn't what I hoped for. I think early game it really struggled because you can see when an Ember doesn't have levels, it's like, oh, you're chasing this hero, but you don't have like points in slight, so you don't have that reach. He doesn't have as much damage coming out. It was very much like you have to play with this Mirana and just be her like set up with the chains. And like in ways, I think it was fine. And you IMIs, you go this like Vessel, and you're very annoying. And later you become more of a core again. So it wasn't the worst.
Winter was saying that in SEA, it's actually a very successful position 4 pick that he's used to seeing.
Yeah, because everybody's bad.
Right.
It's pretty bad if I feel like in most games that I've seen the hero, like you're only useful because your opponents allow you to be useful. Early game, you're like slight chaining, and then you saw how bad the lane went, Mirana and Ember, and he was like pretty useless until like what 15-20 minutes. Opponents fucked up. He won a team fight. He got money, so he got like a 19-minute vessel, and he started to feel useful because you can counter the Huskar. But before that, I felt like the Ember didn't really do much.
He did the second highest hero damage on his team, guys.
Hey.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What the hell?
Do you want to look at the numbers? It's actually insane.
Well, with that in mind also...
Oh, shit.
When the patch came out, we saw a lot of people try to go for Mirana core, and we've seen it a couple times this tournament as well, and it didn't really work that well. But we saw Collapse try it here again. Is it still not great?
So useless.
I feel like when she was made universal, people were like, yes, can finally play Mirana core again. And you know, we've seen people experiment with it, but never really...
I feel like there's some universal heroes out there that people like want to be Wind Ranger. That's Mirana. And then there's other universal heroes that people want to be Magnus, and that'd be like the Brood Mothers of the world. And, you know, to be fair, we did see it get picked a little bit, and we saw it getting picked, and then it's, you know, losing. But they're not those heroes. There are other elements to those heroes that also make them OP as a universal hero, not just the fact that they're universal. I don't think it's bad. It was probably like B tier at best, the offlane Mirana.
Well, we had a couple of experiences. What do you rank the Lion after you've seen it in the hands of Tofu? Rank it.
S tier, of course.
S tier, let's go.
Hey Tofu, how you doing? Congrats on the series.
Oh, hello. Thank you, guys.
You can see us, you can hear us. Lovely. I have a couple questions, but my first question has to be about the Lion. How did it came to be in that particular draft? And like, was this something you guys planned? Because it looked like, Sheep just said earlier, it looked like you just played a couple of 100 games on Lion and then stepped into this game. How did it come to be?
I was kind of lucky that things were working out smoothly. Like, I kind of got rolling, and if it goes well, I think any hero can be good, because like you get confident when things are going well. But I didn't practice any Lion. I just thought, like, I don't know, it seems pretty good. We need a lot of stunts. We don't have any. Like, I can go for some Lion here.
I feel like I need to rephrase this for my viewers. Please practice Lion unranked before you jump into ranked if you do the same thing. Not everybody can be a Tofu Lion there. That was a great game. That was a great series. How do you feel about that series? Because it wasn't the cleanest game. It was very entertaining from a viewer perspective. But how do you feel about the game you just played?
Overall, game 1 went like pretty smooth, but like everything was good there. The second one was a bit harder to play, maybe also because they counter-picked our Huskar, because we had this idea of countering Ember if someone picks it early, like PSG yesterday did, so we kind of wanted to try it, but then they flexed it around, and then Huskar is not that good when he has a rough lane, so we kind of had to go into the late game. They also played it well. They're like a good team for sure, so it got a bit harder in the end, and then it comes a lot down to execution, who gets the jump, who fights in vision, whatever. It was a really hard game, but yeah, I'm glad we pulled through in the end.
Yeah, a 2-0. I have to also talk about the results of Gaming Gladiators thus far in Dream League. We're used to seeing you guys at the top, you know, all the time. We have high expectations, so we hold you guys to a very high standard. But in the group stage 2 so far, this is your first series win. What's happening there?
Yeah, it's not looking too hot, let's be honest here. Like, I hope we can come back from that. But it's also, I don't know, teams are playing like really well at the moment. And for us personally, This first group stage was more of a ramp up. It's still a ramp up coming to Bali and Riyadh Masters. And we're learning a lot game by game, and it's also losses where you learn the most. We're sitting a lot together watching these replays, talking about stuff, Dota, heroes. But yeah, these teams are just playing really well. But also, I feel like we can and should have beaten all of them, and we mostly just lose to ourselves. Like, I think in yesterday's series, we were up 20k, 10k the other game, and we should win these games, but we have some mistakes that shouldn't be there, and that just cost us the game. So, I don't know, in reality, I think we can still beat all of these teams here, and even if we would lose in this group stage, it is what it is. But if we are able to show our game, I think we can still win it. It's all good.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself, Tofu, because I have one more question before I'm letting other people ask questions as well.
Oh my God, stop being so greedy.
I am very greedy because I feel like there's one thing that people don't talk about. If you're successful, you guys have obviously been very successful this entire year, right? It means that you have to play the full tournament. You're not out early. You don't get the extra 10 days, 5 days, 4 days break before a new season begins. You know, you only get 2 days break, maybe, before something else begins. So out of all the teams, Gaming Gladiators is the team with the least amount of breaks because you've literally been doing well every event you go to. How do you avoid burnout? How do you make sure you keep trying to play at the level you want to play the whole time? You for yourself in particular.
I mean, everyone has different ways to deal with it. I'm trying to go out, especially in these sunny days, and have like a little walk if possible, or like do a little workout. Try to not spend too much time on Dota. Like, I'm not playing much pubs these days. It's also because we are basically playing every day in the tournament. Yeah. Sometimes I can feel like it might be not necessarily too much, but like that it stacks up if there's like maybe only 1 free day in a week. And we certainly have rougher periods where people, they really wanted a break, and you cannot play properly and focus if like in the back of your head you feel fatigued and that you want some more time off. But I think we are in a good spot now because we had a way more chill approach like during the last month. And now it's like where people are going into focus again. And I think especially after we lost a couple games now, like I think we lost 7 out of our last 8 games, where people are actually getting pissed and like they got used to, or not used, but they got back this feeling of losing, and we really don't want to have that. So I think people are good right now, which might be a bit annoying, is that we fly directly after the finals to Bali if we make it. So there's no break again. But I'm sure that the beach vibes in Bali with the sun and a nice resort and pools and good food, they're going to make up for it.
Sure it will. All right, I'm here with Winter, Sheep, and Jenkins. They'd also like to pick your brain a little bit.
All right, before I forget my question, I gotta... on the back of, like, losing, when you guys make mistakes in games, usually they're, like, specific. You know, like, oh, what, you know, we didn't do X here, and it's kind of, like, game-specific. How do you turn those types of mistakes into, like, overall improvements as a team?
So to name examples, because sometimes it's like it might be a bad Roche call or how we take the angle to fight. If someone dies and we like jump in to help and then we take a 4-on-5, or if we have bad early rotations, or I mean, can be a lot of small different things. We kind of just talk about game-specific cases, not try to do it too general. And while we go over these, I think we just learn little which might help into the next game, but also if ever a game occurs where the same might happen, like let's say a Roche fight, and we talk about what went wrong in this specific game, we still know that this angle is forbidden, we cannot do this. Or against Medusa, we should never have this carry, this is forbidden. So like there's just like little takeaways from every game. Whereas in the last series, I think we just had some game-specific things where we took bad fights or had a bad idea about moving on the map. It's like there's always something to learn, and if we keep working on ourselves, I think it's going to be good at some point. It's also because every team plays different, right? So we just have to work on ourselves and not look at enemies too much.
All right, that was an amazing answer. Thank you very much, Tohu. And then the second question, on the personal life of your side, how involved does your family get with like messaging you and like talking to you and being involved in like knowing about? Because we met a couple of your family members at the events. Do they watch like every single game of yours and stuff?
Pretty much every single game.
Oh.
My mom watches like almost all games. She's
Tofu's
doing more Dota than I am, I think.
I mean, she's
but overall, yeah, they're really supportive. They like message after games. They like want to know why we lost. They're happy if I win. Like they support and watch a lot. Sometimes it's like maybe even too much. Where like I'm playing all day and then it's like, let's talk some more Dota. It's like no, we're not doing that. But I think, overall, I'm quite happy with that they're interested and following what I'm doing.
Oh, that's so cute. All right, thank you for your answers.
Yeah, hey
Thank
Tofu. Just want to ask one question. I've been really impressed with the support duo, you and Celery as a duo, like what you guys been doing in the game, and just want to know like outside the game, what do you guys do to improve that chemistry, and what else do you work on outside of the game?
Like us specifically as duo or in a team?
Like just both of you.
It's hard to say. It's not like we're playing table tennis or something to improve our duo synergy. I mean, I think it's just that we have a good connection overall. I'm not sure how is it in other teams if like they just leave Discord after the games. We're like talking about games, Dota, or if someone plays a pub, he just streams it and others can watch. Whereas we also talk about the games. So if like Quinn, for example, has trouble in mid, we talk about rotations and timings and how we could do that, and then we just try to align. Whereas like we as supports, we have to run a lot. So it's like also important that we combine our heroes or do it the right way. I don't know, it's not like that we specifically try to get our synergy up. I think it's just everyone in the team has like equal power and everyone's heard and everyone can share his opinion.
Right, thank you for the answer.
Hey, Big T, great to see you. If you didn't have to worry about financial anything, you get food for the rest of your life, everything's sorted, you don't have to work, no Dota, what would you spend the rest of your life doing to fulfill yourself as a human being? Everything's sorted.
It's honestly a very hard question because I've been doing quite a lot of Dota for a while now. But if I could choose, I would probably first want to travel a lot, get out there, see different things, probably at places where it's warm, like water, ocean and beach. Yeah, sunny. Maybe get on a boat, sail a bit. That would be something I would like to try. Having some cocktails is always fun. Probably need some friends around. Yeah, not sure. First some vacation, travel, and then it's not like you can be free forever. Like if you have too much free time, at some point it can get boring. And if it's boring, you fucked up. So you need some other passion or hobby. Whereas I'm not sure what I would want to do for the rest of my life. But have some good times for a couple years and see where it takes me.
Then back to Dota. All right. Thank you.
All right, Tofu, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer all our questions. Good luck in your future series, and I hope we get to talk to you again soon.
Yep, I hope so too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The Gaming Gladiators, of course, with a 2-0 over Team Spirit. And with that, they get their first win in group stage number 2. They have played 3 series so far. Both Team Spirit and Gaming Gladiators are therefore in the same score because Team Spirit already had 1 win, but they also lost the other one. We can take a look at the standings. And we got 1-2 for both Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. We still see PSG, LGD, and Bedboom on the top. I mean, this is only day 3 of the 7-day group stages. Yes, math is indeed hard. But I mean, it's still unusual. My brain still does not comprehend Gaming Gladiators being with 2 losses there. It's just, I feel like it's unfair to them almost to expect the best of them every single time.
Unfair? No one deserves anything, Shira.
No, I don't think they deserve.
You gotta grab that win
but I
with
still
your
have
2
certain
hands.
expectations.
Yeah, for sure.
And they're not being met.
Yeah, what can you do? LGD really popped off
That's
yesterday. That was just
true.
impossible.
They own.
They did.
So
They
good.
look really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That does mean that we are moving forward because Team Spirit Gaming Gladiators was only our first series of the day. At 2:30, we'll continue. 9 Pandas versus Talon will be the series then. And if you are looking on your clock right now and you're in the same time zone as us, it is about 1:30, which means we are an hour away from the game. But that is perfect because we actually have... You know, if you tuned in last Dream League, you would have realized, like, wow, these people, they have a lot of time on their hands that's not related to Dota, and we realized that. And therefore, we are better prepared this time around than we were previous time around. That means we got a lot of videos. And would you have it, so far, our days have actually been filled with Dota 2, which is great, but it does mean that some of the effort spent is not yet shown. And there are certain projects that we really, 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 really want you to see. And 2 of those projects are going to come to life in the next hour. So make sure you tune in on all the times. So I don't know how this, how the video starts, but I do know I want to ask a few questions. Winter, do you have a favorite drink? Like if you go to a bar or if you work in an event, I don't know if it's alcoholic or not, but do you have a favorite drink that you like to drink without naming any brand names, please? I just realized this might be really bad.
Can I guess yours?
Sure.
Unleash the beast on the screen right now.
He's gonna say water.
No, I'm gonna say a screwdriver.
What?
I know a screwdriver.
Yeah.
It's like orange and one other thing.
Gin.
And then gin.
Oh.
Isn't there like a little bit of something else in there though, like some syrupy thing?
Grenadine syrup.
Is that it?
I don't know, man.
Doesn't know his own favorite drink.
Do you have a favorite beverage? That is not Monster Energy, which of course will be on top of the list.
I drink water like all the time. Like 99% of the things I drink is water. But there's probably something I enjoy drinking more. I just don't know what it is off the top of my head. I love milk.
Fair enough.
There's a good glass of milk at night, some chocolate.
Well, I would ask Jenkins for his favorite beverage, but we actually made a whole video about it because it is something. Let's just start with that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out what Jenkins' favorite beverage is.
First time I heard about Jenkins juice, it was actually on panel with Jenkins when he brought out this concoction of sorts, talking about how it's his go-to.
Since the inception of Dota, Jenkins juice has just been with us. He's just always there with the juice. Every time.
It's good to have a co-host that is a bit goofy, that is able to liven up the place, have some extra energy potentially as well. It definitely seems to do something for him.
I wonder if it enhances his abilities to an extent.
So one problem with Jenkins juice is there's only so much that fits in his body. That's one downside to Jenkins juice.
Sometimes it's a problem, but it makes him good on camera.
He always mixes some crazy concoction that he doesn't leave home without, and I, to this day, don't even know what's in it.
I've been told that he has a foundational ingredient, just some specific energy drink.
God only knows what is in that poorly made concoction.
To be honest, I never really given much thought what was in Jenkins juice. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's in Jenkins juice.
Maybe there's even gasoline in there, and whatever else gets him through the day.
Where it's evolved to is no longer just a drink. It's some kind of potion.
I'm no scientist, but something's there.
I think it's better for the world to not know what goes into Jenkins juice.
So what you want to do, you go to your local supermarket, of course grab your name brand cola, go try for a loss leader when it's in the flyers and cheap. Room temperature, you're going to keep that at. You go for your Monster Energy, singular chopstick, of course, which you're going to need for the mixing of this. You take out your disembodied leg, mix about 60% of the name brand cola, and then you want to go 40% on the ratio of the Monster Energy. And you want to, as you're pouring, take a look at the bubbles as they kind of fester up, and you look at how much head there is on it. People when I tell them about this, they don't think about the bubbles. Nobody thinks about the bubbles, but the bubbles are very important, right? Because that's how you know how much head there is on the Jenkins juice. And then once you have that, obviously you can take your single chopstick, go for the quick mix, and then once the bubbles dissipate, you are ready for the pour. And just like that, into your wine glasses, champagne glasses, whatever you prefer, it's gonna work out for you. And we're ready. Drink the fucking juice. Drink the juice. Cheers, my friend. Oh, Brussels sprouts.
I just wonder what Jenkins would be like if he got off the juice. I've never seen him off of it, so I'm a little bit worried it's getting concerning, and I wonder if he can still function in the same way without it.
It's like Mr. Hyde all the time. There is no Jekyll. It's just that. All the time. And it all comes from the juice.
It's I mean, it's something. Like I said,
That was edited improperly.
How?
They took all the bad scenes that things happen to be breaking, and they used those ones. It doesn't cause anything like that.
I have a question.
That's reality television editing for you right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait.
Fake news.
But I have a question. That scene where you go, like, it's in the hallway and you teleport from one place to the other.
Yeah, what about that?
Does Jenkins juice allow you to teleport?
I don't even remember that happening. I was just going to the bathroom, trying to get back. Panel starting. I hear in my ear, a guy says, panel starting, Jenkins, 20 seconds. And then you get there.
I want to be able to teleport, Jenkins.
Yeah.
Don't you want to be able to teleport?
All right. Take a sip, Shiver. Go ahead. Take your sip.
Can I smell it first?
Yeah, smell it. Brussels sprouts.
It is Brussels sprouts. Why is it Brussels sprouts?
Do it, Shiva.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Here, I'll show you. It's like this.
All I know is that there is a part 2 to this. And maybe we can get to the true depth of Jenkins juice. If we even want to at this point anymore. I don't know if we want to, but I feel like, I mean, we started it now. We got to finish it.
Great
but not now.
Great for hemorrhoids. Great for hemorrhoids, Winter. I know you got problems with that.
As in, it's great to create them.
Yeah, he was saying he would like to have some. And he would like to experience it. And I said, yes. Why don't you give this a go?
No, thank you.
You don't have to boof it. You can just drink it normally.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Ugh. That feels evil.
The juice for you to become the universal hero.
Oh no,
Yes, my friend, yes.
We are not going to have
Welcome.
another addict in the studio. Don't worry, guys. We got this under control.
Drink from the
No,
chalice,
don't
Fever.
drink from the bowl. Leave the bowl alone.
Oh, drink from the chalice.
We will fix this situation. And while we do, you guys are going to have a little bit of a break. But when we're back, we've got more to show you. We've seen the start of Bounty Hunt already. More challenges have been done. And one of them will be revealed right here at DreamLeague Season 20. And we will make sure that before we show that, the Jenkins juice situation is under control.
You're going to have some juice.
No, it will be under control. I promise. I hereby promise. Thank you very much. We'll see you very soon. And see you soon. Yes. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
glow. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart. Yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky, look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, never hide what you feel inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire.
Welcome back! DreamLeague Season 20. It's not just Dota. There's a lot more than Dota.
Can I make one request?
Yeah.
Can we see how fast we can do the intro? Like you just go, welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20.
Okay, but we need the band also to be faster.
Yeah, ban has to play. Ban has to play. Redo the intro. Start from scratch. Start from scratch. Let's see how fast we can go.
3, 2, 1. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20. We're ready for the Bounty Hunt. That's kind of it's more like it's not really. Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20. Welcome to Bounty Hunt. What? Did I say it?
You
Or
said
not?
it. You said it.
I
That
said
was
it.
Eminem level.
I like the band's version better though. That was good.
Can't wait for some track kills.
Track kills! Actually, this is very
a
good.
different type of bounty
because we got a Bounty Hunt alumni sitting next to me right here.
That's right. Winner. Because Fogged fucking cheated.
We got a Bounty Hunt newbie sitting right here. Meaning we got two great opinions to judge our opponents. And we need that because the next two opponents that we're going to bring on for Bounty Hunt are incredibly competitive. We're going to bring them on. Do you want to bring them on one by one or at the same time? We could do one by one.
Winter, what do you think? You're the new guy here. What do you think?
One by one or at the same time?
One by one.
What challenge do you want the first one to have while walking down that stairs?
What challenge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big baldy. Keep that in mind. Big bald guy. Shut up. You're not on yet.
Have to hold some weight.
Hold some weight?
Yeah, hold some weight.
Okay.
Hold weight.
Hold something heavy.
Oh, you can run.
Find something heavy.
Find something heavy.
Find something heavy. It's definitely not a head of hair. Because he's bald. He was bald for a while there.
He's found something heavy. What kind of music would you like that accompanied by Winter? Is there any genre in particular that has your fancy?
Jazz.
Can we have a jazzy intro for something heavy? Ladies and gentlemen, our bounty hunt first competitor coming down the stairs is Cap. Nice. Instead of bounty hunt, we make it scavenger hunt.
That was actually a really good intro.
It really was.
a really good intro.
Cap, you have a fellow competitor coming down the stairs as well. I would like to also know what challenge he needs to do before coming.
Oh, I get to choose the challenge.
Yeah. I mean, Winter chose yours. You know, this is only fair.
Cycle of pain.
Winter, it's something heavy. There's nothing up there, Winter. I know you haven't been on the stairs. There's nothing up there. I want
I'm so sorry.
our next guest to run down the stairs, do a circle around the studio,
Naruto.
go back around, and then run down the stairs again.
Okay. Which music? You want a Benny Hill theme?
Can we get like, Benny Hill theme or like some sort of Looney Tunes, anything like that? Anything like
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Bounty Hunt's competitor.
Hubba, you put that ladder back up.
Well,
Did you think you were going to have some cardio done today?
Am I allowed to? Is this legal? Can I sit on this?
I mean, yes, it's legal.
My
You
butt's
can
too
sit-
wide.
Almost all ladders
Way
say
too
do
wide.
not sit on the top ramp, but yeah, maybe that one's the exception.
You'd be the second death today after Fear.
Oh no! You guys killed him.
Yeah, we killed him.
What happened?
Don't ask.
It's a long story.
It's a long story.
Yeah.
It's all good.
the war.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we should update people on the score of the bounty hunt. I think Purge would really much like to tell you what the score is right now.
I'm winning. And I'm not just winning. Look, we had a challenge last time. Now, to 4 people,
So out of breath.
I was the only person that managed to actually pass the challenge.
Yes.
And get this, I only got 4 points. Second place got 3 points.
Who
That
was
fucked
second
up.
place?
I don't remember.
It was Cap.
Come on,
It
he's
was
right
Cap.
next to you.
That's right.
You do remember.
I actually did
you
not
liar.
remember. I could not remember.
Selective amnesia.
It was
Anyways.
the challenge was who could sneeze the fastest, and Purge actually went for a real sneeze. Cap snorted
for-
pepper.
He
I also went for a real sneeze.
Yeah, okay, but you
do
didn't
not
do it.
disrespect
No, but you didn't
my
make it.
sinuses like that.
Yeah, but you didn't make it.
Cap tried the
that's fine.
hardest, but he did not
Yes.
succeed.
This is true.
I tried second hardest and I succeeded.
I have one either good or bad thing, however you want to call it. The next challenge. We don't have any influence on who does it better, who gets the most points, because it's pretty self-explanatory. And I think without further ado, let's see our next challenge in the bounty hunt.
How is this possible? Is this rigged?
Hello. Yes, it's time for the fun stuff. You ready?
I remember this from 20 years ago.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Bobby,
Oh,
good?
you like this one, huh? You love this?
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. Kevin, back for another round of action.
Why is it wet?
Could be any reason. There is no way to know except opening the envelope. The time has come for the ultimate challenge. You need to open an envelope and read it. Okay.
Pick one buff and one debuff. Then blow out the candle from the furthest distance.
The furthest distance between you and the candle when it is extinguished wins. You have a maximum of 5 minutes.
Okay, take your time. Keep the suspense going.
Has the timer started?
Oh, it's almost over.
Your time starts when you light your candle. Okay, buffs are straws, balloon,
water gun.
Debuff, spin 10 revolutions before each attempt.
Do the whole task blindfold. That one sounds too hard. Do the whole task without using your hands.
Give Cinderin a compliment before each attempt and lock eyes with him during the attempt.
Ooh, eye contact, not my forte. I don't know about that one.
So I'm picking one buff and one debuff.
I'm either doing the balloons or the water gun.
All right, can I investigate?
Sure, you can have a look.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
It's dripping everywhere. That's what she said.
It's with the blue.
Oh, yes. That would make sense. That goes pretty far.
All right, so it says the time starts when I light your candle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna practice here. Oh, sorry. Oh, man, I didn't mean to do that. So that's my buff for sure. I'm gonna water gun. I will use the water gun.
Okay. What's your debuff?
I feel pretty confident, so I'm gonna do spin 10 revolutions before each attempt.
I just ate those, so I might vomit. So let's skip that. Give Cinderin a compliment before each attempt and lock eyes with him during it. That's easy.
I'll do it. Actually, I'll do it blindfolded. That one sounds fun.
Blindfolded?
Blindfolded.
Oh,
from that
hell
distance.
yeah.
Okay, I'll take the water gun and spin.
Okay.
Hypothetical question. Let's say I precariously put the candle on a bunch of things, knock the whole thing over. Does that count as me putting it out?
No, that counts as you starting a fire.
Ah!
All right, 5 minutes.
And we're off.
Thank you, hold that for me, thank you.
How long?
I don't know, might take 5 minutes.
9, 10.
You look beautiful today.
Oh, that is very high. Yeah.
Oh God, this is such a big mistake.
6.
You have very large shoes.
Okay, it has to pass as a compliment.
You are a human being.
Okay, technically a compliment. Doesn't work on Jenkins.
Got too cocky. 8.
You have a nice haircut.
Oh, also doesn't work on Jenkins. How do you keep going lower? You're about to shoot the floor in front of you. You only get 1 shot each time. You have to spin again.
Is that real?
Yeah. 9.
Dude, you're counting too slow.
9. Oh,
All right,
nice.
so I get to do it again. Okay, we're going deep. We're going far away.
Can I change the debuff?
No.
The problem is I have no idea how it's shooting.
I'm gonna have to get closer.
1. You're
Okay.
at 2 minutes 30. You're halfway.
Legolas. Okay.
It's very difficult.
Oh my God. Nice face.
If I puke, Timmy, I'm coming to you.
Quite the stream though. Impressive, Rich.
I'm squirting everywhere for you.
That is not a.
How is this possible? Is this rigged?
Okay, here we go. 447. All right, you hit.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Breathe. Feel the shot.
Oh, there it is. Let's go, baby. 9, 10.
Time check, time check.
440. This will be your last one. Ah! All right. Oh, nice. When it didn't count, you got it first try.
Nice socks.
Oh, the socks.
Okay,
There you
that's
go.
what it
All right.
was.
All right, do it halfway. You have 2:30 left.
Wait, for what?
You can go again. You can try to beat your record.
Yeah, I give up. Oh, God, it's everywhere.
I have a question. I heard Cinderin say, when it doesn't count, you hit it. Does it? I feel like Cinderin knows something that we don't, because I have numbers here that I'm now questioning. But great challenge.
It was probably just after the timer, that's all.
Yeah, but he did do it.
Yeah.
So after the timer, you say that it doesn't count?
Oh, he probably went far. He tried probably to go farther back.
Oh, okay,
sort of
okay,
thing.
Like a YOLO, like I'm gonna shoot the basketball behind my head when I'm not looking, but the timer is over.
So tell me what you guys think you did. How good did you do
Terrible.
compared to the rest?
I think I shot the shortest for sure, because the distances and all the video. I basically the spinning really messed me up because it makes you a little sick. Of course, it like lowers the amount of, increases the amount of time between each shot. So I had to spend 10 times per shot, which was really tough.
Okay, so
I didn't spray it as hard as you guys did. I was trying to do like a stream. I think that was also a downside.
They don't show it, but I was bullshitting with Cinderin. Okay, did you hear the debuffs?
Your debuff was that you were blindfolded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other one just revolutions.
Yeah.
Right.
Compliment.
The other one is stare at Cinderin and give him a compliment.
Yeah.
That's hardly a debuff, right? I feel like
well,
there's
it depends on you have to
various
do it
difficulties.
while you're shooting. You have to look at him.
Yeah. Okay. Blindfold or looking at Cinderin.
Yeah.
There's one obviously much harder.
I'd rather be blindfolded.
Why
Holy
did you
shit.
Why did you choose the blindfold? You
Because they
chose.
seem a lot more interesting. So
it was for content, Cheever.
Okay. Cool.
anyway, so the whole point is that after the 5 minutes, I was telling Cinderin, it'd be so much easier if I. So I did I was like, give me 1 minute and I'll do it from further distance while doing the revolutions. I did it like 4 different times within a minute. I was ready to pass out afterwards. I just kept spinning and shooting and spinning and shooting. It was actually pretty hard.
Yeah, it was a big mistake because I shot the first time and then he said, "Oh, you have to spin again." I was like, "Oh my god, I made such a bad choice."
Blindfold would have been what I picked too.
You would have chosen the blindfold?
Yeah, you just blindfold and just pump as much water as you can and then shoot up, and it increases the chances of you landing.
Yeah, but you don't see where it lands.
Yeah, you have to just take a guess after you see it the first time, and then before you put your blindfold and just remember the position.
But the problem is everything's already wet.
Everything is wet before you get there because there were other people doing the challenges.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah. I'm like taking off the blindfold. Look, Cinderin's like, you know where your last shot? And I'm like, no, I don't. I don't know where my last shot was.
What would you have chosen, Jenkins? Who, by the way, you caught some strays in those.
That was bullshit. I wasn't even in that. Cinderin.
Alumni.
Fucking robot.
And the editors.
I would just throw the gun. I would just throw the gun at it.
I don't. That would be the fire start. See, we talked about the fire.
If a fire starts, guess who's gonna run up to put it out? Cinderin, because he's standing right next to it.
Yeah, but
there was also different objects too.
Either Cinderin lights on fire, good, or Cinderin puts the fire out. Good, I win.
But it was like a game of fire chicken where like you have to do it, and then when you do it, you're like like an inch away from the fire putting it out.
I don't care if the building lights on fire. Let's buy another building.
And your distance is that's true. All right,
Big deal.
I will tell you the scores, and I will then also tell you the scores combined with the previous challenge. So, who was least far away was Purge. Indeed, 1 meter 45 centimeters, not very good. That means he gets 1 point, but he did get 4 points last time, so a total of 5 points for Purge.
I was running out of water. It was a little unfair. My gun was only like half full, and I had like run out of time. There was a lot of
that's what they always
heavy
say.
copium.
Yeah.
Kegels.
Second least far person, which is in like the 3rd place.
Probably me.
Sunsfan, 2.1 meters. And he
At his
got
age, that's
he got 1 point last time, so he is at 3 points total right now. Then we have 2 people left, Kezu or Cap. The person who was furthest away, it was Kezu. Kezu got 2 points last time, 4 points this time. He has 6 points right now, which is... You did it. You did the math. It's shared first place with Cap, who is second. Therefore, once again, gets 3 points.
Second place, baby. Second best.
Surprised with all your time in the military. I thought you'd be good at that sort of thing.
Blindfold shooting?
Yeah.
No.
With the boys?
I mean, I got it once, and then I tried to do it farther back, but it was really, really hard.
You know what's really sad? I spun in a
usually
circle.
is.
I spun in a circle so many times, and it literally got me 0 extra points. I could have literally just showed up and sat in a chair and looked at my phone, and I still would have gotten 1 point. In that
But you don't know. That's the whole point of a challenge. Purge. That's what, like, with that attitude, you're never going to get anywhere anyway, but you guys are still getting nice points.
We just say
still got
Sunsfan
5
is
points.
pathetic.
Yes,
He's
Sunsfan is
the
one of the
easiest
lowest.
debuff and still got
Guys,
third.
this was only challenge number 2 out of these 7 challenges. So much can still happen. So make sure you tune back into more bounty hunters, and they get sprung up you whenever you least expect it. Now we're gonna move forward with some Dota 2. That's right. So stay tuned. It'll be 9 Pandas PSG LTD, I believe.
No, Talon.
Talon versus 9 Pandas.
23
Better.
seconds, baby.
Talon is undefeated. Let's see if they can keep up their hot streak. We'll be right back after a break.
the boogie fever. It's breaking out all over the world. Boogie fever. You can't stop shaking. Boogie fever's taking over the world. It's the boogie keeping you alive. With a fever, it's only one way that you can survive.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 continues, and this time with Dota 2. That is correct. I'm joined by Winter, Purge, Jenkins, and we're going to watch some Talon versus 9 Pandas. Should be a good series. Winter, I know you are a little bit biased, but therefore you're one of the ones that is biased and therefore extra harsh on the team you're biased for, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, I can
not
be.
Talon.
That is,
I mean, this is
not
gonna be-
looking
That
like
is
Talon.
not 9 Pandas either.
This is going to be a very hard game for Talon.
What? That was okay. Yes, it will
I'd be
if they don't
hyped for that match as well, actually.
with you.
I mean, the best thing about group stage 2 is that every match is good at this point.
Yeah, that one already happened.
That's true. It
9
happened last
Pandas
night.
won. Or now I'm confused.
I mean, Talon's still in it. Good for C fans. They're the only C team in the tournament, so the fact that they are doing good is great for them.
They're not just doing
feel
good,
about that?
Purge. They have not lost a single game in the second group stage.
Talon's NA, by the way.
What? No.
No.
Sunbee's their coach.
No.
So?
No.
He's
You have
Canadian.
already taken Aster.
You are Western European. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this shit. You guys have been on top forever. Give us a little. Come on. Just
You have
a crumb.
Shopify.
Just a
go
crumb.
away.
No,
You're
I don't want Shopify.
Okay, but with that in mind, Southeast Asia, it's been so long since they had a good team consistently at the top. Let them have this one. Don't be so greedy all the time.
It's a part. This is the cycle of abuse. Sheepstick called you greedy. Now you're calling me greedy.
Yeah,
you know
that's how it goes.
That was actually. I think that actually was right. That.
You know, we still didn't give Winter a chance to talk about.
Sorry,
Talon.
go ahead, Winter.
You
Talk
had a
about
chance,
Talon.
you didn't take
You
it.
started 3 different sentences.
What was the question about Talon?
You're biased for Talon.
Biased
Why
for
are they so good?
I hope they are good right now. Better than Tour 2 and Tour 1. Because this season they didn't make it to Bali, and it could be a blessing in disguise. They get to get some time to work on their issues. Identity crisis for Japs. He needs to figure out when he needs to buy the pipe and when he's going to buy BKB.
Or the blade mill.
Yeah.
He still hasn't figured it out.
No, I think he has.
I don't think so.
The answer is
Never.
he's never buying it.
Okay, I can get down with that.
Oh, please buy pipe, man. We go on an interview with him. He tells me, to be a successful offlaner, to win games for a team, you just have to buy pipe and buy mech. Don't be funny. But then I see the next game, he's buying some freaking BKB on some Maelstrom. Nobody's buying the team items. They win the lane. Yeah, sure, great. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they take a team fight. Oh, we just lost a team fight. I wonder why. Enemy has pipe. Enemy has greaves. His supports are looking at him. I wonder where is the pipe, where is the mech? Nobody wants to say a word because he's the CEO, so you can't say anything. And then you go next and you hope for the best.
Did you catch his offlane anti-mage?
Yeah, he carried that game.
He did carry.
He carried that game.
Yeah, didn't need a pipe or greaves, you know?
Easy. Yeah, they calculated all along.
Yep.
I'm also very excited about 9 Pandas. It's also a team that's doing very well, especially in their region. They have so far a 1-1 record, so we'll see in which side of the group stage they'll end up being after a game against Talon, after a series against Talon, actually. But I'm very excited about this matchup. Let's find out how Makoto feels about this matchup.
We learned a lot from against AG. I think at that game we have not a better late game hero. I feel like nowadays people just keep splitting and then if you have a better late game hero you will win. So after the new patch I think we're still trying to learning. I think we just need to see the meta now, and we also like want to learn from other teams as well.
Doppelganger coming out. He's actually chasing. He wants to die with his Aegis. He'll get the Doom first. The Aegis still remains. And another lasso comes out, this time onto Sumail. No buyback at all. Losing a lot of the damage, but Monet, okay, Jazz actually is going to die back as well. And 23 Savage trying to finish this game despite having 2 of his cores in the game. He's completely out of mana. Still the Aegis intact for 45 seconds. So probably can just right-click the Ancient, and Talon finally win this game. Very exciting way, though. 2-0.
Nine Pandas, they have like a different hero pool compared to EU or even SAT. I think we need to like be aware of like Cherchi's hero. They're the only team that play Tiger, and then there's also like laning phase quite strong. So we need to keep watching out for it. Thank you guys for always cheering for us.
I have a grievous error that I need to correct. I was so convinced that Talon 2-0'd EG.
And you call me biased.
They're just that good.
No, Talon got 2-0'd. So they're also 1-1. Sorry. Thanks, Purge, for correcting me. That is, I have it written down here too. I was so convinced. I'm like, yeah, they 2-0'd. I got the whole draft that they won with. Which they didn't.
It looks like this draft looks really shitty. I'm surprised they won. Good for them.
I don't know. I mean, like, I thought, oh, they won with the CK? That sounds great.
Wow.
They did actually play CK the other day. I already thought it was pretty great that they were able to win with that. They didn't win with the CK in the end. Going into the series, now that we know both teams are tied and, you know, they're coming in at the same level, Perch, do you have any favorites going into it?
Well, before, when they were 2-0, I was definitely the favorites here, but now I think they're going to be... I think we've had a lot of close games so far this tournament, which has been great. Last season was a lot of 2-0s. So coming off the back of a new patch does help to add a little variety in the first place because teams have to figure out what's good. And we're definitely in that phase right now. Yeah. So I think it's going to probably another 3-game series.
Yeah, I mean, Nine Pandas, as long as I'm correct still, they have not had a series yet that didn't go to 3 games, right, Jenkins? Can you check for me?
Just go ahead and check there.
We'll see how it goes.
Fact checked everything Sheever says.
That is correct, Sheever, everybody.
Wow.
Sheever is correct.
Good job.
Thank you.
Because there have been 2 series they played. So you're correct. 2 for 2.
2 for 2.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm actually wanting to know, Winter, when you watch these teams, I mean, you already mentioned Jabs. Is that the lane that you focus on most? Or because he plays the way he does, you're focusing on someone else during the game?
It's not just about him, you know. Like, sure, he's the drafter. He picks his hero last most of the time. But they also have another issue. Like, in the interview, Mikasa said he's very worried about Nine Pandas laning phase. Because generally, when they lose their safe lane pretty hard. I think their safe lane is kind of one of their weaknesses. In most of the games that I watch, when they lose, that lane in particular doesn't go well. So I'm worried for them.
And Nine Pandas has been playing very, very well. So I could see them kind of blow them out of the water, especially with good rotations from their mid laner. So yeah, it might be a little scary for Talon.
I could see it. I mean, I'm just focused on the Jabs lane because it's the one that I have the most fun with. He's been playing a lot of Timber lately, which has been cool. He's been, he actually did go pipe on Timber eventually because he had the Vanguard disassemble. He still won Octarine. I think he got like 4 items before the pipe. And he's like, what do I do with this Ring of Health? So he built the...
you got to build that new hood item.
He built the eventual pipe. You could build a new hood item, but...
The Shroud?
The Shroud.
It's actually good on Timber-like heroes if they have some Diffusal Carrier. Because you actually have a way to get your mana back when it goes to 0.
Yeah.
You just, do something stupid, they nuke, and you're like, hey, my mana's back.
Jabs was taking Ancient stacks on Timber offlane, though. He's still the carry. Even when he's a normal offlaner, he's still the carry, which I love. I think it's very funny.
Sometimes it works.
The
anti-mage works. The Timber worked twice the other time.
Jenkins is watching this because he's like, what can I do that's perverse in my Dota games? And say, it's okay, Jabs did it. So that's why he sits there and just fiends at offlane.
Listen, man, there's a minority of players out there. It's a pretty big minority in Dota that look at Jabs and they see the freak behavior from him and they're like, this is a man of the people.
They feel justified.
Yeah. I love this guy's picks.
And you play your pubs and it happens to you and you lose your game just because someone wants to be Jabs.
I always say, if somebody says they do that, I dodge them, and then I say, I dodge you, but I respect it. I respect the grind. Not that dodging even works anymore, unfortunately.
It does look like Talon themselves have dodged the Timber Saw. They are the ones to ban it. I mean, we see Timber banned almost all the time at the moment. First pick goes way of Talon, and they are Radiant. I'm about to find out who had priority, but I would only imagine
that 9 Pandas chose second pick after which Talon chose Radiant, and if that changes, I'll let you know. Oh, I changed it.
9 Pandas first
9
pick.
Pandas has first pick, and they chose first pick, and then Talon chose Radiant.
So everybody likes Radiant? Could it be
Yes. Actually, there
the
were two
reason why you
teams that
told
have
me?
chosen Dire. I can tell you.
I hope so. I think so.
There is Beast Ghost. Actually, Beast Ghost is the only one that during the entire Dream League has preferred Dire. The other teams, every other team, has chosen Radiant every time.
Where's Beast Coast?
Yeah, exactly. Where is Beast Ghost?
They're gone.
Gone with the wind, with the water, with the
I mean,
tide.
if you're good at taking Roche, taking Dire is okay, because almost so many teams are doing that like 14-minute Dire Roche
I'm
lately.
seeing 15-minute Dire Roche.
Yeah,
I feel
Jenkins,
like
you should explain the thing you told
Well,
me.
it's the same thing. I mean, so it's like on the Dire side, you do have the outpost of TP2, but like think about like what happens at 15 minutes in the game. It's like usually you've taken the offlane tower, you're playing in their jungle. So if you're Radiant, then you're playing on, near the Dire side Roche. And I think the earlier in the game you are, the less practical the like outpost TP is. You don't see people like TPing to that outpost. So I feel like naturally with how the game progresses, if you're Radiant, then taking a Dire Roche is so easy because Dire wants nothing to do with the safe lane. It's like you're considered such a noob if you're playing in your safe lane at that point. It's been the dead lane, you know, since BSJ made the BSJ's dead lane explanation 101 years ago. It's still the same thing, even with the portals being added. So
yeah, it's just a natural way you feel you play Dota.
yeah, but I do think what you said, Purge, like if you're on Dire, and Winter mentioned this as well, like if you've Ursa or Huskar and you actually can take Roche between 10 to 15 minutes, then you probably would prefer Dire. But I think it's much more practical with a normal draft on Radiant to take Roche at 15 plus minutes. Because 10 to 15 it's a little too early. You're not quite strong enough. You don't have the Solar Crest yet, you know? That's my theory. I would like to ask a pro player about it in their interview.
Winter?
Yeah, I agree with him when he told me that. I feel like that's a pretty strong and compelling reason for me to pick Radiant. It just makes the flow of the game easy. Like everything feels natural.
Mm-hmm. And ever since we saw those nerfs to the techies and the Batrider, the Undying has become the first pick support, so it does get banned in the first phase by Talon.
Yep.
And this pick right here in this exact position is a little surprising me. It's very flexible, obviously. That's one of the nicest things. And it did get hit pretty hard in win rate, like 4 or so %.
Oh, wow.
But it went from like 57 down to like 52, 53. So it's like,
Which is
okay,
still good.
She's still fine.
It's still good, but that's a big hit.
Is that stat everything, like support, mid, and off lane?
That was pubs.
Oh, that was pubs? Okay. So everything, I guess.
But I like to use it as like a reference because it's a much larger number. It like takes into account just like
it gives you a good idea.
Raw hero strength,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, for Talon, they play this hero on 3 heroes. So it's like a very flexible hero for them. I mean, we Shadow Demon picked, so I'm not really sure if they are willing to still put Wind Ranger on position for an SD on pos 5 because normally Q plays the Shadow Demon.
I like the Wind into SD pick because I feel like the best hero in the game against Windrunner is SD. You press the Purge on him, he can't Windrun, he can't
Oracle.
BKB Windrun.
How
Yeah.
about Oracle?
Oracle, yeah. Oracle would be... I mean, I always say the Oracle should come out and then the SD comes out. So maybe actually the Oracle is going to come out for 9 Pandas.
It's their NA player right there in the back.
Yeah, there he is.
Their NA coach.
No Oracle. I mean, I don't even know. Do they play it? I don't even think they play it. But it's good against the Batrider as well. You can imprison the lasso. You can purge the napalms with the Shadow Demon Aghanim Shard that gives you the demonic cleanse.
I mean, the offensive purge is always nice when you get the Batrider jumps in, you just cast your ulti.
And he just dies. Yeah, he just dies.
He'll just win the team fight most of the time. It's just a very annoying hero for Batrider to play against.
Yes.
It forces you to target the Shadow Demon every time.
Yeah.
It's good they got Shadow Demon because that way Jabs can farm these ancient stacks.
That's literally what I was going to say. Usually there's we always talk about ancient stack farmers when the SD comes out, and especially for this team, for Jabs. Well, what is he going to play? What can hit ancients from the offlane?
Anything. Doesn't matter what it is, he'll do it. He'll hit them.
He will.
Crystal Maiden, who cares?
I saw him farming a stack on Windrunner offlane, actually. So
Okay.
He does
less
play it.
good.
with that Maelstrom and power shots, it was awesome. took him 5 minutes.
Coming to you in your pubs.
Yep.
Oh no.
I'm ready.
Got the Monkey King ban, the Techies ban. I feel like neither opening is telling us too much, so the bans are going to be fairly spread, or is there anything in particular that we'd like to see removed in this phase?
I mean, I feel like the Talon lineup has more information. The Benign Pandas one is just straightforward. Like, Bat Riders can be flexible. Doom's going to doom some guys. So yeah, you can pick based on that. But I feel like Wind Ranger as a hero is more exploitable. You can kill her with disables. You can kill her with Magic Burst. You can pick some hero that likes to buy your MKBs or has True Strike. So I feel like it's a little bit safer for Pandas in this position.
Are there any heroes that you'd like to see banned because there's a Wind Ranger that they can exploit that is, at the moment, as pointed out, most likely going to be a core, considering Q plays both Shadow Demon and Wind Ranger?
You got to really worry about those heroes that buy Blade Mail, which is all of them.
Come on. Blade Mail. The Blade Mail never ends.
It's so good against Wind Ranger.
I like it. I really like it against.
Yeah, but now you can just
buy a
hit
Halberd.
stop.
Just buy a Halberd.
Because Halberd doesn't kill neutral creeps.
Okay, dude, I was actually theory crafting this the other night because I was watching Jabs play Timber and he went Blade Mail Halberd. And I was thinking, you get the Blade Mail early because she doesn't have BKB. And then when she gets the BKB, that's when you have the Halberd timing.
And if she doesn't have BKB, you Blade Mail for 5 seconds.
And
then you
Halberd
Halberd,
her.
and you're like, that's a BKB right there. There you go.
Tell me honestly, what did the Blade Mail do in the first 20 minutes? Tell me honestly.
When creeps attacked, it did 20 damage back to them.
Yeah.
You farm faster for 0 mana.
No, I'm not buying it, man. I would just rather rush Halberd, man. This guy is just losing his team the game by buying Blade Mail.
Okay, so which hero rushes Halberd? Best. Or is Doom already enough for that?
Kunkka.
Yeah, Kunkka. Kunkka's actually a pretty good hero against Wind Ranger.
Are you just
Yeah.
saying that because your shirt says it? I have the same shirt, by the way. Good shirt.
This is this is my favorite Dota shirt of all time, I think.
That's good.
Kunkka. The colors are so good. The blue and green blend.
Yeah, that's good.
Kunkka it's kind of been picked on and off in the pro scene for even months now, but the win rate is kind of inconsistent. But the hero concepts are good. We saw EG play yesterday against Wind Ranger. There were some great fights with X combos with Mortimer's Kisses. Wind Ranger stood absolutely no chance of surviving those moments. But in the later stages of the game, once they get BKBs and 4 staffs, it's just not as good.
I mean,
kind of bad.
Morphling is still available. That's always a great universal hero counter. I'm surprised. I will be surprised if Morphling gets ignored in this game just because it's Ramsey's second most played hero and it's 23's most played hero.
True. Would you say that Morphling is the best carry right now?
I think it definitely was when Magnus and Windrunner were mostly being played as carries, but now that the universal heroes have been nerfed and there's a less Medusa being picked too, I feel like Morphling counters less, but I still think it's good. Of course, it's still good. It's just such a good anti-carry, almost no matter what.
Oh, okay. There we go. He's playing up against a Shadow Demon.
We've seen this a few times where there's been a lot of picking into counters. They just say okay, we don't care. Yeah, you have this one counter, but we have some way of playing around it. I mean, you already want to lasso the SD, so you don't have to worry so much about the illusions from the Morphling created by the SD if you're just going to kill him anyway.
Yeah, Talon, they have to pick a hero next to counter the Morphling. The PLs. I'm not sure if PL's still good against Morphling, but back in the day, we definitely do consider that hero. There's still faces for it, which can deal with the Morphling.
Void's been getting banned a lot in the second phase by a lot of teams.
Yeah, they have to pick it next. I feel like the next pick for Talon needs to be the carry counter against the Morphling. Otherwise, if you don't pick it there, there's going to be another 2 sets of bans, and you're probably going to not have any good picks left.
And since they do see the Morphling, they can show who their offlaner is, most likely. Especially now that they see the Morphench. That's going to be the lane, right? So
yeah,
whatever can lane against that.
I'm sure 9 Pandas will do fine with Enchantress, but that's pretty low on their priority for supports. Bat Rider is one of the higher ones, so I assume 9 Pandas is doing Bat and Cheer, but...
I think this would mean that the Talon is not going to do Wind Ranger offlane. The Wind Ranger is probably going to go mid, because you're up against the Ench, you're not going to put her as a core there, and you have SD and Rubik, so I assume that would both be the supports. And so that's the PL right now, to deal with the Morphling and the Bat Rider. I mean, this hero just feels like he can solo carry the game if you can survive the early game against Doom, Bat Rider, Morphling.
And their AoE is kind of limited too, so it might not even be that easy to find the real one in these later game fights.
The last hero from 9 Pandas has to be some hero that can do damage to find the real PL. Some Tinker, Zeus.
Leshrac.
I know Leshrac, yeah.
I don't know if I like Leshrac against SD that much, but...
Yeah, that's true.
You're definitely a hero.
Yeah,
that has to
you don't
move.
want to play against SD as Ashra in most cases.
Dude,
He could do it though, but
once again,
just buy Blade Mail.
I feel like you don't let Tinker through against 9 Pandas for the last pick. It's just insanity. There's no way, right? Surely Talon's gonna ban it. Don't do it. Don't make the mistake. It's either you lose or you win, but the game took 60 minutes and you're gonna lose the next 2 games because you're tilted. You had to play against Tinker.
Yeah, the most logical bans I feel like probably Stinker plus Lash or Zeus. Like those are the 3 heroes I would think of.
Yeah. If Zeus was a good hero, I would definitely say this is an amazing Zeus game, but unfortunately no Zeus game is amazing.
I mean, it's pretty good against all the heroes. You know, Zeus
It's
against
very good
Green
against-
Ranger, against
yeah.
SD, against PL. Maybe
Yeah.
not so much against the Rubik, but I feel like it's pretty decent.
I totally agree. I just
You have Bat Rider Lasso, so you Ralph, you see the SD, you blinking, you lasso him. I feel like the team fights from then on will be very, very easy.
Lesh answers the PL,
but it's bad against the SD.
But it's not good against SD.
It's kind of dangerous against Rubik
And
too.
Rubik can-
depending
yeah,
on what you get, what he
Steals
steals.
the Split Earth.
Yeah, but you can buy Blade Mail, right? So
Yeah, of course. The
exactly.
Blade Mail counters
Like the
everything.
damage,
Yeah.
And then when it procs a second time, hopefully the Blade Mail still. Blade Mail not so good against the PL though.
You guys want to know my prediction?
Always.
This is going to be a Jabs offlane anti-mage being picked up here, and it's going to be Makoto mid-Windrunner.
Ranger.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I'm really sorry. Shoutouts to Blizzard.
I mean, okay. Now, I would like to know why Pango is no longer a good hero in this match.
Yeah, Pango is actually still pretty good.
For Jabs, I mean.
I mean, even for 9 Pandas.
For 9 Pandas? I mean,
Yeah,
sure,
Pango's,
why not?
Pango's good against the PL. It's
Hey,
pretty-
Kiyotaka doesn't really play Pango that much, does he?
I think
Okay, there you got your answer.
Oh, no, I totally meant for Kiyotaka. I totally meant for 9 Pandas, please.
He has played it this tournament.
Good, that's totally what I-
Jeever's a genius.
Yep, you're right. That one slipped through. It's good. It'll set tempo, gank side lanes, can definitely pressure the PL. It's not like the absolute best at finding the right one, but he's good at like disrupting the fight really well. So the illusions will not be able to hit the back line as much.
I think that Makoto should be Queen of Pain here, but Talon's going to pick offlane anti-mage because Jabs is insane. But I think he should
They're
be
gonna
Queen of
lose
Pain.
if they do that. Their heroes suck. Offlane anti-mage with PL carry with a Wind Ranger. What the hell is that?
Dude, it's Talon.
What is that?
You know?
Maybe he just cares so much about doing really good in his lane and punishing the enemy carry.
Yeah, but if you look at the draft, I think he needs to be on a frontline hero. You buy Aura, you support the Wind Ranger and the PL so that they can play the game.
Mars.
Okay, that's much better.
That is a true offlane hero.
Wow.
What happened?
I'm surprised.
He knows, he remembers.
The
Buying
lessons
BKB is not the answer.
they sunk in.
I mean, he's going to be able to get kills. He can fight against the supports a little bit.
He did look like he didn't want to play Mars there. He's like, guys, like, you got to do what you got to do, you know?
I love it.
No.
He does know they fixed the Pango roll bug, right? Oh,
It's still good though. Like there's still Morphling ranged attacks and there's Enchantress too, throwing bombs constantly. So
Yeah.
like the damage mitigation from the Mars ulti, I'm really appreciating it a lot more in this patch. Because then these like giant area control fights around Roche, there's so much surface area all over the place. So like you can really utilize the ulti well in the right moments.
I do remember a time, like pre that bug, where Pango was like the Mars counter because you just roll into the arena and disrupt the whole thing. So,
You can't have everything. They need a last pick that fits the draft, and you can't really think about being too greedy. I want a last pick that fits the draft and counter the enemy too, you know?
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
I think it's fine. Like, and people buy BKB less right now anyways, right? So Mars should on paper be better. His ulti generally has more effectiveness. I think it's good. He should buy Blade Mail, but hopefully he doesn't.
I'm not sitting next to Kevin anymore, man. Enough with this Blade Mail shit, man.
That's how you counter the Enchantress 5 position.
Well, it's actually solo playing the Batrider.
That's how you counter the Batrider.
And Terrace is taking up the Enchantress.
That's unusual.
Yeah.
Why would they have done that?
Because they want the pressure to be on the PL instead. They know Jab's going to buy dumb items, so they want to counter the other guy.
Okay.
to make sure that he's shut down.
Makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, well, without further ado, we're gonna head into the game. Peppy Pandas, please take it away.
What a triangle hit. That was impressive. Welcome to game one of Talon versus 9 Pandas. We've got an animal standoff here, Avery. Who are you favoring? The vicious bird Talon? Or are you favoring the numerous pandas?
Oh, I'm going to take Talon. I think this one's pretty straightforward. I think they got a disgusting good PL pick. This is their bread and butter. Probably their best strat, honestly. Put 23 on Phantom Lancer, go late game. I'm going to take them every time. And I don't think 9 Pandas have the tempo that's going to convince me they can stop that train from a coming.
You called it very, very early.
That was like the most obvious PL pick of all time.
Said this is the most obvious PL pick of all time.
Exactly what I just said.
And you said 9 Pandas, like Mr. Magoo, blindly just ran into the PL wall.
I don't know why they give it like that. There's no way you're more scared of some of these other heroes than that 8th pick Phantom Lancer for Talon especially. Like, maybe if it's another team, sure, but this team is so comfortable with 23 on that hero, and it's their MO. This team always wants to just push the game to late game and win with the outscale. Phantom Lancer is one of the better heroes to do that. As we saw yesterday, even the Kiyotaka Tinker with over 100,000 hero damage could not defeat that Phantom Lancer from Yatoro. So this is a hero that's also given 9 Pandas trouble. I feel like they've walked into their worst nightmare, and it's about to be repeated unless you can get some crazy early game going. If I'm looking towards that to happen, it's got to be on the 9 Panda support. Solo and Antares need to step up this game, get some momentum building between the Bat Rider and the Enchantress. 2 supports that can play very fast, can win you lanes, and can snowball against the greedier supports from Talon and Shadow Demon and Rubik. So there's an opening here, but you need to seize it, in my opinion.
Disruption going to be used, and looks like that is your first blood. Give it to Makoto just in case.
Trapped him on the tree. Very nice execution there. Easy first blood for Makoto, and they're off to the races.
It does mean that we get 3 bounties on the side of 9 Pandas, and the body block will leave Kiyotaka on the high ground against Makoto, so that's nice. Good way to be able to start the lane.
I think you would take 3 runes over first blood if it's not on the mid, but if it's on the mid, I think you're happy to make that exchange if you're Talon. As Q will go up through the gate, so Jabs to get zoned a little bit here at the start, but Q will be up here to recover, and did have Disruption level 1, a little weaker than Poison, but not much, honestly. It's still a decent laning spell. Big question is how many stacks does Q want to prioritize? Maybe not too much this game, as his lineup is pretty bad at them. Might just end up playing the lane straight up with Jabs.
Disruption into Spears pretty good, and I don't think the Poison is really going to do anything against Morphling anyway, so...
Might be fine with this overall.
Yeah.
Big question is how much can Antares skew the early game against 23, because they chose to put this Enchantress down here for a reason, and it is just make 23's early life hell so that the acceleration is as slow as possible, and Miero has as good a game as possible, because Doom is one of their answers to Phantom Lancer this game. If you can get up really powerful auras like the Shivas later, maybe an Ag's Doom, maybe just higher points of Scorched Earth in the early game to run him down. Like, Doom is not terrible versus Phantom Lancer in terms of providing some AoE magic damage, but he's really bad later on in terms of once Lancer starts throwing out the illusions and getting lances out, you don't do anything. So then more of it falls to the Morphling and the Pango, who again have some tools, but it's not a direct answer.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, if you can get maxed out Scorched Earth and then later on get the 10 talent, that's 80 damage. A second in an AoE, that's pretty okay. But yeah, eventually you gonna going to need some better items to deal with that hero. What do you do with Morphling versus Phantom Lancer matchup? I mean, we saw that earlier. Is there preferred, like, do we follow that same kind of archetype? Do we change something up?
I think if you can get an Ag steal on him, it is in theory pretty good, but I think that is very difficult to do. I think the more consistent is to go for the Daedalus build with waveform attacks.
Still use it on the illusions?
Oh yeah, it is true.
Yeah.
Usually you go Lincolns if that happens. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's also not that reliable in terms of starting the fight. Lancer doesn't always need to go in first. It's very back and forth, but I think basically your two routes are you get the Ags on Morph, you steal the Lancer, become him, start throwing those illusions around, or you end up with like the Daedalus Satanic waveform build, where you try and just waveform through illusions and right-click them down enough with some extra AoE magic damage that you can clear through. That's also something that has worked in the past, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Ramses go with the Ags build. I always forget that illusion interaction.
Yeah, and
It's
then
so
we'll
weird.
see whether or not 23 goes a Lincolns in order to block it, and that sort of weird back and forth that happens. Either way, we are in for a game that is very likely going to go very late, and it's also very likely going to be very laggy. So just prepare for some pauses.
Bring me the illusions, baby.
It might be a bit of a shit show, but isn't that the most fun Dota to watch?
I mean, that's SEA Dota in a nutshell.
Late game shit shows?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's them in their prime. 9 Pandas with Ice Armor on the bottom lane. Miro very happy with that pickup. Will basically guarantee a lane win here. And all of the aggression gone from Talon, though I don't think they had much on this lane to begin with. Did secure a Lotus for 23. He's very happy about that one. If you're looking at any tempo to come out from this Talon lineup, it's got to be through Makoto, as I think Jabs is going to have a slow laning phase here versus the Morphling matchup. Very tough one for Mars. Not going to be able to set much up for his team outside of maybe an arena gank. Just more falling down to the Wind Ranger. Can you maybe get some clutch focus fire kills? Can you keep Kiyotaka down as much as is happening, which is a large degree, man.
Yeah.
Makoto has destroyed him in the range versus melee matchup. Created a full level advantage and sent Kiyotaka to base on 14 CS versus the 27 and 11. Destruction on mid.
Solo's going to cut in from behind, tosses that owlbear right at him. 23 is going to be able to dodge that flame break, but they're going to identify the real one pretty quickly here. Hit him with the blood grenade, great rotation, and Ramses is relatively fine being left alone. He may miss some CS or something, but it's not like this lane is going to threaten him and actually kill him.
A really good read from 9 Pandas. Perfect time to rotate for Solo. Ramses under his tower, doesn't lose anything. Solo, of course, with the triple blood grenade already up, guarantees that kill, and this is the lane you want to pressure. Slow down the Phantom Lancer, who has a greedy Rubik that cannot do much to bail out this lane. And Ice Armor is just pushing it way over the top, as it's going to be first item Midas for Miero, gearing up for that late game that we talked about.
Yeah, I feel like Rubik should just focus on stacking, giving solo experience to PL. Like, this lane is so bad, you kind of need to get out of it.
But who are you stacking
as
for?
soon as possible? Well, you could do it. You know, like small stacks, you could do them together. Yeah, Fate Bolt the wave, and then the Phantom Lancer kills the creeps.
It's okay. Solo makes another rotation with another blood grenade.
And no doppelganger, so no bailout for 23. He's going to die here. The rotation's going to come out from Makoto. They got to punish this somehow. And with Makoto's focus fire, they're going to try, but sadly he's already used his shackle shot. So he switches targets now to Antares, who is going to run away, should be fine, and even can return fire with no wind run. Makoto is actually getting pretty damn low. Seed shot's coming up in a second, but not fast
His
enough.
courier. That's his boots. And he keep you down here, so he's going to need a bottle refill for sure. That Ice Armor slowing down the focus fire. Really proving problematic this early game. And 9pan is getting even more out of the pressure bottom because they took Makoto out of a lane he was dominating.
Yep.
Which is just space for Kiyotaka to catch up, gets an arcane rune off of that. And now Solo continues to make
underneath
space.
the tower. Ramses, he stopped taking the aggro. Then the aggro switched over to the creeps, so Solo is going to be fine. The last bit of poison not doing enough damage. 23 dies again in the mid lane this time because he didn't want to go back to bottom. That seems to be a death sentence. He takes Makoto's place in mid, dies there. 23 is going to have one hell of a recovery. I'm not sure I've seen him have this bad of a game before.
Product of Ench versus the Rubik here. no way to sway that matchup, and Nyan Panda's taking full advantage of it. Makoto tries to bail this lane out, but it is not going his way too much in the early game, despite his game being amazing. That is what Talon are going to have to rely on. Play through the Wind Ranger here. Keep abusing the fact that Makoto is almost a guaranteed kill on a hero every time his ult is up, if he has any sort of help at all.
Yeah.
Do get to defend this mid tower too, so it's not the worst case scenario. Remember, I mean, you expect this Phantom Lancer to have a bad start here if you're Talon. Like, there's no way you're going into this game, into this lane, expecting 23 to have a fast start. Just need him to have the time and the space to recover, which means holding these towers as long as possible and creating some offense of your own if you can. Would not be surprised to see Jabs try and help defend these towers if he can secure his ult. An 8-minute rune contest is a haste. That's a big one.
That is very nice. And he's going to chase up here. What he doesn't know is there is stack currently being done.
Yeah, they all want the XP.
And they all want the last hits, too.
I feel like getting,
of course, we'll take him.
This big camp staff is just necessary for Shadow Demon. It's very hard to get to your boots and arcane boots on zero if you don't have it. He's even going to drop a little rune for Makoto. Solo scouts it out, but there's no play here. That will result in the tier 1 tower mid dying. An inevitability versus the Enchantress and her creeps, which will open up this triangle for invasion. There is an Ancient stack there as well that Nyan Pandas could maybe think about. Or at least contest if Talon tried to do it. They really want the fight, though, with this haste rune.
Kyo's going to make himself a target because all of Talon are coming in for this fight. The haste rune and the arena is going to keep him in place. They baited him in hardcore for that one.
Nice punish on the overextension. Exactly what Jabs is looking for. Use the Windrunner strength and lock the Pango in a prison. And they got some extra damage on the Ancients, so they're just going to tag team it up. And Talon, this is why their games go late. They're very good at scrapping out these early games, even if they're behind. They group very fast. They're ready to punish you. And they'll make space for 23 eventually, who's not even that far behind at this point. I mean, Ramsey's ahead of him, but again, you're not that scared of the Morphling Phantom Lancer matchup. So Ramsey's free farming is just something you're going to have to deal with here if you're Talon. Kiyotaka continues to try and assert himself aggressively, but he will find an empty stack.
I feel like interacting with the Wind Ranger is kind of unnecessary. I like this play more. Go mess up Jabs. And if they can mess him up bad enough, maybe they could take that tower too.
There's Cobalt slain in the fires.
It's got a spear up. TP coming in from the Rubik as well. Cancels that one, but they do need somebody to deal with this tower. The whole team's coming over once again.
I mean, Talon got both their support ults up. Very good sign for them. Even Arcane Boots on Ollie. Really need these to defend their areas. Keep the map control that they desire, because Nyan Pandas are going to make a lot out of this space right now. They have Midas Rush on Miro. He is just going to work bottom, is top of the net worth. You're going to keep getting these cheeky pickoffs with Makoto. This is about all you can do right now. And run for your life.
Jeez, they leave Jabs alone for 2 seconds. He's in trouble once again. The Rolling Thunder is
nice
going to maybe finish him off. Jab. Oh, he gets the other side. Kiyotaka, he's got a shackle shot coming up, but Ramses is going to provide some assistance. I do wonder where Ramses was for that go onto Jabs.
Farming neutral creeps. Double bracer paying off for Jabs. He knows that Nyan Pandas are just going to be running into them. So that's when these bracer builds work. Because you don't need some super fast blink. Just go all in on the early tankiness, stat up, let the fight come to you.
Speaking of tankiness,
far it's worked.
Rubik stealing the morph.
Oh,
so
that's a nice one.
He's going to be 1,500 HP Rubik now with 2 armor.
Jabs will have to DC here as someone told him to build an aura, and he said, "Oh, my computer's lagging."
Hold up,
I didn't catch that. I should go Midas refresher.
You want me to go Deso X, right?
No, we need you to build. We need you to build a drum, Jabs.
Guys,
sorry, what? I can't hear you. We're going through a tunnel.
Guys, every single time I put pipe in my quick buy, my Dota crashes. I don't think I could buy it.
Yes. This is one of my favorite Rubik's deals, the morph. So fun. It's so aggressive.
Yeah.
Punch in the air.
Okay, they are 4,000 net worth behind and several towers down against a Doom lineup. This guy is going to be so damn big. I hope he goes the greediest build possible, right? Like Midas, Octarine, Boots.
He very much went the greediest build possible. Just brown boots Midas down there with Max Devour for Miro. He will be quite fat this game and quite a target to eventually bring down. At least Ollie with the extra strength will be able to play up more in the fight, so your chances of getting a stolen Rolling Thunder or Doom are a lot higher. I mean, it's quite a good Rubik game if we look at it on paper. Nice little shield rune. Look at that.
Finally gets a power rune.
Finishes
All
up
the other ones
Maelstrom.
win to 9 pandas.
This is a nice little timing smoke from Talon if they can find a big core. And
Disruption.
He just ran into him.
Oh, just straight up purge, and they're going to focus fire him down before he can get off the Rolling Thunder.
That's just up way too far solo. Like, you have to respect the fact that Talon don't have much space to operate, so they're going to innately be clumped. You go deep into their areas, you better bring the team, or you're just going to collect the free kills. This is the power of the Wind Ranger for this squad. They use her as a killer to stall the game out.
And I don't think the team really wants to join him, to be honest. One thing I was thinking about is the fact that when they're ahead like this, they have 2 supports that are really good at scaling and will farm into more cores. They get a Blink Bat Rider, they can get an Enchantress, Antares, who already has a Blade Mail.
Blade Mail?
Yeah, he's trying to deal with the Wind Ranger, I guess.
Sure.
Not convinced.
I've already ranted about Blade Mail on heroes that cannot force you into it. I feel like it's a dead item on him.
I disagree with that only because there's a Wind Ranger.
No, see, I mega disagree with that. Okay, if I'm Enchantress in this game and Wind Ranger focus fires me in the fight, we better be winning that goddamn fight. That's how I'm looking at it. And if I can create a big enough threat where the Wind Ranger feels compelled to focus fire me on Enchantress, then I feel like I've more than done my job, and I should not even be dying that fast. With some heal points later, with even something like a Hurricane Pike, you can Hurricane Pike the Wind Ranger away. I feel like that's just as good as a Blade Mail here. I genuinely feel like this Blade Mail is a dead item on a lot of these situations where you cannot force the interaction. And this is just 2K that you don't have on 9 pandas now.
You know what that is, Avery?
What?
It's a beta mentality right there.
Oh my god, I can't believe you.
Cuck state of mind. You gotta be trying to play to be a carry. He wants to be doing damage in these fights.
Yeah, so buy a Dragon Lance.
Well, if he buys a Dragon Lance, then he's gonna get power shot or focus fired by the Wind Ranger and die right away.
How can Wind Rangers run up and do this to an Enchantress? You can purge him back. You can start impetusing him. Take him down with you. Buy a Dagon. Buy an E-Blade.
Now he can frontline without having to worry about the Wind Ranger killing him right away.
What you'll find laying around.
I refuse to give in to any part of these arguments. I stand by my convictions on this item, and I will do it to the end of time. And I say that as someone who has probably tried Blade Mail on more heroes that should not have built Blade Mail than almost anybody in the world. Trust me. I have complained to Valve every patch to buff this item because of how conceptually bad I think it is. And we're still here. You know what? I respect that Antares is trying it here. I understand it. But I will laugh when this game is over at how unimpactful it was and how little value he got out of it. And then we shall see who is the true victor.
Okay.
And then I will email Eric Johnson again at valve.com and ask for a Blade Mail buff.
Do you think there needs to be an upgraded Blade Mail or something?
I mean, an upgrade would be amazing for this item. They're going to start the fight with the arena, and they'll find Kiyotaka.
Oh, he couldn't get out the Rolling Thunder, but at the same time, there's too many heroes. They can't go for the focus fire. They are running. Run,
23.
Whoa, 23 ran in. So he didn't get the memo.
Impressive Doppel.
Everybody else was running away. 23, hello?
Cube on ball. But will yield nothing. Time Pandas just take a carry and are happy with that.
Jabs literally arenaed and then booked it straight into the dire side of the map. Makoto focus fired and was backing away with Wind Run right away.
Because he didn't want to get doomed. He could not commit to that fight. He needs a Lincoln's up. He needs it fast. Just rough positioning for Talon. Otherwise, I think they would have taken that engagement. I mean, of course, Makoto couldn't ult on Tari's there because of the blade mail.
Yeah.
So he had no option but to ult the mid hero instead.
Yeah, and the Pango was too tanky for him, so he couldn't get an easy kill.
Who was also going blade mail.
I mean, that's just good build.
So Kiyotaka realizes that he can no longer ult the Enchanters, so he will buy his own blade mail. Makoto will no longer be able to ult the Pango.
Yeah.
So then, does that mean the rest of the team also have to buy blade mails?
No.
Where does it stop though?
Because Doom has a Vanguard, so he's gonna get Crimson Guard.
Yeah, of
so
course.
He wants to be focused fire. They're trying to focus the fire onto one person, that's the Doom. But everybody else gets blade mail except for the Doom. Then focus fire is focused on the fiery Doom.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yes.
What was Eric Johnson's email again?
Oh, he knows me by now. I'm sure I'm the blade mail guy.
Every Friday, he's like, God damn it. Ooh, disruption save, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be here. 23 is going to be in some trouble. Rolling Thunder's counter by Rubik from that last team fight, but Kiyotaka might still be able to catch up to the Phantom Lancer.
He's purged.
He's purged up. Uh-oh, he's a little too deep now. Managed to get up to the high ground thanks to the swashbuckle, but a Jew, as long as they have the vision, they can kill him. The focus fire. Should have had a blade mail, son.
You really should have. Antares pops his. Takes 0 damage.
No, he bounced back to Fate Bolt.
Wicked sick for Makoto. 7-0. Has win run around this game long enough that it does not feel like 9 Pandas are building the momentum they wanted to. This is going to be Lincoln's done for the Wind Ranger. Very hard to doom him now. And 23 getting involved in the fights. Ollie making those spell steals work from the previous engagement. Just zones off the entire 9 Pandas lineup, and Kiyotaka is stuck in no man's land. Way too deep, my friend.
Wouldn't be the first time. And it won't be the last, it seems.
And really nice arena from Jabs, grabbing them all.
Yeah, very good.
Meanwhile, back in the game, Ramsey's running for his life. Will escape that game.
Oh, nice swashbuckle. I'm gonna catch Q. He throws some spells around before he dies.
You can see how aggressively they are just searching for any pickoffs, any fight off cooldown pretty much. As they know the Phantom Lancer clock is ticking.
His middle tower is under attack.
And this is where the game gets decided here for 9 Pandas, in my opinion. The next 10 minutes. You still have fight control. You still have some map control. You can force the Roshan here, get an Aegis. But how much lead can you build with that window? As the Rat is going to start to pick up here for Talon. That Link is on the Wind Ranger is going to make her a hard catch. The PL is going to be able to start playing more aggressively.
Yeah, he's almost got a Manta, so that's going to seriously amp up the split push.
And remember, you have Disruption save for this Phantom Lancer in a lot of these fights, so even if you get the last on him like we saw, even if you find him with the Rolling Thunder, this Disruption can guarantee a doppel out of it and then reset a lot of the fight. So you're going to need to be able to commit in here if you're 9 Pandas and take that extended engagement. Solo's lassos are not just a guaranteed core kill every time, which is a big deal when he is the brunt of your initiation power.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Look. They're rotating over from Talon here. And Roshan. Does it heal when it's outside of this one? Just the 20 base.
Regens. Oh, they're seeing them.
Oh, God. No, no. They're being stunned. Wait, he's going back. Wait, he's going back to Talon. No, 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 no. 9 Pandas. They get bugged out, and now they have to fight for this one. Kiyotaka is going to roll in. He knows his target. He wants Makoto. Caught him in a corridor, a perfect place to be.
That's not where you wanted to run.
The Wind Ranger in trouble, managed to get away. Oh, the Doom is going to be used on him, so he is going to die here. They do manage to finish up the Roshan and pick up the Aegis on to Ramses. 23 is now stuck in the pit with nowhere to go to. Somehow, 9 Pandas managed to avoid absolute disaster.
Where the hell was Jabs that entire time?
I don't know exactly.
What the hell was he doing? Ramses just outclicks 23 on the pit. Q will finish up Kiyotaka, consolation prize, but how did that end up still going so well for 9 Pandas? After all of that, they get the streak kill on on Makoto here, which is huge. I mean, I'm not the only one who needs Eric Johnson's email at this point. How is this not fixed?
The best part is we don't see it on the Radiant side, but I bet he comes through and hits all of Talon.
Yeah, he messed Ollie up. I mean, Jabs is just bottom tier 2. Maybe didn't have TP or didn't think this was an actual engagement, but Roshan ended up being a gift and a curse. Makoto traps himself in a corridor. He did not want to be there. Ends up running away, but into a doom from Miero. Claims that streak. Big gold streak to go their way. He was 8-0. And I mean, this is a different fight if 23 can grab Aegis, but you can't. And Jabs is finally up here at the end, but too late, man.
Watching Miro get bounced, chain stunned by Roshan.
I'm just saying, if that bug is not fixed by TI and like it costs someone a clutch game,
you'll what? What are you gonna do?
Well, I'm not gonna do anything. It's not my money. I'll think it's hilarious, but someone is gonna be quite mad.
You want to follow if you're listening? Leave it in. I think it's hilarious.
I mean, yeah, because you're not the one in the game.
Yeah, and 99.99% of the people involved in Dota aren't in the game either, so it's just good entertainment for the rest of us.
No, there's integrity to be had.
Doubt. Wonder what causes him to turn around anyway.
It's something with the aggro of heroes. Like, he goes through the gate, and there's something about if he's hitting heroes or heroes are hitting him, when he pops out the other side, it re-aggroes him and messes up his pathing to go to the other pit. That's what I've noticed. So if that helps you bug fix it, you're welcome.
You're really trying to suck up today, huh?
I mean, I know who pays the bills. The people, of course.
Yes.
And that's that's who I'm trying to help here. The people of the Dota world
Well, that's why I'm trying to say leave it in. The people will find it funny. You know what? Let's just leave this. Let's just put it up to the democracy. Put 1 in chat if you want to leave it in. Put 2 in chat if you want it fixed. Valve can go through the chat, tally up the poll.
I really hate your polls. I really do. Because I know people actually push the numbers in. And then you get satisfaction.
Radiant are scanning.
Some weird caster ego power trip.
I made them type the number.
Ooh, solo, cheeky smoke ward.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a. If he can get a good lasso off of that, like this is potential. You know, big end game scenario, right? You get the right kind of pick off with an Aegis, you can go straight up high ground. Okay, now that is going to be a bold pickoff because he does have the Aegis. BKB goes out from Jab, so he is going to be fine with this lasso. Reset from Talon. Shackle shot doesn't land, and they're going to call it quits on 9 Pandas. Except for Kiyotako, still rolling around, swashbuckled away.
Stolen Wind Ranger, shackling
nice
people.
Shackle, but he is pretty slow on that attack speed. Ruby's pretty damn tanky. It's going to take a while to finish him off. Same goes with Jabs, but eventually those two will fall. Double kill for Antares, who picks up the last hit on both of them. 23, slowed down because of the wind run that's stolen from Ramses.
Can he get out, though?
Yeah, I mean, he's so low. One waveform is going to wipe out all the illusions and find the real one pretty damn quick.
Ramses, an absolute beast with the stolen wind run here. Multiple shackle latches, multiple power shots, and of course you get that Ags wind run. Devastating here for Talon, who cannot deal with it if they don't have the purge and they don't want to commit it when he has that Aegis. Very awkward team fight for Talon. I think they overreacted to that jump and then they just used a bunch of ults on Ramses for nothing, right? Like, why the hell is Makoto focusing firing a 3,500 HP Morphling with Aegis?
Yeah, but who else is he going to focus on?
Well, just save it for
They
the
have
end of the
blade
fight.
mails.
I mean, Kiyotaka almost died at the end of that in Arena. I can't believe you're actually serious about these blade mills. We're going to look at the end game damage. I assure you, they did almost nothing.
Yeah, but that's the point. You don't get targeted because of the blade mail.
You can also just, like, buy a Glimmer Cape.
There's a passive.
You can buy a 4-staff.
You know, Kiyotaka may have died a few times, but he is pumping out the damage. power of Pango, I suppose, this hero is still very, very strong. And now he has the 15 talent with the Aghanim Scepter, so he's going to be shield crashing and throwing around a whole bunch of shots all the time. Solo sent back. Arena going to be used. Jabs could still get caught.
And Solo has looked very comfortable in Batrider this entire tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Just done wonders for him. In the laning phase, going through the gates, abusing the blood runes, setting up the fights with early blink daggers. And both of these 9 Panda supports are getting a lot of farm. Man, Enchantresses are just getting jacked in this patch. Every game when we see this hero, it is very farmed. And I bet you that's something to do with this shard, getting 2 creeps. Accelerates your farm rate on the map a lot. Suddenly you're pushing waves in twice as fast, you can farm in different areas. The uptime on having creeps on the map is way better than it used to be. I feel like having 2 creeps is better than the Little Friends active. That is the shard.
100%, yeah. Little Friends is like rarely useful, but having 2 creeps is always good. So Hurricane Pike, Blade Mail, and Boots of Travel up next.
And that Grove Bow. We know how powerful that Grove Bow is.
You may want it over certain tier 4 items.
This is time for 9 Pandas to strike. Even without the Aegis, they're happy to take any sort of fight, especially where Ramses can get a good Ags Morph Steal. Either on the PL or the Wind Ranger. I think he'll take either.
23 is...
Ooh, that scan hit Mikoto. Solo Smoke will pop. He knows he's here, and he will grab him.
Got him with a Shackle Shot. You know, this is going to be difficult, but he might be able to blink away, TP out. Miro will have a tough time finding him, and he can't get there in time.
And how do you get fogged? Do you just nominal last him? Oh, he has Lincoln's. He has Force Staff, though, so he does have a break. Either way, Jabs will get his BKB forced here with some Morphling Illusions. Ramsey's coming in. But just TP. Just not TP. It ran out.
Jabs. Brother. just TP out sooner, man. There's nothing to say.
No, he's on LGD.
NTS would have TP'd out sooner.
He would have. He's a TI champion in our hearts.
In our hearts. Aghanim Scepter 423, which will add some serious high ground for Talon. But the danger is him getting caught outside of the base, and that's exactly what happens.
Well, normally I'd say it's pretty hard for Doom to catch a Phantom Lancer, but
yeah,
sometimes he just walks literally into you. That's unfortunate for 23, but a nice find for Miro.
It's literally like one of those scenes from a movie where somebody's looking down, they bump into somebody, and then they do the slow look up.
Did not like who he found. This late game is getting delayed and delayed for Talon if they're ever going to get there at this rate.
But getting the Aghanim Scepter also means you won't be able to stop the Ramses morph onto you.
Correct, that'll be guaranteed. Maybe he feels like Ramses rather have the Wind Ranger anyway.
Yeah,
how much work he was doing in that fight seems pretty tempting here. Also, just when your win run is Morphling, you don't care about the Phantom Lancer too much either. It's just a nice counter in that sense.
Yeah. He also had the level 20 talent. The waveform attacks targets, so he's going to be waveforming through the Phantom Lancer and clearing out illusions. I mean, when you're this much farther ahead of the PL, that it's not a question, especially since he's going the Axe build, not the Heart build.
He was debating the Heart, but decided against it.
You got a Vitality booster, but...
Okay. Nice little pick off here.
That'll be BKB for Mikoto, that pick off right there.
Yeah, every one of these kills at Talon Finder is very important. Stall the game, get some more gold, keep their levels pumping up to stick with 9 Pandas. And you get 23 to the items. That's really what they want in this game. Just more Phantom Lancer. More Phantom Lancer net worth. Is 23 actually going back? Oh no, okay. He's going to finish Ags into the Heart.
Yeah.
So 200 gold off that. BKB for Mikoto. Pretty big power spikes here for Talon. Yeah, they're down a lot of gold, but you still can't underestimate how good of a Phantom Lancer game this is. And we've seen Talon in this position a lot. If they find one good team fight where 23 just gets to go ham the entire time, you're looking at a very different game. And 9 Pandas know this, so they have to continue to play very disciplined. They'll finish the BKB for Ramses. That is also a very large item here with the amount of buffs that can come from behind him and a quick smoke. High ground ward.
High ground, but he attempted to blink first. Happens from Kiyotaka twice now. He's managed to outmaneuver Talon. Now they're going to be on the hunt. Makoto.
Oh, he
whoa!
blinked in a wave.
That was not what he wanted out of that. Win runs away. Jabs. Be able to blink backwards too. Looks like the engagement isn't going to happen just yet unless 23 finds somebody walking into him. Kiyotaka tossed back up to the high ground.
Lifts himself.
And he's going to be rolling thundered up there. Kind of awkward with the shackle shot, latching him to the Enchantress too. If they can just keep their distance, this is a rolling thunder. Wasted an opportunity for 23, it seems. Now he wants to be able to catch Kiyotaka, not let him escape.
It's time to go in.
Almost caught him, but he does manage to blink away in time.
9 Pandas just used a lot there. They're pretty low. Miro with the jump, but he got shackled.
Shackle shot it immediately. Q, he can turn around, cast some spells before he dies through the arena. He's on the other side of it. Ramsey's struggling to be able to get around this one. Turns into the Wind Ranger. Does manage to get off his ultimate in the Wind Run. He can't see him, can't hit him, but the Phantom Lancer is going to work.
He's going ham.
He's going to be dead. Shackle shot. What? That didn't latch. Somehow doesn't go, but the spear does, and now he's going to die.
This is Talon's fight. This is their chance back in this game. These kills are all worth a huge amount of gold streaks. Buyback for Kiyotaka as well. He can't even get back there. We'll just have to farm out top, and all they used was an Ollie buyback.
Roshan is up. I mean,
beautiful timing here for Talon. That's all it takes. One fight, and suddenly this game, it's starting to look a little harder for 9 Pandas. That shackle is a game-winning shackle by Makoto. If Doom goes off here, we're looking at a completely different fight. But it gets stopped, and it's tracked off a 2-man hoof stomp. And suddenly you're just missing your utility hero in this fight. It's a huge opening for 23 to start going ham. The illusions build up. And Ramses, you're out of gas.
do you think that 9 Pandas played this too slow? Like, should they have been trying to end the game a little bit sooner?
It's just a dangerous game. It always will be a dangerous game. It's hard to stop the opponents getting everything. They're up 20k gold. It's just a deep jump by Miro. One of the things you can do in this position is play conservative, right? You can play for the next Roshan, force Talon into you, force them into your vision, where you get a very clean jump and everybody's on board.
Yeah.
That's another route. But that jump wasn't terrible. It's just the counter initiation was better. And 9 Pandas don't have a save, so maybe the Doom jumping without a BKB is pretty greedy here. Like, does he need to make that play? That's another question. Just let Solo try and find it. There'll be a disruption save, but then you can take the fight afterwards. And if you're 9 Pandas, you also want to try and find this Wind Ranger. Or the Shadow Demon. You got the Rubik and the Mars, I think, but those are like whatever targets, right? Very nice team fight from Talon. We'll push this lead down and give him an Aegis.
I thought catching the Shadow Demon was big, right? I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shadow Demon and Wind Ranger, I think, are your two biggest. You might have caught the Shadow Demon, yeah.
I think the arena blocked out the... Ramses wanted to hit the Shadow Demon, but he was on the other side of the arena, and Ramses was slowed down, I think maybe from the Purge, that he couldn't actually...
It was a tough spot to commit. The team was really far. And you're going into that high ground ward that got placed instantly off the Jabs jump.
And now he goes from Aghanim Scepter to Heart. Like, one team fight. It's just boom, boom.
And now he's very scary.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 2-7, but he might be the strongest hero in this game right now. Especially if the fight can go his way in terms of getting the illusions up first. That is the part of Lancer that 9 Pandas do not have a straightforward answer to.
Man, I really thought 9 Pandas were just going to choke out Talon and be able to end the game by like 35, 40 minutes. But now it's looking like, even though it's 16,000 net worth lead, I feel like just one team fight like that changes the entire game.
It's all Talon we're looking for this entire time. Just stall it up for that one opening that you can seize and get back in this game. Lead's still 16k, but I mean, you know, you subtract 2 blade mails from that, you're down to 12, and throw an effective Aegis net worth in there, and you're down to 8, 7. Ags finish for Makoto. Very obnoxious item. Now he can play a lot more aggressive. Very hard for 9 Pandas to find the lasso or the Doom on him, which is probably the only way you're killing the Wind Ranger in these fights. And 23 with the heart, and Ags, of course, can start frontlining a bit more himself as long as he doesn't get caught completely isolated from his illusions.
Now they'll start taking some towers. They've got 2 minutes left on the Aegis for 23. And he went from picking up a heart to now almost having an ultimate orb. The first of two to build a Scotty. So now begins the illusion battles.
Wow, this is taking me back to
first time we're seeing it.
TI 8 and 9 right here.
Ooh, Makoto find an opening on the solo. So little fight position pick off while they take the tier 2, but it looks like 9 Pandas still want to take this one.
Yeah, buyback from solo. 23 out of mana here. Still has Aegis for a minute. Do not want to overextend. 9 Pandas will cut their losses even with the solo buyback. That was his BKB that is not going to be finished here for a lot longer.
Who the hell had that many mangoes?
What?
I think Q fed like 3 mangoes to 23.
Lotus.
Oh, Lotus. Why? It makes the same noise?
Yeah, I think so, right? What, you think they're going to come up with a whole new sound effect? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still in beta, so you got to keep working on that. It's Neon Prime, man.
Dota 3. It's coming.
Aggressive smoke from 9 Pandas. Really nice ward. They see 23, but he has Aegis for 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's just trying to push himself
They want
straight up
Makoto.
the front line. They
Oh,
run
they didn't see
into
him.
him, but they can't see him.
Solo
They lost
saw
their
him.
gem earlier. Solo goes forward, tries for it, but he misses, and he drops another gem. They have now given 2 different gems over to Talon.
Oh, Makoto's. He's a god. If you can't see him, how do you get on top of him? How do you doom him? How do you even start that?
I'll tell you right now from that battle bounty hunt earlier, when you're blind, it's hard to hit a unit.
I feel like that was just you being bad, but it's definitely difficult for 9 Pandas here. Jabs with a greater Lotus of his own. Hunting.
Oh, if they find Nero outside of the base. Talon feeling very confident, as they should. So much has gone their way in the last 3 or 4 minutes. One pickoff, and I think they would have pushed the high ground,
Hex.
but
Done for Jabs. That is a Hex off a Blink and a Psychic Headband. Very reliable with the cast range and the jump.
I think he's going to go for some sort of Blink sight
I mean,
spear
it's
back.
Jabs, so anything is possible. If he sees Doom, I think you take it. If you see Pango, take him as well. The siege has begun.
Crimson Guard plus Glyph really stalls this one out. The Rolling Thunder goes out. They're going to get their jump onto Makoto. Immediately a disruption is going to be used. They got the Doom onto Jabs at the same time, but Makoto was able to blink away after the
Return Doom on Ramses.
Return Doom, that's a big one. Ollie even getting himself away with the Glimmercade telekinesis toss back, and of course the game crashes. How else could it go in a Morphling versus Phantom Lancer game?
And of course it's solo. It's always solo. I mean, how is this fight even looking? The Doom is wearing off on Jabs. He's going to be free in another 10 seconds here. Most of Talon look pretty safe. 23 is stunned up right now by Hoof Stomp. But I don't think 9 Pandas are in a position to capitalize on it.
I mean, Morphling can't go forward, and Kiyotaka is going to be on cooldown for spells and is out of mana, pretty much. If anything, it's Kiyotaka who's going to be in trouble. Thank God he has his Blade Mail protecting him right now.
Thank God his Blade Mail is active.
Otherwise, who the hell knows? I mean, Focus Fire is up in 1 second. I think Kiyotaka is going to be the one to die here, and I'm not sure 9 Pandas can do anything about it.
No, I mean, 23 has a Trickster Cloak up. He's guaranteed to live. Ramses is still doomed, by the way, and that Doom is going to last a damn long time here.
Yeah.
As it's a Rubik one.
He pretty much has to just give up on this engagement. 9 Pandas, full retreat. Get Kiyotaka out if you can. They're going to go for 23.
got the
They're
lasso.
actually going to try for it with this.
Got past cheese.
They passed the cheese over. Doppelganger. Eat the cheese. No,
He
he
doesn't
can't
have
get
the
it in
cooldown.
time. Meanwhile, the shackle shot plus the doom is out onto the Morphling. So Ramses does end up dying. Makoto, he's going to get away with the win run. Doppelganger to spare jabs. A little bit of time here, but it seems like even without the Morphling, they're still good to go. Q trying to push him away with a Psychic Headband. Kiyotaka still looking for more kills, but they are going to disappear into the trees.
I'm really surprised Solo was able to get that lasso off.
Yeah, me too.
That stun did not have much duration left. Oh, Makoto
Stuck around for another one.
Cheeky little kill on Solo that will punish that buyback from earlier. Still got the Morphling out of it. It's not the worst fight for Talon, but not what they were looking for with the advantage they had.
But you know what it is? He has Ogre, Steel Totem, and Force Staff.
Yeah, he has a lot of gap close.
Yeah.
That was a nice cheese pass. The attempt was there. It was 1 second off coming off cooldown. Ooh. Because it got put into his backpack first.
Yeah.
And then he had to transfer it. 23 did not free up the slot in time and did not get the Trickster Cloak Doppelganger off.
Honestly, probably for the best.
Well, no, that's not for the best.
Well, because the pause kind of, like, if he, because of the pause, moved his items in order to get the cheese, gets the cheese off because that pause, it would have felt a little bad. You know, you hate to see pauses ruined.
Weren't you the one just advocating to leave the Roshan bug in the game?
Yeah, but that made me laugh.
How the hell are you? You have no place in this argument on the integrity of Dota.
What, the pause didn't make me laugh.
Oh, so that's all Dota is to you?
Yeah.
A game of comedy and entertainment?
Yes, it's a game.
Respect the art, you degenerate.
We're going to have a shard for 23 and a shard for Kiyotaka. Two very strong ones, as the roll-up can help prevent the shackle shot initiations and then the invis for the juxtapose.
Should also mention we have the Ollie shard, which gives him a second save here on Talon's side with that lift back.
Yeah.
So if you can stop the single target initiation from 9 panels with it, what the hell is this cam? Jeez, never show me that again.
I didn't see it.
You actually didn't see it. All right, I mean, you can show it one more time. They don't want to show it to you.
Yeah, I mean, you did tell me. Oh, my God. Jesus.
I mean, if that's all he's going to show, then we may as well show it, right?
I guess so. I mean, I didn't see
very
any
smooth
dandruff
skin.
on
Yeah, that was very smooth skin.
Yeah.
I think Head and Shoulders would very much approve of that headshot.
Yeah, true.
As that's all we see is Head and Shoulders. Smoke up from Talon. 23 will try and show us here with Lincoln Sphere completed, Trickster Cloak and Shard online. A lot of invis coming out for this Phantom Lancer that is going to be disgusting if you cannot find the single target jump.
Why are they doing this without the Shadow Demon?
That is a good question. Nobody knows. But they're going to keep pushing it. And Ninja Gear for Miro. Once that Wind Ranger...
Oh, he's up on the high ground. He jumps down, jumps into them.
Kiyotaka?
He immediately gets sniped, immediately gets speared,
Was that intentional?
The saves are not there. Was that a misblink or what? I'm not sure, but 23 does manage to get his doppelganger out. Now the lasso onto a BKB target. They do manage to blow up Q right away. Ramses is still very deadly. He's going to use the doppelganger, go for the other support. Ollie trying to get away with the Ogre Steel Totem, but not a chance. Ramses turning back on the Phantom Lancer. BKB is going to wear out eventually, but Miro with the interception. Didn't get the doom. But Ramses is up on the high ground. He can't help off that initiation. Miro no longer having a doom for mana, so he's just going to say good night, Irene, and that's going to be 3 down inside of 9 Pandas.
The stun timings from Talon.
Oh!
Stopping 9 Pandas in their tracks. They cannot find the Doom, and the Hexes are coming. They're coming fast. Another focus
Still
fire
has
up.
a spears
buy back from Miro.
They have to buy back to bail out Ramses. They don't want to give this one up. Disruption's going to be used. Q's going to be caught here. Q did buy back for this one, and he's going to die to the Doom, plus the Impetus. Surely that's going to be the damage over time, but they're still looking for more. Shackle shot, catching Antares with the Gleipnir onto 2. 23 chases after him. Will he go into the base?
Of course he will.
Absolutely, it seemed.
Of
But
course
the
he
blade
will.
mail. He can't go for the Enchantress because of the blade mail.
There is no way to commit once that item gets popped. That is a buyback for Ollie, but a buyback for Miro on this Doom. And he only found a Doom on the Shadow Demon that ended up getting denied. These Lincoln Sphere throws causing him a lot of issues, as well as just the clutch stuns by Talon, the spears, the hexes, the shackles. way too hard to jump into this lineup. We go back to that Kiyotaka initiation, if we dare call it an initiation. Did he know they were all there? It did not seem like it.
Yeah, what was that? He blinked down, but that didn't like immediately swashbuckle out or
Didn't
shield
roll
crash
up?
or anything.
Didn't do anything?
Roll up, didn't. Yeah, that was a weird situation.
Perhaps.
Wait, are they going to get in there? Wait, this is a little awkward. Jabs. They actually went for jabs. They didn't go inside the Roshan pit, so Jabs throws out the arena, stops them, and they do manage to get all the spoils of Roche. Miro couldn't get there in time, but they're still going to try and fight this one out. Ramsey's going to go for jabs, knocked up by the telekinesis. Meanwhile, Makoto goes to the back line. Immediately killed solo. Ramsey's chasing after him to the Gleipnir. That's going to slow him down a little bit. He managed to steal with the win run. That's going to help, but a blink away. He managed to go out. Jabs is going to be doomed up with a sign. Kiyotaka will chase after him with the Rolling Thunder. Goes for more now. They caught the Gleipnir onto the Wind Ranger. A big kill if they can finally finish him off. He's been so elusive, but that's just life number one. And Phantom Lancer is still so damn full. He's full HP and ready to fight. Wants to be able to chase after these heroes with the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, double spear out from Jabs. A beautiful play.
Where's the damage?
Still trying to stop this 23 Savage.
That's
Phantom
one
Lancer,
cheese.
he finally comes into play. A nice two-man stomp out from Miro. They do have the purge out from Ramses. Q's going to be the target. Glimmer Cape trying to get away with the Force Staff. He's going to be okay for now. Miro completely burned out of mana.
Oh, Makoto.
23 Jabs just keeping him away. Ramses cannot get these kills, and the other heroes are getting kited around constantly. Talon play together, protect their heroes, and Ramses is unable to get a single kill out of the latter half of that fight.
Very clutch spell casting from Talon and very clutch item shifting. They picked up everything from Roche, but 23, he fed the Ags to Jabs at the start of that. You could be 5-hit here, but instead you are dead. And that Mars Ags, it was doing some work there. You get some extra soldiers, you get some extra stats. He also had double cheese, so Jabs, he pops one cheese, puts the other one on cooldown, still has it here.
He also redirected a lot of shots onto himself from the Warthling, right?
And Makoto, he hit 25 in the middle of that fight. He gets the focus fire acceleration on the cooldown, which means every time he gets a kill, it's like 3 seconds till the next one.
Right, so he was able to just jump after solo, kill him, go again.
Through the cores now. Very small things from Talent, making that engagement work for them. That is a dieback for Miro. 9 Panda's unable to get into the pit in time, and now 23 is pushing your base. He has a Orchid completed, looking for his own 25 Talent if he can get it. Ramsey's gonna have to make something happen.
Jabs goes for the initiation. Scythe, Spear, Chain Stun, dead solo. They knew that was a hero without buyback, so they went for it. Jabs now trying to back away, but again, Ramses has a hard time killing him quickly. It just takes too much time. He has to wait for him away before 23 burns him out of his mana. Speaking of mana, 23 needed some. Got some from, well, he's going to TP back, actually.
Ramses will defend. Talon unable to push anything really deep there, and Kiyotaka's chasing with a roll. I don't know if he's going to be able to find Makoto, but Makoto's still here. Maybe Makoto will find him.
Oh, he got him off of the swashbuckle on the shield crash. It procs, so he knew to get out of there. MKB up for Makoto, Bloodthorn up for the Phantom Lancer. Their single target just got a whole lot more deadly.
Wind Ranger's out of control. He's 18-1. Makoto putting on a Wind Ranger masterclass.
Looking like Robin Hood out there.
Even got a Spell Prism to continue the cooldown reduction. That is why that Focus Fire is so nasty right now.
And near constant win runs. I mean, you just like, when you've lost your gems, what do you do?
Nothing. There is nothing you can do. You have to catch him with a purge somewhere, but it's just so damn hard because you have to pop the Lincolns. He can get a BKB off. He's going to be tanky in the win run anyway, so you pretty much have to do him or purge him.
I mean, Miro's got the purge. He does have that
for the Lincolns pop as well.
Yeah.
You have to just break through this somehow. And that'll be a 4K gold lead for Talon after dragging behind for most of this game. Ags completed for Q as well.
Oh, wow. That is huge because, again, how do you see the Wind Ranger without a gem? Well, you dust. But then he's constantly being cleansed, so if he gets out of the dust area, right, then there's still that debuff, which just gets cleansed right away.
And are you even going to kill him if you find him if everybody's slowed up, purged, and broken? Miro looks to jump.
He put himself in the wrong spot. He couldn't through the gate, but he managed to push through somehow. Kiyotaka tries to chase after him, runs into the wall.
Oh, Solo.
Jazz
gave him a
has
get out of
slowed
jail
them
free
down
card.
enough. He might have to give up his life for this one, though. He's surrounded by a lot of heroes. Pops his BKB, and he is moonwalking his way out of this team fight while the Illusions are doing serious work. Solo, he's going to die straight up to just Illusions, and now Ramses is dead. Everybody backed out. Everybody left him behind. Where did the team go? GG is called. 9 Pandas. They have got to be frustrated with the way this game went. This was their game in the first 25. I mean, they owned it.
Was it though? Was it their game? You're giving Talon, you're giving 23 Savage a really good Phantom Lancer pick. There's not a lot of heroes that are going to drag these games back like that and Talon be super comfortable being 20k down. I honestly never felt like they were that far behind. Of course they're behind. Theoretically, 9 Pandas can close out this game, but this is just the dangerous thing you're giving this team. You're giving them that win condition that they're very comfortable playing towards, and they played for it beautifully. Makoto, an absolute god this game on the Wind Ranger, keeps Talon in it for a very long time with his start, destroyed Kiyotaka mid, and ends this game with a brisk 18-1-11.
A very impressive performance. I mean, we started up with the draft talking about, oh, you got to give 23 Savage the Phantom Lancer, and yes, he did do a very good job. Even after being shut down, he recovered very nicely. But after this game, I'm going to be thinking about Makoto Wind Ranger for the rest of this series and whether or not I want to give that up again. Crazy stuff. Blade mail damage.
Yeah,
Wait, sorry, panel. Hold on. Very important. We're checking the blade mail damage right now.
All right, Antares did 2,500 with his for the entire game.
2,500.
By the way, 500 was to the Wind Ranger and 1,000 was to the Rubik.
Yeah, I told you, the favorite.
So I don't know if that was what he was going for. And Kiyotaka's 4,000.
So it did more damage than its cost, which for me makes it a success. Back to you, panel.
Add up.
Yay, back to me. Thank you. The math was fantastic. The game was fantastic too. We had a nice, a little bit of a back and forth. For sure, some good fights, some funky fights, and I do want to have the explained, Jenkins will explain the Roche shenanigans right now because he has the exact thing as a recreatable bug.
Well, I can't fully explain it, but I can tell you I've seen this in Herald, where if Roshan gets stunned, and sometimes even just slowed on the way to the portal, if he uses the portal twice to go through, you know he's going to come back through. So if he cancels his channel, when he's going,
if you force him to cancel the channel,
so if he cancels his channel naturally, which will sometimes happen if you slow him, or if you stun him while he's channeling, if he channels twice, then he's going to come back in because clearly the condition is based on how many times he's clicked each portal, which, you know, should be a fairly easy bug to fix now that it's, you know, recreatable. But that's so funny. I've never seen that happen in a pro match. I've only seen that in Herald. The moment it happened, I'm like, he's gonna go back through. He's gonna go back through. They can confirm. I yelled that.
You were
I knew
seeing
it.
it before it happened, and then you just went right back through. Yeah, and they still won that fight. 9 Pandas did play very well this game. They were quite far ahead. At one point, it was a 20k gold advantage. I saw Jabs commit his ulti and a focus fire to killing a support, and I was like, oh, they got 400 gold for that. I guess that's worth it. They're so far behind. But they just kept winning fights and winning fights and winning fights.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights in this game, a lot of Roshan fights. Winter, what do you think? Are you happy with Jabs' Mars? There were some fantastic arenas out there.
All I want to say first is call 911. Talon just got out of jail. They did not deserve to win that game. No way,
Not
man.
deserve to win?
No, after the start of the game, I felt like it was 9 Pandas. It's in their hands, you know. They have a really big lead from the laning phase. And they had at one point, 20k goal lead. And all they needed to do at that point is just to control the map and take the fight at Roshan. You want to force them to come to Roshan because they don't want to give you the Roshan, and then you take your fight there. But they chose to smoke. I think they smoked up or something, or they didn't smoke up. They just ran up. The Dune tried to go blink on the low ground. They didn't have an ops on the high ground, so they couldn't see where the enemy heroes are. They just felt like, well, 20k ahead, whatever, you know, just go in, you know. And they lost that first fight, and it actually shook their confidence a lot. Why are we losing the fights? And then they take another bad fight. The Pango rolled in, or he didn't roll in, blink in, didn't roll, got caught, died. Like, all they needed to do is chill the fuck out, fight at Roshan.
Yeah, fight at Roshan. Follow him through the portals wherever he goes. As we have that on our screens again. I mean, it looks pretty dumb. It's also very sad for 9 Pandas that they just got to that side. It's like, oh shit, he's going back. Let's go fast.
I think if you want him to stay on the other side,
you have to stun him again.
You would stun him again on the third channel. or on the second channel, so he does the third channel. So technically speaking, if he's going through, you can actually decide, do you want the Refresher Orb or the Aghanim Scepter based on how many times you interrupt him going through the portal.
Does his item change based on what side of the map he's on, or is it
Yeah,
change
on Dire
when the
side,
time
on
ends?
Dire side, it's Refresher Orb. Yeah, when he goes through the portal is when
When
it changes. So I assume when he goes through the portal back, it'll change back. But I also haven't tested that one.
It's their fault for not knowing these deep mechanics.
Yeah.
Dota
Yeah,
is
they
a
should
complicated game. Like, it's your fault that you didn't direct it where
It's
you
always your fault. It's always your fault.
We did hear Makoto say in the interview before the series that he was a little worried about the 9 Pandas laning stage, and 9 Pandas did do very well during that time. Jenkins, is there anything else you want to say before we look at the head-to-head about this matchup? Because you didn't really get a chance yet other than the Roshan thing.
Nope.
Okay, let's take a look at the head-to-head. We went for the position 5s. We went for the Batrider and the Rubik, and it's KDA that we chose.
Fever, I would love to talk about this. First of all,
Go for it.
It doesn't look that much like solo. Second of all,
because it's Ollie.
You're right. That was who I was looking at. Number 2, Batrider is a 5 position. It's been pretty effective for 9 Pandas, and Solo has gotten his blink daggers at good timings. His net worth has been solid. This game, he really struggled a lot. There was a lot of fights where he was the guy that got initiated on first, was killed with focus fire. Those 13 deaths, that would have been a lot of damage if he had a blade mail, let me tell you. Because he got focus fired all the time.
Off,
He didn't have a
Kevin,
ghost
fuck
scepter.
off.
He didn't have a glimmer cape. He just had force, blink, BKB. So him dying a lot and not staying alive to land lassos in fights made things a lot harder for them. So it was probably one of those things where Talon just did a really good job setting up their team fights, playing around vision, and initiating a little bit better.
Ollie had great steals in that game.
He did.
He was playing the greedy position 5, which, as Winter was explaining gracefully with a lot of beautiful grace during the green room, is that this team will sometimes, yes, there is, very beautiful. Sometimes this team will pick a very greedy position 5, and they'll lose the safe lane, which is exactly what happened to Talon. So, I mean, I could very easily see this being 2-1 9 Pandas if 9 Pandas just doesn't get too antsy. They're like, fuck it, let's just take a fight, we'll win anything, you know what I mean? Like, if they play structured normal Dota and it goes exactly the same as that, then I think 9 Pandas have got this. But I think also Talon, you know, they can look at the early game, be like, okay, we got a get out of jail free card, let's make some adjustments. Clearly that safe lane was not so good. Let's let's get the Undying. Let's get a hero that secures the lane.
And going into game number 2 of this series, Winter, you were not happy with Talon's performance. You said they didn't deserve to win. Obviously, in that case, 9 Pandas, I mean, they also kind of threw. Obviously, they were on the receiving end of Talon at the end of that. What would you like to see changed for game number 2? Where are you going to go with that?
No greedy pos 5, please. You
No
get
greedy
you
pos-
get away with it. One game doesn't mean you get away with it again.
That's the only, and you think that fixing that will solve all the issues?
You have to be able to play the lane to play the game.
And it's not Jabs' hero, so it can actually be fixed. If it was the Jabs problem, we'd be sitting here like, they're fucking done. They're done.
Fair enough. I mean, it sounds simple enough. Just fix the position 5 if it's less greedy. Win game. Okay, well, let's find out if the players are listening to the panel, which is unlikely. But let's see if they came to the same conclusion, because game number 2, the draft of it, after this break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Keep a straight face until he grabbed whatever it was and tried to shake it that didn't work. But I am very happy that he's over there because I have an upgraded co-host. Hey Jens, how you doing?
I am doing great. I just missed a triangle there.
Triangle, please.
Where's the thing for it?
See?
It makes it all better.
You have so much shit over here, Jens.
Oh, they just stop it. Stop doing that.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Joined here also by Winter and Purge, of course, as we're soon heading into the draft of game number 2 between Talon and 9 Pandas. But first, I mean, normally when I have my co-host, sometimes, you know, Jenkins kind of throws you guys under the bus at times. Like, let me hear, and then he names some random tune. You want to get some paybacks?
Jenkins, have you seen Whiplash?
No.
Yeah? You know the one with the big drum solo, right?
No.
Yeah.
Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. I missed.
That's not my tempo, but that's all right. We'll keep practicing.
He's new.
What's tempo?
You do keep practicing. Have you guys? Are you set for a? You know, during the draft, we always have the band active and playing.
Yeah.
Are you set to lead the charge? We have heard earlier this week that it's Jens that leads the charge. You count down. You decide the tempo.
We're gonna go slowly today, guys. It'll be slow for us today.
Can you just focus on being at the same beat, Jenkins, the whole time?
And now keep that up for 10 minutes.
I wonder what it would be like to be sitting here talking while some drummer there is just making.
It's very distracting. I watch you play all the time while we're doing drafts.
Noises.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's pretty good.
This is very confusing. Yeah.
Normally, while you're drumming, do you see anything of the draft that's going on?
I actually see the draft. It's on that monitor there.
Yeah.
And we try to make music that fits the character of the heroes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone noticed. Well, I would like to hear some character fit noises.
Music.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see which hero comes up first.
Let's see. Okay.
And then we'll see what fits. Winter, is there any in particular hero you like to see coming up first?
Universal heroes.
A universal hero.
You guys even hear my drum, my thing?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay.
You gotta hold it closer to the microphones. There you go.
That's
the microphone is right next to you, you idiot.
Bob's giving me signals. I don't know what he's saying.
It's a lot of microphones.
Oh, it's that one. And that one.
The one up high is for the ASMR. Yeah.
You're the co-host. You don't know shit about drums.
Well, I sure know about Dota. Let's see what we have here. We got techies over there.
We do have techies over there.
Wow.
The Beastmaster. Rubik coming out as well. Rubik is a magician. Magician is Harry Potter and would like a Harry Potter tune, please.
Wow. This is so much fun.
That was
It's the Basilisk! Look out!
Who do I speak to if I want to be here next season in this one?
I think me?
Usually you have to murder one of the previous co-hosts.
Oh,
to
that's
get on.
also true.
That's how it
Or
works.
train him so
We
that he
can
can
prepare a
actually do
new
this.
PowerPoint for tomorrow. That's fine. Yeah.
I'll help you.
You got them.
Oh, that's unusual. We have a Slark pickup.
In the first phase.
In the first phase.
Yeah, that is surprising. But if that's a hero Talon really likes, I mean, they should be prioritizing their safe lane, right? Because they were struggling with it. And a couple other games last game, he went jungling level 4. That was pretty rough. So if he likes the matchup against Beastmaster, all right, go for it.
I guess you see the lane, Taki's Beastmaster, but Rubik's Lock doesn't sound like a very strong lane.
just give him some other 5 or something. It's fine.
Yeah, hopefully.
Would you consider Rubik a greedy 5?
Yes. And not very strong in the lane. So.
So you don't want the Rubik Schlark lane, basically.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
He's like individually tanky, but he's not very good at defending the Slark if Slark gets in trouble.
Yeah.
And he can't really defend himself without committing 2 spells to it. I've never seen you hit your own head with your tools before. One thing you haven't done, actually.
No, I use the helmet for that.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
I use it.
That's true.
Ian Sekis is a hero that is explosive. What type of music would fit with that?
We're told to not play too loud, but I think this would be the moment where we need to see him go nuts. That just went straight to my soul.
Yeah.
That was gorgeous. Wow.
Listening to him play is like listening to like a jazz artist who's really intentionally having weird beats. That's what I'm feeling.
Free. He's really free on the instrument. You can tell. He's been practicing this for years, and
Using
he
his
just
fingers.
follows.
I know what he needs.
He just
needs
follows
his
his
juice.
heart. And
Oh, that's true.
yeah.
Andrew, take your juice.
No, don't put it by the drums.
No,
You're gonna spill
no. No liquids with the technology, please. Alright, we are in the second band phase. We got the PL, Tinker Band, Naga Siren Band. All a little bit in the same vein. Winter, what does that teach us?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, thank you.
Looks to me like they are worried about disengages. Like when Slark commits his ulti or a shard, they don't want a reset from a Naga. Dealing with Naga would be a little bit hard for Slark. He can't really split push as well, or deal with split push as well, and he's not necessarily going to be able to find the right hero. So I think they're just protecting the Slark pick right now, the second illusion hero. If they feel comfortable with this lane matchup, then and that's what they need to win the game overall, then yeah, protect him.
I mean, I still Faceless Void though. Faceless Void is pretty good against Slot.
Unless you're LGD, then you just don't care. You just press the ulti.
Okay.
You survive through it. They pick the Lich, something that Nine Pandas was picking constantly during the first group stage, but kind of fell off after the little nerf. A little bit of movement speed nerf on Lich, but still pretty valuable. Let's take a look at Nevermind.
I mean, Undying and Barrier is just like a way stronger position 5 hero right now. I would only pick Lich if those 2 heroes are not available. And the thing with Lich is also like, he's, I feel like not as strong as like a head-on, straight-on fight like compared to Undying, because you have Tombstone. Like you need like certain scenarios like the bounces to create bounces that do a lot of damage to win the fight. What's happening, man?
He's trying to play the flute, he can't.
Wow, it's like a little wind coming through the window or something. A little breeze.
Lich. That was my Lich.
That was Lich? Lich definitely doesn't play the flute.
He's cold. He's chilly.
Chilly music. Very good.
They pick a Shadow Demon in response.
Yeah, play some scary music. It's a Shadow Demon.
They don't really have like a consistent 5 here now in Talon, so it's gonna be a lot harder for them to protect the Slark with
Yeah,
the,
same
the
problem.
Rubik.
As usual.
Bones rattling.
They don't care.
I
They
mean-
just want a Shadow Demon to purge the Frost Shield.
That's true. Yeah, and save somebody if they do get gone on, and then Jab's gonna play the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, very good against the Beast. Never want to raw the Tide because of Kraken Shell. And if you raw his teammates, there's always a Ravage that will come your way.
Looks pretty good.
You can
Good.
see his teeth. We tied them together, and now Jenkins is playing his teeth.
Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, exactly.
Defanged
It's a beast.
already.
This is very tiring, I gotta say.
Well, you're halfway through the draft or something like that. Keep it up. That's why you go to the gym.
So our musicians have to stay in shape.
Yep.
I was told you go to the gym 5 times a week.
6 times a week.
6 times a week.
He has been, yeah.
7, apparently. Now I'm gonna need to go.
He doesn't do enough like hold his arms in the air
No.
moves though.
You need to work on your upstrokes, man. Yeah.
I don't know what that
Let's see what the last pick is here for 9 Pandas before we go into the final ban phase. They need a core, like maybe a little bit of team fight. They already know their side lanes that they're gonna go up against. Should be very easy to just pick a carry that works, no? Otherwise they're just gonna get carries banned against them.
Yeah, Morphling. Morphling faces Void. Those are pretty good picks.
What about some like lane counter type hero? Is that too bad?
Tide? Against Tide?
Yeah.
Like what? Monkey King or stuff?
Yeah, Monkey Ursa type stuff.
Yeah, it could work with the Beastmaster Aura.
Your notes are not the same.
Not good against Shadow Demon though. You don't want to play Ursa against them. Yeah, they'll do Morphling much safer.
Share your notes, Kev.
Share my notes?
Yeah, he's trying to copy your notes, isn't working.
No, I think.
Jenkins' talent doesn't work. It's just
the password's 5069.
I don't think that tablet's been charged for at least a week. He just
5069.
pretends like it is.
Dude, that tablet's actually completely out of power. How long has it been completely out of power?
He does this by heart. He knows all of them.
He knows all of it.
Morphling against Tide should be pretty decent though.
Yeah, pretty free lane.
You just get enough damage, stay away a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for Tide to play this lane. I mean, you're gonna be fine for the first 2-3 levels, but once Morphling gets some more levels, then the lane will start to become hard for you. Then you're gonna probably be doing a lot of lane pulling, doing jungling shenanigans, and you have to pray that your Rubik is gonna stack Ancients for you.
And now both teams gonna pick their mid heroes here. I actually feel like Lena's kind of good for Talon.
Yeah, Lena's very good here. I agree. I like Lena against Morphling.
A lot of burst damage, all magic damage. They've got decent frontliners, kind of between like Slark and Tide playing aggressive. He can sit back and, no pun intended, fish for kills with his fish lineup.
You have to show them your guides. Teach them about Dota.
I could.
Yeah.
Give me that.
He makes a lot of guides in the game.
That's yeah. I do make
You
YouTube
mean
videos.
the tutorials? You mean?
Yeah, tutorials. Yeah.
It's like just a YouTube video.
Yeah.
It's really talking it up a lot.
I've been looking at the one about dating.
Yeah, hopefully it was helpful. Didn't they ban the Lena? Wow, great use of a hi-hat.
It's an unpopular opinion, but I'm starting to get some respect here for Jenkins' job. It's really hard if you don't have the notes.
Yeah.
I thought they would just appear on there, on the screen, on the monitor.
Yep.
He's actually making all of this up.
Yeah, from his brain. Somehow there's
brain?
space.
Yeah.
Somehow works.
They end
Even
up
with the
picking the
Jenkins
Storm.
juice.
Storm very good against the support duo. Just zip on in, kill them if possible. Can set up and initiate on the Morphling as well. So this gives them some much needed burst damage that they would need in the early mid game really, because Slark's not really providing it. Shadow Demon doesn't provide it very much. So this kind of fits all the things they need. Like the pick.
Did you just drop your instrument? So hard.
You didn't drop the expensive one, did you?
Oh no, there goes your day rate, Jenkins.
Alright, Ember is the final pick from 9 Pandas. It will be played by Kiyotaka. So we got some Storm matchup in the mid lane. Winter, do you have a favorite going into this? What's
Obviously
this
the Talent Boys, baby. 2-0, we're going home early. Oh no, actually not early. We're going to some filler content.
Alright, so you feel like Talon got this with the first phase. Slark wasn't addressed enough?
No, I like the Tide Slug Storm trio of course. I think they're gonna have a good game, they're gonna win the game, and there's nothing 9 Pandas can do but go home.
Wow.
Strong words. A little extreme. If they can gank the Storm successfully, especially pre-6, and he gets behind, I think Talon's really going to have damage issues. Because Tide's not really going to bring very much damage, and unless Ollie steals some amazing spells, which he's good at, they might have trouble getting kills, especially against some of these tankier heroes. So I think it's kind of execution in my mind.
What are you feeling, gents?
I can't do anything but support my fellow pandas, right?
This is true.
Yeah.
Pick a side.
Yeah, pandas. There we go. Yeah.
The 9 Pandas.
Pandas for the pandas.
Is it the 10th panda, potentially?
10th panda.
Actually, maybe Jenkins was the 10th panda in that case.
All along.
All along. Now, you know what's going to happen. Obviously, you're going to watch a game, but we're going to have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful musical intermezzo by the Peppy Pandas.
Welcome back into the second game of the series, where I'm going to make sure there is no action first. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be okay. Avery, you're a drummer. How would you rate Jenkins' performance?
-8.
Okay. Oh, that's rough.
He's awful.
Truly terrible.
Truly terrifying.
You should have taken his spot. That's what I was
I
telling
hope
you.
I never have to listen to him again in my life. On the panel. The drumming is another problem, but
well, you're going to have to... You're going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
The day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that,
price I
the day
pay.
after that.
We're trying to do something I enjoy.
Dota is suffering.
I'll be honest.
Shouldn't you know that,
I
Avery?
don't even know what's going on in this game because Jenkins just got into my brain with that. Yeah, why don't you tell me, Cap? What's the analysis of these two drafts here?
Slark, Storm Spirit, Tidehunter. That's, I think, a good trio. It's going to win the game, and 9 Panda's got to go home. That's
literally what Winner said.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. You just repeat whatever the analysts say.
That's pretty smart.
And then once the game actually develops, then you can talk about why the analysts were wrong or right. You know?
This does seem like a pretty decent Tidehunter game for Jabs. I mean, there's some lockdown from Makoto, but it doesn't feel like hard lockdown. Like maybe you get a Sinister's Gaze, maybe you get a Chains on him, but it's also a lot he can fight through. And the single target burst for 9 Pandas, pretty much based on how good of a game the Techies and the Beast have in the offlane, I feel like. So maybe this game just comes down to which offlaner gets bigger faster, can bring their team online and fight through with the auras. Handle the Overlord for the Beast and probably Pipe for Jabs at some point with a Blink Dagger.
You think he's going to go the Meteor Hammer build? If he's free farming enough?
Forgot about that build.
Yeah.
Maybe? Though it's not that good versus Morph. Morph can kind of just sit there, right click you back, and tank the hammers even.
True.
He also always has a guaranteed interrupt for the hammer with the strength adaptive that he doesn't have to use on anything else. I don't think I want to see the hammer this game. I think he's not going to have that great a lane. Maybe just casual ring into Pipe later with some phase boots or some arcanes. That sounds pretty good to me. I think he just has to get the auras up, which Jabs never likes to do, which means he'll probably go like Blade Mail here.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I know you're a big Blade Mail fan.
Maybe he'll go an Aghanim Scepter.
Ooh. We have not seen that on Tide in a lot of these games. I wonder where it went. I still think it's pretty decent. This is probably not the Ags Tide game, but I think in some of the other ones where you have other minus armor strategies, it's still viable. And Makoto is already off and destroying Kiyotaka in that mid lane.
Yeah, this is really bad because Makoto already had so much... I mean, he had such a great game one. I feel like I would want to be shutting him down very early on in this game too, but this is just simply not a matchup he's going to be able to do that in. Storm Spirits is going to bully the hell out of Kiyotaka's Ember Spirit, 15-4, and that for me is where the difference really comes in. Like, I think the Beastmaster Techies are going to do probably really well and should be able to win their lane. But is this Ember Spirit going to have a game, period? If the Storm Spirit shuts it down early, and then you get an Aghanim Scepter at some point on a Slark, you've got the Purge to worry about. That one's actually pretty debilitating for Ember Spirit as well.
It's a very tough Ember game. And probably a good thing to do here is we've seen Ember popping off in a lot of the recent Ember games.
Yeah.
He's getting picked up very early and very blind. So you kind of have to make his game hard. You can't let these early Ember picks just get away with what they're getting away with. And Talon definitely have answers to him here, as Makoto does job number one, which is make his laning phase a nightmare.
he's really gunning for it.
Taking
Jeez.
the damage to Kiyotaka here. Owning him in the CS department. Full flat up, almost tripling him up here. This is just ridiculous.
He is pushing himself to the limit. He does have a Fairy Fire left, but...
The thing is, these limit trades, you are more than happy to make this exchange if you're the one winning out this hard in the CS. Because you shove the wave in, you get water runes, you can make it up elsewhere. As long as you don't feed that kill away, you're super happy.
He's going to go for the bounty rune and then the 4-minute water rune. So he's pretty much going to get right back up to full HP, full mana.
I mean, the Tide and the Storm having a good start here for Talon is what they want. I think the Slark can catch up. His lane probably looks the hardest. Techie's Beast, very strong lane here. Also, no axes for Miero. Just opting for the 0-2-1 Thor build. Not something we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I would have thought with the Techie's harassment, you would want to throw out the axes constantly and try and kill the Slark.
I mean, the boars are still very strong in the lanes where you don't have an answer to them, and this is one of those lanes. How the hell does Rubik's Slark kill the boar? There's no way you kill the boar, especially 2. And you get extra attack speed and move slow. Attack speed, nice for the Slark. The move speed slow, nice to set up the Rubik's spell. So I don't actually mind this. This is some forgotten technology in the age of the Axe Beast. But boars are back on the menu.
Whoa, Q going in deep, but Solo really committing to be able to get this kill. It's not first blood either, so it's even if he could get it, maybe not worth it.
This is one of those points in the Lich lane where you kind of just want to trade out and come back.
Ah.
Give Solo XP to Ramses off your death.
Sure.
Well, even when Solo wants to die, he will not find it. Some irony there. Makoto is almost a level ahead of Kiyotaka. We'll definitely get
Oh, that was a close call, but Ollie gets him just before Antares lands the blast off there.
Very nice. Wasting a lot of the Techie's mana. Does have stick charges on Ollie, so can bait it out. Makoto.
Oh, the slight. It popped on the creep, so he ended up dodging the remnant laid out.
That's level 6 for Makoto, though. They're going to refill the bottle here. He might just jump Kiyotaka. I don't know if Kiyotaka's going to be ready for the refill. Oh, it got backpacked. You can't use it.
Uh-oh. Well, they're going to go for it anyway. Disruption into the remnant. Again, trying to use the slight. He's got a flame guard, too. And TP rotations coming in. Makoto probably have to use the... Oh, okay. He's going to go into this one. He's really going to try for it. Kiyotaka is low, but he does manage to kill him. Good read from Makoto.
Well, that TP got canceled. That was Ollie coming in from top. I was going to say another bottle refill would have been nice. But that illusion will at least get stolen away from Makoto here. But Talon making the most of that mid lane advantage. He built for them on that CS, doubling almost, well, not almost. I mean, he's 1,000 gold ahead of Kiyotaka here in the early game. And this is a good playmaker that Talon can play through for the rest of this mid-early. Storm has guaranteed jumps on all these cores. There's not much turnaround. Wonder if they even go for something like a fast Orchid. That used to be the play when you got this far ahead on Storm. Create the kill threat that's just guaranteed.
Sure, against Morphling, it has added value. I can see
Morph
that.
Ember, even the 2 supports here. It's pretty nice in the fights.
Techie's is actually super annoying, right? Because he has the taser that stops all your right clicks, so do you silence him?
Interesting decision for Makoto. I don't think it's been the standard Storm first item.
No, I haven't seen one in a really long time.
Though we also haven't seen a lot of Storms have this kind of start. Well, maybe that influences it. Still, what's going well for Nine Pandas is that offlane. As Miro has shut down 23 pretty hard in this laning phase compared to Ramses, who is well ahead of his counterpart. And absolutely free farming down here. They'll try and turn up the aggression, but it gets turned around.
Does have a lot of Shadow Poison stacks on him, so Ramses does need to be a bit careful of not going and morphing too far down. Can he get him with another? Ooh, nice stun from Ramses. Well timed to stop the anchor smash that might have been able to kill the Lich.
It's gonna be close. I don't think it was enough, but that Lich has got brittle bones.
But pretty much once again, like 23 Savage is expecting a rough lane.
Yes.
And now he's level 6. Like, I saw the fact they gave him solo experience a lot of time. Ollie was outside of the lane a lot. So 23 already has that regen factor coming in. He's going to start farming a lot better, I would assume. Jeez.
Trying to force the ult out, but not enough damage to get the threat. And yeah, I think this is another one of those lanes where if you're Talon, you're kind of happy with that outcome. Getting 23-6 without a death and OKCS here versus a beast Techies lane when you have a Rubik 5 that's offering basically nothing but pulls, you're pretty happy with that outcome. So now it's just a question of playing through the storm advantage you have, and 9 Pandas trying to farm up their Morph and get their Ember back in this game. Regen Rune did go to Makoto, by the way. That is why he is zipping around.
Yeah,
nice
he also
power
took
rune.
the hard camp stack that Antares has started stacking up for the Beastmaster, so there's not even a little bit of extra farm there for the offlaner.
He is going to be very fat on this Storm Spirit. Double hard camp stack going his way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
70 CS at 9 minutes, plus a kill.
So again, the question is, what does he do after this build? Is he going to
That
go
is
a
the
more
question.
normal Witchblade? Could he go for the risky Orchid? He thinks about Kaya. A lot of very important decisions.
I feel like it's just Kaya Sange Witchblade build here. But if you're going to go that, maybe you go the Witchblade first. You could also go Kaya Sange Orchid. It's not the worst. You will opt for the Witchblade here. All right, I don't mind that. Honestly, I don't really care what items he goes as long as he remains active and building momentum for his team with the start he's at.
And it is going to be the Meteor Hammer for Jabs, and he does get the first swing of it off against Ramses before the stun.
Gave him a little poke, says, what's up? This tower is going down. That's why Makoto's here.
Ravage, not well timed at all, Jabs. He wanted the instant stun off of the disruption. I get it. But that wasn't even a close Ravage.
Man, Jabs is like the weirdest player of all time. Every time I watch him, there's some weird stuff that happens. It's just...
I just knew he was going to go Meteor Hammer, too. Something about this.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with the hammer. You had a decent laning phase. You get the tower off it. Now he'll go mid, start hammering that up.
Yeah, it's more so just like, I think 90% of the offlaners in this tournament would not go Meteor Hammer. That's why Jabs has to go, you know?
It's true. The ultimate hipster. Solon level 4 Flame Guard. That is a nice spell to have this early in the game. As the Ancient stacks continue to roll in from Q over here. Jabs will go and clean those up. He's a happy little watermelon. Something else the hammer is decently good at here. If you get the stack priority, then it really pays off in terms of efficiency. Man,
And it also means your aura item is still going to come online pretty early, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't ever really mind the hammer on Tide if you have a good laning phase, because it basically just pays for itself. It's just you do want to get the value out of it with the tower hits. And if you're behind, I think this item becomes very bad. Well, you clean all of those. Wow. What a start.
Good for him. And now he's going to start sieging the mid tower. So you can look forward to that, Kiyotaka. This is not going to be an Orb of Corrosion Ember Spirit who chips away at the mid tower like we very often see. And part of the reason why Ember Spirits have gone off to such a flying start every single game is they win their lane matchup and then they take the tower, and then they're super far ahead net worth. They start running around using that net worth advantage to kill heroes, and it just snowballs from there. But here, this is going to be shut down very early on.
And there's room for Jabs to be aggressive on this mid tower because 9 Pandas are just farming up. You have Miro clearing through his own Ancient stack right now. Not as fast, but it's pretty damn fast as he maxed the axes after that level 2 boar.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just a lot of farming going on in this game. Very quiet. 0 kills from 9 Pandas. This might be the quietest game we've seen from them all tournament. Usually it's solo running around, killing people through the gates. You have a very aggressive support duo. The cores are just running at each other. Kiyotaka is one of the highest killers we've seen in the last couple of years. They're sitting on a goose egg.
That has to be bad, right? I mean, if your entire idea of how you've played so far in this tournament, you swerve like that, you're getting shut down early when normally you're very reliant on that early game momentum. And I would say draft-wise, they also don't want to be too slow either.
It doesn't feel great right now because I think you're giving a lot of space to Talon. Mikoto's getting a bunch of runes here. It's a really good Tide Hunter game once he gets the auras up and he's farmed. And I think Slark can carry this game, right? I don't think the 9 Pandas cores are threatening Slark too much in the late game outside the Morphling. I also just think Talon tend to win the games that go really late. I think that's their wheelhouse. 9 Pandas are also a great late game team. But you're tempting fate here, just like game 1 where you gave that Phantom Lancer pick. You are very much tempting fate, my friends.
They're a great late game team, but their confidence may be a little bit shook after losing to Team Spirit.
It's very true as well.
Now they lost game 1 to Talon as well. They may be a good late game team, but maybe they're not good enough.
And also, the SEA late game is different from the other late games. It's chaotic.
You're entering into a whole different world of madness.
You can't understand it. You can't comprehend it. It's like a Lovecraft novel. You stare into the SEA Dota, it stares back. Ravage from Jab, but it won't hit.
Tentacle didn't hit? How? Well, I think they're still going to get him, so that's fine. Primal Roar even going to be used, so take that out of the equation for a little bit.
Yeah, it's just a zoning Ravage right there.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes the tentacle is just not long enough, Cap.
Radiant's top tower.
I know you've been there, of all people. It's a rough life.
What?
See, Jabs agrees with me.
I didn't get it. Can you explain?
Has been killed.
No, I think we'll leave that one to the audience. I almost choked on my water.
Oh, man. This is going to be some fair... Antares is going to go for a Glimmer Cape. And he's going to need it, too, because I was just looking at all the magic damage ramping up from the Storm Spirit. Shadowed. Oh, telekinesis before he can get off the blast off again. Artaris.
And the hammer.
The hammer's going to come down on 3. Oh, the stolen blast off. Now it does immediately kill the Rubik. And Antares is still not dead. And 9 Pandas might be able to walk away with the 1-for-1. Despite the negative set of events there that happened, I mean, the outcome is fine.
23's not at that fight. 23's farming. He's farming up a Storm. Crawling his way back in this game. And they're taking a lot of space away from 9 Pandas as another hammer connects on Miero. This triangle does not belong to you, son. Talon have invaded it. They have infested it with their tentacles. And they are holding it. And refuse to give those ancients back. Ooh. There's some value.
And then the blast off too, man. So much
Ramsey's
damage.
got low there. He's got to be careful going into these fights on super high agi. The amount of random bursts that come out between the Rubik and the Shadowed even with poison stacks.
Later on, I think kind of an interesting interaction. We don't really talk too much about the Shadow Demon's new ability, Disseminate.
Because it's trash.
It is pretty trash, but at the same time, it does scale. And it is pretty nice against some of these really, really tanky heroes.
I mean, scaling trash is still trash.
Kind of like scales into like, you know, like kind of like a recyclable trash. You know, like you use it.
You know, 90% of recycling ends up in the landfill.
Well, this is the 10% that doesn't.
That was a made-up statistic. But
it
sounded convincing.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me.
It's probably close.
I've seen enough of those recycle bins that just end up getting thrown into the trash. Anyway, let's focus on lighter things, like how 9 Pandas is
getting trashed.
Getting trashed. No, they're getting recycled.
I mean, this game's not going too bad for them.
Yeah.
They're okay. They hit their Helm of the Overlord timing here.
They're going to be fine as long as Ramses doesn't die. Everything's going to be A-okay.
Oh, jab.
As long as Kiyotaka doesn't also die.
I mean, as long as the 9 Pandas can keep their cores up.
Yeah.
He's going to remain close. But,
yeah, especially their 1 and 2 position. Everything is, yeah, just as long as the carry and the mid laner are farming. Because as long as they're alive, you can't dive in super deep and
no, there's no way you can start picking off 9 Pandas supports once their cores create that brick wall.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So.
Do you want to talk about that Ravage? I mean, that one that was at least like understandable. You know, you got to guarantee that morph kill.
Sure.
I'm fine. I just think it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny. His like average number of heroes hit per Ravage is like maybe one, maybe
no,
it's
less than one, dude. I think it's like it's probably
he's
like
had
0.4.
He's had 2 Ravages that haven't hit a hero, right?
Yes, it was that one.
No, the other one hit
here
a hero.
It hit a hero. It missed a hero.
Yeah, he just missed the hero he wanted to hit.
Oh, Chain Frost. Not hitting anything.
Look out for that Meteor Hammer.
Almost got him.
He tried. He stole Remnant on Rubik, so he's going to get away. Ramsey's tried to kill him, but no, now Rams is going to be the one in trouble as he has a lot of Shadow Poison stacks ticking up on him. And now the Slur cutting in
from behind.
through the side. Locks him down with the pounce. It's going to wave out, though. Waveform
Makoto
away.
wants him.
He's chased after him. Makoto
He
gets
gets
him in the end.
Well, that mana pool. Way too big for 9 Pandas to deal with. And stolen Remnants from Ali, showing him who the Grand Magus is. He goes in, he gets out. And they continue to build the lead up to 5K. It just doesn't feel like they've ever left the triangle this game.
Nope, they just occupied this area, which I don't think 9 Pandas have to play.
No, I feel like they can just go bottom or go to enemy side of the map. They just are running their heads against the brick wall that is Tidehunter right now. And Jabs is laughing it up, man. He's like, keep coming in. Keep coming into my hammer. My Kraken Shell, you have no answer. Just setting up easy team fights and easy jumps for the Storm and the Slark. Another Purge goes out on Kiyotaka. He will have to TP, but he will
he's
not
gonna be grabbed. Kiyotaka. He may be a little bit too desperate to find this farm. He does manage to get out, though. So, slow it down. Gush into the hammer. Telekinesis toss back. Primal Roar going to be used, but Makoto Ravage. It lands. He got it. Keeping his
those.
1 hero per Ravage.
He's up in the average. And they'll get the hell of the Overlord creep. Plus 250 on the Ice Shaman as he melts into the ground.
Now he's got a Blink Dagger on Jam, surely.
And we're back into the triangle. It's just like we never left. 23 gets to control the other side of the map.
Yeah, I guess if you, you have to stop 23, right? If you can't play in the triangle, you have to stop what this carry's doing down here.
Yeah, but you don't have any answers to Slark in this game. You have no real catch for him. Your core matchups are not great. 23 is invincible. He has great scouting, very tanky. He's absorbing the areas away from Ramsey's bottom and just crunching 9 Pandas up into that triangle where they just go again and again. And every time they meet that wall that is the Tidehunter and the Storm waiting to jump them.
You know what's funny?
Talon abandoned it. But
I think Talon are talking about it and think they're like, well, they're gonna shift up a little bit. They're gonna go to the other side of the map, surely. They're gonna try and gank 23 Savage. Let's go ahead and meet them.
That's quite a heat map.
It is very impressive.
Yeah, I think they're juking themselves here.
Yeah, they are. 9 Pandas went back to the triangle.
Ramses.
Oh, Ramses is dead.
Double damage. Way too much, and another morph steal for Ali as he will go up to more HP than his Tidehunter. Good luck killing him. You do
Tier
not
2
have much physical.
By 22 minutes as well. Take the outpost.
A very weird game from Talon, but a very successful one so far, as that triangle occupation has yielded great results. And now they have Blink and Pipe online for Jabs. This is when their lineup really hits their stride. Because you can just go in and set up the fight for the Storm Jump, set up the fight for 23, keep his cores alive. 9 Pandas are almost all magic damage at this point in the game. You have no way to punch through this pipe. The extra HP on Ollie plus a Glimmer Cape makes him invincible as well. EHP just went through the roof and an Ags to top it off here for 23. As he continues to just play on his own and farm up all the space that Talon are creating with this 4-man unit. That's the scary part. A lot of these engagements have been 5-on-4 and 9 Pandas still can't win them, but they'll find 4 runes.
Money! Sweet, sweet money.
Are they gonna get here in time?
This is incredibly slow. They re-smoke on the side of 9 Pandas, but the thing is that as slow as it was, 9 Pandas was still too slow to get there.
That was a very long walk. That was your Helm of the Overlord timing with the Granite Golem from Miero. And you're not finding that fight. You're in trouble. And... what?
You know, when I said he got the Blink Dagger, I thought that meant he was going to be hitting more heroes.
Was somebody TPing
with
out?
his Ravages.
I didn't even see any.
Oh, no, it was the Ember Spirit.
Oh, he tried to get the Ember? Okay.
Yeah, he blinked directly on top of Kiyotaka and threw the Ravage.
Okay, well,
Kiyotaka was too close.
I mean, I respect it.
No, I mean, that was reasonable. That was reasonable.
I mean, it'll bring
It
his
is pretty
average
fun.
down, unfortunately. But what can you do? Gotta go for him. Look, I'd rather have my Tide go for the Ravage than not go for the Ravage.
That... I don't think that's always true, but...
You miss every tentacle you don't shoot. That was pretty close, to be fair. I mean, come on. That's a reasonable go. Especially when you're in this position where you don't even need the Ravage to fight. Like, what are they losing here?
That is actually the saddest part, is that 9Pandas is essentially playing against... Instead of a Ravage, it's more like an Impale. It's gotten like one hero with it every time.
Sometimes that's all you
or
need.
Or zero.
Sometimes good gameplay is just better than good spellcasting, as Talon's map movement has proved too difficult to crack here for 9Pandas. Cheeky little attempt.
Meanwhile, they're going to go for jabs on the other side of the map, and they might just be able to get him here, but Primal Roar is stolen. Ollie, he's going to get close to the Morphling. He's going to knock him down. Oh, no. Ramses has died so many times in this game.
And another Helm of the Overlord kill on top of some boards. A lot of extra gold every time this happens. Trying to abuse the no Ravage, but it just doesn't matter.
When was the last time you saw Ramses die? 0-4-0. That's his score at 25 minutes.
This is probably the roughest game we've seen for 9Pandas all tournament.
Yeah.
In terms of their playstyle. Like, one kill for them at 25 minutes? That is disgusting. This might be Kiyotaka's worst stat line of all his entire career.
Oh, God. His kills per game average is just tanking right now.
Yeah, well, welcome to the real world, son. Dota doesn't stay rosy forever. There's always someone waiting out there to shove you down and experience the misery we've all been through.
Well, he's got another tentacle to throw around. Got the shard on Tidehunter. BKB going to be used because the taser was stopping a lot of damage. Antares is pretty tanky, though, and he's actually going to lose his Aegis without getting that kill. Now, oh, the Ravage going to be able to land on 4, and he's got the follow-up here. Did he forget about his follow-up? Well, hey, 23 is going to join in on the party, so even if Jabs dies here, which he doesn't yet, Disruption buys a little bit of time. Boy, a lot of ultimates being used right back around the Primal Roar. It got the chain stun off of it, too.
Ramses just getting obliterated by Ollie this game. He has had his number, and he's speed dialing at every fight. 1-800 your ward with no morph, son.
That's too long of a phone.
And Jabs with
what
the
a Ravage.
Redemption Ravage hitting 4. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Jabs. Line him up and sink him down with the anchor. He also tanked a hell of a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Chain Frost, Primal Roar.
And think about how long Makoto's waiting to join this, right?
Yeah.
He was on the outskirts that entire time. He's just waiting to see how this fight develops. Didn't want to commit into that Ice Spire Chain Frost area of effect without knowing that there's stun still available. But once he sees the stun on Ramses, that's all he needs.
No, very smart. We do almost have Aghanim Scepter on Ramses. Is that going to change the game significantly?
Definitely helps. Can steal all the attack speed and energy from the Slark and turn into him. It's a big factor here.
Then you get a Diag's Pounce.
Yeah, maybe you can start stealing some stats from Tidehunter. Doesn't sound too bad. I mean, they just need more damage. That's been the biggest problem for them this game. They have some auras on the arrow.
Again, Primal Roar going to be put to use here. Jabs follows up the stun. Actually hits Kiyotaka with it as well with the Meteor Hammer follow-up. They do have the Chain Frost bouncing around, but Makoto, he'll run it off thanks to the Haste Rune. 23 gives up on the Morphling kills. Goes for Solo instead, who does hop down the cliff, the Force Staff, and stays alive. Still a problem, though. Talon continued to hold this triangle, never giving it up to the Pandas.
They do not want to let Pandas get a single Ancient Camp this game. That has been their mission. They continue to kill the Overlord creeps as well, every engagement. Nighttime with a gem on 23. That is also prime Obs Ward hunting season. You're going to have no vision on the map this game. As Talon snatch it all away, and that is an Ags completed for Q. That is a crazy amount of damage between the double purges, double cleanse for his teammates. You're going to have one for the Ember to break him and another for this Morphling in the fight. Also 2 ults that can get rid of this Frost Shield, which has been annoying for the Slark and the Storm when they go in. Quick smoke.
Grandmaster tier Slark, 23 Savage.
Yeah, this was first phase, remember.
Pandas with a first phase Slark pick.
Smoke on smoke. Look like they'll dodge each other. Talon expected the 20th fight in the triangle this game, but 9 Pandas have had enough of that and actually gone bottom. They remember this half of the map exists.
Wait a minute.
It is the new frontiers for a reason. Look at all this space, guys.
Deep space. Uncharted territory.
It's just so hard to go in. Like, who do you even want to go on here if you're 9 Pandas? These supports are so damn tanky on the side of Talon. Tidehunter's just sitting there in your face. He's guaranteed to get his spells off this game. You have no way to prevent that. You're not going to be able to start on the Slark, and Makoto has just been waiting to see his opening here. Picks up a shield rune on top of it. You're going to need to force Talon to kind of go into you, maybe bait them in, get them to clump, get off good Chain Frost, multiple slight hits, a good Ag Steal for Ramses, and then maybe you can turn that fight around. But in terms of initiating on them, that sounds very difficult.
Well, Slark takes the Lincoln, so good luck to trying to morph steal that.
Yeah, he also has that Depth Shroud as well, so he can save another target that 9 Pandas want to go on. Counteract that roar. At this point, do you even want to roar somebody?
Yeah, if it gets roared, you're probably getting... The target's going to get disrupted, and then it's going to be Depth Shrouded.
And then you're going to steal roar, kill Ramses again.
Yeah. Well, get close. You're immediately going to be pounced on, either by the Storm Spirit, the Blink Dagger Tidehunter, the Slark.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
9 Pandas are just trying to push towards these BKBs, which will allow them to commit in the fight. And at least maybe then when you go on somebody, you can ignore this Ravage for a decent amount of time. There's still a lot waiting for you, but it is a route. Potential team fight victory here. Jab's just going for the Hex. Large item to build up. He's going to be missing some net worth in the next fight, but if he gets there, man, Ember and Morphling's mobility goes out the window.
Every bit of farm is desperate here. Ramses farming the easy camp and pop the Manta, so his illusions can take the rest because he's so damn scared of being out there. Now, Pandas are going to smoke up. They are going to be playing into a ward, potentially.
Man, Ollie just killed both their obs down here. Very solid dewarding. All the vision once again gone. It's just so hard to make moves when you have 0 wards on the map. A product of Slark and the early gem pickup, but also just Ollie being a boss. 1-1 in 12, 2,500 HP with Glimmer, Force Staff, and that gem purchase. He's had a fantastic game here on the 5 Rubik, proving it's still very much viable.
Tari's going to have to juke this one out for quite some time.
This is another Roche go by Talon without their right clicker. An interesting strategy, as it will take a while, but they will eventually get it. By the way, Hex on Makoto. So they're not even going to need to wait for jabs here. That instant jump disable is there, and that is infinite range. So if you do not pop the BKBs early here on the side of 9 Pandas, you're just gone. If you're Ember or Morph, you get Hexed, see you later, my friend. Which means these initiations are that much more powerful for Talon. Especially with the nighttime vision. It's going to be a nightmare to fight into.
Yeah, if we see Ramses in the next fight, he gets jumped, scythe, and he doesn't even get to use his BKB. I don't know if he's going to stay in the game.
No, he's deleted. It pretty much means 9Pandas need to go in on somebody or messed up. And yeah, that says how long they were in that triangle, right?
Talon, 540 gold each.
That was a lot. That was quite a lot. It's a quick little 2.5K. You get a bounty rune. And you get a bounty
rune. And everybody gets a bounty rune.
So we'll finish up BKB for Ramses. They have 2 online. They're almost at an Ags for Kiyotaka. He has still found a decent amount of farm, honestly. If you can get to this Ags, it's a lot of damage boost. Maybe you can find the backline of Talon. As tanky as they are, it's just so much HP to cut through, man.
There is so much jump. I don't know how they just get out on the map. Makoto with the scythe, Jabs with the scythe.
You just gotta keep finding little openings, keep scaling in this game. Wait for the opportunity to strike back.
I mean, Kiyotaka is like guaranteed he's going to get picked off eventually because he has to play so aggressively out on the map that eventually he's going to run into a Storm Spirit or a Tidehunter. That scythe is him, and then they're going to get the follow-up there as the Purge is going to be put onto the Ember Spirit while they go for Miro. So they might be able to double up on these kills, or maybe not. Looks like the Beastmaster kill is going to take some time. In fact, they're going to fight around this one. The Ravage cuts in from behind, does manage to clip Solo as well as Miro. So they do manage to get 2 kills for that one.
Ramses blast, but he got hexed.
Hits on 3. That was really nice. He instantly dies, though, and the chain stuns start raining in. He died very quickly.
Makoto, he was waiting, he was spam clicking. And that pig gets slaughtered.
He waveformed and instantly got scythed, huh?
Yep. That is what you farmed for. No BKB activated. No Manta activated here.
Man, are they gonna go out and win this game with the full 9-second BKB still?
Probably at this point. I don't know what you really do. You still have Aegis on 23. The Hex is coming in for Jabs now, so his is online. This game has just been completely one-sided for Talon. 9Pandas found nothing in this game too after a valiant comeback from Talon in game 1. Very frustrating series for them. Talon continue to show their prowess, and honestly, just Makoto. I go back to him. Very dominating in the laning performance in both games, setting his team up to have a really strong playmaker to play through, and they just gain so much momentum off it.
After such a promising start at being able to bring down Aster, losing this series, it doesn't take much when half the teams are eliminated for you to be in the bottom 4 and get eliminated at group stage.
23 is just building up the stacks.
Yeah, he's getting massive. Sit in the Depth Shroud for a little bit, snag the last hit on the tier 3. Now Ramses trying to pounce after him. Disruption. BKB. Okay, he does use it for fear of the follow-up stuns, but he can't actually lock down anything. 23 just pops his ultimate. Okay, maybe they'll be able to fight through the Aegis. Makoto's going to jump in. Oh, immediately turn around. They do have the Primal Roar. They're going to kill him. He dies, 23 loses his Aegis. Ooh, 9Pandas. They do manage to strike back. Jabs, though, is going to come in.
Oh, that's
disable. That's going to help out. Telekinesis managed to toss 23 Savage away. He's pouncing out. Kiyotaka and Ramses chase after him. 23 Savage comes back into play, though. Pounces onto the Morphling and TP's out with his Depth Shroud. Calls it quits and leaves the gem behind. Leaves Q behind as well. So a massive turnaround here for Pandas.
Strong initiation from Ramses, just going in, trusting that that is the only way they're going to win a fight, and they get the reward. Makoto gets stunned finally in this game off of a clutch roar from Miro, and they have just enough single target burst. No Ravage in that engagement, otherwise I think Talon are happy to try and turn that, and they used the disruption on the Morphling when he went in. I think that's just a misplay by Q. I mean, I get, okay, disrupting Morph, you're super happy because then you get Morphling illusions, but then you don't have it defensively. And I think they stacked it on top of the Hex. I think Ramses did get Hexed when he went in. It sounded like it, and they might have just stacked the disruption. either way, all you have to do is wait out that Morph BKB and be able to re-engage. So Disruption being up for your cores is a way to buy time and guarantee that happens. I don't think you need these Morphling illusions.
Mikoto jumping back in like that, pretty unnecessary, I would say. Maybe he felt pressured because 23 was fighting.
Also, maybe he just felt stronger than he was. That was a lot of single target burst through the BKB that came out. 23?
Starts stacking it up once again. Still has the depth shroud to work with, and Mikoto is back alive here to help. Got the dust on him. Chain Frost will do a small pittance of damage, but nothing major. Run, Miro, run.
I mean, it's back to nighttime. Or I should say, still nighttime. This one, 23 is scariest. They do still have a gem that is getting flown out. 2 jabs right now. So they'll be able to maintain that vision control that is proved very difficult for 9Pandas to break in this game. Who are they giving gem to? They're going to give it to Mikoto, so he can see these Glimmer Capes when he dives in deep. Decent decision here, and they're probably just waiting for next Roche. Kiyotaka can cut some waves. Ramses did get some decent gold off that fight. You're going to need your next items here to contest that objective. I don't think you just want to give this Roshan away. Feels way too deadly.
Something to look out for. Antares is actually pretty damn tanky. 2,300. It's because he has an Aghanim Scepter. And he also chose the Martyr's Blade. So he's going to redirect damage onto himself to try and protect everybody else in the fight.
It's not bad. I'm sure he's happy to give up his life to soak up some damage. He's going to go in there anyway and just plant the sign and hope for the best. This is a powerful Ags in terms of damage output. You take an entire fight into it, you're going to regret it here on Talon's side. Especially the Slark pouncing through. Sometimes you just die pouncing out of this thing. Nine Pandas finding some openings here in the late game, bringing that lead down. Coming online with this late game Beastmaster Ember lineup. We have seen Ember win a lot of games this tournament solely based off his late game power. And Kiyotaka is getting there. He might not have the KDA to back it up, but he has the net worth at this point. He is on par with Mikoto. That is a scary thought, considering Mikoto is 7-1 and 12.
It's going to be a late Roshan. Antares is going to be able to set up for it, though. It's guaranteed to be on this Radiant side in this window, so...
Defensive fights, way better for 9Pandas here.
Yeah.
They can hold an area. I don't know if Kiyotaka can get here, though.
Oh, they just zip straight through. The Ravage immediately used. They just caught him by surprise, but do they have the damage to be able to beat him down? Because 23 is only just now joining in the fight. He got off his BKB and is going to chase after jabs. Not the easiest target to kill, though.
Kiyotaka on the back line.
Yeah, Kiyotaka is going to work as the Ember Spirit, but so too is 23. With the Slark trying to clean up some of these supports, didn't get any of them and did go through all his defensive abilities here. No Depth Shroud, no ultimate. He needs to get out, and the Glimmer Cape will help him do so.
The burst on that Ravage was not even close.
Nope.
There was just no damage follow-up on Ramses. You need the Slark hitting during these impale durations. Otherwise, it feels like you're just wasting the control. These heroes are a lot tankier than those early fights. And I think Talon are lucky that Roche is not up right now, or 9Pandas would be gunning to take that objective down with the big ult on cooldown. They're going to re-poke here with 23, build up some more stacks.
Yeah, after all, he's level 25, so every one of these hits really does matter. It lasts a very long time.
Yeah, he does not have Depth Shroud. He does not have ult right now. This is a dangerous game you're playing.
Poking and prodding.
Antares is out of mana here.
Yeah.
Another big factor.
They're running low on resources, trying to hold this ground.
This is an awkward position for 9Pandas as Roche gets delayed because that top wave is also pushed in, so they're taking some building damage. They're going to choose to commit for the fight. I think you have to. You just don't have any mana on Techies. He's getting drained, man.
Yeah, I think he wants to die, honestly. I think he needs to come back off of the buyback. They're going to go into the pit. Mikoto pops his BKB, goes for the ledge. That's going to be both the supports down, but they are both going to be able to buy back and TP back in. So that's why Talon are going to be resetting here. They do have to still go into the pit eventually because Ramses is going to do it.
There is a minefield sign potential here. And Ravage is coming up in 15 seconds for Talon. They want to wait for it. They're not going to be able to wait.
They're not going to be able to wait long
Can
enough.
you grab
23
anything?
tries to get in there. The Aegis is going to be able to grab by Kiyotaka. Don't know what 23 grabbed. Looks like nothing.
got
But he's right in the middle
zero.
of everything. His ultimate's up in 3 seconds. They need to be able to buy time, and that's where all it comes in. Toss him out of there. The blast off doesn't land. 23 gets away. Managed to get off his
Ravage back
ultimate.
up.
He turns back into Miro. Now the Ravage is back up. 23 goes into the mines. He goes into the mines. That's a little dangerous, but he does manage to get that kill and pounce away. Kiyotaka chases after him, though. He sees Mikoto with no mana whatsoever. Caught in the corner. Solo's going to drain him of the rest. Pulls him back in. Well, Kiyotaka chase for more.
He wants
goes
them
after
all.
the Rubik. He's going to be able to chase him down as well. With an Aegis, he is free to get any of these hero kills once the Slark is forced away out of the fight.
9 Pandas, they got everything and more off that engagement. Everything off the Roshan, I believe.
Yeah, I guess the only thing unaccounted for was, I don't know where the cheese went.
I think it got insta-popped at some point. But Talon, I mean, you get a Beastmaster buyback, and a Techie's buy and a Lich buy. Now they're going to try and punish it. Overstep by 9 Pandas.
Onto the Beastmaster is very nice. They use the Primal Roar onto Jabs, but this is going to be some
has
dieback.
so many stacks.
Oh no, he has built up a series amount. And Pandas, they didn't respect this at all. You have to remember, you gave all these stacks for him. He didn't die in the fight, and you also used buybacks. 264 agility.
He is a true god in the form of a fish. Hitting for 500 base damage, picks up a DD.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me right now?
He's hitting for 900 damage a hit.
This is thrown
Look out.
right here. There's 3 heroes dead for 9 Pandas with no buyback. Talon know this. Kiyotaka has 2 lives, but he does not have a buy of his
Oh my
own.
God, he's doing so much damage to the buildings. Oh no, look out.
Lord have mercy.
Telekinesis, Kiyotaka, what have you done? He got away. He still has that Aegis to work with, but the buildings are falling fast.
Glyph will buy some time against this double damage. But 23, he is going to go back into your tier 4s here for sure. The jump is coming through. More stacks. He requires even higher agility.
That's just going to be the Aegis buyback from Ramses, and Solo is almost here. Oh no, Ramses, be careful of getting in range of 23 like that.
Still sitting at plus 63 with 19 permanent. You have to wait out these stacks right now. Do not want to fight.
But I mean, he's going to get megas. You have to fight him. Big 23 is going to keep this going.
Keep in mind, there is a refresher on Jabs right here, so he has double Ravage, double Tentacle, double Hex waiting for you. If you don't have BKBs, you are fish food, and Ramses is on cooldown for 50 seconds here.
We're closing in on the timer where he got most of his stacks.
Yeah, they're starting to wear out. That is a godsend for 9 Pandas. Protect their buildings and protect their lives. Talon looking, Jabs looking for Ramses. No BKB.
Ravage goes out, refresh. Ravage number 2, holding in the Ember Spirit while they can finish off the Morphling. Without the Morphling, this fight is likely already over. The Minefield side's gonna activate here on the side. Kiyotaka has to do all the heavy lifting, and it starts with going for the supports, but he just simply cannot do it. He can get maybe one. Ollie, he's going to be the first one down. Demonic Cleanse going to be put over to Ollie, so he's going to be okay. Scythe the Vice used on Kiyotaka.
Wants Mikoto.
He chases after Mikoto. He'll be able to get him. Yeah, he got him. Nice big kill while 23 ignores the fight entirely. I think this is just a game to him. He's just trying to see if his team can bring down Kiyotaka by themselves. They can't.
You'll get him, boys. You'll get him.
A helping hand. BKB. Stretching it on out. He's out of remnants in the slight. No, he couldn't get it off in time. The pound's going to hit him first.
Does have buy.
Does have buy,
And
but
so does Mikoto, who's choosing not to use it right here.
I mean,
But there's
Slark
call
has
it.
all the stats again, and they cannot handle this Slark. He is too big, too bad. Little Fish packs a big, big punch. 23 Savage, the rest of Talon managed a 2-0. Pandas looking very, very good and getting themselves back into a nice spot. Both these teams were 1-1 leading into this. Now, Talon 2-1 in the top half of the group, and Pandas will fall to the bottom half.
16-0 for 23 Savage in this game. Showing them why the first phase Slark is an easy pickings for Talon here. They have all the faith in the world for him to carry those fights. They love this style with these late game poke carries for 23. He goes in, he goes out, he steals some stacks, gets some Phantom Lancer illusions off. The fights just become really chaotic. If you don't have the lockdown for his hero, Talon are really good at playing around that, and they show why here. Racking up the hero damage, racking up the stacks, and racking up the racks. To close out game 2, and Talon look pretty decent in this tournament despite not qualifying for Bali. They figured something out, and it's clicking.
Yeah, they really did. Maybe Southeast Asia's just a little bit better than we expect.
I agree. I'm still not even sure why this game was so weird for 9Pandas. I don't think their draft looks bad on paper, right? It's a very well-rounded draft. I think maybe if some of the lane execution goes a bit better, this game looks very different. Kiyotaka was popping off in the late game, but I guess it just goes back to early lane execution. Makoto opened up a 1,000, 1,200 gold gap on Kiyotaka in that mid lane.
Yeah.
And just never looked back. And when you have a playmaker on mid like Talon does in game 1 and 2 with the Wind Ranger and the Storm, where you can just play through them the whole game and 9Pandas are constantly on the back foot, you're just on catch-up duty, your triangle is taken away, and there's nothing left to do.
That triangle, that damn triangle. Talon took it away early, and they never gave it back, and they will not give this series back. They take it 2-0.
A 2-0 for Talon. Victorious first phase Slark. You don't see that every day. I'm joined by Jenkins and Purge and Winter. Winter, you believed in Talon, of course, the whole way through, even though you have slight doubts about the Ruby Plus 5, but be honest, Ollie makes it work every single time.
Yeah, he struggled in the lane like I expected, but after that he definitely did a lot of plays, especially with the Raw onto the Morphling, which got them a couple of key kills in the game, which allowed them to just had a huge stranglehold on the game. Definitely props to him. Not easy to pull that off.
He played really good. I mean, he dies here in the second after I said, but no, Ollie played amazing for the entire game. So, and Slark never died that game. That was their first 2 picks. So if that's your opening and you still have a good performance afterwards, good for you. I mean, they played great jabs as well. So obviously some goofy ravages, but the Meteor Hammer really set tempo, took a safe lane tower, took the mid tower, took the off lane tower. He just got so much done with it. Because you made a lot of appearances in these highlights.
There's just a lot of Jenkins appearances in this one. But yeah, Talon played great. Jenkins played great in the band as well, but Jenkins, this game of Dota was certainly... It felt over so long. Why did it drag on so long?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Okay.
I love Jabs. I love watching this guy. He's so much fun. He's just absolute chaos incarnate. Guy's going Meteor Hammer in a patch. Nobody's going Meteor Hammer. He's also missing every single Ravage on 0 guys, which is awesome. And then hitting clutch Ravages in the next fight. You know, I remember Saberlight. I remember Saberlight getting 2nd place at a major, and he had a bunch of 0-man black holes. But you know what else he had?
He did.
2 things. 5-man black holes and the 2nd place major trophy, Winter.
You don't get a trophy for a 2nd place.
You don't get a medal. Winter.
Money in his bank account?
He got money in his bank account.
DPC points?
Actually, no, he couldn't get the money because there was some transfer issues there and taxes.
Where are you bringing this, Jenkins? Go straight to the point.
Where I'm bringing this to the point is that somebody's got to be that guy. Somebody's got to do the zoning Ravages. Somebody's got to be the guy that's like, oh, we can go on them. They don't have Ravage.
Tell that to LGD.
You miss every Ravage you don't hit. And I speak from experience. And I, for one, appreciate Jabs' Ravages because you gotta give it your best, and he definitely did that, and he won.
He did. Yeah. He did. And this man is the CEO, the drafter, the captain. He does everything. You know, he's the whole package. He's so much fun to watch.
He's the prime minister. He's the deputy prime minister. He's the financial,
the king,
the
god.
He controls everything.
Treasurer.
The treasurer. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
Treasury
fuck with
department
him.
definitely. I feel like he wasn't as greedy today as he has been in the past. Is it just due to the hero choices?
Something's up with him.
No, his items were super normal. I mean, obviously the hammer wasn't very common, but going like hammer, phase, pipe, super consistent. That's like when that was the build, that was definitely the build.
Yeah.
He bought Shard after, I guess, which is a little weird, but you know, a little bit more stun doesn't really hurt too bad. So yeah, he played really, really solid. He really did control the game. He was setting tempo. It was good.
Did he learn Winter?
Yes, he did.
You're happy?
I'm happy.
Or skeptical?
For now.
Yeah. Do you actually think that? Do you really believe that? Or are you just saying that because you have to say it on panel?
Dude, do you know how hard is it to beat 9Pandas? They're actually so strong.
I know, but you think Jabs is going to go into the next game and not pick himself offlane anti-mage?
I guess you're right, man. There's going to be one game that he decides. Probably tired of buying pipe and mech, you know?
Yeah.
I want to have fun too. I want to play some anti-mage, get some battle fury, maybe play some Kotl.
We gotta balance it out. A little
23.
bit of solid games, a little bit of fun games.
It's solid games. Speaking of that, 23
No, not 23. Speaking of Jabs,
is friends with this guy.
Actually, 23 just got told to be quiet by Jabs. I saw that. Hey, Jabs, how you doing?
Good.
Congratulations on a flawless series. Great 2-0 there against 9 Pandas. I am actually quite surprised with your hero pool today. I thought they were very normal heroes with normal item builds. How do you feel about this?
I think I just do whatever my team need, and we figure out that I just have to buff my carry, and he carry me. That's it.
Stop lying to us, Jabs.
I mean, that's how game goes.
When does this team talk happen? Because we're used to seeing you on some anti-mage carry from the offlane types of heroes.
I don't know. It just happened.
It just happened. I mean, it worked out great. Let's be real. Of course, it's been a couple of days now on the fresh patch. Jabs, could you give us your insight on what you feel about the impacts that this patch have had so far?
I think a lot of people are trying to snowball really hard after the laning phase, and a lot of people staking and push tower. I don't know. It's just how everyone play now.
Yeah, I'm here joined by Winter and Purge and Jenkins. They'd all like to ask some questions.
Shall I go first? Hello, Anucha. You said that everybody's
Winter.
drafting heroes for the lanes, but why are you picking Ruvik? Ruvik's not strong in the lane.
It's really depend on what enemy have. It's kind of strong.
You're picking it because he wants to play it, or you just think it's good right now?
Probably both. And he play well. He's still dome. He's still a lot of things. What can I do?
Are you gonna give Mikoto a massage after this? He carried so hard both the games. You were slacking off both of the games.
Yeah, he played well. I think everyone played well in the series.
If you were to give one of your teammates an MVP, who would it be? You have to say who played the best.
You can say yourself.
You could say yourself.
Myself, I think.
No way, come on, dude.
I agree.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question about blade mails. Wind Ranger pretty popular right now. Winter always says that you're buying blade mails too often. Do you have any defense of yourself? You bought it on Timbersaw, for example.
I think he just tried. I'm not sure if it's good, but at least he never focus fire me. Maybe that's good enough. I don't know.
So you're spending 2,000 gold to make sure one of your teammates dies instead.
I mean, I don't think my teammate died because I always get doomed.
That is true.
Cool. Go ahead.
Hey, Big J. Good to see you. Big fan. And I'm wondering, do you ever listen to music in the shower?
Yeah, I do.
What do you listen to on the day of a match in the shower?
Oh, that tough question. Maybe Bring Me.
By who?
Bring Me the Horizon.
I don't know it. Don't look at me.
What about on a relaxing off day? What do you listen to just relax and chill?
I don't know. Maybe some Thai song.
Any Taylor Swift?
Whatever my friend open on the Discord. They open on the Discord and yeah.
In the shower?
Oh, not shower.
Okay.
Oh, in the shower.
I have a question about listening to music in the shower, which is a great concept. But isn't the reality of it that you have to turn the music up really high in order to hear it over the sound of flowing water? Jabs?
I mean, you can sing while you're showering, and you probably thought that you can sing well. Yeah.
So you're on boot camp right now. How thick are those walls? Like, do you share a bathroom, or does everybody have their own?
Yeah, we share the bathroom, and the bathroom is very small, so we share bathroom.
So when you're singing loudly in the shower, everybody is able to enjoy your lovely singing.
No, I locked the door. They can't have it.
Alright, I'll change the topic now, Jabs.
No, I have another shower-related question. Do you wash your feet in the shower, or are you the type of guy that lets the soap or gravity do its work?
I wash my feet.
Wow.
Holy shit, he's 1 out of 100 Dota players that washes their feet.
You did the survey?
Oh yeah, none of them wash their feet. Are you kidding me? Well done, Jabs.
Well done,
also, congrats on the series.
It was a good series.
Oh,
of
thank
course.
you.
This was only series
Thank you.
3 of 7. Who are you looking forward to playing most of the ones you still have left?
I don't really know. Just like take the game by game.
Take it game by game. And do you have extra pressure that you've put on yourself for this Dream League, considering you and your team unfortunately did not qualify for the major?
I mean, probably yes, because we have a tournament after this. So this is our last tournament before TI or Rayad.
Mm-hmm. So training really hard. All right, Jabs, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and enjoy. Now, next time you'll sing in the shower, you'll think of Jenkins, which is very unfortunate, but
Yeah,
I'm
my
sorry
bad.
that it happened. Congratulations on the series against 9 Pandas, and talk to you again some other time.
Thank you. Bye bye.
He looked so disgusted when you said that. What the fuck,
He's
Jabs?
like, oh, shoot, you're right.
Hey, don't worry about it. He's a chill guy. Don't worry about it.
God, he's a foot washer. That's impressive.
What's wrong with that? Everybody washes their foot.
That's
No,
not true.
A lot of people let gravity do its job.
Not true.
What's
I
the
would say
point of it?
I would say do once a week,
I have an extra scrub to just wash my feet with.
twice a week. You do?
Yeah.
No, I let the soap do it most of the
You
time.
probably have
twice a week.
very soft, feminine
You
feet.
scrub your feet on a
I
regular
mean,
basis.
it's like a, I don't know, like a stone scrub.
Like a brick.
Can we?
Like a
Oh,
brick, yeah.
I know which one you have actually. I have had that in the past.
My wife told me to use it.
Can we see your feet?
No.
What's your address?
No, what? No, man, dude, what the fuck is wrong
You
with
doesn't
you?
say anything on. This is ridiculous.
No, but I know this soap.
I have clean feet, if that's what you want to know. I scrub
Good.
every corner.
You do, but you do it every day.
Yeah, because my feet is dirty from raising my fish. Because the place is very dirty where I keep my fish.
Oh yeah.
My feet is always in dirty water.
Oh, well, that's
What?
different.
How do you feel? How do you feel about like Slark and Tidehunter winning on the same team as a fish
it feels
guy?
great, man. It feels great. I just don't want to see Conker.
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Right. We take a look at the standings.
Fisherman.
See what the series did, because the question, of course, was these two teams are were they gonna go to the upper or to the lower echelons of the group standings, and it is upper for Talon. They are now 2-1. They join PSG LTD and BetBoom with the 2 wins teams, and we got 9 Pandas joining everybody else with 2 losses there.
You know, Talon went 2-0 today, Shiver. Means you didn't lie to us at the start of the day.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me here, Purge. The numbers that you said definitely weren't boring at all. Anyway, LGD doing extremely well. This looks like the strongest team of the tournament. And don't shake your head at me. Don't shake your head at me. What's been your favorite team to watch so far, Winter?
9 Pandas.
Really?
I can't get tired of the 3 grenade solo walking around killing heroes with Undying or Bat Rider.
He does do that. Goes right through the portal.
Like almost every single game, I feel like as a support, it's difficult to figure out when you should be moving, and he always does it when the wave is pushing towards his tower. So when he leaves his carry is still getting farm in the lane.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, fuck you, Ramses, bye, I'm gonna gank the other lane. Good luck, you know.
Yeah, and then the other lane is usually like fairly pushed out or diveable.
He times it very well.
He times it really well, yeah, based on both the lanes, which I think is really cool. It's hard to find those timings, but he seems to do it every game, which is cool.
I just like that he's somehow able to collect net worth while throwing blood grenades every like 15 seconds.
He does do that.
It's very surprising.
Celery had 3 blood grenades on Enchantress too running around today. I saw that. Like I honestly think people neglect the HP that it gives you. It's just like flat HP. It's like more efficient than a fluffy hat is, and people have casual fluffy hats all the time on support.
I think that part's fine. I think the part that I keep undervaluing is just the slow. There's a lot of heroes that don't have a way to slow heroes, and you might think like, it's a blood grenade, whatever. You're spending gold to get kills, but like in these mid-game team fights, that slow might be the difference of your ally being able to land another stun, or you getting like 5 more right clicks into a guy as a team. Like it actually is kind of important.
Yep.
At later stages of the game.
Double value.
Pop quiz time. I don't know how well my panelists were paying attention to the screen while they were chatting, and I'm going to test it right now because we're halfway through the day. We've got 2 more series left, and I have on paper which one's going to be. We just saw on the screen which one's going to be, and Jenkins is now going to tell us which series.
I would say, I know Team Aster still has to play.
Yes.
So I would say probably them.
No.
But are they playing later today?
I mean, they're playing, but they're not playing
later
an
today.
series.
Oh. The next series. EG Bet Boom was yesterday. I have no idea.
I've looked it up. It's EG versus PSG.
This is the only team you
LGD.
hadn't mentioned yet, the PSG LGD.
I said EG though.
You did. Very good. It will be ESG versus PSG LGD. Now you know it's a little bit early on time. Let me quickly check. It's fine. It's okay. So we have got time, not a lot of time, but perfect amount of time for another episode of the Bounty Hunt. I know, that's 2 in a day. Get ready, it will be a great one. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with some entertainment before some Dota 2.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like a takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes, and you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. You're the new MC, you got the remix. Keep it on repeat, just let the beat kick. Everywhere you go, you bring the roof down. Everybody knows you got your own sound. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, yeah, you like it, the way you like it now. Yeah, you like it, the way you like it. Oh, so good, so fresh. Get up on your feet. Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. I never had any diamonds or pearls, but I can give you all my extra time. I never look at the other girls, 'cause you are always on my mind. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985. It's the darkest sleep in a bathroom stall. Girl, I know what's going through your mind. So tell me, what are you waiting for? Trying to hide it behind the door. And they keep on coming up, and I keep on moving on, and they keep on coming back for more. And I keep on giving it up, and you keep on moving on, and I keep on coming back for more. This could be paradise. Yeah, this could be our last night. Whoa, this could be paradise. I want you back like 1985.
it, you wear it, wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome, friends, back to DreamLeague Season 20, or as we around these parts affectionately refer to it as Meme League, because we got some time to kill before we get to the next game of Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD. And I would like to commemorate that by bringing a very special guest to join me. It's the Cinder Man, the Cinder Myth, the Cinder Legend, it's Cinderin! Nope. He's new to this. I'm sorry.
I was gonna take the shortest path.
No, I know. As the crow flies, as your,
I min-max a lot.
Trajectory was calculating. You do min-max a lot, which is why I've actually brought you here for a specific reason, Cinderin.
Oh.
As you are a competitive individual,
I guess,
and a very benevolent guider.
Sure.
Teacher, tutor, educator. You got any other synonyms?
Good guy all round.
He's a good guy all around. Oh.
And humble, and the best.
Compliments. I wonder if this is actually the topic of discussion. Cinderin, what were you doing about a week ago
interrogation.
On June 17th? I don't know what day it is today.
I was hanging out with some friends.
You were hanging out with some friends.
I was.
On camera, actually.
Mm-hmm.
They were friends of yours.
They were.
But now I'm not so sure. The reason I've brought you here is because you've been doing some bounty hunting.
Yes.
You were guiding 4 of our new contestants here for DreamLeague Season 20 through a series of challenges. And I specifically needed your consultation as we get into another bounty hunt. But before we do that, we need to bring in the contestants. So please welcome Purge, Kazu, Sunsvan, and Capitalist!
What's this guy doing? I think the orange chair is for you, Shannon.
The stairs too much for you?
It's way too lazy for stairs.
I see we did not have a cardio challenge for Shannon.
It's good content.
Laziness
All in
is
the name of content.
Yeah, totally.
That's true.
That's why I wore these shorts
You actually
for the past 2 weeks straight.
You min-maxed it harder than I did. You
He
didn't even
did.
take the stairs. You just walked
That is
straight on.
true. You've been out efficiency.
My boy.
Eternal Envy would be
He's
proud.
good. This guy's good.
Well, I mean, before you play the video, we have to talk about the current rankings, clearly.
Yes. So if those of you who are very, very confused, which I imagine is all of you watching right now,
I'm confused.
We've been doing a handful of challenges that we've pre-recorded, and we're ranking them because at the end of DreamLeague Season 20, we will award a champion for Bounty Hunter. Now, we've aired 2 of these segments already. The first one was who can sneeze the quickest? Which, actually, now that I have all 4 of you here, Kazu, I've heard a great deal of arguments regarding your result.
Yeah, I heard these guys, they kept flaming me because they want the points. Or was there something
No,
else?
no. We already got our points.
Well, yeah.
We just said you shouldn't get any points.
Yes.
I
thought that was fair.
I got 2 points. It's all right.
You did not deserve 2
You
points.
did. Shannon deserved those points.
Yeah.
Can I just say that everybody is very competitive, and I am not at all in any way, shape, or
Well, I'm
form.
sorry. I thought you were a former professional Counter-Strike player.
That's right. That was in my teenage years.
Oh,
and then I was sullied by Dota, and now I'm competitive.
The juice was flowing then.
Back in the 80s.
In my defense,
right.
in my defense,
I have
I
no
did
idea what
not
you're
want
gonna
to
say.
snort pepper. And the thing that is supposed to tickle my nostril, it reminded me more of a toilet
cleaner,
brush cleaner, something.
That was actually awesome.
Can we do that again?
Wait,
Can we
you
do
didn't
that
want to
again?
stick that up your nose?
Absolutely not.
Why am I the only one not lit up? Keep it like that, actually.
Oh, look who's so competitive now, huh? You want some of the spotlight.
Time to get lit.
Yeah, that's why I'm wearing a shirt with my face on it, imprinted on a nugget.
Egotistical and competitive. A dangerous combination.
A true narcissist. He's even sitting separately.
This man was a Dota
That's
telling
right.
be a CEO somewhere.
And a Suns colored chair. Honestly, Suns fan.
Yeah, I made sure it was either orange or purple.
It's
I'm
in your
glad they
rider.
obliged. Appreciate that.
It's his version of the green M&Ms, you know? You must have an orange chair.
See, that is actually genius, though, that they did that. That proves that they read the contract.
Exactly.
At first, it sounds narcissistic.
And then
But
later,
then when you look inside, you realize it's genius.
geniusly narcissistic.
You're right. I should have said it was like the separate toilet seat for Madonna.
Haven't heard that one. I'd like to hear more off camera, though.
I got all the details for you, Shannon.
Cinder, as the commissioner, I am granting you power. Were you okay with the ruling that a fake sneeze from Kezu was adequate to complete the challenge?
Careful what you say, Sonoran.
I mean, it's not worse than just giving up and leaving, right?
Who did that?
Yeah, it could be anyone, really.
The video's already been aired.
Who could it be?
I didn't give up.
You got more content out of Shannon
He
than
tried
Kezu.
didn't he try to go sneeze from sunlight?
Yeah.
That was like an effort?
Yeah,
Was
that
that
I
an
walked
effort?
to the door
Did you
because
go
I
all
have
the way?
that condition that some people have. We're looking into a bright light.
Yeah.
If it's the sun, it's even more organic than artificial. I don't know if you guys know this, being gamers and all.
That's actually a good
Just
point.
didn't work.
Wait, so what were the official scores? So you got 4, you got 3.
I got 4 because I actually
Yeah,
sneezed.
and you got 3.
Yeah.
Kent got 3, and
'Cause
then
he's
2
like-
and 1. I feel
Yeah.
like both of you should get 1.5.
They're just trying too hard.
We
to
also
stay-
suggested that.
You guys just, I'm the bigger competition, so you're trying to lower my points. I get it.
And considering how this game works, the fact that I think you should get 1.5 means that you now have 1.5.
I don't think so.
Shit.
Okay,
He's
now
the commissioner.
follow-up
Yay.
ruling.
Oh.
I'm listening.
Synderen, can you confirm that I did fake sneeze?
Yes.
And they just cut it out of the video?
Yes.
And I did it pretty early, too.
Yeah, so you should actually only have 1.5 points.
Yeah,
as
you're
well.
cheated too.
What? No, I didn't. What the hell?
The way we were scoring it was that
I was honorable and said that was a fake sneeze.
Yeah,
and
you
we do
actually
it for
owned
real.
up to it. That's true.
Yeah.
So they tried to make you look like a cheater, actually. Is that true?
I would argue it's more honorable, not that I care because I'm not competitive at all. It's more honorable not even to bother fake sneezing. Just
I was
play
trying to
by
make
the
content.
rules.
What do you want from me?
Yeah.
It's
My
actually
content
true.
was
5
walking-
points for you, sir.
Good
Oh
job.
my
100 feet
God!
on
You
the
had to
challenge.
walk.
he walked on
had
a
to walk.
horizontal surface.
I shoved like half of
It was
that
actually
bottle up
it
my
was a
nose.
meta
That was good
challenge.
content, too.
The
Oh,
winner
great.
was the first one to say this is stupid and leave. That's actually what we're scoring people.
Oh no!
Okay, maybe I need to revoke your commissioner privileges.
I think the 1.5 each is my final verdict. You guys get to keep your points.
Yeah, whatever.
Good job.
Perfect.
Okay, sick.
We'll
Unlucky Kizu.
Write
You'll
that
get
one
points
down.
somewhere else, I'm sure.
Well,
Yeah, I did. I won the last one.
Yeah.
we'll have
so
to
you're
find
fine.
out. You won the
No,
water
no, I'm
gun.
behind cap.
Well, now I'm leading. But
Yeah.
So we just aired a water gun segment. I missed it. What was the project that they had to do?
So there was a candle on the table that
Okay.
they needed to just strike a match and light. And then they had different options. They were given different utensils they could choose from. One of them was a water gun. That was the one everybody chose. So that was pretty unanimous. The other options were just not as good.
Okay.
And then they had to choose a debuff. So they had to do one specific thing every time they were to shoot. And those options could be either spinning around yourself 10 times or having to give me a compliment, looking me in the eyes, or be blindfolded, or doing everything without using your hands, which is pretty hard with a water gun. So nobody chose that one. Would have loved to see someone try to fire it with their mouths, though.
Shannon,
No one
which debuff did you go for?
I gave him compliments.
Oh, kind of. That was so hard
I
for you.
gazed into his eyes. I feel like
He
I'd
ran out
like
of compliments
to
after
ask
like 30
production at
seconds.
some point post-tournament to just release the unedited version of that because it's actually pretty good content. So,
And
It was really difficult to think of compliments, though, when you're looking right at his face.
Yeah. You did your best.
You didn't last very long, huh?
I did say nice face, though, so.
Yeah, you did.
That's probably good enough.
After some thinking. Nice.
Nice.
Face.
And then I'm out. I got nothing else. Okay, so Kezu, you won that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone else
Apparently.
spun, right? If I remember correctly.
Me and Kazu's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, you blindfolded. That's right. You blindfolded. Oh, yeah. You should have almost got bonus points. for that.
Yeah,
That
that
was
should
hard.
nearly give us style points.
I was actually sitting outside the room when he was doing that segment, and we were recording something. All of a sudden, the door slammed open, and he was just sprinting out with the blindfold on his forehead with the gun in his hand. And I was like, oh, he really has to shit. Like, really bad. He ran right to the bathroom. I was like, oh, I know he's got issues. Like,
Yeah, he got granted the boon of refilling the water gun because he had the blindfold. So it was like
Pretty
okay,
fair.
He had to shoot a lot.
yeah,
to try to hit.
That really restricted me too. I was like carefully shooting, and all of a sudden the water level got low, so I couldn't aim down anymore. Without it, just wouldn't come out. So I had to like do. It was hard.
This
I
was
really
a very
wish I
fair
got to
challenge, and
refill.
everybody had exactly the same conditions.
Of
I
course.
promise.
I imagine competitive integrity is at the top of our mind here at DreamLeague.
I feel like some points should maybe be awarded to me. Not that I care again, because I'm not competitive at all. But I was being very respectful of the equipment. There were cameras. I didn't want to go any further. And I feel like drops of water could really ruin production. And of course, I chose the complimenting of Cinder, even though I would never do that on camera normally, but I feel like it would have been good content. And of course it was.
Where are you going with this?
I think he won the round.
That's where I went with
He's trying to get some sort of like weird Mario Party star, you know, like where you land on the most red
I mean, I don't want to spoil things, but let's just say I'm definitely going to be last place throughout all the challenges.
He's a true Dota player. He's not actually trying to win. He just wants you guys to get a few points.
Okay.
He's just trying to
To
get
not
them, not
have
because
fun.
he cares, but he wants you guys to suffer. So.
Thank you, Shannon.
That's fair.
Actually, this would make a very interesting stack. I
We
would
would
love
own.
to see how this would play out in a Dota game. But instead, the challenge that we have coming up is not a full stack. I'm being led to believe you had these gentlemen play some 1v1 Dota.
We did.
Oh, dear.
And only half of them know this.
Oh!
Okay, that's what I was so confused about.
We're at the stairs sitting. I was like, who did you 1v1? And Cap's like, what?
Pardon me?
I didn't.
And I was like, oh, you'll find out in the video. You're just confused. I didn't word that very clearly. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I guess I kind of don't want to spoil this. I think we should just run the clip so you guys can explore what actually happened.
Works for me. All right, then. Let's see our third edition of Bounty Hunter.
What is this hotkey? For God's sake!
Hello there.
Here you go, sir.
Wow.
It's for you.
I wonder what's in here.
Hello. Hey. Welcome. Can I offer you a dog in these trying times?
Is this an emotional support pet?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
This will be dangerous
oh.
and difficult.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Wow. Get interviewed by Cinderin.
Oh my God, it's
That
such
is
an
great.
honor.
Thank you. I'm happy to
For
be
you.
here. Yeah, for me. I know.
Yes. This is your task for now.
This is my task for now. Okay, so last time it was a competition. How can I compete in this?
All right, without further ado, open your letters and let us know what it says.
Oh, you have to open.
Win this very balanced level.
Weird.
Okay. Wait, does this say 1v1 or is it abbreviation for
1v1.
level? 1v1.
If Suns fan was a Dota hero, what hero would he be?
His whole shtick is belching and farting and groaning. And I feel like that really only fits Pudge.
You left click to move? Oh my God. What have you done?
What hero would Purge be if he was a hero?
He needs to be a very logical person. It has to be a very smart hero, I think. Very smart and like clockwork.
Purge would be Clockwork.
He's a robot.
Just open the shop, Purge. The other button.
Oh my God. This is atrocious.
Let's talk a little bit more about some really Dota specific things. So what do
Is
you?
there some alternate game to this?
It's an interview. There's not much else than that. It's just an interview.
Okay.
what are the 2 most overpowered and the 1 worst item that you can think of?
Okay, it's Vanguard. It's a very good item early on, and then you can split it later into other very good items, so you don't really lose anything.
Can you spawn the creeps already? I'm ready to go.
They're spawning in 15 seconds. Wow, that's a good warm-up time.
The second one, I'll take Blood Grenade.
Blood Grenade,
Okay, and now a horrible one. I'll go with Meteor Hammer.
Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
What's your favorite item of all time in Dota that still is in the game?
Blink Dagger. I like starting fights.
Holy balls.
Maybe like Diffusal Blade.
Okay, that's probably easier. Let's move these around.
What is the worst item in Dota right now, in your opinion?
It's probably underrated, but it's the magic damage item.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I've never even used Revenant's Brooch. I don't even know how to use this item to begin with, so I'm just gonna ignore the fact that it's in my inventory.
It's a great.
You inhibited instantly, though. That was
I
your
did,
first play in the game was to inhibit.
I know how to inhibit. I've studied that.
What is the point of this interview?
How? What is keypad 5? Wait, is that the mouse? There we go. Wait, where is he? Is he allowed to do this?
Huh?
Where is he?
I'm gonna gank you. Here it comes.
All right,
Here it comes.
I'm not gonna lie.
Here it comes.
This mouse is so heavy that my
I'm gonna hook
hand
you.
is already fatigued.
You better keep moving. Here it comes.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh, nice.
Watch out.
Nice. You have time. All right.
Idiot.
What's he doing?
I'm dead, you dumb shit. Thanks,
All right.
bro. My glyph came off cooldown.
Cut that out of the video. That's not. I'm not allowed to show that part of the video. I missed the melee hook. I literally missed the melee hook. I need to stop rotting. What is this hotkey? For God's sake! All right, that's fine.
It feels hard.
Oh, nice buyback. You need that. Don't forget to press your glyph hotkey. I don't know what it is.
Oh, this mouse, this is the hardest. Fish.
Where you at? Where you at?
Well played, Purge.
Thank you. Thank you.
Deserving winner.
How did I do?
Thank you so much. You did great. You get 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You have won. Thank you very much. You get to keep the dog for 30 seconds. You have to give it to me. Good job. All right, I think we need a little bit more background explanation for this. So obviously, the clear thing is you guys did an interview. 2 of you did the interview. 2 guys played. You didn't know you were paired up. And then, based on your answers, you guys were assigned items. And then what we also did was we inverted your mouse keys. So right-click was left-click and left-click was right-click.
It was
And we ruined all the hotkeys. So Shannon's inventory was all over the place. Your hotkeys were literally PURGES.
Oh!
And your inventory was like everything. So they're not as bad as it looks in the video. Don't worry. But Shannon.
Well,
surely not.
But there
Surely
were some gems in this that weren't shown in this
They
edit.
did
but
cut out my 1 kill, and then I just sat in the river while Purge was dead for a full minute and not killing the tower.
We were
which
level
would've won the
we were
challenge.
level 30 heroes. So when I died, I was dead for like 100 seconds. And when I was still dead for like it was 2 kills or first tower kill. And when I had 30 seconds left of my respawn, Shen goes, "Where are you?"
Well,
So
to
I
be
was
fair,
like- I
it
looked
took me
down.
that long to get back to base to heal because I could not figure out how to TP.
But I looked down and I have no
That was
glyph.
difficult.
And there's 30 seconds. He's standing in my river, and I was like, "I'm gonna hook you. Here it comes." I did that for 20 seconds until
I
my
just want to
glyph
say that I
came
did
off
that.
cooldown.
I did that for content.
It's great content. And then I TP back in.
And the content is now, as you
I
see.
killed him and I
present
took
day.
his tower. The meteor hammer was
literally
so
the
useful.
first play of the game. Were you the one warding, or was it Shannon?
Yeah, it was me. I went to put a ward down.
What do you
So-
think?
He went to ward, and then
What is a ward?
Your hotkey for hookshot was S.
Yes,
And you wanted to like stop to check something, so you just threw a hookshot directly toward your
Behind me,
base. That was
yeah.
your first play of the game.
Yeah.
Then Shannon walks up and he misses his hook. So both of them with a great start.
How did you die?
We fought to the death, and
The first death.
I forgot that I was level 30 and had all the talents, so I thought like he was just gonna beat me in a 1v1.
Okay.
Because he's gonna use flesh heap and shit. He didn't use flesh heap. That
is correct.
Well, what hotkey was flesh
He was low, but I died.
I think it was a difficult one. It might have been on a different keyboard, actually. It's so hard to find.
I think your hook hotkey was J though. That's pretty
Yeah, I
bad.
figured that I was really good at using inhibit though. For some reason, that's the hotkey I really felt good with.
Hey, you're glad I got you that item, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It was
Very
honestly it
useful
was
on
kind
that.
of eye-opening to see when you put people in a situation like that with no understanding of what's going on. Like you used half your spells at most. Like when you don't know the hotkeys, you didn't like click. You're just completely overwhelmed by processing the information. It was really funny. Like I was laughing my ass off just watching you guys play like complete beginners. It's like you've never played the game before. What's this? How do I click this ability?
It's not just the hotkeys, the inverted mouse with that, like completely
that ruined
screws
you. That's the worst
Because
part.
like
that sounds fucked up.
simple things like moving on the ground, that's a left click instead of a right click.
Yeah.
You know, using an item, you have to like press the correct hotkey, not the wrong one. That's already hard. And then you have to press a right click instead of a left click. And you'd fuck it up like at least half the time. So like just casting spells, I was mouse clicking all my items because it would just I would always left click and right click it.
Good job, Purge.
Because I was just
I
like,
used Flesh Heap once, and it was right when I had 100 health on my second death.
okay.
Finally figured out how to use that one.
It blocks some.
Wait, then doesn't this out both of you as non-quick cast users? Because if the keys were inverted on the mouse, then it wouldn't have mattered.
Oh, this was on our accounts anyway, but I'm definitely not a quick cast.
I did not use quick cast.
Unlucky.
Well,
but I won.
Well,
job, Purge.
Shannon, I know you're not competitive and all.
Right.
But can we look at the scores right now and where we are in the current state of the Bounty Hunter with these 4 contestants?
Are these updated?
We will be able to dynamically update them. I don't know if it incorporates the 1.5s that we have been handing out.
We can do a quick math and subtract half a point and add half a point.
I do it like Valve. I don't give out partial points.
Sunfan with 3?
It should be 3.
Hey, good job.
He should have 3.5.
We'll get there. All right. Okay, so current standings, I'm assuming Kez is 5.5 and Shannon is 3.5?
Yeah. Fake news. Fake news.
So Cap is alone in the lead. Who was your partner in this? Were you with Purge or were you with Shannon?
Unfortunately, I was with Shannon.
You were with Shannon.
Why'd you pick him?
Thank you for the pudge.
Despite
I had
giving
fun.
him an inventory that was twice as expensive as Purge's that featured a blood grenade and a Vanguard, you still fucking lost. So I'm not really impressed. And
You said somewhere at the interview, you said, I think you did a good job, very cryptically. And I was just like, what the hell does that mean?
I'm trying to talk you all up, make you feel comfortable. I also said you did a great interview.
Yeah.
I think I complimented both of you on a job well done.
Thank you.
You obviously have no idea.
You
what
never
you're
said
doing.
that to me.
No, that's because you
didn't do a
haven't
good
given me
job.
a reason yet. And after that duel, I don't see any reason to.
Definitely not.
You did a good job. You showed up, and
That
you
is
used
true.
half
That's
your
half the
abilities. And you didn't realize you were dead or you had a kill for like 90 seconds. We could have gone and hit the tower
Hey,
and
Pudge
won.
is morbidly obese. It does take a while to walk back
It
to
does.
Fountain, heal,
Yes.
buy 3 salves, not use them because you can't figure out how to do it. Still can't figure out how to TP, walk back. Then you got 30 seconds left. That's where the mistakes began.
Are you
Not before that.
offended that Cap chose Pudge for you as opposed to Centaur?
No.
I talked
Pudge is
about
great.
Centaur,
You
but I
did.
was just like, it's his favorite hero,
Yeah.
but that doesn't represent what he brings to the table, which is
No, I take
belching
it
and
as a
farting.
compliment because Pudge is the coolest character in the game.
Agreed.
Easily.
Pudge was the perfect description of Shannon. to
Okay.
be fair.
And then
Thank you.
Purge, do you see yourself as a Clockwork?
Clockwork actually has very low int gains. That was a bad prediction.
Well, it's not about the int gain. It's how
Well, you
you're
literally said I should pick somebody with high int gain, and then
He's
you're
a
like,
robot. Robots
Clockwork.
should be smart if they're
So
well
who are you then?
coded.
OD or Pugna or
Oh no, I'm not
Invoker?
that smart. Come on,
Would have given
Oh,
him
God,
Tinker.
no.
That's what I thought.
I'm like a range creep.
What hero would Purge
Yeah, that
be? A
checks
range
out.
creep. That would have been a good answer.
Definitely not
I would've
We would
taken
have
that.
lost if I chose a range creep.
That's probably yes.
I would have had to mod the game.
You can just spawn one of them, make them control it. Or
Satyr Mind Stealer.
Oh.
Tormentor, the one with the purge ability. That's what.
oh yes,
There you
that
go.
would
I don't
make
know
the
which
most sense actually.
I do
I
7
think,
to 9 damage. Watch out.
I think it's scoring time, isn't it?
Let's hear it.
So how do we score? So
I have some
you
ideas.
can't really win at the interview. And so you're pairs, right? I need to get 4, 3, 2, and 1 point, right?
Yes.
Cinderin, please give me a lot of points. I'm really desperate. I'm very competitive. I care so much about the points.
I'll be
attributed to my name.
honest.
Don't get mind games.
You get a big 1 from me. Very resounding 1. I think you
up to 4.
You showed up. You get a passing grade. You don't get 0, but you will get the 1 point for getting a kill and then going back to base instead of winning the game, using half your abilities, yelling at the moderator, cursing on camera. You should be happy to even get points, to be
I
honest.
did compliment you earlier that day, though, with the water gun.
That's no proof. It's not
Off
okay.
camera.
Okay.
If I didn't see it, it didn't happen.
I'm fine being on the bottom.
Yes.
That's a good place to be.
That's a good attitude. That'll get you far in this game, for sure.
Yep.
Who do I give 2 points? I mean, it's kind of hard to...
We can grade the interview. So are those the only questions that you asked? Was item hero?
No,
Oh, no.
Oh.
It was a mixed bag. There were like
Well, then
questions.
tell me. What else?
So
If you recall.
Some of the questions were like, if they're, I don't remember who of you asked, because I asked you different questions.
You asked the happiest and worst moments of Dota.
Yeah, your happiest and worst moments of Dota history. And one of you I asked, if you had to do a 2v2 boxing fight among talent, what would be the fairest fight you could construct?
Oh, that's
a good one.
I asked Cap that. What was your answer for that? I forgot.
Oh, that
You
was...
put it was Tsunami and Effie on different
Avery,
teams.
Effie, and...
Was it Kezu or was it...
No.
Kezu would kill
It was
one of
somebody
those
in the same height bracket.
Giannis?
I forgot.
Giannis? Might have been Giannis.
Wait, it was the whole talent pool?
I
Or
think,
just people
I think
here?
it was people here, so you wouldn't have chosen Fog. He wouldn't have been available.
Who's in the same height category?
Did you took Winter, right? It was
Winter.
He was also not here at the time.
So
There we go.
It was Winter plus Effie versus SVG and Tsunami, I think, was your duel, if I remember correctly.
Tsunami.
No, that doesn't sound right. I don't
Wasn't
think
it?
that's balanced.
That sounds one-sided to me.
Oh. Well, it was those 4 people. Maybe the
Okay.
order was different.
Yeah.
And your question was about... It was another thing with talent. Oh, yeah, if they're on an island, which talent is most likely to survive alone in the jungle? And you chose Fear, right?
That sounds
that
about
how it was?
right. I don't. It
think
was
so.
something about people surviving or dying.
I think so.
Died first.
Very similar.
I think I might have also
Fear, he
asked you who would
survives
die
always.
first. I might have asked you that too.
I feel like we can grade based off of these supplementary questions.
We might at some point have to release some uncuts of this because there's
We
actually
should.
there's some fun stuff that
I'll
didn't
be
make it
honest.
into the final
I thought our
count, but-
interview. I thought it was going to be like, how long can the talent talk about themselves? And Cinderin ended it on. I think you did a really good job. And I was like, oh man, I really killed it by just talking all nonstop, huh?
Is that 2 points
This
worthy?
is hard to score.
I'm telling you.
I kind of don't. Despite Purge winning the 1v1, I kind of don't want to give him 4 points because I think both of you played terribly and did not adjust well to it. So,
But they didn't even play a game of skill. How would the questioners get more points than the people that actually
interview?
because they gave some
competed?
good, they gave some pretty good answers. They did a good job.
How about Purge and me get 3 points each, and Cap
No.
gets 2?
I say Purge gets the 2.
I think each time somebody tries to
Okay,
negotiate,
that's fair with me.
you take
Yeah, give him 2.
Are you kidding?
He's
We
good.
won.
Yo,
That's why you beat
guys.
What if
you
we
beat
give-
Sunsfan.
what if we give
This is like
Sunsfan?
Mafia. You guys.
is
What if we
not
give
fair.
Sunsfan 3 points?
Okay.
We give Purge 1 point. Me and
Okay.
Kezu
4.
no points.
So we're all at
dumb. No, I vetoed this.
Competitive
Don't listen to this
integrity
guy.
not matter here? What the
I'm
fuck?
fine with being even on the board again.
Hold. All right. The most fair thing is to pair the pairs together.
True.
That's the most fair thing. I should be paired with Kezu.
Cinderella.
Cap would be paired with
All right. You
Sunsfan.
know what? That's a good point.
Why do you have to anchor me like this, Purge?
The
This is
more
a-
somebody asks you for favors, the more points you should take away. And I really think that
I
you need to give
agree
me
with
more
that.
points in this competition.
I think this is a good point from Purge. So the sum of points every round is 10, right? It's 4 plus 6, 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1.
Yeah.
So I get
Okay.
to give 10 points.
Okay.
Okay. So each team, the losing team gets 4, and the winning team gets 6.
Okay.
The losing team is Shannon plus Kezu.
No!
Sorry, Shannon plus Cap.
What's wrong with you?
I agree, Sunsfan plus Kezu.
Shannon,
Okay, these
Shannon
two-
and Cap, of which Shannon still only deserves 1 point. Sure,
why not?
So you get 1, you get 3, Cap, and among the other 2, honestly, you split it 3 and 3. I don't think.
That's literally what I said
Should I even
like
give
2 minutes
Purge
ago.
3 points? I don't know. Man.
Ooh.
3.5, 2.5. Final answer.
Suck it, losers.
So 1, 3.5. 1, 3.5, 3, 2.5. There you go.
Christ.
Final answer.
No wonder you're a pro player.
If I
You're so
cared more about
toxic.
this, I would argue.
Wait,
Oh,
I'm just
here we
being
go.
told
You're
there's
not
no.
competitive.
I'm
Guys,
being
he's not
told there's
competitive. Let him talk.
There's no half points, so we can't even deduct or give you the half from earlier.
Valve rules.
Just take
Cinderin,
his whole
you're
point.
doing your best. Keep up
So
the
what?
good
Me
work.
and Kezu are tied again? Is that what's happening?
We're getting some.
Can we update
I'm
my
being
score?
told I'm not allowed to give half points.
Update my
Oh.
score, please.
Can we reset the points we started? Because
This gets a lot harder when I can't give half points.
How did Cap suddenly shoot up to 9?
because they
Because I was at 6.
they
and now
put
I
Cap
got 3.
point in.
right, okay.
Points in.
All right, well, I'm
'Cause
still going to
math.
stick with my 4 and 6. So
Mr. Math major.
Singular.
1, 3, and 3, 3.
Is it possible to get 0 points?
No, that is.
You want to
also
donate a
not-
point to me?
Thinking
Am I
about
allowed
other
to donate
challenges, do you envision negative points becoming a thing for any of these players? I think the insubordination deserves something.
I
else.
I
might
genuinely
actually
think the
become-
performance from the players in the game was absolutely atrocious.
I might actually become
give
competitive
points
if there
away.
are negative points on the table. So
Get the
keep
lowest
that in
score
mind.
possible. You want to go golf mode on this?
That's right.
All right, well, the scores are 1, 3, 3, 3, 3, right?
That sounds very lame.
That's got to be it, because you get 4 points and you get 6, and
Shannon, you gotta
and,
suck it up.
I'm not allowed to give half points.
It's all locked in, my friends. This is where we stand. But don't worry. We have comeback mechanics in this game.
We do.
This has only been...
We do? Shannon, your time is now.
What are the comeback mechanics?
Let's
We'll
lay them
have to
out.
see what the other 4 bounty hunts are, because this is only halfway through it. If you want to see the rest of the episodes, you're going to have to continue tuning into Dream League. And if you want to see EG versus PSG LGD, well, you can also tune into Dream League, because we're starting with that series after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time to Evil Geniuses. PSG LGD. It's Brian. It's Brian. It's really Brian. Yeah. Whoa. Woo. He's in. Okay. It's PSG LGD versus Evil Geniuses. Brian, go. Thoughts on game 1?
2 fantastic teams. Perch.
Yeah, they're gonna have a really close series, and oh my God, they drafted
Kazu.
Blue attack is Doom Partner on my screen. Oh my God, LGD best Blue pick in the world.
They banned Undying, banned Medusa, banned Pango, banned Hango, Nagasar, and banned Monkey King, banned Timbersaw, banned Battle.
Man. They gotta protect the Brew Brother with the Monkey King as well as the Naga.
Okay, we're caught up. Whew.
Sorry guys, we were reading chat and some guy said start the game and then we were like, oh shit, we gotta hurry.
We gotta
now.
go. Yeah.
Thank God for that guy who said start the game.
If they didn't say that, then we weren't gonna do it.
Just one guy.
He saved us.
Like, hey guys, could you start the game?
Shout out to that guy.
Shout out to that guy. Okay, but in all seriousness, Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD, I do agree with your assessment. Two fantastic teams. EG did show some vulnerabilities last night, though, as they did lose against BetBoom team 2-1, but it was a very, very competitive series, and I don't really know if PSG LGD have shown similar weaknesses. So
No, LGD has been picking a lot of different heroes. EG has been a little. Oh wait,
you can slow down.
EG's been a little bit more limited.
LGD. Sorry,
ahead.
do you have more?
No, you're good.
Okay, LGD have shown weakness. Both the games against Gaming Gladiators, they played very well in the mid game, but it also had to do with Gaming kind of dropping the ball pretty hard in both games. So they definitely have shown weakness. Even if overall I would choose them as one of my favorite teams in this tournament to win it.
I just like that they're doing weird stuff. No matter what happens. I mean, they're opening Broodmother. Nobody else is touching that. I think that's exciting. It looked great last time they played it. They're still playing techies as well, which is hit or miss, but usually still a hit. So I don't know. I just like watching them play. They play as 5 really effectively, and that's something that EG might struggle with if they're in like an even net worth game.
Yeah, there's some real Wings vibes on this team.
Yes,
you know?
I know. We keep saying that.
Yeah, I haven't been there for any of that, so that was my original idea. That was completely independent of all of you.
Thank you, Brian.
I just think that they draft like specifically to whatever team they're playing against. One of the few teams that, yeah, they're going to have their staples, they're going to have their signatures, but you'll see their approach be concocted towards the enemy's hero pool, and you may see a completely different draft from series to series, which is not only are they sometimes off meta heroes, but it's just different. You're not going to see what we saw from BetBoom yesterday, where it's just Techie's Doom opening every single game.
There's a little bit more variety. Although, what is worth concocting against Evil Geniuses? Is there any strategy that you've seen them execute very well? I know yesterday, despite them losing, their Snapfire plus Bounty Hunter looked exceptional, but Bounty Hunter gets banned out by PSG LGD.
I'd say targeting Pakaz.
Okay.
Their drafts and strategy as a whole seems to be all around Pakaz. Like, I think if I'm a carry and I face a Techies and a Brood, that's not looking too great for me so far. I'm not enjoying picking anything into that.
I would say it's EG's like vision game early on with Matthew on these heroes, which is also why they take out the Bounty Hunter. And then I agree with Brian, the carry matchups. I think when EG have the carry to carry matchup, they might be one of the strongest teams in this tournament in terms of executing that game and then winning it. Because Pakaz, don't have a single bad thing to say about the guy.
Do you rank Pakaz higher than Shiro right now? Like, if you had to pick a carry on your team, which one are you taking?
It's a hard one. I think in terms of just straight carry-to-carry matchup, I would maybe take Pakaz.
Okay.
But overall, I would say that Shiro seems a little more versatile. Like, if I have to choose from a higher range of heroes, I would take Shiro.
Okay. So as a captain, you would probably like Shiro because you get more variety. But as a pub player, you want Pakaz because like, I want this dude to carry me.
Carry my ass. I'll take Pakaz.
Skywrath Mage gets picked up by Evil Geniuses.
I don't know how much I love that. Right now, they already lacked stuns, and Broodmother, you got to stun her because she has free pathing and she moves real fast. And that's another hero that kind of needs to be stunned.
I just can't help but smile like when I watch them pick these heroes that nobody else is touching. It's so cool.
Yeah. Why you smile?
This is why, because
I
they
can
picked
see you
Primal
smile.
Beast. Yeah, that's true.
Another one.
All right,
They are
now
really
I'm
treating us.
Holy shit. You know how much damage they're going to do over on that team? They're going to reduce their base magic resistance down to like fucking 0.
Yeah.
And then Techies is going to reduce it even farther with his mines. And then they're going to do an insane amount of damage. Like,
I've got a counter for you, actually, because you said their base magic resistance is going to go down to 0, but they have intelligence now that gives magic resistance. You know who has the highest intelligence gain in the game?
But there's so much.
Guy. They're up there.
Yeah, so these heroes, they thought that they saw this ahead.
Wait,
they saw this
They
coming.
knew.
So I actually have not looked at the mechanics for this, but like, so there's base damage and then bonus damage, like green damage. Is the magic resistance you get from intelligence bonus magic resistance?
Now that you tell me this, I
the way
actually don't know.
way the math equation works is that it's 1 minus in parentheses, 1 times in parentheses 1 minus the percentage. Anyways, you multiply those all together.
Yeah, who asked?
So it's like it's like 0.75 times, that's your base magic resistance.
Okay.
Times any cloak times any extra magic resistance. So it's like an extra.
And the instant magic resistance.
Do you want me to
counts
summarize
the same
this
as cloak.
better?
No, so I understand the equation, but I'm saying that does Elder Titan magic natural order remove your int magic resistance on top of your base 25?
That should be separate.
Should it be?
Yes.
Okay.
We gotta test this.
I am curious.
Should it be? Because so shouldn't the int higher your base magic resistance? Just
feel like int's pretty
because
based.
Stats gives base damage,
hires your
base armor.
My assumption.
I trust
is no.
Purge. Whatever you say.
This is worth
assumption is no.
testing. I actually have no clue.
Yeah.
I was making a point off of it, and then you gave me the devil's advocate
We got some
response.
demo
You might
moding to do.
Be correct.
I will talk about some of the heroes.
If they do stack, it's broken. Like it's very good for your int and Skywrath. So my assumption is it's not. It's better if you have one source that's really big versus lots of small sources.
So I do love that LGD picked Primal Beast. I know that Brian's been talking about this hero off panel a bit, and they played very well. Also, if I were to play Broodmother, you love having heroes in the game that when they go off map, they threaten the enemies. Because sometimes you just need like a little more to kick out the carry by either threat or because your Primal is coming. It's super good with Brood. It's going to be able to take over the map. I think ET against these two supports is also pretty nice. You get to play on high range if they ever get stomped, or if you have vision on them. That's super hard to play into. And they Nothing to Say has been owning in both pubs and pro games with this Primal Beast.
I want to rave about why I thought Primal Beast was so strong.
Octarine
So
Core.
I was playing him more offlane. The Octarine Core wasn't part of the offlane build, but I theory crafted that this 30 movement speed that heroes get at nighttime is slept on. Like, a lot of people don't think about, like, yeah, supports can move around the map faster, but there are heroes in the game that literally farm with move speed, like Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
You know who else farms with move speed? Primal Beast.
Trample.
Elder Titan Spirit moves faster at
Let's
nighttime.
go.
There we go. And what a weird ass draft from PSGLD. I'm getting Wings vibes out of this. Has anyone said that? I feel like this is
I
Wings.
said that.
This is Marcy and 4 monsters draft right here. Her and
Yes.
her and her
One
weirdo,
human.
her weirdo friends.
Okay, if you're EG, I think you need a carry that is able to eventually be able to like man fight the Marcy, which I don't think many heroes can do that.
Her eggs did get nerfed. The silence duration is weaker, so that's one benefit that it's not as you don't have to worry as much about not being able to cast spells. But yeah,
I mean, you could
Stuns
go
are-
for an Illusion Hero too. You could just do the PL. It's only really weak against the Primal.
What about Jug?
I think Marcy with Fury Ags should not be bad against PL. In theory, what do you think?
I think the Ags may be better than I'm anticipating, but I don't think you can get away with Fury on Marcy this game. I think you have to play.
I think that's what he did last time.
Is it?
But you're saying that he should.
I didn't like it when I saw him go battle. I know he went battle
He was
Fury
far
like first or
behind.
second day.
Yeah.
He was the #1 net worth at 14 or 15 minutes, and then they were fighting, and he just died.
I mean, is a PL gonna be able to survive against a Brood? Anyways,
He
like I
chills
think
early,
I think that's what Brood.
I think it's a chill.
Yeah.
I feel like Brood beat up a PL last time that they played Brood offlane.
Okay, Illusion Hero
Maybe
number
it
2.
was TB, but
I don't.
TB into ET.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't like that as much against ET. That's why I propose PL. I just think Illusion Hero against Marcy Brood is really what stood out to me. Like a bunch of single target physical. Yeah, you have the Ags Battle Fury potential, but you do have Pugna, you have Doom, you have Sleight of Chains. Like, it's more so about they don't want to be able to easily see the real you and just kaplow.
I feel like EG has to be really careful for a long time because the LGD heroes are so good at running at them that if they get behind in net worth, it's going to be so simple for them to start diving towers. And then they're going to lose like Panda and Matthew very early on in every fight. Pakaz is going to be more vulnerable, but if they can like delay the game and not lose too many bad deaths, then they'll have a better chance to actually fight back in the mid game.
I think the minute 10 to 15 mark is going to be very hard for EG because, as I envision, when you play against Brood, you need heroes that can occupy that area or stand there.
Yep.
And I think I can only see Ember do that, but if your Ember needs to do that, it means your entire team has no aggressive playmaking in this game because TB and Doom need to farm. So now maybe you send Whisper to do it, but I think they're going to feed. Like anyone that's not Ember that goes to the Brood area is going to feed to Brood and Primal. And I think that this Marcy is kind of slept on and pretty poggers.
Can you just have TB like farm the defensive jungle, let that top tier 1 go down, and just kind of let him pick up the pressure underneath the tier 2? Like, is that a strat? That I understand what you're saying. And usually against Brood, you do need that one guy.
It probably is your best bet with the draft that they do have.
Okay, yeah. I still do like LGD's draft as well.
And which one is the buff? I know you love on Terrorblade the jungle buffs. What's
Say
the
it.
top one?
The 4 HP regen.
What's it called though?
I don't remember.
The Mighty Minds.
Oh my god.
Oh,
the Mighty
I
Minds.
love the Mighty Minds.
Exciting draft out of PSG LGD. Let's see if it'll bring them to victory against Evil Geniuses in game number 1 with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Welcome. Game number 1, PSG LGD versus EG, and we have a really crazy draft, and that's saying something for LGD because their drafts are typically very crazy indeed.
Yep.
And they can't see the dog, Synderen.
That's unfortunate. I'm holding a dog.
Yep, you're holding the decapitated head of a dog. Very important stuff. But
yeah,
there are... I was going to keep going, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just love interrupting you. I like listening to myself more than you. I feel like there's more...
I understand that.
There's more things coming out of that at the end of the day. Yeah, well, what can I say? What a draft from PSG LGD. Okay, back to you, Shannon.
I was just going to say there's 3 teams, I don't know if you feel the same way, that have caught my eye for this tournament so far, that are just playing at an unbelievable level. One of which that's not in this game is BetBoom. I feel like they have kind of the Eastern European vibe where they can give up their leads a lot, so maybe not stable, but their ceiling is ridiculously high. And then these 2 teams. EG has played so well this tournament, extremely stable. They can come back from behind. They've done it so many times before. And then LGD pick whatever the hell they want and they make it work. So they're definitely the most exciting team to watch, I think, because of that reason.
And I do think until today, 9 Pandas, they had the best score in the group, right? I think they went 10-4 as the only team. The second best score of anyone was 8-6. But today they kind of got handled. So
they did.
I think maybe a little bit of a downswing for them. But yeah, these 2 teams, and LGD in particular, obviously haven't lost a series yet, together with BetBoom, the only 2 lossless teams in Stage 2. And yeah, there's a lot to cover with these drafts, right? There's so many new things. This is the first Elder Titan we get to cast this tournament. I think it's the first Marcy we get to cast probably as well. The first Primal too, right? Like we've cast none of these 3, I do believe. I think all of EG's heroes we have definitely covered at least once. So a little bit more standard. And that's something that's always worth considering in games like this is how comfortable is a team like EG playing against this? Because this is not the kind of stuff you face a lot in scrims, right? Like many of these heroes that you might not have played against for weeks.
Yeah, maybe in pubs, that's about it. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe even that. Because it's like Elder Titan is a very uncommon pick right now. The Primal is somewhat of a flavor thing in pubs sometimes, and so is Marcy, but definitely not some of the more common things for EG to have the experience within it. That can expand into, you know, a laning stage that could be a little bit tricky. Like, do you know your limits? A lot of the times with these players at this level, once the meta is established, teams have a very good understanding of how far you can push your advantage and when you need to back off. But when you're not fully in that muscle memory, so to speak, about how strong the heroes are, you might make missteps.
Yep.
We'll see for LGD. I mean, I wonder how practiced they are with their heroes, right?
Well, the good news is you can't really reduce Doom's armor much because they deleted it all in this last patch, right? So, not to worry about the Elder Titan.
Deleted all of it with -1 out of 6.
It was a joke.
Yeah, it was a good
Do you know what that is?
No,
You're
not
supposed
really.
to say good one, as Whisper
Good one.
was disposed.
Good one, Whisper.
Now he'll be decrept by his teammate. Doom seems to be the most common offlane pick right now, at least from the past week or so.
Yeah,
the
so
one that
EG
gets through consistently.
EG gave it away 3 games in a row last night against BetBoom.
And now they're just going to pick it.
And now they're first phasing it. They just had enough. They're like, okay, we tried different solutions to this hero. We beat it once. We lost twice. It's just too hard to manage. And will be interesting to see how PSG LGD deal with that with their Marcy pick. Seems like that's a big part of the reason they chose this hero this game. They like playing that on Shiro when he has a melee versus melee offlane matchup, which is honestly most offlaners in this patch right now are melee, to be fair. So, but yeah, opting to pick it into Pugna is interesting. The panel talked about Decrepify as a really good Marcy counter.
Yep.
Until Nullifier comes out. And Shiro has most of the time gone for that Battle Fury, and if he does that again this game, the pace of the game is going to be a little bit slow from LGD, because sure, Brood and Primal Beast can terrorize the map, but Marcy has quite a bit of build-up time if it's the Fury first.
And I will say, I'm not saying this is the reason they picked these heroes, but if you're going to have a slow start to the game with a carry, what is the biggest trouble that teams have been having this game with the lead? And that's going high ground without getting second and third Roche. Techie's Elder Titan high ground, that is very obnoxious.
Absolutely.
I feel like high ground defense might be one of the most important things in this patch now. Just based on the last few weeks of how Dota's looked, at least to me.
Yeah, either that or teams are going to slow things down further when ahead, and they're just going to play the map for 20 minutes. Which would be an unfortunate development for a lot of viewers. I think that you like the action. It can be, you can appreciate some good strategy and some split pushing here, there, and whatnot. But a lot of the time, when one team is just constricted in their base for an eternity and the other one's just farming the map, it's not particularly interesting to watch, but the teams are going to do what wins. And if that's what it's got to take, then I don't blame them for playing the best way, like their competitors.
Yep, for sure. So Nothing to Say is playing the Primal Beast in the mid lane, about to hit level 5. Pretty much identical CS with C Smile.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how this matchup usually goes, but top lane, Pakaz, sticky bomb applied, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Planet. Matthew TP's in to try to get some sort of residual, but they're going to lose another member. He's going to get blood grenaded as well, and the sticky bomb will slow him down. This could be 3 kills going the way of PSG LGD. Echo Stomp does connect. Now they're going to surround him again. Another blood grenade, I believe. And this will be a slow one, but they will find him in the end. So 3 kills out of nowhere for LGD.
Awesome rotation from Y. That's just perfect. You can't get much more than that out of that. Triple kill with that rotate. And I believe the first blood went to Techie, so he's actually... This hero is really good when it gets gold. So I think in this patch, if you have a 4 that you want to find some farm on, Techie's is definitely well up there on my list. Whenever
What is going on? The middle lane has moved. That was part of the patch, by the way, in case you missed it. It is now in this jungle area. There's Nothing to Say getting chased by C Smile, but no kill will come from it.
Kind of close, though.
He's going to get his bottle refilled now that his lane was disrupted so much from C Smile.
I feel like we've seen a lot of games where the losing team with Techies, the Techies will be top 2 damage, if not number 1. So this hero with farm is... You get a lot of bang for your buck, so to speak, compared to a lot of other 4s that might offer a different amount of utility. It's just... Techies is just such an insane pick for multiple reasons.
Ooh, nice blast off, and here comes the Onslaught Trample combo from Nothing to Say, and Pakaz, despite being in meta form, gets run down.
Yeah, that's pretty ugly. Hoping for them that they can get a return.
This would be
here.
a good return kill, but the Pulverize coming out to delay things. Nothing to Say.
That breaks the Flame Guard. Should keep him alive.
He's going to get chased. See Smile. The Uproar is popped, and that's going to slow him to a crawl. So LGD again getting away with murder.
Yeah. Primal Beast is amazing at killing Terrorblade in the early game. It's actually one of Terrorblade's, when Primal Beast was played mostly as an offlaner, this was one of Terrorblade's #1 worst matchups because you have insane amounts of magic damage that Terrorblade has nothing against, and you're just fast enough to just stay on him. So when they connect like that with the blast off into the onslaught, Pakaz is just going to die. And it's going to be like this way for a while. Oh my god, if he's going to die.
Pakaz, you cannot afford to die again. It's actually going to be a super easy one, but C-Smile has come with that double damage, and Pakaz ticking away ever so slowly. He's actually going to live thanks to the rotations of the rest of EG.
He's dead.
But the onslaught comes in. Trample does finish the job. Nothing to Say. Gets off the Pulverize as well. Can they actually turn this around to the C-Smile? He's getting extremely low, puts out a Remnant, but he's just going to die to the casual right clicks. And look who's come to play. It is Shiro with the Unleash with the worst rebound I've ever seen in my life, but it doesn't matter. He finds the Dispose and finds the kill onto Panda.
This is the kind of game that Brood loves. Everyone is coming to Brood's lane to just absolutely body Pakaz. 4,000 lead minute 7?
Yes.
As much as you want to theorycraft how this game goes on when it goes to the later stage, it doesn't really matter if you don't even get to play Dota. Like, EG's lineup, their 2 supports as well as Terrorblade are very level reliant in being able to accomplish things. And now that they've been run over at every turn by PSG LGD's rotations, I'm a little bit worried for them about how much weight C-Smile is going to have to carry for the next 10 minutes. Like, he wants to play with his Skywrath to find kills. He wants to play with that Pugna and ensure that Terrorblade can go to the jungle, but the map is already breaking 8 minutes in. You're gonna have to be really, really wise about your next moves before it all
8-minute
falls
rune
apart.
about to come up. It's just illusions, but actually it's pretty good. It ends up dispelling the Searing Chains, and they had a nice blast-off Pulverize combination, but C-Smile able to Remnant away. Nothing to Say getting really low. Has to be covered. There's a huge stack here as well.
What the hell?
He's likely gonna get chased by C-Smile, who's also dying to the creeps. The Spiderlings chasing, in addition, will Remnant back. And it's getting chased now by 2 illusions of Nothing to Say. And somehow, after all that, only 1 kill. Nothing to Say is going to be spotted, but will be able to TP out. No level. Okay, C-Smile does end up dropping. Man, this is a rough early game. And we were talking about it earlier, that EG, they do have a lot of experience coming back from behind, but this is not only a lot, even for them, as Pakaz. Is that the 4th death?
This is Pakaz's worst game of the tournament already.
Wow.
He is just having nothing. He's 6th on net worth and completely obliterated. We were talking about this last night. We were like, what's really impressive about Pakaz's play is that when EG have been behind, he's consistently been #1 net worth in the game. Win or lose, he's been really good at finding farm. This time around, could not be farther from the truth.
He has treads.
He's almost below the enemy 4, minute 9. This is really, really dire straits for him, and you're going to see the play here from Shiro. Gets that. Oh my god.
Simple dispose unleash. He's not even level 6.
Yep.
Can't sunder. I mean, normally you wouldn't even want to get Sunder level 6. Whisper.
Nice
Onslaught's going to not hit. Nice Hurricane from Whisper, and that's going to be enough for him to get away. So
well played there.
Silver linings here for EG. But again, like I was saying, I can't even speak. Pakaz? My goodness! That is death number 5. He's still level 5.
Techies is going to overtake him soon, Shannon.
Yes.
This is a special... Yeah, I guess good for a lot of the fans out there that there's no fantasy for this. You'll be giving negative points like you in the
will Remnant back.
Bounty Hunter game.
Looks like he'll be fine. I mean, how much... Again, I'm trying to get this thought out.
Okay.
Pakaz dies every time I say something, so I kind of don't want to talk. EG does have experience coming from behind, but this is against heroes that you probably haven't played against, like you mentioned. That probably makes it even more difficult, I would assume.
This lineup is insanely oppressive when it's ahead. Brood has always been a nightmare to play against when you lose your lanes, because he just takes over a lot of the map.
Panda, he's spotted. Echo Stomp is going to hit. Unleash now. Going to be used onto Matt. Oh, Pakaz comes in. He's still level freaking 5. Will he be able to get away? Attempting to TP out, but the Earth Splitter finishes him. Oh my goodness, they finally kill Nothing to Say. He's worth 1,000 gold at the 11-minute mark. But EG, they're losing everyone. C-Smile, the last remaining member, gets disposed back into the mines. Wow. This is disgusting to watch.
I'm trying to come up with an analogy for this without using my basketball reference from yesterday.
What was your basketball reference?
Me versus Michael Jordan.
Oh.
This is what it feels like right now. It's like LGD, the elite squad, playing. Oh no. Okay. I'll just shut up.
Is he gonna hit level 6 this game?
I want Pakaz.
My goodness! What is? This is insane. And Panda's gonna drop as well. Nothing to Say looks relatively healthy. Whisper, he's level 8. Compared to his level 5 position 1. I literally cannot think of a time in all my years of casting that I've seen anything like this. A level 5 position 1 at almost 12 minutes on any patch. This has wisdom runes. On any patch, I'm saying. C-Smile now. Has the Flame Guard activated. See the Brood.
Oh, I just realized.
He's in a bit of trouble now. Brought back.
Okay.
And brought down. But the Pulverize coming in.
Okay.
Nothing to Say feeds his life away. They're getting a little overconfident now, it seems.
Yep. Want to keep it interesting.
Arcane Room picked up by Matthew. Looks like YU Smile is going to be able to walk it off.
All right, so a moment ago, Pakaz was below the enemy 5.
He hit level 6, by the way.
In net worth. But because of this, he got a little bit of time, and he's actually starting. He's going Midas on Terrorblade. Yeah. That is a bad look. This hero is not a Midas hero. But it's like, it's complete desperation mode for EG. He's like, guys, I'm checked out. Good luck. I'm not going to offer you anything for the next 20 minutes. You're going to have to handle this without me. And obviously, he's not going to be catching up to the Marcian farm, because even though Terrorblade theoretically is one of the best farmers in the game by split pushing the map with illusions, when you're this far behind and Marci has a Battle Fury, he's going to outpace you anyway. Oh, Whisper.
Yep, Whisper getting spotted. Will Hurricane, but dies shortly after. Another Unleash. Matthew will be the recipient of the power punches from Marci. And the rebound into a potential kill. Pakaz still doesn't have Sunder, so that is death number 8.
Wow.
The fact that he's even crossing the middle section of the map is shocking to me. Panda will drop. C-Smile
can only look on and get pulverized now. I think the Earth Splitter actually connected, and the blast off as well. Great layering from PSG LGD as they have a 10K lead.
This is the biggest stomp of the entire tournament, right? Like, we have not...
Yes.
At least we've not cast a game that was this lopsided, and I don't know if there's been one. It's just... It's just one of those things where when the lanes go like this and you look at the lineups, it's almost an inevitability at this level. Because, like, the one side has Brood, Elder Titan, and Primal Beast just gonna, and even Marcy, just gonna run at you all over the map, and they're gonna have the vision and the information with the heroes that they have. So every time you turn a corner, you can just get killed by literally anything. There's nowhere that's safe. You own, like, maybe 30% of the map. Like, if you just look how green this map is right now. You've lost your tier 1 towers. You've lost full control. Like, I like this from EG. Like, you gotta try.
Contest their own stack. Pulverize into the Mystic Flare, doing a lot of damage to C Smile as finally the Doom comes out. And it's on that Primal Beast, but I think this thing might just be able to walk away as C Smile did drop. And Shiro trying to kill Doom, who is still pursuing this kill, which he will eventually find, but it will cost him his life, but easily worth it for Whisper. As the Echo Stomp comes out, getting another stun, Matthew. And for once, the one person that didn't die is because he wasn't even there.
Yeah, and he can't be. His hero is useless in fights. There's no other play on the map than hit creeps, and you gotta hit creeps for... Yeah.
GG's call. I can't blame this.
I don't mind it. Just go next. Like,
wow.
Absolutely. They crossed the 15-minute mark. The magic number. I don't know if this is like a team... some sort of codex that they have. We don't give up before 15. And someone in their team was like, guys, it's 15:02. What do you think? Yeah, go next.
That was,
wow. It's always
tough to watch.
The thing about this is I don't think this game is indicative of how good these teams are. I just think PSG...
I just got done praising EG.
Yeah, EG are not this bad compared to PSG LGD. It's just, it's an extremely snowbally game by nature with LGD's lineup. They caught them by surprise. They made a couple of exceptionally good moves in the early game, and then it just ends. Like, there is no team in the world that can recover from this kind of situation with what PSG LGD brought to the table in the first 10 minutes. If this goes this badly, it's just over. The map was completely LGD the whole way through. And I gotta say, my player of the game here, man of the match, Y on the Elder Titan. Holy shit, what a performance. He rotated top. He got 3 kills with his first move.
16 assists.
He's involved in everything. He's all over the place. Wow. He's setting up his team with the stomps into the Primal Beast combination. He's setting up his stomps into the Techies mines. He's setting up stomps to get Shiro in there to allow Brood to connect. This was a masterclass from PSG LGD. Really, really exciting. I mean, exciting is probably the wrong word because like you weren't really like on the edge of your seat. Oh, who's gonna win? But it was exciting to see LGD's executions here and how they moved around the map. It's kind of crazy at this level of play. Like these teams are world elite teams, and still you can have 15-minute games.
I mean,
that's wild.
Yeah, we've seen stomps, but this one was on another level.
Yeah, this was whatever. What's this on the scale?
This is a top hat.
Isn't it higher than that?
I think you have to get 0 kills to get the umbrella.
Okay, so this is the second highest possible.
This is
I would say
the most realistic one. So with that panel, can you break this down?
I can try my best, I suppose. I can try to break down the idea of various levels of shellackings, but I think it would be probably more worthwhile to pick apart what little Dota we can get out of this game. Brian, what the hell happened?
I would say that what I watched was LGD trampling over EG. I think they had them in their web. They got off the ground running as they blasted off.
Okay.
And they stomped them so much it's almost like I hear myself with an echo. And then they also unleashed their wrath.
There we go. Well done.
Upon them.
I thought he would use rebound. They didn't give them a rebound or something. Would that be correct English?
I suppose in like a basketball sense? Is that what you mean?
I just think of a rebound as like you got out of a long relationship and
okay.
You know.
Purge, do you got
one nowadays?
You got a spell pun?
No. Definitely not.
There's only 20 spells on the team. I used 5 of them.
What's the sub ability for the... Oh, never mind. It's just Echo Stomp.
Bring back spirit hotkey.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's the one that I wanted.
Yeah.
It didn't have a lore name, the one with the little footsteps.
Yeah, that's all I can think of. Footsteps. Yeah.
That wasn't very funny.
I would love to not talk about puns right now, if that's at all possible.
You want to talk about Dota?
First picked Broodmother they smashed their lane with this like rotation, and then it was just like they had no lane, and then they had all these literal charge, stomp, dive heroes, and then they just Omega killed them. It was like watching like a pub game, like an unmatched pub or outmatched pub game because of that advantage and the heroes they had.
This is, I think sometimes you see this happen in drafts where one team, I wouldn't say that LGD like counter-picked EG. LGD have heroes that work very well together. You have Brood. She loves playing with heroes that can go to her lane. They did that with some ET, with Primal Beast. Marcy can kind of sustain herself bottom so the ET can leave. So it's like they have all these layers that they did well in the draft. On top of that with gameplay. And EG, I think it was more on them to try and be ready for the moves, but also have heroes that can counterplay it. And they didn't. Like this game at minute 5, I think it already broke. When Y goes top, gets like 1-2 kills, I think their win probability is like down to 10% on EG.
I think EG always likes to pick their own heroes. They prioritize what they vibe on rather than what's ideal against the enemy heroes. Broodmother's a hero you have to counter.
Yes.
You start the draft with 2 slows and no stuns, and you pick Skywrath Mage coming out. I didn't like the pick during the draft. You're seeing it there. Like, they have no catch, they have no punish, and the reason why I mentioned PL as a last pick is the Dispel is super important against the slow from Techies, as well as the Silken Boa from Brood. And so TB, he struggles against this because he doesn't have that Dispel. He pops meta that can kind of just go on him anyways. And then the last thing you want is to have your tower get invaded when you're Terrorblade, because you oftentimes do retreat to the back jungle, and by the time you're 6, it's usually too late for the opponent to do that. But because they got off to a good start, and Primal Beast is one of the best mid laners in the game at casually just walking to the enemy safe lane and threatening, like, Pakaz was just a liability that game, and he was 10th pick.
So then, let's say, because I look at the 5 heroes that LGD had, and I'm like, this just looks like a fun pub draft. I feel like I could run this all the time. You're saying one of the shortcomings would have been pick a stun on the support instead of a Skywrath.
You have to respond to the Brood at the very least.
Respond to the Brood at least. Okay. Yeah, because it was a first phase Brood.
Yes.
And they did not really do very much for that. And then your carry needs to also... Is it really just the Brood that's the problem? Because you also have an issue with how the carry deals with Broodmother.
We talked about the issue with their hero pool on EG not being very vast. I think Pakaz had the wrong vision of what was going to happen in that game.
Okay.
Like, Terrorblade is vulnerable to getting dove. He can't do anything about this. And maybe he understands Terrorblade well, and he may know that, but maybe he didn't expect, because he hasn't seen very much Primal Beast or Brood, that was going to be his life, that was going to be the reality he lived in. And the problem is that usually as a carry, worst case scenario, you can go to the off lane and recover, and it's just effectively an off lane hero, the Marcy, that just kills him there too.
Who actually does more single target DPS than he does. So it's like, it was really like the triple layer, like the rotation from ET got them up to a really bad start, and that which makes it easier for Primal Beast to just gank him consistently, and then he had no other places to go. It's like one of those games where it's actually better if you're not there. Do you remember in like Dota 1 where like there were you'd get like 2 or 3 levers or something, and then like there'd be like one guy left on the enemy team, and he would stay and he would just like level up and gain gold just from like farming people in different parts. It's actually just better if he's not there in some ways. I mean, you definitely lose with the TB, I guess, but.
So then, let's say that they ban out Broodmother. How about the other 4 heroes? Because this is the combinations that we don't see very often. So mid-primal, carry Marcy, and ET, I guess, were the new picks that we're seeing for this one. Is that something that is a viable foundation for other drafts, or did it only work in this Broodmother draft?
It's the type of draft where you're playing on tempo and moving forward. If your enemy team doesn't have a hero, that at some point you need a wall. They need to, at some point, LGD's draft needs to be stopped. If you don't have this element when you play against them, which EG clearly didn't, you don't have some Tidehunter Timbersaw that's going to be like, I'm going to put myself here, and now what up? You're going to fight us or not? You have Ember, who's like, Ember is not a wall at all. He's going to slide chains, that's it. Your supports are garbage. Your TB doesn't like being ran at, and you have Doom farming. So your entire draft is basically, it's just getting owned by heroes that can run at you. And they had some of the most mobile and most sustaining heroes in Dota, on top of with probably the best early game we've seen in the entire tournament in terms of how they played individually and as a team.
In some ways, like, picking ET was like their undying substitute. It like stabilizes the lane, but it also ganks well, and then it also transitions well in terms of like what the aura provides for the squad. So,
oh my god,
I don't often see a carry with sub 300 GPM, but
that's looking like a Overwatch report there, boys.
Yeah.
Insane. 270?
I want to know, is that a record low for Pakaz?
It has to be.
This guy's like an 800 GPM average kind of guy.
It has to be the lowest.
Yeah, probably does. It's not often that they get that any team loses in 15 minutes, but LGD just did like perfect draft, and like you guys said, EG didn't really respond well. So,
oh, go ahead.
No, they got run over. That's all I was gonna say.
I just want to say that I love when these top tier teams, like, usually you pick one hero that does each thing. You know, you'll have a pusher, you'll have a tower pusher, split pusher, an initiator. But if you pick like a push hero on the first round of the draft and the enemy just doesn't respond, like they don't pick any counter push to stop you, a lot of teams will double down on it. They'll triple down on it. They'll pick like another push hero, and then it's just overwhelming. I think their entire draft on LGD was just like high mobility.
Yeah.
And the second that EG picks no stuns, no punish for it, you saw it. Then they put Primal. Then they last pick Marcy. It's like just double down, triple down on this concept that you don't think they can deal with. And I know we're harping on EG, but it also takes LGD being able to play these heroes as well as like recognize, yeah, they didn't respond. Like we can just do that.
Yeah. That's the cool thing that Wings did at TI. Frankly, was that some other team would have some like cool idea, like some weird hero, and they would be like, fundamentally, how do I beat that? Like, for example, MVP Phoenix at the time was picking a lot of PA, and they would build Vlads, and they would just fight as 5. So they're like, okay, we have to stop the PA from like blink striking, killing, backing up, blink strike, and they just like pick Puck. They're like, Dream Coil's gonna like stop the mobility and solve the problem. They had like they just solve these issues with like uncharacteristic ways that maybe they're not top meta heroes, but if they execute it correctly, it gives them what they need. So yeah, the dive, the magic damage, all the stuff just makes TV useless if he dies.
Very expert dismantling by Xiao8's draft in that game, number 1. And maybe PSG LGD just really love our Phil content. They want more Bounty Hunter episodes. So they're like, can we get another 15-minute game up? We'll see. It's time for game number 2 of Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD after this.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back. That was only a 15. What the? That was a 15-minute game. Didn't EG need to like recharge after that? After getting smacked in the face? Why are they drafting already?
They got a bedtime to hit.
They gotta go to sleep. Okay, well actually they did have a very late night last night.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's somewhat understandable because I remember we were doing that interview with Pure and he seemed quite exhausted after that day. So I can understand it. All right, let's get into it. This time they steal the Broodmother away from PSG LGD and LGD already respond with their carry pick. Like you said, you wanted a Dispel? They didn't give you the Phantom Lancer, Brian. They're giving you the Naga.
Yeah, that's the traditional counter. Not just in lane, you have the Dispel, but you also have the net.
Yeah.
A movement restriction spell against the free pathing of Brood. All state of the game, Naga's been pretty good against Brood throughout the last year.
It's just one of the best heroes. You answer its laning, you answer the map play we talked about earlier, so you make it harder for Brood to like ramp up and go on you. And if you ever do get overran because your team is fighting, you can always song and chill, and you deal with the map. So overall, I'm not a big fan of Team A gets stomped by a hero, goes into the next game, and just picks it against a team that just owned them with it very hard. Because I think LGD, if I compare like the first couple picks already, of course the drafting order was different last time, but they know how to answer Brood. Naga is, it's got to be the best pick on that spot in this draft.
And they seem so confident too, because they could have picked Brood first. They picked Techies instead, and then EG saying like, okay, well they're going to Brood Techies again. We have to do it basically because we didn't feel comfortable banning it. They take it themselves, so they're kind of forced into it.
Yeah.
But it leaves LG in the perfect position to respond.
And so far, this tournament, obviously Brood has technically only been viable for like the past 3 days, but this is EG's first time picking Brood in DreamLeague Season 20.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised about that. Obviously, I'm sure Whisper can play it, and I don't think that Brood is necessarily a bad hero for EG. They also like to go together, have both supports like go to the offlane and like play fast. But I hope that EG understand that having two supports that play fast with Brood is not enough. Like when Brood gets counterpicked, you need to double down and help the Brood to actually get in the game. So now I'm looking at a mid hero that can rotate to him. Similarly, last game you had some Primal Beasts to help him alleviate, because Naga will sit top lane for as long as he's allowed to, and it's on you to make that not happen and kick him out.
I love this draft by LGD. I'm so glad I got to co-host.
Yeah, this is
panel.
sick. I'm sick from watching it. I don't want to be EG at all.
This is the vibes I got back. This is before I took my casting break, like 2 years ago, where LGD at TI Romania TI 10. Just watching them draft, like even though they didn't end up winning that one, I'm just thinking, what could I use here? A support that mitigates physical damage. I was thinking Lich.
Okay.
And then they go for the Phoenix. Like that's a hero that you can't go on with spiders and threaten. You'll just use the fire spirits and the spiders don't hit. And then I'm like, wow, that's a really cool idea. I wouldn't have thought of Phoenix. And then what do you pair with Phoenix? Not only a hero that has always synergized with Phoenix, Mars, you have the Arena plus the Egg combo, but Arena's also an amazing shutdown to Brood because it's a movement restriction spell that doesn't allow free pathing to be abused, and you also have God's Rebuke for the spiders. I don't know.
It's good against Monkey too. If he's hopping around the trees, like it's a really good pick. It's cool to see Mars make some comeback in this tournament.
Like after the last game, we talked about when you play against Brood, you wanna at some point be like you have a wall that they run into. You now have Arena, Egg.
That's
you
a
have
literal
Song
wall.
for a team. It's literally a wall with an Egg. You have the team fight. You have the wave clear. You have all the answers already. So EG, I assume this could be a mid brood or a carry brood when they pick Darkseer like this. So they're looking for some swapperoo around, but I think this Naga Darkseer matchup is not the same as it used to be.
How so?
I just don't think it, like, back in the day, I feel like Darkseer was super happy to play it, and he would kind of out-carry Naga. I think it's still fine, but with the items Naga buys, I feel like you never really threaten her, and she's less of, like, when you get the Illu, it's annoying, but it's not like some morph or TB illusion, and I think it's just hard for you to take the fights you want as Darkseer, which is usually easy because you deal with the map, but the illusions do it better.
Makes sense.
Checks out.
I think the matchup's still Darkseer favored, but it's by no means like game over, I think is what you're saying.
Yeah. It used to be worse.
Yeah. It used to be unplayable.
LGD still ban out a Pango, and I feel like there's already a surplus of heroes who could go mid or offlane already on the board for EG. Like, where is Broodmother gonna...
It's carry, huh? And Monkey 4.
King?
I would not want to play core Monkey King in this game.
Okay.
Against Mars Phoenix, I think I don't want to do that.
Matthew did play Monkey King support, so it's in their wheelhouse for DreamLeague
work with
Season 20.
Darkseer. It's a melee hero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Timber, of course, is already banned.
Though it is going to be 2 melee heroes against a Phoenix, I imagine. That seems kind of irritating. Though I guess Darkseer can just put the Ion Shell, cut the waves, call it quits.
It's going to be a pretty heavy farm lane, I think, for likely both sides.
What do you pick mid for LGD? It has to be a non-traditional hero because you're against Brood. Kunkka, maybe?
I was thinking Kunkka, but I'm surprised that they banned Puck.
Yeah.
I think Puck would... I mean, you always, of course, you can still ban Kunkka. Maybe it's like, oh, I don't need a ban if we're going to pick Kunkka out of phase, but...
It's really good. The X versus Glimpse, the X versus Darkseer.
It's a very nice Kunkka game, I think, yeah. I agree.
It's kind of fallen flat the last few times we've seen it, but this time around, I think they have all the other facets of the game addressed. That's a Kunkka.
That's going to give him way more damage.
Hero. There it is.
I just look, like, Kunkka is good for setting up fights, but I feel like they're okay at that already a little bit between like Mars and Techies. So, and I just like Storm's damage a lot better, and he's so much better able to punish. Well, I guess he's not necessarily better at punishing Brood. Kunkka's quite good there too, but they'll have a lot more single target damage this way.
Yeah, you should farm fine too. You like the spiders walking through your remnants.
That's true.
A lot of mid laners can't protect themselves against that at level 6. I imagine Storm can. I've never played this matchup though.
LGD are not expecting this Brood to be carried. I mean, I feel like they should be looking for a Pakaz hero here, but LGD ban out the Puck and the Pango.
I think those are the things that were just more worrying to them.
Okay.
Some like team fight that could be brought against them because they have such good team fight on their side. If they get a little bit more on the EG side, then they would have to actually deal with things. But if it's mid Brood, they don't care. They're like, okay, you guys already are forced into putting this in an unideal matchup. We know where it's good. It's good in offlane. We don't care. We're mostly worried about rolling Thunder when we're trying to do some Mars combo, you know? So Jug is pretty good though. He can kill Egg. He can get out of Mars stuff decently. He can help heal his team. That plus auras could mean they win team fights, which is kind of cool. It's okay.
I think it's a nice stable carry. Like Jugger Lifestealer are always against Phoenix Mars. You have a magic immunity or debuff immunity built into your kit, and you can have built-in attack speed. Jug low base attack time. Lifestealer has the innate attack speed. Either way, I think the Jug Naga matchup is a lot about whether or not Jug feels safe to show on lanes. Because the difference is that Jug has a Battle Fury. He's physically with his hero on top of the creep wave, exposing himself, while Naga's main hero is safely in the jungle. And with the Storm, like Mars follow-up, Techies follow-up, that's a lot of damage. And if Pakaz doesn't get to like a Manta pretty early on, we could see like a similar story for him this game.
Where he gets ran at and he's not able to push out lane safely, basically, right? Yeah. Whereas on the other side, Naga's gonna be able to split push constantly, defend herself if she gets gone on. Not to mention, probably just be backed up by her team who should have higher net worth because the laning's a bit goofy for EG with this lane swap. I don't really know how the Brood mid's gonna work.
Yeah, EG need to play for some minutes 15 to 20 timing, I think, where Pakaz is a good early game, Ceasefire is a good early game. You have like 1-2 auras on Whisper, and I think at that point LGD could run into damage issues. And that is the timing for EG to play for. If they don't nail it, I just like LGD's draft overall more.
Well, let me tell you, Kazu, last game, They didn't even get to hit minute 20. Forget about the timings. The Ancient had already exploded. Now are EG just chasing fads with this Broodmother pick, or do they have a strategy? Let's find out as we pass it on to the Peppy Pandas.
Welcome to game number 2 between EG and PSG LGD. Game 1, if you want to even call it a game, has already occurred. Thus, the game 2 moniker.
Yeah, if you went to take a shower, you would have missed it.
That's right.
Got to be there for the action while it's there, because sometimes it's short-lived. This time around, don't really foresee a 15-minute game here for the side of EG. I think this time they definitely have a... I'm not going to say they necessarily had a bad shot in the last game. They just kind of got run over with the way the lane started, and their lineup just couldn't handle that. I think in this game it's less likely that the lanes are a complete stomping fest for PSG LGD, but I still love LGD's lineup this game. I think it looks really, really good. They have multiple ways of, let's see if there's, first of all, going to be anything here on the runes. Looks like no. So what I like about this LGD lineup a lot is that they have multiple means of engaging with both the Mars, Storm, and Techies. They have insanely strong team fight. Their lanes are stable. And while accomplishing all of these things, they also have managed to get a good core v core matchup with the Naga against Brood and the Naga against Jug, which was obviously the last pick, so this was EG's choice to run that into Naga. I think that's a good Naga matchup for the most part. It's hard for Jugger to isolate the Naga with all the illusions later in the game. You have Mirror Image plus Manta. Omnislash is not really going to be very reliable. You can somehow spread out the illusions, and Jug might just find himself jumping into nowhere against you.
Yep.
And you itemize well against him too. You can buy these aggressive items on Naga carry. Naga can buy Bloodthorn, she can buy Hex. So it'll be interesting to see. I think EG have their work cut out for them in this one. The lanes have to go better.
And that's no bias based on what happened in game 1, I assume, because you are a robot and have no feelings.
I mean, it's hard not... It's hard to see a game like that unfolding and just pretend it didn't happen, right?
Yeah. And C-Smile will be playing the Broodmother in the mid lane versus Nothing to Say on the Storm. We don't get to see Brood in the mid lane as often.
No.
Do you think that that will fare quite well?
I think the laning stage against Storm should be okay for the most part. My bigger concern overall is... how does this affect EG's team dynamic with how they usually play? This is a very oddball hero to put mid for C-Smile. The way it functions is very different from most of the stuff they run him on, which is, you know, either some sort of heavy playmaking or some sort of initiating style mid, or the Shadow Fiend that we've seen from him multiple times. But, oh, hang on.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage onto Why You Smile, trying to get out, but it's not going to happen. Whisper brings him down, but it'll be a trade for Matthew.
That's still good news for EG here. Getting first blood on Darkseer is really nice. This hero, a lot of the time, rides or dies with the first couple of waves. Historically speaking, Darkseer had a phase where he was just an outstanding offlaner, and what teams started to do was to try to box him out of the lane before he got level 3. You started like tri-laning him, you started fighting him when he was approaching the lane with the first wave, and all of that came to be because once Darkseer hits level 3 and level 5, he's just going to put Ion Shells and just push the wave, and with that first blood, that's going to be all that bit easier for him to get farmed. And obviously, as you can see, off to a really great start, 14 for 3 against Shiro, 7 and 1 on Naga. We should be very happy with that one.
You just had 14 and 3, and then it became 18 and 3 instantly.
Yep. Sometimes you just get a full wave.
Good stuff. Yeah, he looks like he's going to have a very good game, at least to start, which is good news for EG after that first game performance. You talked about the Naga versus Jug matchup. I mean, Jug obviously can't go Maelstrom with the Shard, can eat through some of these illusions. I assume maybe a Mjolnir at some point. He's good at killing the egg. Can go through the Mars Arena if that's not bugged.
Hey, he can.
Yeah. As Pakaz going to get speared to a tree. Going to take a sticky bomb as well. And there's the spin, trying to get some revenge for last game. His 0-8 performance will not occur again. as Planet can only look on in despair. Because it is getting pretty low, but does have the healing ward. Of course, healing ward against techies can be a bit tricky to use considering the ridiculously long-range aspect of that hero.
Yep. Gotta be wary of your microing with that for sure.
Because back on track, Cinderin, 1-0-0.
Yeah, his game is already infinitely better than the last one. Because this time he gets to play.
And I'm trying to remember the last time he's even had a lackluster... yeah, another spin, but able to get out in time. We'll take a rebuke for his efforts. How do you pronounce New's name? Is that how you say it, New?
I think New, yeah. I think that's what everybody else says, so I'm just going to believe they're right.
That's how you form your opinions on things?
Yeah.
What other people are doing? You're a conformist?
That's just wisdom of the crowd, you know? If everyone else here says New, I'm going to assume it's New.
Okay.
I mean, we could also make our own pronunciation of everything. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sure the audience would love that. There's nothing to say.
Not hing to say.
Yep, very
You
good.
need to pronounce the
Smile.
H.
He's going to be able to pop the insatiable hunger and heal up a bit, but he's getting harassed more than he's healing, it feels like, from nothing to say. He still has that level advantage.
This is a very good Storm lane, and the denies are really mounting here.
I mean, look at this. Yes,
denies.
26 and 12 to 16 and 2, so not just the denies, but it's the last hits in general.
Definitely one of Brood's harder lane matchups. Storm has good base armor.
Oh, Electric Vortex. Is it enough? Nope. Does force the TP out, though. It takes a lot of damage. In fact, they might be able to get this kill as Matthew comes in. There's the Boundless Strike, but cannot... Whoa, okay. Panda actually gets that kill.
Nice rotation from the supports of EG, getting that punish.
Meanwhile, Pakaz forced to use his healing ward, which instantly gets deleted by Planet. So not going to get any value out of that, which means this lane might be equalizing just a bit.
The Storm kill definitely comes at a cost there in the bottom lane, but still, I would say well worth it. You need to bring C-Smile into the game on that Brood. He was suffering a lot, and that kill will definitely help alleviate the pressure. But you got to imagine that once Storm hits level 6, this mid lane for C-Smile should get even harder, because then if you ever walk into CS and Storm starts going on you, you don't have that escape plan anymore. And he's closing in on it. Just 2 more CS. C-Smile actually might die on this wave.
Yeah, let's see if he goes for it. As the Blade Fury from Pakaz in the bot lane. Not really amounting to much as, yep, the 6 hits for nothing to say. And he's not going to go any further because he knows there could be somebody here, and he's correct in the form of Matthew.
Close call.
Well, Why You Smile, trying to secure the rune, but Matthew's just going to take it under his nose.
Going to cost him some decent amount of health here. Trying to dodge the Fire Spirit's actually just taking more damage because he's walking closer.
Yeah, does he actually want to fight here?
Is he going to
Blood Grenade?
He's dead.
Nice attempt on the dodge. He's ticking away ever so slowly. Icarus dive. He had 6 HP
He
there.
had it under control, Shannon. He knew.
My goodness.
Yeah, he read the patch notes with +1 armor, so he lived on 4 health. Very
Bottom
good.
lane, Blade Fury again, but again, not finding a kill for Pakaz. Spear being faked out. You can see he ate that tree in anticipation of that as well, so a lot of mind games from both sides. And it will be a Battle Fury for the Jug.
Seems mandatory in this game, especially against Naga. You just have to take that build order. Wait, am I tripping?
Yeah.
Are PSG LGD stacking for EG?
Wait, what?
Didn't Phoenix just stack EG's Ancients?
Was it by accident?
But
the dive or something?
That looked like he did it on purpose. Am I?
Well, we'll find out shortly.
Wait, what?
Pakaz healing up.
I think we had it on camera, so we might be able to get a replay of that. I don't know. Like, am I missing something?
Yeah, brain cells.
Yeah, well, that's... Some things don't need to be said out loud. That just goes without saying. That was implied. Am I missing anything else? I don't know. Maybe it was an accident. I don't know. Weird. Anyway.
Shiro and Why You Smile, they're going to get gone on here. 3 members of EG here. Why You Smile, he's going to get the dive off. Actually completes it all the way around. Still doing a decent amount of damage. It's going to cost him his life. It's a 1-for-1 to start, though. And Whisper.
Shiro could skill Song. He will.
Yeah, he will. Still stuck inside the kinetic field, so a little bit of a slow exit. But he's going to wait for that blast off. Nice comboing as Whisper will fall as a result. And Panda will follow suit.
Just super clean there. I really like the way they set that up. The blast off was pretty much down to the millisecond perfect of the song ending, and then the storm connecting over at the top. So very, very nice there. And yeah, Why You Smile made the most of this situation. He's like, all right, we're getting dove by 3 heroes. I'm casting everything I have. He chose to not complete the dive and go over and get glimpsed. He just came back in for more damage. Yeah. And this is just
very
beautiful.
nicely timed.
Very, very nice from the side of PSG LGD.
But while this is happening, mid is being pushed by C Smile on that Brood. But you have 3 members of LGD come to stop it. But lots of damage done to the tower in the meantime.
This is always the price you're going to pay against the mid Brood when you're rotating your Storm off the lane, is that your lineup, aside from... I mean, all 3 cores actually can stand pretty well against Brood, but I don't think the supports do a particularly good job, so... If there's no core that's able to just take over the mid lane as Storm is leaving, then C-Smile gets to put that nice pressure in. In the meantime, they also get the top tower down, so... The map pressure definitely favoring EG very much this game, with almost claiming the first 2 10 minutes in.
Oh, nice dodge there from Pakaz.
Yeah, ran in a straight line.
But they're still going to go for it. Blade Fury ends up being very good choice for Pakaz. He dodges a couple spells, but gets the Omni Slash off with very little HP. Most of it onto New, onto Nothing to Say now. There's the arena, there's the spear. Jug is dead. And the Healing Ward actually doing a pretty decent job. I don't know if they can get another kill now.
Did you see that?
Apparently not.
It's funny. So Monkey King was jumping into the Mars arena, and he got stuck on the wall until the arena ended, and then he completed the jump. But I think it does 0 damage then.
Huh, interesting. Mew will get the spear off again, but gets vacuumed and glimpsed. Oh. So that will be a trade. Could have been a lot worse for EG, but they do lose Pakaz.
Yeah, now they're going to lose their Phoenix too, by the looks of it, as well as maybe some serious damage on this bottom tower.
No dive for 5 seconds. Easy pick off for C-Smile.
And I think a lot of what happened there really comes down to the failed engage, right? So Pakaz, he ultimately will die to this combination, but it took them so long. I think they got the... You see the monkey here? And now it still does do damage when he lands, I think. It gets delayed. So...
Do you think that... Is that a bug?
I don't know. I think it might have been this way the whole time. I'm actually not sure, though.
Yeah, it's always the vertical stuff is always weird.
Yeah, it's interesting.
The Z-axis.
But yeah, I think the pull from Storm went on a creep instead of Pakaz, so things were definitely slower there from PSG than it should have been, and EG with a nice punish. Glimpse.
Back. Oh, he doesn't actually zip.
You can't.
And he's dead. Wait, what do you mean?
It pulls you out of zip.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Did they change that at some point?
I think it always did.
No, there's no way.
Are you sure?
I thought if you zip before you're glimpsed, you just zip to where you normally were going. You're invulnerable.
I'm pretty sure you get pulled out of Storm.
I'm 100% sure it used to be that way. Maybe it was a long time ago at this point.
Because you can even vacuum Storm during zip as well, I think.
Matthew gets blown. Oh, actually dodged that.
Timing.
Very nice. Mischief, but only delays the inevitable.
This is still looking pretty damn good for EG. All things considered, 3,000 gold lead. The lanes have gone well. This is what they needed. And, well, look at that. The mid lane siege machine, Broodmother.
Yep. Are you
not
expecting?
A very common place to see it, but
are you
it's working
expecting
out.
Harpoon or anything like that? What kind of a build are we seeing?
Yeah, I think C-Smile should go hard carry build in this game. Like Harpoon into Orchid or Harpoon into Hex or something like this. Not exactly those items, but just like having the ability to connect and then really stick on the target so he can kill the Storm or he can kill the supports would be really nice, I would say. And that's an early mech as well.
Oh yeah, the Lotus. Stupendous. It's all cleaned up. They've remembered. Oh, there's still one over there. Okay.
Oh, to be fair, it did spawn 20 seconds ago.
True.
Can't be there all the time.
That's when they're usually picked clean, is toward like in the early game.
That's where their most relative impact, right?
After 15 minutes, no one remembers it's there unless they just happen to walk by.
Pretty much.
But if you made Block of Cheese twice as much HP, then they'd pay attention, Cinderin.
You think
1,000 HP. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it is. I'm just wondering if people would still hoard them or if they would use them in fights.
Yeah, that's fair. Now we're going to see some stack taking from EG, which according to you, the Phoenix stacked one, which it does show. It does show that he's stacked.
Yeah, he might get, he's hoping they farm, he gets some gold from that.
I mentioned that. That would be an interesting mechanic that you that gives you information that they're doing the stack that you took.
The stacker always gets gold regardless of who takes the stack.
Yeah.
It's pretty weird.
It is weird, but so is a lot of things in Dota.
Oh, yeah. Panda getting surged.
Oh. Wukong's command does successfully go off, and they have the Mars Arena covered by the egg as well, but it's right in the middle. Nice blast off. Means they're not going to kill the egg. Successfully blows up. And 2 dead already for EG, but it's going to cost them the techies for now. Not sure if LGD wants to continue on here.
I think they're happy with what they got, but they did commit a lot there. There was Arena plus egg, so potentially EG could look for some sort of move of their own if they want to invade or not. It's the question, but yeah, this 2K lead is definitely good.
Nothing to say.
Yeah, he's going to have to... Oh! No. Okay. Soul Ring. Soul Ring will do it. And Regeneron will also help, surely. Yeah, I don't know if this 2K lead is enough, because they've taken 3 towers and PSG have taken 0. So effectively, the entire gold lead is obtainable gold for for PSG LGD as well, right, on the map?
Yes, that is true.
And their heroes just need time. This PSG LGD lineup late game is a beast.
Nice fake out there from Matthew. That I'm not sure if he would have died anyway, but with the backup of Whisper. But it looks like they want to pursue this. As Shiro trying to take out an ancient camp. While you Smile's going to get vacuumed in.
Whisper is fearless.
Yeah,
My God.
The Ion Shell gives him so much confidence for some reason.
I look beaming today.
Is it actually a voice line?
No.
Oh. I thought you were being clever for a moment.
Yeah, I was. It's not a voice line.
Good one.
Why would it be more clever if it were a voice line?
I don't know. It'd be relevant at least.
Ain't that the truth?
Unlike our casting careers.
Ain't that the truth?
Because with that Battle Fury, you're going to be taking on a nice double stack, but yeah, I kind of agree. If I'm LGD, I'm not super worried at the moment. The Naga has the Manta style and will be going for Orchid, so I assume at that point is when they'll want to start fighting a bit.
Yeah.
At which point the Storm will have BKB. Mars will maybe have he just used his Arena, by the way.
What?
Oh, never mind. I moved my camera, and it showed the dead Arena walls, and then it disappeared.
Oh, it was just funny, because you had Mars selected, and I could see it off cooldown. You're like, he just used Arena. I'm like,
well, I was looking at the building that it was showing me on the screen.
Oh.
That's a bug, Valve.
Well,
it's a bug.
When you said he just used it, I looked at the cooldown, and it wasn't on cooldown, so I was like, that's
incredible. If you looked at your screen and you literally saw Arena in full form, would you not think he just used it?
No, because it's off cooldown. Oh, he looks pretty, doesn't he? A Greek statue walking down mid lane.
It's all these offlaners look so good with that.
I guess technically a Roman statue, but whatever.
Close enough.
Shield Rune looks really nice, I have to say. I pointed this out yesterday as well. I actually really like some of these heroes in this, like...
Do you think it's intended?
I don't know, but I hope they keep it. I also think it's good for, like... I guess you identify it regardless because of the shield bar. But I think it's fair. If the rune has to be this good, you have to at least be able to tell they have it. It's a nice glow.
Yeah, pipe now online for EG. Now the question is, when do they want to start the fight? Because Juggernaut,
Whispers
Mr. Pakaz...
stupidly farmed this game. My God.
Assuming the SNY is what he wants before...
Switching out
to
Manta.
He went to Manta now. Okay.
So Darkseer has Mech Pipe, minute 15 or 16. I guess he completed it at 16 something. As well as Arcane Boot Soul Ring. Very, very good game here for Whisper. Night and day to the last one where he was struggling start to finish.
You could say that for every member of EG.
Exactly. I guess he was the one struggling the least technically on the Doom.
Yeah, but both sides actually just very comfortable chilling. Do you think that that benefits one team over the other?
I like it a little bit more for PSG LGD, but not a lot, because as long as EG itemized correctly, I don't think this game is out of reach at any point. I think you can even win it super late, because Juggernaut can become a monster. You have the Broodmother, and Darkseer is always a wild card. Even a Naga Illusion can actually be really strong later in the game with the wall, and yeah, as long as you sustain yourselves, you should be fine. The downside is, if you're going all these auras on Darkseer and you end up not fighting, you're kind of missing a timing, right? Like, EG actually wants to fight right now. theoretically speaking, their lineup wants to fight because it is stronger with all this defensive itemization that they have, but LGD will just be trying to push waves all the time to prevent it from happening. Naga is the dream hero for that.
Yeah, I mean, having said that, EG are pretty close to a few power spikes, right? You got BKB for Brood very soon, Manta we already talked about, and Darkseer is going for Grease, which is also almost done. So those three are going to essentially align.
Whisper seems to get a new item every 3 minutes. Whisper's
yeah, well, he's gonna. He just had to say something. He's already at half HP inside of this arena. The egg is placed as well. Nobody's gonna be able to catch up to that. Nice boundless strike though, keeping the storm in place. But the egg does go off and only stuns Matthew. See if PSG LGD want to continue to fight here. As Neo gets off the spear, but not able to find any really meaningful connection. So Smile will come in as the Omni Slash, destroying most of the illusions. As Shiro will TP out after the song. So they lose 2 supports from LGD's side, and from EG, they'd lose nobody.
Darkseer's itemization is just too strong. They couldn't kill him. They arena'd him and they used everything on him, but Storm didn't even want to go on the Darkseer, so he went on the Monkey on the side. You're going to see the replay here. So they catch Whisper here, but look at Nothing to Say. He's going to jump Matthew on the left. Doesn't feel like the Darkseer kill is going to happen. And at this point, when they get vacuumed into the wall like this, I actually think Shiro might have wanted to use the song here, because to me this is starting to look pretty grim. You know reinforcements are arriving, you know there's going to be glimpses, but he saves it until he's the one in trouble, and actually almost popped it too late here. If he didn't manage to transition this down to his illusions, I think that Omni would have killed him. So yeah, I think LGD a little bit lacking on the execution there, and for EG it's perfect. This is what you want. Get Whisper, jump, but not killed.
Roche, get into your pit, please.
Here he comes.
Thank you. He's waddling on over. And because of all those spells being used, EG will be able to claim the first Roche of the game.
It's going to take them a bit of time.
Manta, I believe, is being delivered, indeed. Yeah, I don't think LGD... Wait, what happened? It was just a 5k lead. How is it a 1k lead?
They killed a Tormentor.
Is that it? It went from 5k to 1k.
They killed a Tormentor, a Tower, and got a Bounty Rune.
Okay. There's a lot of gold on the map, it seems.
Yep.
All right, who got the shard then?
It went to YU Smile.
Okay.
So they have the Phoenix Sunray shard, which is really good.
Very good.
In Sunray during Egg, it slows.
Oh. Storm might be getting caught out inside that kinetic field. Do they have the stun lock? No, Nothing to Say. Should be able to get away scot-free.
Storm's taunt where he lies in the air is funny.
EG are going to smoke up now.
Yeah, uncharacteristic build here from Nothing to Say, right? When do you see Storm go this build? Witchblade BKB has definitely... He feels under pressure, so he has to itemize like this to prevent himself from getting caught by the Static Storm and the Glimpse. And it just means that you're missing some of the oomph that Storm usually has at this stage of the game, when he has more damage, like Kayasandra or whatever.
Oh, they're trying to initiate again onto the Darkseer. Static Storm is placed, but not really going to catch too much. Egg with that stun ray coming into play as well. Big blast off onto 2, and they finally take out the cone-headed monster, aka Darkseer. 2 dead for EG. And PSG LGD, they've used a couple of their big ults.
They're going to call it a
with
win.
that Aegis doesn't seem too bothered by it.
They don't want to chase any further. They wouldn't fight. They would fight into Aegis and Brood with no mana on Storm. I actually think they would be losing that 4v3. So, yeah, nice hit and run. Don't have to overextend. Get the couple kills that you could. And oh my God, the Darkseer was so tanky there. He almost survived. Like, they used everything, more or less. It really goes to show how farmed Whisper is, but PSG catch them in a weak moment where they're not together and not able to protect him. And that should quiet things down for a little bit. So 3 minutes on Pakaz's Aegis. I don't think this will be used. I think this is probably just going to be a farming Roche.
You don't think they'll take the last 2 outer towers at least?
I don't know if they can. Maybe they'll try mid. Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe they can do mid. I think they can get one of them. I think the second one will probably take too long to access the top one. But this one, LGD don't really have any plans of defending. The top one, I don't think they're going to make in time. If they keep pushing this top wave with the techies as he's standing right now. But doesn't look too... Oh, he will go and maybe deal with it now.
Well, he has some company wanting to greet him. Matthew pursuing on the tree line now. Will he spot him though? Oh, Boundless Strike comes out. That cancels it, so Planet will fall eventually. Might take a while, but pops the mech.
Nice find. Maybe you're right. Maybe they'll get both. I think you nailed it. They will get both towers.
It's almost like this happens every single game.
Well, I had a feeling that PSGLD might be able to delay this by cutting the wave with techies, but Matthew was on top of it. He already thought that step ahead and covered that from becoming a problem. And now this begs the question, do you go further, actually? Because, well, why not? Like, you have that Aegis, and so they do want to put it to way more use than I thought they would. I love this.
History is any indication. They will poke, but not commit, but we'll see.
Yeah, the spells are online again for PSGLGD. They need
already
to
half health. They fortify. Healing word placed ahead of time. There's the heart onto the Naga Siren. Manting off the fire spirits, but there's the song. They're not going to catch anybody other than the Jug who has the Aegis, but if they can put him in a horrible position, then maybe this could work. Because just waiting to use any spells, not having to bother that because of that Aegis. As C-Smile came in with that BKB, now will attempt to run away. There's the Arena. Again, they only catch the Darkseer. Pops his pipe, though. Spear into the wall. There's the egg with the Sunray. And again, they will eventually get the Darkseer, but so much has to be committed. But the egg actually goes off, despite the spin coming out from Pakaz. Aegis is used.
He needed one
Now
more
he's stuck
hit.
on the high ground, New, looking for the spear, but he gets slowed by the wall and is going to die as a result, and the spear missed as well. But they do get Pakaz anyway, and now Nothing to Say feels very free to try to finish up this fight. Trying to take out C-Smile will have to zip away with a low HP. Planet completely out of mana. Shiro might have to just take this consolation prize in Panda. So PSG LGD not only defend, but win the fight pretty handily.
Yeah, that was a good hold. And it could have been even better. As you pointed out, they missed a couple of spells, but still enough in the tank. Their team fight is just overwhelming. And it's just a matter of outlasting that BKB on Brood. When that one runs out, C-Smile can't stand against these heroes. There's just too many problems. It's part of the Naga pick. You're going to see the setup here. So they ensnare the Brood, and they're trying to spear him, but mistime it, and he gets off the BKB. The spear flew right through, so that first spear missed. And Neo's second spear on the Jug also missed, actually. So neither spear even got to play, but the Arena was really good. It isolated Pakaz from his team on the right-hand side. He's going to Omnislash the techies who buys back, but they kill the Darkseer with it, and this
was close.
Is close, but not quite. Needed one more hit from anybody, and that would have been a totally different story. But instead, they get to clean him up. There's the second spear, well off the mark.
Yeah, Planet with an amazing blast off again. He's been really on point with these. And yeah, EG fumbling a bit with that Aegis. And like I said, typically with the first Aegis, you're getting the outer towers, maybe you poke. Second Aegis seems to be the time where most teams are trying to get a barracks. A lot of times they will be shut down, which means they need a third Roche, and then sometimes a fourth Roche center, and then sometimes tier 5 items.
Oh yeah, this happens all the time.
There seems to be a formula that has existed for 3 years.
Yeah, when you don't win, the game goes later. That's correct.
Okay. You heard it here first. Winning's good.
That's the formula. If you don't win, just try to win again.
Defense of the Roshan.
Well, he's definitely a very, very big part of the game. Tormentor killed now for the Radiant at 27. It will get the Monkey Shard, so he can now slide down the staff if he wants to, either as an escape or as an initiate. Not the best shard in this game. I think Monkey has very little interest of going in against these heroes, but maybe you can use it for an escape.
Yeah, escaping is pretty decent. And now the game has been equalized. PSG LGD looking for a fight. See, the Sheep Stick is going to be next for Nothing to Say, still with a decent amount of gold left to be able to actually complete it. And they're not going to find anybody other than potentially the Dart or the Disruptor in the top lane.
He's playing under his own ward here for a bit, so might feel safe, but looks like Neo will... No, never mind. He didn't go to farm that camp. He stopped to farm this one, and that might actually be the saving grace for Panda. A very interesting mission Panda's on. Now he's going to TP bot.
No.
Didn't get found.
All right, any interesting items of note other than the sheep stick coming soonish? Let's see. Shiro, as we talked about, finished the heart. Now is going for the butterfly. Has nothing to say. Does get the electric vortex successfully. And the orchid applied as well from Shiro. And yeah, Shiro's actually almost done with the butterfly. His farm has really been catapulted.
Yeah, so he's going to match the Jug who just picked up his. They're pretty much, I'm going to say neck and neck because Naga is supposed to be ahead. Yeah, definitely feels like anybody's game right now.
Do either of them need or want, I mean, none of them want to buy MKB. Do they need to?
I think you buy Thorn on Naga. She already has Orchid, so.
True. What about Jug? Rely on the eventual Thorn from the Monkey King?
That's a good question. It's a lot of bounty earns for the Dire. It seems like it happens all the time.
Dire advantage, apparently.
Yeah, have we seen Radiant have more bounties in a single game?
Probably.
I feel like it's always the Dire.
Whenever they show it, it's always the Dire.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a conspiracy with Laerth.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice looking spider with shield rune. Real beauty.
Covered in those disgusting cobwebs.
It's like a mercury spider. Thank you for the stat of how many babies have been killed as we are enjoying the view.
Don't show that to Texas. So, very even game between EG and PSG LGD. Darkseer picking up a BKB of his own now. And I think it's about Roche. And actually we'll be spawning in 10 seconds, and this is going to be the second of the game, I do believe. So cheese and no more. Feels like this game is one of the few games we've been seeing the Radiant Roche die. Feels like every time we're casting, it's Dire. But both teams...
Oh, nothing to say gets
feels
a
like
shard.
a bit of a stalemate.
That's actually a pretty big shard to get as a core. Killing that second Tormentor there. You'll be getting Overload. Pretty nice with Naga. A lot of extra damage in the fight that they didn't have beforehand. Could be the difference between a kill or not. And now it's a matter of, do you find the jump? So Darkseer with the BKB will be a lot harder to kill. And I think PSG, they might not know he has it. I don't know if he showed on a ward or on a wave since he picked it up.
Oh, the zip on in, but C-Smile able to get to the low ground. Electro Vortex reserved for the illusions. Use the Sunray as well. Now PSG LGD resetting. As both teams wanting to fight around the Roche pit. Each have claimed their side in the battle for Roche. Not sure if any of them have actually scouted if it's there yet, but yeah, the illusions at the very least for LGD will spot it.
Stupendous.
And they, of course, have a good advantage in the pushing capability from just Shiro's illusions to keep this shoved constantly.
It feels like by the minute EG are losing with how this game is going. If it's just going to be a stalemate like this, PSG LGD are pretty happy to keep it that way.
Yeah, the lead has grown a bit for LGD.
So MKB for Jug comes out and Bloodthorn for Naga. So both now have a solution for Butter for this upcoming fight. And EG are tired of waiting around. They're going to force this.
Yeah, but the illusions will spot it.
And they need to respect Song here.
Yes, they do. Very, very scary. But at the same time, they have spiders on EG's side to scout things out. Shiro, there is the Song. Roche not low enough to just steal, though, so they're going to try to set up on potentially Darkseer again? Question mark? The egg is placed, but the BKB from Whisper is pretty much there right off the bat. Matthew focusing on the egg now, but it looks like it will explode, so YU Smile is perfectly fine. Marzarina giving some cover as well as Shiro ends up killing Roche and gets the Aegis. Big plays from PSG LGD, but they lose their Storm Spirit.
Oh, that's
you see that Phoenix getting pretty low now as C-Smile might be dropping as well. Pops his BKB there on the outside. Double kill for Whisper as New gets the spear right before he drops. And now the Aegis gets consumed and there's only one left, Cinderin, and it is Shiro. He's tanky, but not an interesting buyback.
What?
Maybe just to shove the lane so they can't push any further.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough. This was actually necessary.
So EG win this fight easily, but they don't get the Aegis.
How did Nothing to Say die?
Yeah, I didn't
think
catch
it
that
happened
one.
off camera, but he got Omni Slash and just killed off. I don't know what caught him to begin with, but so you see the song here. Now Nothing to Say on the left. Oh, so he gets Orchided. And now he gets Omni Slash. Dude, he's just eating it.
It followed him.
Just
the Omni
he literally just died to Omni Slash as Storm.
Wow.
That is actually, oh my god, that's actually almost unforgivable that just happened.
That
is a huge loss for them, because honestly, this fight for LGD would have looked pretty damn good if their Storm was alive, but Nothing to Say. Big individual mistake in that fight, and EG rack up a huge teamfight win from it. Sure, they lose the Roche, but look at the collateral.
Yep, they get the full set of racks in the mid lane. Spear from New, but the BKB instantly for Matthew. They're going to be able to kill the Phoenix very easily. And this is going to be 2 sets of racks for EG. But you can see Nothing to Say wants to try to fight. They do get off the arena from New. Spear connects onto 2 thanks to that shard picked up by him very recently into the blast off. Great connections from PSG LGD, but Pakaz will live. Might have been the cheese, in fact, as Shiro trying to get away now, but has to pop the song. See Smile will be very happy with these 2 sets of racks, and they can potentially continue on, because Nothing to Say is still dead for a full minute.
Yeah, Shiro had to expend the cheese at the end of that to stay alive, so will not be available in the next fight either. And again, Nothing to Say there. He jumps in, he gets Static Storm, and he's just gone.
Oh, Spear will not be dodged this time. But Pakaz healing so much, gets off the Omni Slash now. Techies and Mars deleted. Very unfortunate for PSG LGD, but EG want revenge for game number 1. They were completely embarrassed. Blade Fury comes out from Pakaz. And they might be backing up now, although it is still 5-on-3. Getting the Megas would certainly solidify this game for them. And see Smile will get the range very easily. Now sight set on the melee. Shiro trying his best to try to delay with the Fire Spirits from afar. Sunray as well, but this is not going to stop the Blade Fury auto attacks. But he turns into the egg, which they do have to respect. And they're going to back up temporarily. As Pakaz still surrounded by illusions. Healing up with that Blade Dance talent. Is it going to be enough? Indeed. Storm comes in with the Electric Vortex, and down goes Pakaz.
Matthew being a hero
Matthew
here.
going for the Megas, though. And Storm Spear will die again inside the Static Storm. And that is Megas for EG, despite losing Pakaz. Still able to hold their ground. Shira forced to Song. But this is only likely to delay the inevitable for them. Full heal.
Nice illus, bro.
All right. Very handy Jingu stacks there. And yeah, mega creeps for EG. And I don't think PSG LGD can defend much longer. First tier 4 goes down as well. Obviously don't have their jug, so I don't think they'll be shooting to finish this. Now they can just chill.
Yeah, it looks like EG's plan has come to fruition. We also we looked at it in the draft, right? PSG LGD's final bans, they were not expecting this Brood to be mid. They were banning C-Smile mid heroes, and they just put this Brood mid, and seems like it caught them off guard. They were expecting a carry Brood, but the Jug has been really, really good this game for EG, and obviously just their overall ball as they've grouped up, their teamwork, playing around the Darkseer in particular, and a couple of really good Static Storms from Panda this game, killing Storm. I think 2 or 3 times he's been instrumental in making that happen. But that Roche fight, man, Nothing to Say has to be kicking himself. He really dropped the ball in the last couple of minutes compared to what we usually see from him. Those deaths are straight up game losing. Getting Omni Slash and killed by Jug in the first, or I guess it was the second or third Roche fight of the game, but
I actually can't believe how much Pakaz is healing, though, in these fights.
The Blade Dance talent is pretty
insane.
ridiculous.
You can just solo or Tormentor. Yeah. Now we have the shard for Panda. And Jug will have to buy his own at this point. If he even wants it. Whisper eyeing a refresher. But PSG LGD on their last leg for this game. Only 1 tier 4 tower remains. And I mean, refresher from Mars would be pretty good, but that's certainly not going to be enough. Feels like they, I mean, what are they lacking right now? I mean, right now they're lacking Nothing to Say, because he's dying at the beginning of these fights, it feels like, consistently. He's an Omni Slash Magnet. He's a damage magnet at this
He's a
point.
static storm magnet too. He's got to be really, really careful about his movement in these fights. There's
How long has he had Ags on Disruptor?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like it's pretty recent, and
Maybe that's why he died then in this last fight.
He just got it.
Okay, 3 minutes ago. Yeah, so the BKB might not even help at all if the static storm is placed ahead of time.
Yeah, he has to precast BKB before he jumps, but I think he had to anyway beforehand, because if he gets caught by any sort of combo, you would probably get killed off regardless. He could get stunned by Monkey King from a tree, and then it's just bye-bye.
Jug Illusions looking to finish off the last tier 4, so the Ancient is now exposed, unless you count that one random building below it. Yep, there it is.
A beautiful shadow from
nice
effigy.
effigy. I would say click it, but you never know these days.
I was just going to say, observers have learned to just let them be.
Yeah.
Never know.
Can't trust these players. Yeah, EG with a monumental lead now, and don't know if PSG LGD can defend this. It all kind of depends on the buyback situation. There's only 3 in the game right now, and they're all on the side of EG.
It should be a formality, surely, right? Like, buy time. You don't have to push if you don't want to. Get the 4th Roche, and then, or 3rd Roche, excuse me, and then finish the game. It looks like EG are already drawing down there. So
yeah, of course, if they knew the buyback situation like we know right now, they would have pushed right now. Storm, 500 gold left until he has buyback.
Yeah.
Naga, 2K, and the rest time related. Yeah, the Storm is the main one to work. I guess both him and Naga. Buybacks can be very powerful. But they are suffocating the map at the same time. I don't think LGD is going to be able to get any tier 4 items unless they are able to traverse the sides of the map, which are warded. They could potentially. And there's a refresher.
So 2 arenas will be available. He barely has the mana for it with Soul Ring if he's also going to use Spears. Because the double arena combo costs, what's that, 850? He's sitting on 975. And he needs to use his BKB as well, so that's 900. So yeah, needs to use the right Soul Ring if he wants to Spear twice.
You can see EG really respecting PSG LGD, and at this point, I mean, you're just waiting for Roche, which is a minute away. And that will be the Refresher Shard, or the Ags.
Will be the Ags.
It is, yeah, another 3 minutes, 40 seconds until nighttime.
Actually, you're right. If it's max respawn time, but it isn't, right? This timer is... Yeah, he's up in 30. There's no way it's going to take that long before he dies one way or the other. LGD are going to take
big snip, but Bakaz already Blade Furies, nothing to say. Now left with half mana capacity. And they know that Roche could be up.
Yeah.
And they're going to go for this play
All you have
again.
to do is
Panda,
EG
he's
here.
going to be spotted, but the Static Storm comes out, but they walk right at it because the Kinetic Field did not have time to formulate. Big Vac Wall onto 3, though, from Whisper as he walks away from the arena. The egg dies. Very sad for Phoenix players around the world, and now Planet looks to be dead on the south side as Shiro getting spun down as well. Does use his song, and it looks like it might save both him and Planet. But that means Roche will be given up.
Yeah, and they have to go back. I was going to say before this fight broke out, all EG need to do is just wait. Because the base is going to burn. And LGD's timing window for this play down here is like half a minute long. So if you just play the outskirts and you just wait for LGD to make the move and you're ready, they are under so much pressure to get it done so fast, and in the end, didn't work out. So EG will grab this, and this should be the killing blow.
Yep,
Axe on Jog.
He's so happy, he's spinning in glee.
Yeah, he's having a ball.
Yeah, Swift Slash, very, very powerful. Typically an item you want to buy in the later stage of the game anyway, so obviously getting it for free should be the nail in the coffin. And EG going for the nail.
Brood with the 25 talent as well. Big DPS increase.
Oh,
that's a good
Static
catch.
Storm and
Oh, see you
Vacuum. That
later.
should do it.
Oh my
That
God.
should do it. 2 buybacks instantly. Why You Smile dies before being able to get off much. And you can see Neo trying his best to delay this with the double arena, double everything. But PSG LGD will have to concede as EG takes game number 2 off the back of some terrific mid-play from that young man on the Broodmother. And they're able to get some revenge for that game number 1, which... I love how he opens the door every time when they win. I want to see what it looks like when they lose. Is it the same aggression but in a negative aspect?
It's true though. Every time EG win and we have them on camera, the way he comes barging into the room, he's like, "There you fucking go." This guy's I feel like what a real yes man to have behind you when things go well. Just good morale boost, and obviously for EG. I mean, just the win itself was a huge morale boost, right? You got absolutely clapped last game, and you showed that it was just a one-off. That 15-minute win was not going to become a repeat, and not even a second win for LGD, obviously, as Evil Geniuses grabbed this one. Just really great play all around. I think for me, this game I was very impressed by Panda on the Disruptor. He did a very, very good job with Static Storms and Glimpses, and just overall movement around the map from EG was very clean. C-Smile ending 10-0 and 10. Didn't even realize he never died this game, despite almost getting killed by the Storm twice in the mid lane.
That is true.
Those were the times that it was close.
Very slippery spider.
Yep.
All right, so EG able to tie this up. Panel, we have a 3-game series.
And is it going to be 3 Broodmothers for all of these games? You give this spider an inch and she takes a mile. Just a few buffs. People are like, oh, this is one of the few universal heroes that still kind of sucks. You know, universal heroes aren't broken. And you just give a few little buffs. And now we're in a first phase Broodmother era, Brian.
Yeah, I'm going to eat my words and say that I thought EG kind of had like a panic draft adjustment from game 1 to try to make sure LG didn't grab the Brood again, but Chris Luck, this guy's a platinum tier Brood player that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I thought the same, but it turns out if there's any team that can play weird heroes on their mid player, I guess it's gotta be Chris Luck, right? He's played Venomancer safe lane, he plays Legion mid. I guess it just checks out that he can play Brood. I think overall they looked very solid this game. I probably underestimated I feel like I keep underestimating Jug every time we see this hero. He just seems to do really well. Like all his item builds, check out his timings, this Blade Dance talent, Healing Ward seems incredibly strong. There's a lot of tanky heroes. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just once again impressed with EG.
He always farms really fast too.
Yeah.
Like with the Battle Fairy build, it's like no matter what happens, you're good. Butterfly seems super reasonable to rush on like all carries right now, so yeah, that makes sense too. But yeah, the Brood was kind of interesting. He went 2 points in Insatiable Hunger, and he was just using it to like sustain his lane. It's like, it's fine, you have a Storm, I don't care. I'm just going to heal off creeps consistently. The supports came mid and ganked Storm, doing a glimpse. Monkey King came as well. So it was just like, Brood was ahead. He was like 2-0-2 by like 15 minutes or something. So he just had a good game, kept his net worth up. I mean, there was a lot of sloppy fights on the EG side, I think. I guess on both sides a little bit, despite all the team fight. But ultimately, they win that huge fight with Storm dying in the Omni Slash, and then the one afterwards with Panda's Ags. Those... Like Panda literally closed the game out by himself, I feel like. It was a really good performance.
And Nothing to Say was more off balance than we usually see him. Him dying to that Omni Slash, and then after that, he was just kind of zipping into Static Storms left and right. Uncharacteristically weak performance out of him after winning the mid lane before the support rotations. He hit 6 before Brood did, and then it kind of spiraled somehow.
Yeah, I think EG having the 2 supports they have this game instead of a Pug in the Sky, that's just like much more their vibes.
Sure.
You know, when I think of Matthew, I think I want him melee guy, hunting you down. He's usually a vision-based hero. We've seen him on Bounty Hunters and Rickies of old, and now Monkey King, obviously, we've seen him on that too. But this is a vision-based hero as well. And seeing them collapse on the mid lane like that is exactly what I think EG's bread and butter is.
But I imagine part of the reason why LGD wasn't stressed about the Broodmother is, for one thing, they were comfortable railroading it into mid, because like we said, they banned out not Pakaz heroes in the final phase. They banned out the Puck and the Pango, so they're like, fine. If you want to send Brood mid, that's fine. Like you were saying earlier in the draft, I've got Phoenix that can sit in your lane because Phoenix can deal with spiders, and I've got Mars in teamfight situations to deal with you. And yet, despite having those resources, Kezu, they still couldn't even execute teamfights properly.
It was eventually hard, and I also like how EG did it. Like when we talk about this one Roche fight where Nothing to Say died to an Omni Slash, which, yeah, it shouldn't happen. But I liked how EG set it up, because if you wait too long, Naga Illos will like own your map so hard that you can't really get there. But they got the waves out, went to the Roche pit themselves, and they kind of forced the fight. So I think they put themselves in the best possible scenario for their own team to take a good fight. And I like when teams do this, even in games where, you know, it isn't too hard. If you miss 10, 20 seconds of this, LGD are going to have everything set up, but they didn't. Because EG understand, we need to go there right now.
And were they ever even setting up with Naga? It seems like every single sleep was a defensive sleep, and sometimes even late defensive sleeps. Like the follow-up to after Nothing to Say... No, it was the previous fight just down in the bot lane where all of Shiro's teammates died. And he was like, well, I guess now I should probably sleep. That was the only context I was ever really seeing Song be used.
It's kind of hard. It could be like a coordination thing that they haven't really played Naga much recently. Mars also kind of coming back again, so it could be something like that. Maybe they're looking for like the right pieces to be on the board where they see where everybody is, because they never really did like a Mars Arena combo directly into Egg thing. Exactly. They were kind of playing defensively. It was like this guy gets gone on Sunray, that guy. It was like everyone was kind of playing solo in some ways. Like playing, it's like I'm playing Phoenix versus I'm playing Phoenix with Mars, and we're looking to do this combo kind of thing.
And for a team with a Storm Spirit and a Mars, I would imagine that they would take point every single time, but initiation seemed to be lacking from LGD.
Yeah, I think the brood pressure in the mid lane is... I've laned against that a lot as a carry, and I feel like unless you absolutely slaughter the hero, she always ends up having the lane be shoved into you, and you're the one concerned because the map's dark. You're wondering, am I getting flanked by either side, whether or not you're a carry or a mid. I just think this hero might be broken again.
It's looking really strong. I wasn't sure if it could go mid. I thought it was going to be Pakas playing it carry. I mean, I guess LGD fell into the same trap because they did ban out mids instead of carries. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we might have to reconsider how strong Brood is, which sucks, but, you know,
collapse, crying.
Good. Yeah.
Corner.
It's true, actually.
Another patch where he will just not learn the hero. Probably.
He had a month and a half of Broodless patch, and now it's back.
They were like, yes!
Maybe that's why they lost today.
Honestly, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, it wasn't even, it's not even, it was just one of those heroes that's not like, it wasn't S tier when the patch came out, it was like A tier maybe, and then all the S tier heroes got nerfed. And now you're like, oh, okay, this is the new S tier. The level is now somewhere around Brood, so we'll see if it keeps getting picked by other teams, but obviously it's going to matter in this series a lot.
And thus everyone's issues with universal heroes continue, because I know when the D patch dropped, they're like, oh, they just took down the good heroes, which were happening to be universal heroes, but then they didn't modify the universal stat. So I imagine if Brood gets nerfed in the E patch, then like Venge is gonna rise to prominence and it's just gonna keep cycling through universal heroes, maybe. Or maybe we'll find out the solution. Maybe it won't get banned out and either EG or LGD will have a solution, or maybe they will just ban it. That seems simple. But if I know Shao 8, I don't think he will. Game 3 of EG versus PSG LGD after this.
Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we go together.
This DJ is breaking all the knobs off.
I believe in the future. I believe in the past. I believe what you truly desire, you can bring it past. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. can make it. Hold it tight, cause they will try to take it. Keep it close, cause they will try to shake it. But whatever you do, don't let them break it. Cause each moment's just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams. Get on side. Up days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get someday. We'll make it on time. Up days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get there. In your heart there lives a dream for your soul to master. From the moment that you breathe, get to chasing after. Yeah. All that you want, all that you ever dreamed. You can make anything of this life. Someday we only try it. Oh, we're gonna get there. Someday, days. No matter what they say, we gonna get someday. Days. We're gonna get
Exclusive hot new mix.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's time for game number 3, friends. Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD, where we may be looking at a matchup that might happen later on in the playoffs. These have been two very, very high-skill teams, and quick adaptations on the fly from both of them. Although, LGD has been doing 2-0s. Have they had a 3-game series?
Let me pull up the stats.
Investigate. Because
Surely
being
they had
able
one.
to...
Actually, only had 2 series so far.
That's what I'm
No, they
saying.
2-0'd both.
I think they 2-0'd both. So being able to reconfigure strategies, especially for a team that debuted the Broodmother in this series, and maybe the entire tournament in general. I think they debuted Broodmother
They played it
altogether.
last time. Yeah, they may have been the ones to pick it the first time before.
So you'd think that they would have a sound strategy to defeat it, and they were relying on Phoenix and Mars to perhaps be the X factor. Didn't work out. It gets banned out.
It's a funny development what sometimes happens with heroes, right? In the first game, you pick it, then second game it's like, okay, this hero's so good, now we'll pick it, and then next game,
the team that just picked it,
they need to ban it because they need to highly think that LGD will just take it first pick.
Right.
It's just pretty funny.
But here's the support that everybody's been picking and banning a lot today. Yeah. Undyne. Stabilizes your laning stage, makes your blood grenade like twice as good because your base damage is so high that slow is really powerful. You can do rotations, gives you team fight. The hero's just survivable at pretty much all phases of the game as a 5 position, so covers a lot of bases. And Pugna has a lot of similarities in that. Just really good at laning. Pugna's very high movement speed, decent damage, amazing stat gain, huge mana pool. You've got saves. You transition into team fights well. You heal. What's the combo though? What are they going to go with?
In game 1, it was Doom and Skywrath, which I hope they don't do again. Unless if that was just a not anti-Brood thing, but otherwise you like Pugna plus Skywrath?
Yeah, as long as they they need the second support to be
a stunner,
or like catalyst of a play. It could be like a disruptor as well. My question is, do you guys think that undead heroes should be able to cast Blood Grenade?
Everybody knows that
Maybe
the
not.
second after you die, all the blood drains out of your body. So like, there's no.
I mean, they've definitely been dead for a while. At least 10
long
years.
time.
How long has Dota 2 been out?
Officially, it came out of beta in 2013. but-
Okay, they've been dead at least 10 years. Do you think that's
You
reasonable?
talking about
that they
Undyne or Pugna?
Undying and
Undying,
Pugna
right.
are both undead.
There's a lot of- Clink's it's just a skeleton. He doesn't even have blood.
Yeah, like how is he chucking his own blood at people?
By extension, though, then should Bloodseeker get a buff when using Blood Grenade?
I mean, he's got a lot of it. He
Exactly.
probably shouldn't lose HP because like he's got.
He like regularly sacrifices his blood for damage.
Yeah, he has a surplus of blood in the first place. So.
And then he gets a Bloodstone. Don't do that.
Oh my god, that's actually so good.
The axe?
It's like, no, just to like pick Bloodseeker and then get a Bloodstone.
And Blood Grenade.
Pretend like you're a new player or something. This has to be good.
Have my name on it.
Checks out with the lore.
Brown Boots, Blood Grenade.
I was told to seek this.
So, some of them are compatible because the Dragon Scale neutral item is very good on Dragon Knight. So some of them
Dragon
have some-
Lance?
Dragon Lance is viable.
Dragon. I actually tried that.
Oh yeah?
It was not good. Do not do it, guys. I learned. You don't have to learn too.
Trust Brian.
I really did try it. I'm like, oh,
You're
this seems
ready.
kind of cool. He's a strength hero. It gives him some damage. Like he turns into ranged with ult
You can
form.
benefit from it half the time.
Yeah, siege from some buildings, and it did not work.
All right, Beastmaster is the 8th pick out of PSG LGD. And so again, whenever EG ran this opening of the Pugna Doom, their follow-up picks, which again was against a Brood draft, it was the Skywrath, the Ember Spirit, and then they rounded out with a Terrorblade.
If I'm EG, I would be afraid of Morphling in this next phase potentially.
Okay.
For what reason?
I think it lanes really well with Undying. I think Linken's Buyers are actually quite annoying for Doom in the game. I don't think Morph minds buying that at all. I also think Beast in the game, sure you have this Helm of Overlord interaction where he can zap your creep if that's the build you want to go for, but Beast helps his carries play in the way that you want to play against Doom. You have single target, high DPS that if he dooms someone or just runs at you with BKB, you can roar him and you can kill him, or you can roar and disengage. So I think when you have a good carry, especially Morph being one of the most S tier 1s paired up with Beast and Undying, I would be a little worried if I'm EG.
You know what's actually my favorite thing about these two heroes pairing is the inner beast aura for the zombies.
Oh yeah.
They attack faster, do slightly more damage.
Game changer.
Slows you more. If there's a lot of zombies, I don't know if you've tried it before, but like a drum on Undying or something.
Oh yeah.
Like let the zombies build up, and you pop that drum, everyone dies.
Well, Bongo Boots was a very common build on Undying like 2 months ago, and that was surprisingly good synergy.
But they always waste it by pressing it before 5 zombies spawn.
Idiots who need to
definitely will happen.
There's literally interest here. Like, you're
Yes.
investing in the future.
You can do it
Dota
with Wraith
players
King,
don't
too.
think about stuff like that.
Very good on Wraith King also.
They want short-term results.
They're like, oh, I want to get out of this dying thing. Oh, come on. About the glory tombstone drum.
But for as good as Inner Beast is with Undying, what if EG gets a Terrorblade or a Darkseer, and they get that illusion on their team?
Okay,
The
so they go
drum.
Disruptor.
The drum aura. I understand, yeah.
Yep.
I like this a lot better than Sky.
Okay.
You can't just walk away.
You specifically cited Disruptor.
Yeah, you can't walk away from these 3 heroes like you did last time.
Yeah.
I still think they're lacking in the stun department, but if you have like a playmaker mid here that pairs with this, you could even pick like a stunning carry. A lot of the carries that you want to pick against Beastmasters are the lane dominators, the ones that shut them down early. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go for something like that for Pakaz.
I got a blood grenade question. When Disruptor throws it, is it his blood or his mount's blood?
He seems like the type of guy that loves his pets more than himself, so probably his.
It seems always like whenever the hero dies, the mount dies at the exact same time in their animation.
Do you think they got some like avatar stuff going where they're
Maybe.
like connected at the neck, or like there's like a something coming out of the back
I
of his
don't
head?
remember what the term is for that.
Yeah, what is a tail coming out of the head of your head?
Don't ask me.
Does it
Don't
start
ask
with a
me.
P?
Some nay stuff or whatever.
Nay. Now watch me whip.
How do you feel about that, Kezu?
I don't have an opinion yet. I feel like I need to see this next hero.
Okay, Purge, how do you feel about that?
I kind of like it because I think against the 2 supports, like if you are poking and prodding, you find your Shackle or Focus Fire, and either of these guys, when they're not ready, they're going to die really fast. So, because they're kind of like backliner supports that like wait to do some annoying shit. Just kill them.
Just kill him. I like that.
You can hit the Nether Ward. Yeah, if you get doomed, it's not a great time, but like if you don't get doomed, you can also kill Doom. Unless he buys a Blade Mail, of course. Then you just have to ignore him.
You warned us, Kezu.
Yeah.
They picked the guy you said.
The guy said indeed. He is here.
He's here.
I mean, the one thing I like about the Wind Ranger is, well, it is flex between 4 and 2. And when you play Beast offlane or Timber offlane, these heroes need stacks. They evolve into a whole nother hero when you can buff up Beast timings by like 1 minute, 2 minutes, or like 2.5 minutes, whether it's his Axe or his Dominator. That shit changes the game. So having 4s that can stack easily, SD Wind Ranger, I think is great. And so if I'm EG here, this is a banger PL game, but I don't want to play PL into Beast. That shit is really hard to play. So I think that hero falls out of your category of what to pick. Faceless Void, I think nowadays is better against Beast than it used to be because you play less on the summons and you can play around that. So
Hear me out. If you pick PL, just don't level your ulti.
That's sick.
That would counter the Beastmaster.
Hopefully Panda Boo is gonna watch future BSJ videos once more.
He's not the one that has Liz Pakaz. Didn't buy the Octarine core on.
That's true. He messed up.
Should you also not use Doppelganger because that makes illusions?
No, they won't replicate. It's fine.
Okay.
You can send them on the supports for the mana burn.
I need them to answer this morph because right now I think your heroes are not answering it very well. You have like some halfway stuff. Yeah, we have some static storm, we have a potential doom, but there's a lot of room for error, and of course Morph can itemize for it, so I'm really hoping to see a harder answer in the game against Morph. And my favorite one for now would be Faceless Void.
What I like about Windranger, now that I'm thinking about it, is a lot of the carries I like to pick against Beast are the ones that chase him down with passives, the Slarks, the Ursas, and these heroes don't like playing against support Windranger because you can't ever threaten her, right? You try to go on her, and all of your damage comes from right clicks. They end up banning out the Slark anyways. I was mentioning these heroes also because they do pretty well against Morph in general, but I think EG, have they not last picked Bakaz's hero in the last 2 days? I guess they picked Bloodseeker yesterday. Yeah. Other than Bloodseeker, they have not first rounded his hero. It's kind of interesting.
They did one against Talon where they first faced Medusa.
Other than Bloodseeker and Medusa, they have never
Let's see if we get a third one. Neil, any more stats?
I mean, if they're group stage 1, they did play a lot of games. I don't have all the numbers. But let's just assume Brian's right.
Brian's right.
You guys are going to have to trust me on this one.
I'm going to trust you.
Trust me, bro.
Does Void address the Morphling at all? I mean, it's a lot of damage. His Dissimulate talent's delayed now. He does less damage than he used to. His skills and his attribute gain. So
you're a pretty good hero to morph into. Like you have, you get the Ags, you get all the stats, you make him squishier. So I don't know. Universal heroes were why Morphling rose into prominence in the first place.
I mean, it's good for your draft, I would say, more so than good against LGD. Like the Pugna Disruptor needed a mid hero to play around. I personally think there were probably other options that are also good, but I'm not too impressed.
Drop names.
Ember Spirit.
Okay.
Oh, banned in the final
Ember would
phase.
also make it more annoying for Windranger to potentially go mid, which I don't think is a big option, but I think it would make it less likely.
If they put Windranger mid, Tsunami, what 4 would you go for here? You're a draft analyst.
I still see Takis is available.
Wait, is he really?
Yep.
They might just do that.
It's more likely because Planet has not played Windranger yet, and Nothing to Say has. So.
Huh. Why not? I don't see a reason why not.
I'm into it.
SD techies for 4. If you want to pick a mid.
I mean, it's pretty good, dude. Given a lot of area control. That thing where you like plant the mines everywhere. Yeah.
Man, Neil, why do we even here?
Incredible.
You could
Finally, someone asked me a question. I had to be sitting here making all of you look smart while I'm agonizing. These are all terrible ideas. I don't know what the last EG pick's gonna be.
Name it.
They need a Picard hero. Give them the Juggernaut again.
Okay.
Shouldn't it? I don't know. I feel like it should be Faceless Void.
It's always a bit rough versus Beast, isn't it?
I mean, it used to be horrible against Beast, but I feel like nowadays it's a bit better because Beast relies more about throwing axes. You can time walk it off. And if he levels... I mean, he would have to level Boars, which I feel like people don't love doing at the moment.
Okay.
It's not a great lane, but I feel like it's the type of hero you would want for the game.
Okay. TA instead.
I don't know how I like this. I feel like the morph is unaddressed.
I don't like that.
It's not very good against Windranger in a lot of cases too, until you get MKB, so that's kind of scary. But he'll be able to ditch his lane and go farm.
That's not really what you want to do against Beast, though. I think I hope if since they picked the TA that they maybe plant some level 1 meld play, like where you use the Disruptor Glimpse into a meld and turn that into a Blood Grenade First Blood, where the Pugna somehow chucks somebody else's blood at him and.
I don't think that's how it works. That's why you lose HP when you throw it.
But he doesn't have any.
But the grenade itself, you purchase someone else's blood. You go to the blood bank, and you say, I would like to get some type C, please. That's not a blood type. And then he throws that. It's not his.
Okay.
Unlucky.
Thoughts on the draft?
Unluck.
I mean, I think that this morph is not really addressed. And therefore, I think LGD should have a good time. TA will lane well bottom, but they rely on him having a good early game and getting Aegis. I feel like if the first 20 minutes isn't like them being up 3k, 4k gold, getting first Aegis, they're going to lose this game by a pretty long shot.
They're not going to win the late game, right? Like TA is all physical
Certainly
damage.
not. Morph is good against
armor.
TA.
Yeah. And he can turn into him later with Ags, lower the attack speed. There's a lot of downsides, but if they can get ahead, it's cool.
They better justify it. It's game 3 of EG versus PSG LGD, and for one last time, the Peppy Pandas.
Game number 3 underway. EG versus PSG. LGD Suns fan here with Cinderin and a dog head. Fake dog, of course. We would never do such a thing to a beautiful beast.
That would also be a very big dog if that was a one-to-one with a real dog head.
Or we're just very small.
Yes.
That is also...
We're the smallest casters in history.
Yep. Well,
Half the size of
Tsunami's
a
cast
dog.
before, though.
Oh, that was uncalled for.
He's a good boy.
That's also uncalled for.
His beard is very luscious. I like to run my fingers through it because there's no split ends, you know?
Yeah, he takes good care of it.
If I run my fingers through my beard, it's like I just scratched my balls. It's PSG LGD now. Well, looks like there's going to be 3 bounty runes taken by EG.
Yep. A little bit of harass for Matthew, but
so no first blood shenanigans. As yeah, the Pakaz TA final pick Cinderin for EG. Panel doesn't seem to like it very much.
No, I think it definitely has some downsides here. I also see the upsides, though. I think in terms of like pacing, what they're trying to do with this hero together with Void Spirit and Doom, I think they line up really nicely in when they want to fight and when they peak. But the matchup against Morph can be very dangerous. Morph wants to buy Manta. He's going to use that to shred through your refraction charges. He's going to buy eggs against you and steal your attack speed. So definitely Pakaz has his work cut out for him a little bit in that regard. The lane itself should be good, though. I think TA against Beastmaster is pretty straightforward. As well as, I mean, for the rest of the game, obviously we're talking a lot about what Morph does against this hero. Aside from Morph, I don't think it's a particularly bad TA game. Roar is a little bit concerning potentially, but you'd imagine Linken's will be a part of Pakaz's build at some point here, either to block the Roar or to block Morph. And, well, aside from that, they've got the Doom, who's got a pretty good track record, apart from in Game 1, where they got absolutely slapped. But the conditions this time around are very, very different, so we might see Whisper also build up nicely here.
All right, I'm going to say something that might trigger you, so be careful.
Okay, it will.
Okay, prepare. There is a hero that has been picked seemingly every single game, and I am not sick of it.
Disruptor?
And that's Techies.
Oh, Techies.
I have no problem watching this guy every game, and we used to be big Techies haters, both of us. Well, I guess from a viewer perspective, it was always fun to watch, actually.
I mean, I think the new Techies is...
Oh, Pakaz takes the blood grenade. Will be able to walk it off, though. Go ahead.
I think the hero's just too good, but I don't think it's uninteresting. I think there's other heroes when they're overpowered, just like, oh, not this shit again, right? But Techies is fun to watch, and I definitely think it's way less... Like, I know there's some old school Techies fans out there who are very sad and miss their old boy, but I genuinely do not think the old hero was good for the game. I think this one is way more tolerable, I guess is the best word to put it. He's still not one of my favorite heroes, but he's definitely in a better place than
when
before.
I was casting the TI4 All-Star match, that's when Techies was revealed, and they didn't tell us until right before we went on stage that Techies would be released. We announced it. People were cheering like madmen, and I remember thinking, "You will regret this.
You do not know.
You do not know what you're cheering for."
And then in that reveal as well, Arteezy was playing Techies, and he did not know its spells.
Of course not. He was in diapers the last time he played it, so
it was not a very good showcase of the hero. Nice play from Shiro here with the little mini stun from Adaptive Strike to get himself the Lotus Flower. Good laning start for LGD overall. Their CS is looking very healthy. Beastmaster, Windranger, as well as Morph at the top of the charts. Biggest loser right now is the Doom. Just getting absolutely handled by Shiro's Morph for now. And the pressure, this is something about this lane as well that you cannot ignore. Beastmaster plus Techies. Really strong spam lane. As soon as Arcane Boots come out, TA is going to struggle.
Yeah.
Does Blood Grenade do enough damage to break refraction charges?
Well, I think it just did. Blast off hit as well. As Planet is glimpsed away. Pakaz looks like he's going to live because Niu can't go any further onto him under the tower, but he's going to pursue Panda instead. He's not going to get either. But still, tons of damage done. Now, Pakaz getting pretty confident, but Planet is here to help take off some of those refraction charges. Niu wants to face him, but gets off the axes, but Pakaz is the one that reigns supreme. He gets the kill, he gets the bounty. I don't know how much regen they've used in this lane, but it's a lot to keep this guy alive.
This is actually an insane nerf to TA that we didn't account for until now. Blood Grenade should deal enough damage. It deals 15 DPS, and Refraction procs every time you take more than 5 damage. So this is actually... They can just throw a Blood Grenade as an initiation move on the TA, and her Refraction charges run out over the course of 3 or 4 seconds, and then they can throw their big stuff, like Blast Off.
They've used at least 2 in this lane, which I think you start the game with 3, right? So I don't know if the 3rd is already on there, but...
That's a very interesting way of handling that hero in lane.
I mean, that's honestly good to have the whole game then, right?
Yeah,
We've seen
it's kind of just a nice item against the hero, yeah.
I mean, the one person that's been banking off of those constantly, as we see Matthew just barely live here, is Solo on Undying.
Yeah.
He had it like 45 minutes in, still had blood grenades, just buying them off cooldown. Which,
why not? It's just a good utility item. It's mega cheap. If you end up not throwing it, it's just cost-efficient health. So,
well, yeah, you're getting your health back with Decay in that case, and you don't really have a slow other than Tombstone, kind of.
Yeah. It's a really good item for Undying. And that's also something that PSG needs to consider here is how many of their grenades do they want to give to the techies lane? Because it's really good in the Undying lane.
True.
So you need to find the right spread, how to use your resources. Good pressure here in mid from Nothing to Say onto C-Smile. He will stay somewhat healthy, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the CS from the cores on PSG, they're actually leading the way in every single lane.
Whisper is getting trashed, Shannon. This is really, really bad news for EG fans out there. Whisper, it's 12 CS minutes 6 on Doom. This hero is not exactly... I mean, yeah, you could argue he's one of the better heroes at coming back because you can get all this free gold, but at the same time, he also kind of wants to play from
a lot of those are from Devourers, like 3 or 4 of those at least, as we have a Tombstone gank from YU Smile, and C-Smile will fall.
Nothing to Say gets traded by Matthew.
Yeah, so the mid laners trade lives, but better exchange from PSG LGD as Shiro kills off Whisper.
Solo kill on Whisper.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So that CS that we were looking at is going to be even worse now with a death to his name.
Yep.
But having said all this, Pakaz was left alone because of those TP rotations.
Yep.
And as a result, he's actually second net worth.
Oh, Planet just walking into him and saying,
I want to be low HP.
Yeah,
Nothing to say though. Win running in.
It was a trap.
Focus fire onto Pakaz. Just needs some vision. Looking for the blast off. They get the shackle. Blast off does just barely hit. Do they have vision? No. And the glimpse onto Planet with the Thunder Strike. Is he actually going to live? Yeah. Should be fine.
Close call. You will survive.
A good attempt, but good defense from EG. And Whisper, yeah, this is, I mean, he's not exactly a big stack taker, but with Scorched Earth, he can do a serviceable job on the big camp at least.
Yeah.
As his Vanguard.
As the Ursa, what's it called? The Tomato Stomp as well. That sounds juicy, actually. Reminds me of...
it's only 50 mana now.
Tomato Stomp, it's kind of like when you make wine with stomping the grapes.
It just reminds me of ketchup more than anything.
Yeah, well, that's... How do you think they make ketchup?
Yeah, that's... delicious.
They harvest it fresh from the forest. The hellbears get stomped and squished.
That would be some good lore.
That would be pretty brutal.
What if that was the mascot of like Heinz or something? Your mascot's there to die for you. It's kind of interesting.
That's a good word for it.
I would enjoy it. Look at that face.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, and then you want to combo with some fries, and the potato comes in as your secondary mascot.
Oh, very nice.
Man, we're thinking of some good shit tonight.
Some business idea right there. Who of us do you think would be better at running a restaurant?
Not me, although you would never show up on time, so I don't know.
What do I mean? I wouldn't show up at all.
Not very punctual. True. You'd probably eat all the food. If it's good.
There's something romantic about thinking about running a restaurant, but it's probably stressful as all hell.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Shiro still rocking up top as Planet will blast off out of trouble bot, but I'm keeping my eyes a little bit on the Doom here because I think the level 6 could be an opening.
Tombstone placed.
Yeah.
There are some members coming in to try to save him, but the Tombstone is just going to be fed away, so free gold for C-Smile.
Just totally outnumbered. There was no fights to be had there for PSG LGD, so they're just going to cut their losses and call it a day. Oh, that was the wrong way from C-Smile.
It happens.
He thought Nothing to Say was going to react and walk backwards, but Nothing to Say is a Chad, so he just stood still in the river. Didn't care. Yeah, I want to keep an eye on Doom, because I think when Doom hits 6, which he has done a moment ago, he still has the skill point. There is a possible rotation here for the Void Spirit. If they can find a Doom from Fog and then just absolutely blast him with C-Smile, that would be a huge kill to bring Whisper back into the game. As I say that, I mean, he's 3rd on net worth. It's not exactly terrible for the Doom, but...
He's recovered a bit.
He had a very, very bad start, and Morph is obviously still reaping the rewards with a 1,000 net worth lead over him.
That stack certainly helped him.
It helped him a big deal.
Get back into the game, but that means that Pakaz will not be taking that stack. And that is a hero you want to have stacks on for the PA, or the TA. PA is not a hero anymore. It was deleted in the last patch. Pakaz jungling right now. He will be spotted, and the focus fire is there. The dust as well, just as a preemptive measure for the eventual meld. So this will be a free kill, and it's a pretty big one for PSG LGD.
Focus fire, great tool against the TA, of course. I think the panel also touched on this, so it's not... I wouldn't say it's a hard counter to TA, because it does take some time to get through it, but definitely one of the better heroes at killing the Templar. Good push here from EG. They might just get the full tower.
Yeah, on the top of that catapult and Nether Blast. C-Smile and company will be taking it.
Very nice. Very nice grab from them. Taking advantage of the fact that PSG LGD showed multiple heroes bot, they just felt confident to go for this with their Siege Creep. Oh my god, that was close. And actually still under a ward. He could go and power shot him again and probably get the kill and then lose his ward. We'll see.
Yeah, well,
doesn't look like Nothing to Say is going to try for that, though.
Even with that ward, not able to really contest that ancient stack that Pakaz is eating up for himself now.
Yep. At least they know it's happening. And then they can be sad they can't do anything about it.
And Panda getting some love now from Matthew as the Midas. I mean, 11-minute Midas, considering the start, actually decent.
It's pretty solid, honestly, from Whisper here. Been a quiet game, all in all. Looked like PSG LGD were off to a great laning start, but EG with just a few moves have found themselves a good comeback. I don't know if comeback is really the way to call it, because it wasn't like they were falling massively behind, but they stabilized at the very least. And now it's going to be a matter of, when you get into this mid portion of the game, who is able to find opportunities. Beastmaster, generally one of the best heroes to do it. The vision.
Yeah, C-Smile, they spot the stack that Neo wants to take.
Got out in time there.
Well, Whisper, see the first Doom of the game.
Dying.
He does, and he might die for it, but Pakaz is coming to try to finish the job, and he'll do so successfully. Whisper slowed to a crawl as the zombie's finally taken out by Pakaz, but there's the waveform adaptive strike combo. So Shiro ends up netting himself the trade.
I mean, I guess that Doom did give them a kill, because otherwise TA could not have killed Undying there. It just seemed like a little bit of an odd choice, but all in all, I suppose it's fine. He wasn't going to use it the next 2 minutes, most likely anyway, so just went for that. Get the trade. The bigger kill, obviously, going to be Doom himself, going the way of Shiro, so extending that lead over the Doom. The TA has caught up pretty well. They are setting up Pakaz for success with all these stacks and letting him go wherever he wants.
Yeah, well, on
and
the other side,
need it,
Neo is also taking stacks in his triangle for PSG LGD.
Yeah.
And that... He already has the Vanguard. It looks like, I'm not sure if he has it coming out already. Is Crimson actually already done at 13 minutes? Yes. Delivered successfully. So stack complete, Crimson complete, and that means smoke time.
Lincoln's 13 minutes.
For who? For
Morph, yeah.
Holy crap.
Very good timing.
Wow.
Shiro is strong.
Bam.
And this guy on this hero, when he has a good game and good matchups, he rarely fails to deliver. So that's concerning for EG here. It's definitely, you want the Doom on that guy, but you're going to have to break the Lincoln's first.
Shackle into the blast off. Decrepify is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Static Storm now to try to dissuade this push, but you can see YU Smile and company continuing on as the roar comes out. On to C-Smile. I don't know if they have the damage, though, but he actually has no escape mechanisms. He's already used every single mobility spell, but it's only one member of PSG LGD going for him. The axes come out and actually kill him on the way back, and the power shot deletes Matthew.
From downtown.
On the run, TP is fine. 3 for 1 for LGD. I thought they didn't commit enough resources to take out C-Smile. but it was just enough, fully calculated.
I mean, that could not have gone any better. That was basically... That was just perfect. Like you said, the amount of resources committed to every kill, just flawless. You see, nothing to say here. He can't really pursue C-Smile after this Aether Remnant comes out. It's going to block his path, but Neo will take it upon himself to get this done, and the axes on the way back, just enough damage, and then he still finds a TP out. Oof. There's power shot right in the noggin.
Kaboom. Oh man, not too happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. He probably felt like, if that power shot doesn't hit, they kill Beastmaster. So that was a kill and a save in one go from Nothing to Say.
And as a result, LGD up by 1K against the Doom.
Yeah, and they're going to be very confident
against all
with
these
their
stacks that TA has taken. Yeah, Shiro shows up to take this tier 1 tower. And
easy pick.
It will be the full aura build for New. We'll be going for the pipe next.
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. I don't think there's any reason to buy the Drums of Slom in this game. You're not likely to be able to run in and stand your ground against TA. So better off just empowering your team. I'm assuming somebody's buying Solar Crest here as well. They have the Pavis currently on Undying. Maybe he could go Solar next, because in this, there's a lot of physical heroes in this game. There's Morph and Windranger on his own side, and there's the TA as well as Void Spirit on the other side. So the Solar Crest offsets a lot of balance in the game. Also, the reason why he's buying Pavis, it's not something we buy literally every game.
This is a pretty early Roche, too, for this team. I mean, they can certainly take it.
They want to get it away from the TA's hands as well. It's very, very nice to take Roche against TA lineups. So, liking this play a lot from PSG LGD and Aegis #1. Maybe Nothing to Say takes this one and not the Morph? Yes.
Okay.
I like that. I don't think the Morph is going to need it. I think that Windranger, however, is going to be playing way more up in their faces. Oh, they go straight down for Whisper.
He turns into a pig, but Shiro turns into him, which should technically have been a pig, but that's not coded in the game quite yet. Whisper with the stomp, TP, but the roar.
Don't think that was necessary.
Enough.
They wanted to make sure, but I'm pretty sure they had enough in the tank there with the power shot. Still, better safe than sorry. Keep the push going down to bottom, and I think this tier 2 is just dead. EG's lineup cannot defend against this Aegis Windranger plus the Morph. He's way too strong right now. And it commences. EG will glyph to try to buy some time. The defensive glyph as well from, or offensive glyph I should say, from PSG LGD. Multi-purpose, really. They're also glyphing their top tower a little bit, but keeping the creep wave bottom alive a little bit longer to prevent backdoor from potentially kicking in, and they'll grab this, and it'll be a trade.
It will.
Pakaz will get the tier 1 top. Still, all in all, PSG LGD, things are definitely following their pre-game plan. This is the state that they want to be in here. Get Morph his next item. He's closing in on that Manta, so he's going to become a living nightmare for the TA, and then it's only getting worse when the Ags is probably coming up following that. For the side of EG, Pakaz is definitely keeping a really good pace here as well. His farm is very admirable on the TA in this game, almost top net worth despite being on the trailing side here. Oh, hang on, NTS wanted to try to find something, didn't manage.
I mean, the last 30 seconds, essentially, 3 Blink Daggers have been picked up. 2 for EG, 1 for LGD.
Oh, there's a mine showing Matthew.
Yep, and the Shackle, Focus Fire, no Decrepify to save you today. See Smile popping the Haste rune, but not going to be able to use it in any way. And Smoke now from LGD.
They want to find TA. That's for sure. They're going to go the wrong way, though. They think he's farming up top, but he's actually in his triangle area. They don't have any vision right now, so farming up this stack. If they had a Hawk, this could have gone pretty scary for Pakaz, but looks safe. And look at that gold breakdown. 1,000 less net worth from the lane, but 2,000 more from the jungle on the TA.
I mean, that does make sense.
Yeah, it's pretty standard stuff, but just interesting to see it graphed out nonetheless.
But effectively the same overall net worth. Close enough.
Yeah. I think PSG LGD just a little bit more from objectives, right? They've taken 2 more towers. They've taken Roche. Maybe Bounty Runes as well. Might be favoring them. They are Dire after all. So, you know. Tends to be the case that Dire gets more of those bad boys.
Sticky Bomb hits onto Panda. Planet wants to go in, gets the blast off with the mine to follow. And the sticky bomb, that will be enough as a static storm place just for the techies. He's going to shrug that off. As Matthew, looking like they potentially want to fight as the Aegis was used.
How did Pakaz solo?
Okay,
Nothing
Doom
to
is
say.
popped now onto the Beastmaster, who is now initiated on by C-Smile with the first Astral Step, but he's healing up quite a bit. He's extremely tanky. So he's going to be able to walk that one off. Matthew not going to be so lucky.
Oh, Whisper's in trouble.
And Shiro, he is doomed for the time being, and they're going to be able to clean up Whisper as well. So it's a 3-4 Aegis. I'm not even sure how the Aegis was consumed there.
Yeah, all I saw was Nothing to Say died, and the TA was nearby, so Pakaz
We're
must
gonna
have
watch it
found him
now.
in a weak moment. Wait, what's happened here? So he cancels the TP.
Okay.
Uses Wind Run. Oh,
That's
Pakaz
vision.
just tanks through it and 2-shots him. Okay.
Okay.
Well then, you might want to keep your distance a little bit more as Wind Ranger there to not be in melee range,
Well,
but...
it's a good thing he had Aegis.
Sure,
good
but he might
choice.
have been able to kill him if he didn't melee.
True.
Potentially, at least. You need to keep vision, but you can keep vision from 400 range. Maybe. Anyway, I guess Pakaz does have pretty good range because he has the Dragon Lance. So his attack range is... How much is that? Oh, he also has the Grove Bow. Actually, he has really good range. He has 800 attack range. What the hell?
Yeah, Jesus.
That's ridiculous.
Well, some of that, of course, from his own skill, but...
Yeah, why isn't Wind Ranger outranging him with 200 less attack range? Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was this lopsided with
What
that.
is Techies? Is it 850?
It's definitely less than that.
Is it 750 maybe?
700 straight up.
700.
Yeah. So TA has the longest attack range in this game right now.
Yep, focus fire on a
See a
Panda, but has the Ghost Scepter, or is that the Decrep perhaps?
No, it's Decrep.
Either way, he's dead. Astro Step from C-Smile trying to get a kill here, but the Crimson Guard is popped in. There's the roar into the shackle, not the greatest of layering. The stun comes shortly after as well.
Yeah.
And C-Smile will be able to walk away from this one. And Pakaz is A-OK as well as the Aether Remnant bringing back YU Smile. He's going to get deleted.
Walked a little bit too close there. And they force out the buyback from Panda, but nothing more going to come from that for PSGLGD. A little bit, as you said, they overlapped their stuns. The roar into Shackle Shot was not well timed. And EG, not too bad for them. Getting that Undying kill when all said and done, this situation looked pretty spooky, but ending up with a 1-for-1 and a little buyback. The one on Disruptor is not that expensive. His net worth is... He is at the bottom of the bottom. At half the net worth of the enemy 5.
Yeah,
This is pretty rare, this
that's
patch.
pretty bad.
He's extremely poor on his Disruptor, but he's been on the receiving end of 3 kills, and he's spending... I wonder what his breakdown is for net worth spent on consumables. It is ridiculous how much he's had to spend.
Yep.
Had to funnel tangos in the safe lane all the time. I mean, look at that.
He's holding
That's
that blood
actually pretty
grenade.
close for the Undying as well, but I guess he's just on the team that got more objectives, and obviously he's also...
Juicier?
Well, he has more assists, so he's got more random assist gold. He's got more gold from the towers and the Roche, and that probably compensates for it. And some lane creeps, as you can tell here. Disruptor with 8 CS, Undying with 29. So yeah, actually that's
Hey,
pretty...
they've received the same passive gold, Cinder, and what a coincidence.
Oh, that's a shocker. The only thing that changes that one is who has found Philosopher's Stone.
That's true. That would... Okay, that actually makes it more interesting. I want to see when somebody gets Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, when you see
that
game.
graph, just to see how much of a difference it actually makes.
Oh, that's very close.
Radiant is winning the rune battle.
But the Dire got the more
powerful ones.
Expensive.
I look at the number of
valuable
runes.
ones.
Quantity over quality is what they always say. Focus fire with the Shackle Shot connection. C-Smile blown up.
Yeah.
40 seconds he has to watch as his base is now going to get sieged.
You can't slip up. Oh, nice.
Aether Remnant and Shiro turned into C-Smile. And that's 2 dead, which means 5v3. But the Doom comes in.
This is not a very good Doom.
Very interesting.
Pakaz is
dead? What? Okay, he's trying to get healed, but that's just 3 dead in their base.
That's a complete
Very
meltdown
strange
from EG.
decision-making from EG. Matthew takes the adaptive strike. He's the only one with buyback.
I mean, did they just lose? Like,
well, the buildings will be lost now. They're going to get C-Smile back in a moment, but out of nowhere, this is a full set of racks, and
PSG LGD going to try to force the potential buyback from TA, but we can see that none exist.
It was a 4v5. You walk in on Doom, the Beastmaster of all heroes, who is not under any threat, and you just get run over on the other side when you force this fight. And maybe they could have possibly delayed this for the Void Spirit, but this was definitely not it from EG. This is going to lead to 2 full lanes, minute 20. All 24, I suppose.
Oh, the shackle, nice to Crep.
He'll be fine.
But the roar to follow.
I think he's still fine.
Okay. And LGD will be perfectly happy with the barracks, I would assume, as they exit EG's base finally. Limps back, New. They're not going to leave him behind. He's the one that tanked the Doom.
Do they have grab ally? They do not. It is time to acquire grab
What do you think of grab enemy?
How long do they stay in there?
I don't know. You're 3 seconds. You force them in for 3 seconds.
Grab enemy and they have to attack their way out with their own attack speed.
So they're attacking from the inside?
Yes, like Lifestealer when he infests an enemy.
Okay. I like that. So what you do is you halberd them, then grab enemy.
Yep. Then the halberd has to expire and then they... That actually sounds like an interesting spell design, to be honest.
It does. That's a new idea for Aghanim's Labyrinth 3.0. Of course, we assume they're going to credit us with these ideas. Genius.
Yeah.
So just like that,
the best.
We are. Just like that, 10K lead now for LGD, which doesn't even tell the whole story because 2 racks now in their favor.
Yeah, they didn't get the full lanes. They only got the melee racks, but obviously the big ones. So the pressure is going to be fine. C-Smile will reveal his location here by killing a courier of Why You Smile. It was carrying a little bit of utility, but no item. Just TP, wards, and a dust. I think they should still have enough detection for the TA, right? So there's dust on both Undying and Techies. So it shouldn't be too much of a concern.
Look at the buildings. Range racks goes down.
Yep.
And this is going to be a free Roche.
Running.
It's interesting because EG is on this side of the map, but then they don't contest. So Aegis cheese the way of LGD.
Yeah, I guess they're just going to run straight down top. This Morph is unstoppable. He has Ags now as well. So he's going to turn into the TA and go to town. Look at that building damage. 10K on a Morph, minute 26. That is very high. Closing in on Scotty as well. It was a concern for me from right from minute 5 when you saw how the Morphling was doing in the lane, just winning it handily, and you know how good of a Morph game this is. If EG didn't find the solutions for him, it was going to become overwhelming, and they just haven't. He's deathless in this game, 3-0-5, and 321 CS on Shiro. This tower's gone, and I don't think there's anything that's going to stop LGD from continuing this push. Aside from EG.
Yes.
Let's see if they can do it.
Pakaz has Lincolns now, so the Roar shouldn't be an issue.
He has the...
Or the Morph, even.
He has Halberd on Beastmaster, though, so...
Yeah, there's a way to cancel it for sure. TA does not have TP, apparently.
They are running out of time here.
So buildings, they're dying. Pakaz finally makes his way over, but the melee racks is taken.
They're just too late. It's not. That's...
Okay.
I mean, it's not Megas, but...
It will be.
Nah.
The Doom, AoE Doom, in fact, so they don't have to worry about the Lincolns. Do they have enough to bring down the first life of the Morphling? Blastoff comes in, Force Staff on the Doom. So Whisper will live, but this is going to be Megas. So the Aegis for Megas is essentially the trade. Just a really strange game. And EG now gonna do their best to defend, I suppose, but this was one of the weirder last 5 minutes of a game that I remember.
I mean, they just spent their Doom, so I don't know how they can take this fight once again. So I think LGD is just going to walk in, place a Tombstone, and go to town on the tier 4s.
Yep. Yep, no reason to stop now. Tombstone is down. C-Smile jumps in, jumps out, jumps out. Now he's getting pursued. That's a lot of damage from the Morphling. Getting healed up, though, but
nice
you can see Shiro turning into the Void Spirit. And with that Aghanim Scepter up, doesn't even matter. GG is called. This was such a strange game because when they were in there, so C-Smile gets picked off. It happens. It's 5v4.
And PSG LGD start poking the high ground, and then Doom just casually walks up Doom's Beastmaster, who's obviously not going to die. And they just domino die one by one by one, and that cost them 2. Before that point, the game wasn't like out of reach at all. It was like a 3-4K lead, I think, for LGD.
It was definitely
Strange.
recoverable for EG, but that base defense was just a meltdown. They stressed out. They threw the Doom into the ocean, basically, and then if you're going to Doom the Beastmaster there, fair enough, but TA needs to be in range. You can't kill him without TA when C-Smile is dead, so you have to be able to rely on your one big core in Pakas to do that damage, and he wasn't in range, and then he got jumped himself at the same time. I think he got shackle shot and just brought down in the base, and then he didn't have buyback.
Look at this, by the way.
It all fell apart.
3 Gossamer Capes on LGD against the TA. That's pretty sick, actually.
Yeah, it's real good
because that
against
melt
that hero.
strike is dirty, and if you can
misses,
if you can just avoid that, then that feels irrelevant.
So nice. Man, some of these changes really hurt TA, don't they?
Yes.
Blood Grenade, Gossamer Cape.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, panel, try to break down this really weird ending to game number 3 as LGD win it.
Yeah, a fairly anticlimactic finish to a pretty interesting series. It seemed that EG quickly realized that they did not have the answers to PSG LGD's lineup, and then as their racks got sieged, they're like, yep, can't do anything about mid, because our TA doesn't have buyback. Yep, can't do anything about bot, because our TA still hasn't respawned. Yep, can't do anything about top, because, well, we have a TA and we last picked TA. So I think I'm noticing a trend that Templar Assassin may not have been the ideal last pick.
We said we felt like the Morphling was unaddressed. No, it's not just the TA being in a little bit of a rough spot, but you just saw Shiro walk high ground and hit some buildings.
I don't understand why you... So you see Beastmaster morph. Why are you afraid of picking your carry on 18? Why are you picking Void Spirit? I don't see the Void Spirit's purpose. I also think that Whisper and Matthew, EG perform a lot better when these two players are on heroes where they have freedom and they can do stuff on the map. I think Pugna Doom are not those type of heroes. And I think on top of that, I think TA can work this game, but then you all need to itemize and play for TA to get first Aegis. Therefore, I want Whisper to like go Crimson Guard, so that when your TA has Deso, you have Crimson, you can try to force the fight, like try to force Roche, because that will be the only way you can win this game. And if you don't play for that, then I think this last pick TA is absolute dog shit.
And maybe they did try to play for it, but he had a really bad lane. Like, he was like 20 last hits behind. It was like Doom had like 15 last hits, Morphling was like 35 and 20 or something like that. So something went really bad in that off lane for EG, which certainly makes his game harder. He's one of the components of a successful gank. It should be Void Spirit. Some guy gets doomed, that guy dies. But if he's playing from behind and has to buy Midas just to catch up, his net worth was equal to his cores at the end, but like that means that he's just farming, less so than like getting successful kills and dealing damage. So I imagine that it was actually just a bad series for Whisper, I feel like. At least 2 of these games, he had a big underperformances, which is not like him at all.
Also both the Doom games.
Yeah.
Game 1 and Game 3. I understand that his game isn't easy, but he needs to identify that the only way for them to win is for him to like go Midas Crimson and pray to God that Pakaz is going to get Aegis and carry my ass. Because I'm not going to carry him in this game with Doom. I cannot carry this game as Doom. It's not possible.
Yeah, it's just when one team, I think what makes Jug and Morph so strong right now as carries is when one team has a carry that can just sit in lane and no assistance is required. The off laner, we saw him get some recovery stacks on Whisper, but you have to remember Morphling's up there just chilling. What does that mean? The rest of his team gets to do whatever they want. So we are seeing kind of Chris C-Smile suffer the consequences for that one. You're seeing some crazy minute-long dive in the mid lane, and that's just something that doesn't work if you have other things to go do, other things of your own team to worry about, and they just didn't.
So how much does that differ from the carries that were popular, I guess, when 7.33 came out? Because the main trend that we noticed was that we wanted carries who could get rotated on from the Twin Gate and still survive. And now you're proposing that the carries that are strongest that are like, don't even worry about the Twin Gate. If they send 4 heroes, then you will still be able to be just fine.
Yeah, I think it's the same idea as before. It's just that before you had Mag and Wind Ranger a lot, and now you don't have those. So I think you're now picking the next best heroes. We were talking about Broodmother being a universal right-clicker. Now that all the top dogs got demoted, now Broodmother's up there. I think it's the same thing with Morph and Jug. They were already getting picked in the previous patch, and the heroes that did their job slightly better than them are now out of the picture.
And then one consistent ban, which is worth mentioning if anyone's like, What about this hero? Medusa was consistently first phase banned out in all 3 of these games, so she's still very much on the radar, but I wouldn't consider her to be a very self-sufficient core, though.
She's
built different.
She's really good at making the opponent not interact with her. You just walk up, snake the wave, right-click like 3 times, then you just walk away. So the window's really...
Or like the best thing you can get out of your carry right now is the carries that lane well, and then they can ping-pong from lane to jungle and like hold their lane. If you get to do that, the enemy's map becomes very, very hard to play, especially on like Doom. Like if Doom wants to kick you out, it's very tailored. He has to like do this, Doom you, and he's gonna need backup, especially against Jug, Morph, Medusa. So these heroes in this matchup, they'll just sit there until you bring 4 or 5 heroes, and even then they're just like, okay, I can just fall backwards. But you still have to bring that number to actually kick them out in the first place.
Yeah, so in some ways it's like Morph and Jug have like crazy sustain. It's like you're never going to be able to harass kill them down. You know, there's some offlaners that are like, oh, I'm going to use X spell like 8 times over the course of 2 minutes with an Arcane Boots and eventually kill you. Like against Morph and Jug, you can't really do that. So not only are they self-sustaining in that they don't need friends to be there, but you can't just like out-harass them in any way. So it's like, okay, they're always going to farm well. They're always going to have like good base damage. So, and then if you do gank them successfully, it takes a lot of heroes as well. They're just kind of naturally tanky like the Dusa thing. So makes the game a lot harder if you don't successfully get those rotations, punish them, force them out, take their tower, that kind of thing.
Which in this case, we saw Nothing to Say's Wind Ranger easily rotate on the Templar Assassin, and all the points that Sin brought up, that 7.33 has not been kind to Templar Assassin. The concept of the Blood Grenade, I hadn't thought of that.
Me either.
Gossamer Cape, also an issue. That's a lot of new things that fundamentally the hero didn't change, it's just new resources have been added to deal with her.
Yeah.
Breaking refraction with an item. Like, normally it's like, oh, that's 2-3 extra attacks. Now it's like you throw a Blood Grenade and you're like, oh, that's solved it. 60.
It was like, oh, do I get a Radiance against Templar Assassin? No, just get a Blood Grenade.
Yeah, on any hero. You're like, every hero is good against TA now. Yeah, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, they may have to raise the threshold. And I don't know if she got anything in return. I can't think of any 7.33 buffs that necessarily helps her out too much. I suppose the Vanguard disassembled into Octarine not being as viable makes her as a safe lane a little bit.
I think she appreciates the map, like how many creeps there are to hit, how open it is, controlling areas as a carry with her traps. But I think the Blood Grenade alone, I had not considered that at all. That's demoralizing. Like that just, you're like, I'm as a hero, I can think about my matchups. It doesn't matter. All the matchups now are Darkseer that can break my on shell instantly.
Blood Grenade, sorry, just to quickly talk about some carries. Like all the other carries that you want to have, they all own TA right now. Medusa shits on TA. Faceless Void owns TA. Morphling owns TA. And I would say all of these, they're all generally better picks than Templar in most games. So unless they're banned, you need a very specific game, I think, to want to pick TA and make it work. It's not easy.
I think Bakaz played it quite well, though. Like, he laned it well. He got that beast kill after he almost died himself. That was great. Obviously, he died to the rotation. Could it also be that since kills are more rewarding now, whereas maybe farming was better in the last patch, that TA is not exactly a kill hero. It's like you jungle stupidly fast. You transition into, like, sieging towers. TA can get kills, but you usually need like somebody to set them up for you while you like bring in the damage. And if they've got Gossamer Capes,
well then.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Good luck.
Are we certain that Meld does not hit?
Meld does not.
Meld can miss, so
that's very dumb. Meld should not be able to miss on a goddamn neutral item I can get for free.
Just gotta wait until he gets his enchanted quiver, and then it's fine.
Oh, yeah. There's a 10-minute window. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. My bad.
But she did have Grove Bow, so it was that interaction briefly where Nothing to Say tried to solo kill him and then proceeded to get solo killed the other way, because I also thought like Sin that he was standing too close, and it turns out Templar Assassin vastly outranges Wind Ranger apparently.
All right, all you got to do is you just have to change your brain a little bit. You have to jump in on a guy.
Changing my brain.
Attack one time normal, then Meld Strike, and then it's fine. And you actually attack pretty fast. It's actually not that bad, kind of.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
It owns your muscle memory. That's the problem. Like a little bit, like what you want to do. But you're right.
But it is manageable.
You have to
it's not like you're gonna be like throw out the Meld Strike like, oh, too bad. You know, you have an option. Yeah. He's got 800 range.
How often are you checking neutral items for that kind of stuff, though?
I never check neutral items, but these are pro players, and I will hold them to
You have to do it from now. I agree with your point. Like, there's always a form of counterplay.
It depends on. I'll check neutral heroes, neutral items if I've gotten caught out by many a mind breaker on occasion, where I'm like, how did this dude silence me? And I'm like, oh god, why wasn't I looking at this? And the other one that I think that people need to consider is I've seen many pro players get tricked by lotuses. They will think that they are super close to getting the kill because you can't just check the hero. You need to check the other guy to be like, oh, can he feed him a Lotus also?
Yeah.
So RIP to the, what's the separate, there used to be something that would show you items on the side. The unit query panel.
Exactly.
Yeah, that thing, I think only the Liquid players use that because it is fundamentally broken.
That's why they lost.
That's why they lost.
To be fair, it's been out of the game for a while, but that's why they lost.
But it's kind of more important than ever to like have that additional information because there are these last minute things that you will not see coming, will dramatically change the outcome of a gank.
Well, you gotta click around. It's a habit that the more you play and the higher level you get, you need to feed yourself as much information as possible.
Yeah.
And I mean, even for pro players, sometimes you'll miss it. But you need to click around and be like, okay, here's this item, now he's off map, they have 3 Lotuses, here's this. Like, this cape. If I play TA now, I need to click every idiot in the enemy team and check if they have the stupid item.
Though they did
gotta do it.
Add the change where now if you click on
That's
them...
what I was going to mention.
Yeah, so explain it.
I was wondering if that's why. So what happens is if the enemy has shown, or since the last time they shown, if you just click their portrait at the top, it'll show you their inventory the last time you saw them. And their health and mana.
Well, I guess you can just do that then.
So I'm saying like maybe they considered this because I was wondering why they made that change now out of all ever. Maybe they thought, okay, there's a lot of different things that people may need to see based on neutral items, Lotuses, etc. That how else do we do this?
I don't do it. I'm very bad at it because my brain is wired that like I have to see the hero on my camera, select them to see the items. I can't just be like, oh yeah, you know what's Templar Assassin been up to the last time she was out of fog.
It took me a while to get used to it, but it's really nice as a carry because a lot of times when I'm scared, it's like 6 minutes in. I haven't seen the mid. I'm like, wait, where'd he go?
Yeah.
You ask your guy. Crickets. You know? so then you click on the Storm Spear and you're like, oh, he had 100 mana. We're good. We're good.
Yeah. I actually use it most when I'm playing carry as well because I'm not good at clicking on enemy heroes. But if I'm like trying to decide on my next item, I'm like, okay, is it Butterfly? Do I get MKB?
Yeah.
It's like you're thinking about that carry to carry matchup thing, and it just helps you instantly solve the problem in your mind, like figure out what you're going to buy.
And another reason why you can do it most when you guys play carries is because you're busy hitting creeps.
Just farming chilling.
Is that what I'm supposed to be? Is that why I'm losing?
Am I wrong, Brian? Are you hitting creeps? And then pressing and checking. Okay.
Yeah,
Next
A click
neutral
the big
cam.
creep, check inventories.
Check,
I click
check.
the medium creep. Maybe A click or Shift A click the next.
Oh,
camp
you're
while I'm checking.
queuing commands.
Yeah, you got to
Oh,
do
wow.
that now. I've learned that people use Shift command in order to not have to pay attention to their hero for another 5 seconds or so.
It's good.
It helps.
Yeah, I realize when I see all these guys clicking around the screen, I'm like, how do they afford to do this?
Yeah.
And then
They're
usually
cheating.
Yeah, exactly. That was my first thought. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. None of them are banned yet, so.
It actually really matters in some like late game situations. If you're like, you know, those like rare 70-minute games where all of a sudden you have so much money you don't know what to do, and in reality you're like, I should have sold my Diffusal and bought like a Daedalus or something like that. Like you need that extra brain power sometimes to make the right decisions. It really helps.
We will have an opportunity to speak to one of the LGD players soon. I believe we are wrangling a translator for Planet, which before today, I feel like I was seeing most of the LGD players, and as exceptional as Planet has been doing, he has not had any of the performances I'm like, oh my god, Planet is carrying this game. And I've said that about Nothing to Say, I've said that about Shiro, I've said that about New, especially on that Axe game, and then I don't know if I ever say that about any 5 positions. How has Planet been doing for you overall?
Oh, you said it about Panda in game 2, by the way. You said the Disruptor ulti with the Ags. Was that Kevin or was that you?
I think it was Kevin.
Well, we gave him credit on the 5 position for carrying the game.
That is true.
But he got overall, he got his team's last pick this game. The Techies.
Yeah.
4 position came out last, so.
He did very well in most of the DPC games that I saw. Like, he stood out a lot to me. Here, maybe, yeah, I would agree with you, Neil. I don't think he's had some banger performances, but I think he does his job, and his teammates are just, I don't know, they're all performing, doing, I don't even know. They're just playing perfect in a lot of the games that they do play. There's a lot of some sick individual play going on.
You know, we're talking that he maybe seems mediocre, but Whisper also got like super destroyed in the last game.
Yes,
that is
and that
true.
happened off camera, and it very well could have been Planet like dumpstering in some way.
Yeah.
Doing some manipulation, pulling, blocking, whatever. So maybe we're just not giving him enough credit.
Well, we'll have to give him credit as a unit here because actually we were having some technical difficulties having an interview with him. But what a great player and what a great performance out of PSG LGD as they take a third series. And this is the first series that won 3 games. They did have 2 2-0s previously. So LGD is. I saw one of the comments on Reddit was just like, oh, someone must have translated the Riyadh Masters prize pool to Chinese and. Finally, the Chinese players are like, oh, that's what we're playing for? Well, snap, then I'll put in the effort because they are doing exceptional. And later, as our final series, we will see how Aster is doing. But in the meanwhile, Kezu, I believe that you have something that you've been itching to share with us. And since we have some time to kill before our final series, could you treat us to it?
Okay, so we're going to be playing a little game.
I love games.
So I have an inventory game for you guys. We played something similar last time.
Okay.
So I'll explain it. You guys are able to get 3 points, okay? You get a point if you guess the player who's playing this hero. You get a point if you figure out what hero it is and against which team they played.
Okay. God. I feel like, so the order of difficulty is guess the hero, then guess the player, then guess the matchup.
Perfect.
Okay.
Are you guys ready for round 1?
Are these all Dream League games?
They're all Dream League games. They're all professional games and only teams that have played here.
Okay.
So let's get started with round 1.
And by Dream League games, you mean this?
Dream League Season 20.
Specific Dream League right now.
Group stage 1 or 2.
I know the hero.
You already know Double Dragonlance?
I got
Hold on. I'm sorry. 2 more things. We will start with Purge, but you all have 1 sniper token.
Oh.
So 3 seconds. If Kevin doesn't answer within the next 3 seconds, you can yell
I'm going to guess
sniper.
Meepo.
He gets Meepo?
So he will win that it's Meepo, yes.
Okay.
So Purge has 1 point.
Do I
guess
go
the
next
hero
or does he
correct.
go for the...
He gets to guess once more. You need to guess player and against who.
I didn't see the Meepo game.
Do I get to snipe?
You do. I mean, it's your turn now, basically.
It's Ace.
Wrong.
Damn it.
That was going to be my guess. I don't know who else played. Did Watson?
Nope. Close, though. They also played Meepo, but it's not him.
I don't know. I guess one more loops of Purge.
So we go back to Purge.
I have no idea.
Therefore, we go back to Brian.
I don't know any other Meepo picks.
Ovid.
No. Nice try.
I know he wasn't here.
Okay, if Neil doesn't guess it, I'll give you guys a hint.
You got 2 loops. Give us a hint.
Okay, it's a stand-in for a team. He's not actually a permanent player of this team.
I heckin' love Miracle.
Nope. Wow, I thought this would be easier. Brian? Okay, it's a team that has been eliminated, and he's a stand-in.
Yeah,
he
they played
was
Meepo.
a stand-in.
No shit, they got eliminated.
I did not see the team.
Am I
that
allowed
played
to look
Meepo.
at the...
South American team, Neil. Who could it be?
Oh, Parker.
From which team?
East Coast.
Okay, and now, who did they play against?
7 other teams.
They played... give me a region. Can I at least have a region?
So since I wasn't aware we were doing this game, my cue cards are upstairs. So production will have to play a you got it correct sound when you guess the team correctly.
But you remember what it is? Or do they know the
I don't
answers?
remember the team that they played against.
Does production know?
Yes. They probably do because it's on the next slide.
Am I allowed to look at the groups?
Sure.
Sick.
Quick. Open up.
I will load up my notes on my phone.
Shopify.
Open book notes.
Nope.
Damn it. Wait, I didn't get a point.
Stage 1.
Okay, you guys can do it.
OG.
Parker.
It was
You
not
want me
OG.
Well, why are we even guessing at this point? I'm literally just going to look it up.
Can we move on?
We will go to the next one because looks like you guys...
I say you let it go 1 lap. If we all can't guess it on the
They
first
played
try.
against Entity. They're both eliminated.
That was my next
Okay,
guess.
we're going to go to round 2. It's also still... It's got to be pretty simple. If they don't get it, they're stupid, okay? Not my fault.
Uh-huh.
Next up. Just making sure we don't double skip. Inventory!
Is this at the end of the game?
4 iron branches. This is a 22-minute inventory. Who ended up last round? Where do we start?
It was Neil ended, so it's
you.
Purge.
Purge started last time. You.
Oh, it's me. Did
Yeah.
the first? I'm gonna say GPK.
No, wrong.
Damn it. I thought he's the most likely to
I'm
start.
gonna say Ramses.
Okay, guys, it's a 20... Who could have 4 branches at 22 minutes? It's a pretty good get.
Oh, that's true. If it was these players, they would have just deleted all the items. They wouldn't have bought 4
So
branches
it's probably
afterwards.
a 5 position that has no farm.
It could be a lone druid.
Oh. Would you like to lock in Lone Druid, Purge?
Sure.
Okay, 1 point to Purge.
I was thinking about the player first, not the hero.
Wait,
Okay.
where's my point for Parker? I got a point for
Okay,
Parker.
Tsunami gets a point. He did guess Parker. That's
Okay.
okay.
You got to play the noise for him, though. Thank you.
There you go. Now, Purge, you got the last one correct, please. Could you guess who played it? A Lone Druid of this tournament.
Nope.
All right, Brian.
Arteezy.
Nope, it's an eliminated player, Neil. That's
That was
the first
Arteezy.
guess.
He's eliminated?
Yep, but it's not him.
Freaking, you keep taking all my guesses, Brian. I don't know.
It's the player of the team that was a part of the last slide. Not Parker, but the player is on one of those two teams that were mentioned on the last slide.
Mentioned. I feel like you're alluding to Entity then.
Yes. So who on Entity could have played?
I don't think Stormstormer runs Lone Druid mid.
Just
Right.
pick a player.
Purge, no, it's Purge's turn now. Tsunami's taking too long.
Yeah.
Watson.
Yay!
God damn it.
Purge gets a point.
This is rigged.
Then.
Nami's handing him the answer.
Yeah, I was like, he just said his
Hold.
name like 20 seconds ago.
Okay, so it was him. Let's get to round 3.
Hey, Kessie, it was versus Gaming Gladiators.
Oh yeah, sorry. Guess I messed that up. Point for Tsunami.
It's my turn.
All right, Brian, it's your turn. Who could this be?
That's a
Guess the hero first, if you can.
Magnus.
Wrong. Tsunami.
Double Daedalus, Blink Dagger, Lincoln Sphere. What's the Lincoln Sphere doing
How much time do
there?
we got? Yeah, you guys suck.
Really
Templar
not
Assassin.
No. If Purge doesn't get it, I'll give a hint.
No, I got the next one. I got another guess.
I'll guess. It's not going to. SF is not. That's
Wrong.
Not it, but
Wind Ranger.
Nope. It's a universal hero though, Brian. Nice try.
I mean, I know it is. Looking at the items.
I don't know.
A Mantis style and a Universal hero.
And a Lincoln did some
What here
damage.
did you say?
Okay, guys.
I
Void
said
Spirit.
Magnus and Wind Ranger.
Void Spirit.
No.
What?
It is played mid or support. We've also seen it off lane from Whisper.
Oh my gosh.
Nope, it's Purge's turn.
Did you snipe yet? You can.
I can snipe it.
Sure, go.
Snapfire.
Okay, so it's Snapfire. 1 point for Brian.
By Whisper.
Oh, no.
Wrong.
Ah, he baited me on that one.
By Nothing to Say.
Nope. The player is still in this tournament.
Laurel.
Nope. He's playing in the next game. Come on, guys.
2 mil.
Yes, point for Brian.
Really?
Let's go.
Who did they play against?
That's one too many correct.
They played against a European team that is no longer in the tournament.
That's all of them.
Do I get to go again?
Yeah, go. Try. Well, how hard can it be? There's 6 European teams. 5 have been destroyed.
Enigma.
Nope.
But I do.
If you get it wrong, I'll go next.
Team Liquid.
Nope.
Tundra.
No, you guys all
Secret,
suck. It was
secret.
OG.
Oh my gosh, we're running out of answers.
So we will go to the next one. Also Universal Hero.
Oh, very obviously.
Okay, is it my turn?
Sure. Universal Hero range. Ranged Universal Hero.
Is this Wind Ranger?
Nope.
Then it's
Purge.
Snapfire.
Nope.
Dang it.
Venomancer.
Nope. Tsunami.
Vengeful Spirit.
Nope.
God damn it.
It was played in the off lane.
Oh, I know.
You keep saying that, Brian.
Yep.
Purge.
Did someone.
3.
I don't know. You
All right,
guess.
Brian.
Winter Wyvern.
Correct. 1 point for Brian.
that's a good
Player,
one.
please.
That looks like a guy that probably got knocked out.
Yeah.
We'll go with Toby.
Nope.
Damn it.
Handsome player. Tsunami.
Handsome. Oh, Zai.
Good job. 1 point. And against who? Against another European team that has also been knocked out.
Liquid
Nope.
again. What?
Oh, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, I know Zai wasn't
Yeah.
playing his own team.
Against who?
So you've used Entity, you've used OG. I'll say Tundra.
That was more than 3 seconds. I'm gonna say.
true.
I'm gonna say Tundra.
That's what I just said.
I'm gonna say Tundra third.
Brian.
I'm gonna have to go with Tundra.
Oh, you guys suck. It was against Team Secret.
Damn it!
answer.
I thought I had it.
All right, we will go on to the next one. Brian, you start. You can get this one. I believe in
Oh,
you.
that's a Slark.
Wrong.
Damn
Tsunami.
it. You told me I was gonna get it, so.
Ranged hero.
Ranged hero, Moonshard, Falconblade, Maelstrom.
It's a very cool hero. We have not seen it a lot.
Cool, you
Yeah.
say?
I like the design.
Lit.
He looks very cool.
Just
Can
pick.
you count the 3?
I was just gonna say Wind Ranger again. I keep saying Wind Ranger.
Muerta?
Yes, 1 point. Purge, who played it?
Blick.
I have no fucking idea.
You can try.
I mean, is it eliminated or not?
He's still in the tournament. He just played.
I was gonna say, dude, you gave the hint.
Okay, 3
Shiro.
seconds. Yes, 1 point for Brian.
I was like, there's only one more.
Okay, and who did he play against?
I don't know.
They're still in the tournament. They also just played.
Bet boom.
No, Tsunami.
Evil Geniuses?
Correct. Point for Tsunami.
Let's go.
This is rigged.
This is a very carry-biased inventory matchup, I would like to say. Brian has an unfair advantage. What the This is what I just said.
This one is getting hard. Let's try to speed it up. Universal Hero. It's gonna be hard to guess. Purge, you need to start. Player is still in this tournament. It was played in the off lane. Universal Hero, off lane. Player still in the
That
tournament.
looks like a nice offlane hero.
With a Radiance?
I think I know this one.
I don't know. You can.
Timbersaw.
No.
Darkseer.
No.
I'm still not ready.
Unlucky. We don't have so much time.
That's fine. Pass, please.
Okay. Brian. How much time do we have for the next game? 30 minutes? Next series to start?
Don't worry, Kazu. If we
We're
start
good.
stressing
Take your
out,
time, guys. Continue to just know nothing.
we're chilling. I'll let you know if we need to worry about things.
This one's a tough one. I gotta think.
The Manta's throwing me off.
Yeah, this one is hard. What do you say?
Abaddon?
No, but good try. Brian, what would you like to lock in?
I want to look at these heroes.
Oh, we can look at all the Universal heroes?
He's looking at all
I'm
the
looking at the
heroes.
whole list. That'd be cheap.
What do you mean that would be cheap?
Next turn, though, Tsunami. I think it's your turn. These two are...
Light cheating.
Dude, there's like no hero on here. That makes sense.
I will say Brewmaster.
Nope.
Omni Knight.
Nope.
No, that's a straight
It's
zero.
not that easy for me to give you many hints.
God, I
Okay.
hope not.
Did you lock in Lycan?
Yes.
1 point for Purge. It is
What?
Lycan. Yep.
No.
It's a.
Somebody built
It
that?
happened at this Dream League. I'm
a-
not capping, bros. This build did happen.
What kind of Universal heroes are just default build Manta
he
style?
He does have Mantis. But there's no Gleipnir, no Atos.
Yeah,
That's Shiva's guard gives him damage.
Stats or Sheep is decent stats.
Yeah.
So Purge guessed the player. You can now you guessed
He guessed the hero.
Try to guess player. You have 5 seconds.
Toby.
Nice try.
That's a Zai build.
No, good guess, but it's not Zai. Tsunami.
Saberlight.
Nope. Back to Purge. I'll say you guys all get 2 more guesses for the player.
Is it eliminated or still in the tournament?
That will be too easy if I say that now.
Really? Okay.
Go 1 more round without me giving a hint.
I'm gonna pass while I look at a list of all the
Love
teams.
passing.
I'm going for new.
Nope. Next time you guys pass, you lose a point.
Okay.
33.
Nope. Okay, player is still in this tournament. And it is Purge's turn. Try not to pass, otherwise I have to deduct a point.
I'm gonna say it's Jabs. It's gotta be Jabs.
Not a point for Purge. Well played.
Wow.
I thought I was like, oh, why didn't I fucking guess this earlier?
Who did he play against?
I can't say pass. Bet boom.
No. Good try, but not bad boom.
Team Spirit.
Point for Brian.
What?
Did they win or lose the game?
They obviously won with that build.
No, they lost.
What?
Oh my
He lost.
god.
I think they were ahead, but they ended up losing. But it's a pretty sick build though. Okay. This is the second last one.
Okay.
Brian got it last time. He gets to start this round.
That's a Magnus.
What's the point? 6-5-3. Neil, you can get in there. No, it's not Magnus. Why would Mag have an Aghanims?
That I don't know if you've seen it. That horn toss. Pretty sick.
All right.
Refresher, Silver Edge, Silver Axe.
Nope.
It's not gonna be. I will guess Lena, but I don't think that's right.
Nope.
Dragon Knight.
No.
Oh.
Back to Tsunami. What a great game.
Beastmaster?
No. Oh, I'm gonna say this a lot.
Is it a popular hero or is it some weird hero?
Not really a popular hero.
Okay. Are we correct in assuming it's probably an offlaner?
It can be.
It can be.
It has been played only a few times at this tournament.
Okay.
In different roles.
Different.
Is that an SF?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Oh.
next round, if you guys don't get it, I'll give a hint. It was Tsunami's turn, is that correct?
It's probably my turn, but
Okay,
I
it's
have
your
like
turn.
no.
Okay, it is a strength hero.
Strength hero?
I think you can try. Twitch chat, I'm sure someone in Twitch chat has got it by now.
Yeah, of course, because there's like 10,000 people saying we're all dumb right now.
Probably.
Centaur.
Nope. Tsunami?
Oh, I got
Tiny?
Nope.
Kunkka?
No.
That
was
decent
actually
Kunkka,
pretty
though.
good. That's a reasonable guess for once. Ryan.
All right, I got an idea.
Go.
Mars?
Nope. Brian, it's your turn again.
Treant Protector.
Jesus Christ. Next time you say something stupid like that, you go to 0. Tsunami?
Sven?
No. Okay, it was played in the mid lane. A strength hero played in the mid lane. I think it's only happened once at this tournament, maybe twice.
That's a Primal Beast.
Legion Commander?
No.
That's a Primal Beast.
No. Your guys are also just yelling names.
Wait,
Bert, your turn.
Chris Luck played like literally every single hero in the mid lane. This didn't help me at all.
Wow, we're really good at stalling. This was great.
Did anyone say Doom yet?
No. It was played mid.
Yeah, so what?
Could be a Doom.
We're looking at some weird shit here.
All right, strength hero mid. It was not Doom. It was not Primal Beast. It was not Kunkka.
It was not Mars.
I need to look at my hero list. This is tough.
That's a Slardar.
Did I already say Tiny?
Someone said Tiny. It's not Tiny. It's not Slardar. I mean, eventually you guys will have guessed all the strength heroes in the game.
I'm looking at the ones that could be mid.
Maybe you should tell us.
It won the game.
Was it a
Give me a second. I'm pulling up the hero list.
It was not Timbersaw. It has pretty good mid matchups.
Earthshaker?
Yeah, point for Tsunami.
Oh my god.
Word,
Okay,
really?
who has played mid Earthshaker Tsunami? You can
I
get
know
back
this
in this
answer.
game right now. You already sniped, right, BSJ?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Mid Shaker. Refreshers.
This is the second hardest one of this entire
I watched
quiz,
the game,
guys.
but I have no idea who it was. I don't even know which team.
I know who it is.
Just
Can I get a? I already know we can't do partial points. All right, Brian.
Wait. Well, first of all, after you, it goes to Purge. I'll give you a small hint.
Okay.
He is eliminated. This player is...
Do I need sunglasses to say this answer?
You might.
Brian, do you have the sunglasses?
I can go get them.
No, it's too late.
How far are they away, Brian?
I heckin' love Miracle, though.
Point for Tsunami! And... Neil, you can do it. You can tie with Purge on the second last one. Who did they play against? Who did he destroy in this game in the mid lane?
Aster.
That would have been too good of a storyline. It was not Aster. It was not against
Wow,
Sumail.
that was a nice throw.
Thank you.
Purge.
did he destroy
Can I swipe? Will he
No,
get
no,
it
no,
correct?
I'm gonna get
Will
it.
he get it?
I'm gonna get it.
I don't know.
It was against TSM.
No. Disappointing, Brian.
You're so sure.
Yeah, you seemed so
Neil.
confident. What? God. I'm imagining a YouTube video. I see Miracle pogging out.
Yeah. Against who?
He's standing next to...
There's a rivalry on Reddit.
He's...
I got it.
The Miracle fans.
Abed?
No.
Was it BZM?
He literally replaced
No.
them.
It is a European team, Brian. Please. You can get it.
Tundra.
No. Neil.
Secret.
Okay, this player has openly voiced that he does not like Miracle fans. Purge.
Gaming Gladiators.
You already sniped, Brian. Shut up. Purge. Whatever. This point goes to Purge now.
Is it Quinn?
Yes.
Wow.
So to bring it all together, it was
Incredible.
the best mid player in the world, Miracle, playing mid Earthshaker. He destroyed them. And now for the final one.
Oh?
We're at 7-5-5. Okay, you guys can
We've
still
got
do
comeback potential here.
Purge is in the lead right now, but you can still do it. This is the last
Whoever
one.
gets it first, let's help the other.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if the swipe works. Which player did this?
No, it's hero.
Which
first.
hero?
Hero.
Which player from which team?
Chose not to disassemble their arcane boots. It's a sin. I'm gonna say the hero is... I'll go Timbersaw.
Wrong. Ryan.
I was gonna guess so.
Back to the phones, guys. Gotta cheat.
I'll take my guess now, and then I can go back to Brian.
Okay.
Omni Knight?
Very wrong. If I see an Omni with this build, I want to report it.
Spearbreaker.
It's not your turn, Doom.
No.
Say Spearbreaker.
Spearbreaker. No, I said I would give him my turn after I went, because he was looking up. Kunkka.
Wrong. 2 more rounds, then I will give you the stat of the hero.
Okay.
The main attribute.
Kezu, that's an axe.
Jesus, no.
Bat Rider.
No.
Well, really, it's just, is it strength or universal as far as I can tell?
Well,
That's the question.
that is wrong. It's neither of those.
Homie's out here building a halberd, Octarine, on a non-strength or universal?
Yeah.
Okay.
What an idiot.
What a buffoon. And you said that they won this game?
They lost this game.
Means nothing to me then.
That's an Ogre Magi.
That is wrong.
Wait, that's a strength hero.
That was a good guess. That build would have worked.
Whose turn is it? I've lost track.
Probably mine.
All
I
right.
have no.
Apparently, it's your turn,
I
Purge.
could just keep naming heroes. Necrophos.
Wrong. By the way, the winner of this game gets a monster energy that we have kept away from Jenkins for 8 years.
Okay, I'm going to try now.
Yo.
Please try harder, guys.
The vintage.
Please try harder.
2005 was a great year for Monster.
That checks out. Did I give you the attribute yet? No, right?
you have not.
said it
Guess
wasn't
universal and
universal.
strength, and it's not agi, so that leaves one stat.
Intriguing.
How do you know? How do we know?
What is the stat?
It's in.
Sorry?
What's the stat for the viewers at home?
It's intelligence, Brian.
Okay, thank you. There's irony there if you didn't get that.
Dorkseer.
Wrong.
That's a universal hero.
Dang it.
Silencer.
Wrong. Brian.
That is a Dark Willow build.
No.
No, that's a universe.
Purge.
I'm gonna.
Oh, I know. That's a Death Prophet.
No, it's not Brian, but nice try.
Way to take 2 guesses.
Oh,
Yeah, that looks like a Death Prophet build.
If you want to feed.
Okay, would you guys say, does this item build look good for an intelligence hero? Everyone give their opinion.
Very good.
Okay, Tsunami, does it look good or dumb?
Oh, wait. Grimstroke?
Wrong. Purge?
If it's a frontlining int hero like your Death Prophet type heroes, it could be fine.
It's not that profit, but yeah. Okay, it's a ranged intelligence hero.
They're all ranged.
Kazu, can you
Nice try.
blow my brains out right now?
Wait, that is
I
true.
want to.
I didn't realize that. Every single int hero
Yeah,
is
they
It is generally played in the middle lane. We have seen it in this tournament.
You say generally.
Yes, it
implying
can
that
be played somewhere
That's a
else.
Rubik.
That is wrong.
You made it sound like
Tsunami.
Leshrac.
Wrong.
Outworld Devourer.
No.
Oracle.
Twitch chat, please. You can get it.
Oh, wait. Necro?
Wrong.
No, we already guessed
We've
that.
had Necro. Okay, it's a range hero. It goes mid. It dominates a lot of lanes.
Queen of
It's
Bane.
pretty strong. Point for Purge.
No way.
Wow.
But now, we will have to guess which player could it be. What do you guys think?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
Wait, could it be you?
It's me. I
Can we
did
get a
this build.
full screen on Banana Slam?
I did this
Jamma?
build.
How did it go in your game, Brian?
I won that game.
You
I
lost
lost
that game.
miserably. Nightfall probably hates me for that one.
I'm sorry.
1
what?
point for BSJ. He figured out the true secret of the last slide.
I feel like you should take a point away for that.
It was actually BSJ. I saw his recent pub games. He lost really bad. This item build is not good, but
I was bored, so I was like gonna try Octarine Mana Boots on every hero.
so the winner of our great game is Purge. Wow, I must say, you guys, it's a good fill segment. You guys were pretty bad.
I can't
Look,
believe
it's really guessing the heroes, sure, doable. Questions 2 and 3, really hard.
I can't believe I built those items.
On Quam. It looks like a 2K build.
It was offlane, to be fair.
I like at the start where one of you said, wow, this item build looks fucking bad. I'm not wrong.
You're like, is this a reasonable build for an intelligence hero? You're like, no, it's absurd. Why would you ever do that?
Our Octarine's actually good on int heroes, though, kind of. Gives you a lot of mana regen.
Was this pre-D patch?
Yes.
It was like 8 days ago.
Yeah, it was
Or
pretty
something
deep.
like
It was
that.
pre-D patch, Purge.
Well, you got that them arcane boots, though.
I did, because I was building Lotus.
Oh, okay.
Didn't get there.
I didn't get there.
Oh, I see.
The game ended.
But congrats, you won the game, Purge.
Cool.
I'll
thanks.
hand you the monster off screen.
Nice. Can't wait to drink that.
Even though I had the fewest points, I still don't feel like I lost this game.
I feel like I lost for sure.
I think Brian had the worst suggestions.
I feel like I lost, genuinely. I got
I guess
heroes
you're all
and-
losers. So that checks out.
I got like two layup points that you guys gave me, basically.
That is true.
And I got like 4 hero guesses that were easy. That's 6 of my 8 points right there, and 2 were just like flukes. I fluked into this win, for sure.
You did guess yourself though, Brian. I gave it a
did,
high
when
chance
you-
that you wouldn't be able to.
The moment of realization, when it all crystallized in your mind.
That was a weak day for me. I'm like, I can't win any games, so I'm just gonna try Mana Boots Vanguard or whatever hero I pick. Or the you know what I mean, the Octarine crap.
Unlucky. Sometimes you just can't win.
Sometimes you just can't win.
I can't believe you took that game. game.
That was the only game that made sense.
That's the only one that made sense.
It made the most sense.
For the sake of...
I didn't want to ruin him too hard. It was okay. Good job, Ryan.
You've done worse, I'm sure.
I have.
We all have.
I was dying to TA, I think, and I was like, I guess I need I guess I need this halberd.
Now start crying.
I'm literally crying inside, guys.
All right, friends. That was a delightful way to spend time. And if you want to see more of these inventories, Kazu, I'm sure you'll load up another one of these.
Oh, I'll get there. Give it one day. I'll be
I'm
back
not playing
tomorrow.
any pubs before then.
Don't expose yourself anymore. But out of all of these matchups, we still need to look at two more teams. It's Aster versus BetBoom, the final series of the night, coming up after the break.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final series of the day here on Dream League Season 20. It's Bet Boom Team going up against Team Aster. Brian.
Neil.
Never build Queen of Pain Halberd again in your life.
I won't. I learned my lesson.
No, I don't think you have. I think I need someone else to berate you even more. Can we please welcome our final guest to the couch? It's Effie!
You're on my side right
Do
now.
don't fist bump him.
Why not?
Are you encouraging this kind of behavior out of him?
What kind of behavior?
This halberd, arcane boots, octarine out of Queen of Pain, and why did you build the windlace?
Because
you have a blink.
Were you playing support Queen of Pain?
No, it was offlane.
Halberd?
Octarine Core.
Octarine Core.
There's the Octarine Core rush, and then I was dying full to 0 to a Wind Ranger. I'm like, what do I do now?
Unlucky.
I think the Octarine Core is a mistake, but I can get behind the Halberd.
Thank you.
I can get behind it. Actually, I cannot. My host,
No!
my host
What have you
looks
done?
disappointed.
There we go.
Brian, why are you making Neil frown?
Effie understands the spirit of it. Welcome to the night shift. We have not had you on the 4th series of the day. I believe you've been located on morning shift for the majority of Dream League Season 20. And let me know, we take things very seriously here on the night shift.
We definitely don't get it unhinged at any point ever.
Absolutely not. We keep it hinged.
I'm also hinged.
Excellent.
Very good.
Yeah,
Hinge
you
us
fit
up
right in.
on our matchup then. Because it's Team Aster versus a Bet Boom team where recently Aster's on quite the cold streak, Effie. 2 series losses in this group stage 2, and now they're hoping to get their first win against Bet Boom team. What's going on?
I mean, I wouldn't say that Aster have been playing badly. It just feels like other teams have been playing better because any team that made it to this stage of the tournament has just kind of been a step ahead. But if you go back to group stage 1, it was so close and all the teams looked so evenly matched in skill that I feel like it's a bit unfair to say, with the exception of Entity or Liquid, of course, but I feel like it's a bit unfair to say that one team is worse than the other. But I feel like Aster are definitely feeling that cold streak. And hopefully they bring out something new today because I feel like their drafts have been pretty predictable, especially when you look at the other Chinese teams and they're playing Carry Lycans and they're playing Broodmothers and they're playing Luna Beastmasters. I hope that Aster can bring something out.
I love Oscar. Sorry, it sounded like you said Oscar. I just
The
like
Grouch?
the name Oscar.
I love Oscar.
That's good. Thank you.
Who's your favorite
You saved
Muppet?
The pig.
The Cookie Monster?
No, I remember
Miss,
her name.
it's just Miss Piggy.
Yeah,
Miss Piggy.
Piggy, how cute.
I'll say Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster's a good one.
Yeah, he's pretty-
Kazu, do you know Muppets? Was that a thing in Germany?
Probably, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I'll stick with the pig.
Like Sesame
It's cute.
Street?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is that the pig? She's Miss Piggy.
Miss Piggy. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offend
Her
anyone.
name.
Sorry.
Gosh, because there's a lot of pigs out there.
There
You
are.
can't
This-
get her confused.
That's true.
Miss Piggy that we're talking about.
That's true.
I'll
I'll get it correct from now on.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'm a classic Big Bird fan.
Is he a Muppet?
Well, no, I guess not. I guess Muppet implies like the hand thing.
Yeah.
Fine, Kermit.
That was like that's like the low hanging fruit. That's like you.
Give me a hipster Muppet then.
I mean, the thing is, I only know what they look like. I don't know their names.
Okay,
but
fine. Describe one of them.
Beaker. I remember his
okay.
name
That's a
now.
good one.
The mad scientist
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
He kind of owns.
Yeah, he's cool.
I forgot about him, but now that you bring him up, he does own.
Does he own us? No, I can't transition into that. We got the draft, friends. First pick, Timbersaw, responded by Undying Morphling. And 8th pick is rounded out with the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, not too surprising because everyone's struggling to deal with Morphling. And once again, I go back to 23 Savage yesterday on Talon. When they picked Morph, they banned PL, Naga, and Anti-Mage. So these are the heroes that teams must be looking at in order to deal with it. It's an okay time to pick a counterable hero because you have 3 bans in order to protect it. I believe in PL.
I believe in PL too.
Yeah, I believe in Monet PL. I think Monet, before the patches have shifted the carry meta, he's probably the best illusion carry player in China, and he before Sumail joined was always Aster's win condition. So they're definitely used to playing around PL and these PL strats, and I think it's incredibly valuable to bring out in this phase of the game because they would have surely gotten banned out in that second phase. But so far it looks good. It's good versus the Undying and it's good versus the Morphling.
Yeah. I like the confidence from Aster. I feel like yesterday when I saw them play, I saw that they picked some Undying Edge and then never really played through it. So I think here they're coming in with something different. First pick Timber, nothing too crazy. But when you do see the Morph here, you can see people are shifting the priority of the hero further into the front. If you don't pick your PL here, as Miro said, it's going to get banned out. So I like the confidence to be like, okay, I want my win condition here. I'm going to destroy this Morphling, and we're going to play for me. And now with the bans, you solidify it. So good job, Aster. It's a good foundation.
Wow, did Batrider really make it through the draft?
He did.
It did.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Batrider come out for Bet Boom on their next phase then.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think Bat is great against Timber. You make mid-Timber a lot worse. Even if he's in the sideline, you can rotate on him later on. I would also say that Batrider is better nowadays against PL than he used to be, simply because Firefly deals like double more default damage without needing to have stacks. I think that's pretty annoying. You also have lower cooldowns with Octarine Core. It's also, Morphling loves having just heroes being locked down, because he will literally just snap them out of the game in like 2-3 seconds.
I mean, for that reason, they could also potentially go Disruptor, right? It's a way to play into the Timbersaw and into the PL. So I like either of these supports for Bet Boom, because they're certainly just going to be looking towards picking and closing out that support.
Would you prefer Bat support over Core? Or keep it open and then just decide later?
I think Bat is pretty open-ended, which is always a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily matter too much. I feel like that hero is so strong that he can be played anywhere. Even with the nerfs, it doesn't feel like they've affected him significantly enough.
What do you think, Brian?
I think they're going to go with the 4 position here because they see the enemy carry matchup. They're going to pick a pretty heavy harass ranged hero that's hard for PL to get onto, I think. Comes to mind is Willow. I don't think the hero's that great, but like something like this, like an elusive ranged guy that can poke you in lane.
Pugna?
I don't love Pugna into PL. Rubik. Okay, there you go. Rubik, I like Rubik against PL because you are an instant stun. So if you ever catch the real PL, then you can follow up somebody else.
Also, the spell steal always being able to identify the real one.
Yeah.
Does it go on cooldown if you try?
No.
Okay.
It just doesn't.
You don't even need to be in cast range.
Okay.
It just doesn't do anything.
For anyone not confused, if you're playing Rubik and you attempt to spell steal on illusions, it'll say you can't do that. And then whenever you get the real PL, you'll start walking to cast the spell on them.
But you know what I don't like about Rubik? I feel like there are stronger lane supports that you could have picked on Bet Boom, and
What are you thinking of?
we talked about it, the Batrider. I
Okay.
just feel like that definitely would have been better. But usually when Rubik comes out, it's versus a Beastmaster or something that it can steal this really high impact ulti. And yeah, it's good versus PL, but they're kind of sacrificing their lanes to have a support that can play into PL. So I like it a little bit less, and I feel like it gives Aster a good window. And they responded with the Ember and Lion, and I think the Lion is not the best hero, but he's looked pretty good when you need an instant stun, right? And the Hex versus Morphling, the Finger versus Morphling, it's always going to be valuable, and they're going to get away with it because they're playing into a Rubik. They're playing into a support that can't punish the Lion as much, so looks pretty solid.
I do think I would be pretty happy playing Rubik in this game so far. I think I'm going to lane fine against PL. I can steal spells from Timber. If I get any Lion spell apart from Mana Drain, I'm chilling. And I mean, the Rubik matchup has a lot to do with the core, and I think Doom should do very well against PL. We saw it yesterday in PL outfarm Doom.
That was a mistake.
Don't think this will happen. This should not happen in this game.
Doom dove tower and got blood grenaded and then died.
He got blood grenaded. God damn it, bro.
The classic, like, you don't think you're going to die, you get blood grenaded and die play. I'm severely worried about Team Astra's lanes right now. Like, I think Timbersaw is going to struggle top. If it is a Timbersaw off lane, which it almost certainly is now since they've locked in the Ember. Ember is going to get counterpicked by GPK on the last pick here. And then I do expect Doom, if played properly, to free farm against PL. So I don't know if they're ever going to hit that timing on the side of Team Aster.
I'm a little more optimistic than you are about Aster's draft because I feel like the Undying lane is going to be difficult, of course. All Undying lanes are. But I feel like the PL should be able to farm versus the Doom. And even if the Doom is going to be trading farm, Aster has this tendency to play around the mid lane. So if they can just secure their last 2 bans, they've already banned out the Lina versus the Ember, or potentially even flex the Ember, because we saw Team Spirit do it, right? Mirror position for Ember. They really could be in an okay position because, yeah, they have this Undying lane and they have this Doom farming, but it's not like they have that Beastmaster ball into 5, group up early, and pressure Aster out to the point where they can't farm. It looks like they're just going to be trading farm, and that's really okay for Aster, from what I see.
I think you may need to consider banning a hero like... Oh, okay. I
it is a mid-Ember.
I actually don't mind the Earthshaker ban. I was thinking maybe you need to consider a hero like Lesh. I think Lesh doesn't really mind Timber. Ember relies a lot on poke and chip damage, which Lesh is very good against because he's tanky, he gets to keep running in. He's great against PL, which is probably another... Bedboom are probably looking for like at least a soft counter to PL, because I think you need a little bit more. Right now it's like, what, Scorch Earth, some random Rubik spells flying around. Like, you should help alleviate the pressure from Morph, because apart from PL, this is a very good Morph game if he's not getting instant hexed.
With that in mind, I'm assuming that we probably wouldn't see a Huskar on Bedboom because, yes, while it would destroy the Ember, wouldn't really help the PL problem too much.
Yeah, I don't think it does anything to PL. It's like, it helps you do the lane stuff, but I don't think you need to own the lanes as Bedboom. If you have a hero that helps your Morph to deal with the matchup, that's what I would look for more.
Okay.
And also, Lion Timber are very annoying for Huskar to play into post-laning stage. It's pure damage, it's burst. You don't want to play into that.
GPK played a fair amount of Tiny during Group Stage 1, which I don't think we've seen out of him in Group Stage 2 quite yet, but got some buffs in the D-patch.
I'd like to see Storm, to be honest.
Okay. It's first phase banned by them.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good try.
I was literally looking in the middle of the draft. I'm like, nah, there's still Storm left.
I want to see a hero that can rotate and kill the Timbersaw. Just to shut it down entirely, because I feel like even when Timbersaw gets shut down in lane, there's always a way back into the game for him ever since he became universal. And the way traditionally to always deal with him was to pick some Batrider or Lina or Queen of Pain or whatever, rotate it to his lane, and then go back mid. So I just want some heavily magic damage hero that can rotate on the Timber.
This is spicy.
I guess Necro fits the bill pretty well for rotating on Timber, and he lanes very well into Ember as well.
Yeah.
Looks like a pretty good Necro game, honestly.
Okay.
I have no complaints about it.
It's only the supports that could offset that later. But if you get off to a good start, which you should, you don't receive some random gank death from Baboka. And I think this is a really scary Necro game.
I would like to reemphasize that I still believe, despite the counterpoints, and I do understand the counterpoints, that they were significantly advantaged in the laning stage right now from Bedboom. And that if they all into the lanes, that's exactly how Eastern European teams tend to like to play and get off the ground running, just outskill people and then run at them. Necro purely picked to just own Ember consistently, like probably second behind Huskar.
It's very good against PL too.
It's like versus Timbersaw.
Yeah.
I feel like this Necro pick gave Bedboom everything that they needed. It was heavily important for Aster to be able to play around Ember and to make plays with him, especially on the side lanes, because they could have rotated in at any point with him, got some kills, and made it so that it doesn't matter if they slightly lose lanes. But now you've got 3 lanes that are in danger, especially the mid lane, and you don't have that Sumail rotation to rely on because it's so hard to play into Necro as an Ember. So it's looking pretty scary for Aster. They're going to have to play out of their mind and rotate out of their minds on their supports here.
Yeah, a lot of constant movement because the static like one-to-one lane matchups in the cores are not good for them.
Easy game for Bedboomskis.
Why must you curse us, Kezu?
I'm sorry.
Why must you speak with such confidence? Why must you believe the analysis? Friends, it's the last series of the day. You may be feeling out of energy, but I know our band isn't. It's time for the Peppy Pandas.
#1 for our last best of 3 here at Dream League Season 20. Just in time to pause the game. Have you named this young lad yet?
It's Johnny.
Why?
It just seems like a Johnny to me.
Okay. Good
You
lore.
got a better name for him?
Decapitated Doghead.
That's probably better. Let's go with that. DDH for short.
Sounds good. So, we got some picks. Aster versus BetBoom. BetBoom have looked very, very strong indeed. As Kezu has come to our desk to harass Cinderin.
Yep.
And you didn't react at all, but I just had to mention it because you're dead inside.
I did react.
What was your reaction?
I wiggled my eyebrows. That's a reaction that doesn't go on the mic, you know?
That's true.
I acknowledged his presence, but didn't give him more than he deserved.
Kezu's still sticking around trying to ruin this cast, but all I want to talk about
is Necrophos.
That's right.
Yes.
Why do we not see this hero?
I don't know.
He's cool.
He looks like a bird.
Yeah, bird is the word. I mean, the Death Seeker, ever since they changed that, I look at that as a huge buff for the hero. Gives him some level of mobility. Don't necessarily have to go for the Blink Dagger.
So, in all seriousness, I think a couple of things have happened that make this hero a little bit less appealing. First off, Nullifier is really popular.
True.
And it ruins his second spell. The Ghost Shot just gets purged right off.
That's always been the case, but I guess because Nullifier is being purchased.
Yeah, it's way more popular. That's the one thing. The secondly, you can't buy Hood anymore, which is a really important item on this hero, historically speaking. A lot of the time, Necros would just get Hood and then Travels.
Time for Eternal Shroud to make an appearance.
Maybe the buffed Eternal Shroud can be a thing here.
If it was the old Eternal Shroud, where you got Spell Lifesteal, then it would be good. I mean, you could go Dagon, I guess, on Necro.
Yeah.
Unironically, might be okay, actually.
It is a pretty good item on the hero, for sure. I guess if you want to look at the upsides, though, and the reason why they picked it, because now we talked it down, but there's a couple of really good reasons for it here. First of all, it's one of Ember's worst matchups in mid, and you're playing against Sumail, and the way Aster functions as a team with Sumail is I feel like they depend a lot on his individual performance in many of their games. So if you shut him out of lane and give him a hard time, that's already a good start strategically of approaching this team. Secondly, you have Reaper Scythe against Timbersaw, which is great. And Necrophos is actually pretty good against PL. If you go the Radiance build in particular, you're one of the heroes that can just stand in there, constant passive damage, you tank up, you get beefy, PL struggles to kill you. He will get Nullifier eventually, of course, but until that point, Ghost Shroud is amazing against PL.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's give the hero. And I personally am a huge fan of this hero. I love Necrophos. I think it's really fun to play. It's interesting to watch. It's very... I guess high octane is the wrong word because it's very slow.
I thought we'd be seeing more of it because of, I mean, I know it's not maybe a hard counter, but I feel like it's quite good mid-game against all these Morphling pickers.
True.
I mean, they're always hovering on this low HP, and it's just, okay, Reaper Scythe them then.
Yep, that's fair.
But yeah, just haven't been seen, but we'll see if GPK can shine on it.
So far, he's bodying Sumail, as he should. 13 for 4 against the 7-0. And this is when the lane starts getting tough for Ember. When Necro hits level 3, the Death Pulse, it hurts. Every time you go for CS, you get bullied. You can't ever harass Necrophos' Ember. Ember wins a lot of his lane matchups mid or ties through harassment with Sleight of Fist, but Necrophos just out-heals it constantly, so you never put any pressure on him, really. You see now, Sumail got him down to half health, and GPK is just going to aggress on him, because it doesn't matter.
Yep, we'll be able to regen up with each and every CS for Mr. GPK. Meanwhile, top lane, Timbersaw, first pick this game, did actually get through the banning stage. Are you feeling any different? I know it's been 2 days now since the mini patch, but are you feeling any different about this hero potentially being the best in the game in your eyes?
I don't think enough was changed by the looks of it so far to bump it down to being a bit more situational. It definitely seems like just clearly an S-tier hero, there's no doubt about that. But maybe teams will find better solutions to it over time as well. Now that you can't just go for the Vanguard disassemble into Octarine and in the same way anyway. It's a bit slower as a build-up. But I think many people were expecting him to get nerfed a little bit more than he did.
We'll see how his performance is for XXS. And of course, Baboka playing his patented Lion. Only a couple players in the world will pick this, it seems.
Yep. Guess they just really wanted a support that's good against Morph. Like they wanted some sort of catch. It's good to see Pure. He had a night's rest. He comes back and he gets to play Doom for the 4th game in a row.
Hey, they won that series, so
they did. And I
don't fix what ain't broke.
I bet he's literally dreaming of scorched earth at night.
Yep, devouring
delicious foods and gaining their abilities.
Yes.
Eating chickens and not flying.
Sumail has to be careful. He'll be able to get one of the water runes. Nobody really comes to contest it.
That would have actually been a really high impact play from Rubik here. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that Save did not go for that. Because they know that this lane matchup is extremely one-sided, so if you shut Sumail out of getting water runes, he actually has to go back to base. But that one rune will keep him afloat for a little bit. He's obviously still not doing great, but it could be way worse than this.
Yeah. Definite CS disadvantage, and you can see the XP as well. He might be hitting level 5 with these creeps here. Yep. Indeed, he does.
And it's interesting because we've seen other teams try to counter Ember with something like Huskar, right? But I feel like Huskar is a lot more
support battle
here.
Save, chasing. Siamese Cat actually just barely finds vision for another right click, but it's not enough. We don't even know where he is. Oh my god, he's fast.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Pugna's a quick one. Yeah, so we've seen Huskar as a counterpick to Ember mid, and Huskar will crush the lane, and then if he gets ganked once or twice, he falls off. Necro is a little bit different in essence, in concept.
GPK has hit 6, so Sumail has to be very careful now. Sumail just barely hit level 5, so it's a full level advantage, which is enormous.
Yeah, 17 denies.
And for GPK, I assume you just stay in this lane, or do you want to gank? Or you rather just continue to bully Sumail as long as you can?
I mean, this hero is pretty static. I don't think he's particularly interested in moving for a while. Just keep farming up a storm, keep pressuring Ember's tower. You have the siege creep wave here, so
Tokyo, they want to try to gank. Save has made his way over as well, but they're just going to use that pressure to kill off the Nether Ward. As Baboka also showing himself, so it's a 3v3 in the mid lane.
This is a good rotation
lane
from
1v1s.
both teams, identifying that this siege creep wave is going to be important for the Necrophos. So Aster sent over heroes to put pressure and defend, and in turn Betboom wanted to make that move, so they brought theirs, but with all of those numbers, nothing really happens except that the siege creep dies. So I guess, small victory for Aster. This is what they wanted to have happen. Also, aside from the Timber having a good start, kind of the only truly bright spot on this game right now is that...
Oh, Nightfall, better be careful. Morphing up.
Tombstone put down.
To be fine now as the Tombstone is going to be fed away, so free gold for XXS. Toronto Tokyo essentially out of mana, as well as Aster with that siege creep, and XXS just tanking up every right click from both the creeps and the tower. Will be pressuring this big time. And I'm not sure if Betboom are going to be able to defend.
Doesn't look like it. Obviously, Necrophos is very interesting in moments like these where...
Oh my, he actually did deny it.
Oh, nice. The Timber might combine with some heroes and maybe overextend a little bit there, and you can suddenly TP Reaper. But he stayed very healthy the whole time on Timbersaw, didn't give any moment of opportunity for that. And Betboom's support plus core combination in this safe lane don't really deal damage to the Vanguard Timbersaw. Morph Undying tickle him, so they were never getting him to half health to begin with. Looks like GPK will be going for Rod of Atos. Interesting.
Okay, okay.
Catch the Ember in place, catch the PL, catch the Timber.
Yeah.
Don't be fooled though, Necrophos is not a universal hero.
Nightfall. Always have to be careful with Timbersaw around with that quick burst. But yeah, Atos, that is not the item I would have... I mean, it's not like it's a super uncommon item for Necro, but you are going against 2, or 3, in fact, mobile cores on the other side with the Doppelganger, Timber Chain, and Remnants, which will essentially prevent all that, which will force out the Lotuses, will force out the Mantas and whatnot. And it gives them a way to like pseudo-initiate.
Yeah, it's a decent item. I mean, the stats overall are not bad, right? Necro benefits a lot from getting health, so it's definitely, it's not an item that's going to feel bad to buy, but you're always holding it up against, okay, what other options did I have? GPK is going to leave behind a Satyr and like no health to rotate top. Really wants to find this timing.
Yep, Nightfall turns into the Timber Saw.
Oh, nice
Hail
Earth
from
Spike.
Baboka, XXS.
He didn't even know GPK was there,
Now
but got
on
a
the
double
run.
Earth Spike. Oh, I mean,
he has a lot of mana, but he goes right into a number of Bet Boom players. Telekinesis back. They have the Reaper Scythe, and it is enough. And that is 9 minutes. First Blood, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
So extra gold going in the pocket of GPK. He gets his stack of Reaper Scythe stacks.
Yep. Well worth rotating
up
for that.
Indeed, and he's 500 away from Boots of Travel on Sumail. That'll be his main first item. And GPK relatively close to the Atos.
Yeah, that's just worry a little bit about Aster's pacing in this game. We've seen some of their other games in this tournament, and they seem to get relatively quiet and passive, and this seems no different, right? We're 10 minutes in, they haven't got a kill. They're playing with a Timbersaw PL Ember Core, where Ember lost the lane, so he needs recovery time. So it feels like Bet Boom will just slowly but steadily keep out-farming them unless something changes. And keep in mind, they have Doom. How many times have we seen Doom in this tournament now when it's just free farming, just ruin the game for the other heroes later? It's just going to be dooming out the Timber +1 when he gets the refresher.
It's kind of interesting as GPK looking for another kill here. Death Pulse is going to connect on Siamese Cat, but he cannot go any further. If you look at Pure's build, level 8, still hasn't even leveled Doom yet, so not really interested in even fighting, which is just going to amplify his farm, especially with that Midas pickup.
He's holding the skill point, though.
He just started holding it now that he hit level 8.
So he's keeping his options open now, but yeah, until then, just maximizing gold. Just getting the farming spells of Scorched Earth and Devour maxed out as fast as possible. No point in Infernal Blade for the lane either. Didn't feel like it was worth it. It's just a gold machine, a factory.
Yep, that Wolf Creep's always a juicy one as well. Will amplify his farm a bit. GPK using that Atos on Siamese Cat.
No Reaper ready, or he would have killed him there.
Reaper is now available, so yeah, just a little bit too early on that gank attempt. Sumail.
He has to be careful. He's going to pop the Flame Guard there for protection because he's worried about getting Reaper +2 hits.
He should be.
Yep. We'll refill.
Now, I wonder how fast do you go Shard on Necro? I mean, are you in alignment with me that it's actually an incredibly valuable Shard that you have to get before it hits like the true mid-game, or in the mid-game at least?
I think it's situational. And I actually don't think it's that good in this game, because what you don't want as Necro is to like go too far. It's a really good chasing item on the hero, and it's really good for disjointing certain things, but I think in this game it's better to just really beef up. Like, he's gonna go Radiance against the PL like we talked about, and then I'm assuming it's tank items.
Reaper Scythe, will he choose the correct one? He does! It's not quite enough damage to get the stack, but the kill happens nonetheless. And now Sumail trying to help out his teammate, but have to back away.
I think you go Radiance, Lotus Heart, probably.
I mean, the only reason I mention it is because 1,400 gold when you're farming this much, not that big of an investment.
Right. I mean, we'll see. Maybe he thinks it's more valuable here. I definitely agree. I think it's also one of my favorite new shards. I think the design is very fun, giving the hero something that you could argue it was missing for a reason.
Yeah, but you could say that for a lot of heroes that have gotten some things. All the farming things is Baboka.
Oh,
Decrep to save him, but
he's just gonna burn to the aura.
Yeah, Heartstopper just too good as Pure pausing the game, realizing now that he's playing Doom for the 4th time in a row, regretting his decisions. Don't think he's used his ult, which he does now technically have leveled.
Actually, what happened was he pressed Devour and fell asleep on his keyboard and hit F9.
Yeah, it happens.
He's been pressing Devour a lot. He woke up.